In this course, we are going to build a fully functional e-commerce mobile application using React Native and Expo. And you will learn how to run this application in your actual physical phone. That can be either Android or iOS. This is not just a simple UI design, but it's an actual e-commerce application that is powered by Stripe, which will allow us to accept secure payments from the clients. On top of this mobile application, we are going to build an admin dashboard so that we can manage products, orders, and customers. And to be able to make all this work, we are going to build an entire API using Node.js and Express, which will include authentication and authorization. And we will deploy our API as well as our admin dashboard live on the internet. Once you complete this course, you will have a massive project on your resume which will show that you can build an end-to-end real-world project. So if you just think about it, in this course you will build a mobile application, an admin dashboard, and a robust API that powers both of these applications. I know that you are pretty excited to get started with the course, but first let me walk you through the entire project so that you know what exactly we are building in this course. So first off, we will start by building our API with Node.js and Express. This API will be responsible for providing data to our admin dashboard as well as the mobile application. We are gonna learn how to implement authentication on the server side as well as making admin actions protected. To give you an example, a user will not be able to create products. Only admin is allowed to do so. And we are gonna learn how to protect our endpoint in our API. Also, we're gonna learn how to handle the payments securely on the server side using Stripe. And then we're gonna learn about background jobs, which are some special functions that would run whenever something specific happens. And we're gonna get into the details later in the video. Once we build the entire API, we are going to deploy it and then jump into the admin dashboard, which is going to have 5 different pages that are login, dashboard, products, orders, and customers. From the dashboard page, admin will be able to see the stats of this e-commerce store, and from the products page, they can add products, edit, and delete them. From the orders page, we can manage the orders by updating the status. And finally, we can fetch the users from the customers page. And once we built this entire dashboard, finally we will jump into the mobile application using React Native and Expo. In my opinion, this is the most exciting part of this course. We will have 10 different screens with a ton of different features. And here let me give you a quick demo of the mobile app. So everything starts from the authentication screen. If we want to use this application, we have to log in. And we have 2 different options that are Google and Apple. In my case, I will go ahead and log in with my Google account. Here I'll say continue. Clerk will sign us in, and we are immediately in the home screen. So we have 3 different tabs that are Shop, Card, and Profile. Let's start with the Shop screen. So we have a search bar that is working 100%. So let's search for like a watch. And here we can see that's the only product that we have in the database. And if you put something that doesn't exist, UI will update as well. Then our categories are also working. So I will select the electronics. I can see all the products that are under this category. And we can go back to the all categories. Then we can scroll through this list. Now here in this example, we only have 5 categories, but if you add more and more, this should be scrollable in the horizontal direction. And then we can scroll through the entire page in the vertical direction, and we can add the products to our wish list. As you can tell, it's going to update the UI, and we can remove them if we really wish. Now in my cart, I don't have anything, so let's try to add some of these products. Maybe this jacket. We got the success alert, and let's add this bag. Now I will go into my cart screen. I can see that's the total amount. We have some tags, shipping, and if we really wanted to, we can increment the quantity or decrement it. In this case, I'll go with 2 jackets, and we can delete everything. So I'm not going to click to it, but it is actually working. Now I will say checkout, and here I already have an address, right? So I can select it and then I can continue to payment. But now what happens if I don't have an address? Let's test this out. I will go under the profile screen, under the addresses, and I'm going to delete the address. So when you first sign up, you will not have any addresses, right? And without an address, you cannot really order something. So here I will say checkout. Here it says, please add a shipping address in your profile before checking out. You don't have any addresses. So this is such a tiny detail and we will take care of everything. So we don't have an address. Let's go under the profile, under the addresses, and add a new one. Here I'll just add a test, or like a test address. You can add a label. Let's say this is my home address. I will put my full name. Let's put the street address. I'll say something like Daisy Street. City, let's say New York. I will put the state. Let's put a zip code. I don't know if this is correct or not. For the phone number, let's put 1. So I'm just putting a test number, but you can add the validation once you complete this tutorial. So here, let's say set this as my default address. Here I'll say add this address. Okay, it's been added. If you wanted to, you can edit this address. You can delete it and you can add another one. Now here, if you try to add another one and if you say set as default address, this will not be default and the new one would be default. So basically we could have only one default address at a time. Okay, now that we have the address, we can go ahead and check out. So I will select this address and let's say continue to the payment. And Stripe kicks in. Let's use the test card that Stripe provides, which is a bunch of 42s. Here we can put anything. Let's say pay. So this is going to process the order. Hopefully we should get a success message. Once we have the success message, our card will be cleared, and under the profile, under the orders, we can see all the orders that we have. So there will be 3 different states, that is either in the pending state, shipped, or delivered. If it is already delivered, then you can leave a rating. If it's not delivered, you cannot add a rating, right? So let's try to actually rate this order. And within this order, we have 2 different products, which means that we can rate them separately, right? So let's say I want to have this product as 4 rating, and this is like 5. Let's say submit all of the ratings. So we just got the success message. I accidentally paused the video, but here you can see now it says you reviewed this order. So we can go back, and I think that's the entire card screen. Now we can take a look at the profile screen or the profile tab where we have 3 different screens. So this doesn't do anything, I'll be honest, but if you wanted to, you can implement it once you complete this course. So we had the order screen, we had the addresses, and then we have the wish list. So we could delete them from the wish list. We could add them to our cart. Let's try to add another product just to see it is actually working. I will add this one. Now if I go under the wish list, I should be able to see that product. Okay. Then we have the privacy and security tab. I'll be honest with you, this doesn't do anything. It is just for the styling purposes, and you will learn how to build this kind of a beautiful UI. So like if you checked it or don't, it doesn't really change anything, but we'll build it for the styling purposes. And then finally we can sign out by clicking to this button, and it'll redirect us back to the authentication screen. And just one more addition that I almost forgot, there is a product detail page. So if you click to one of these products, it'll take you to the detail page where you can again like the product or dislike it. With this button, you can see the details about the product, and there are different images of this specific product, right? And we are going to build this component, which is like a slider, and it has the indicators. And at maximum, there could be 3 images for a product. here I'd like to show you something else. There is the orders, right? So let's try to update one of these status by going under the admin dashboard. So under the orders, you can say instead of pending, it's going to be delivered, or let's say shipped and then delivered, right? This is what admin will do. Then we can go back to our simulator. Let's try to reload my app. I'll say Command D, let's say reload. Hopefully we should be able to see this as delivered. Okay, so this is delivered. Now we can leave a rating. So this is the entire application. It is such a massive project. Let's take a look at the code base. We have basically 3 different projects, right? So we have the admin dashboard, we have the API, then we have the mobile application. And we are going to build the admin dashboard with React itself. Then we'll build the mobile app with React Native. And we have the API. As usual, we will be using Node.js. And the best part is, to be able to follow along with this tutorial, you don't need to have a MacBook. Even if you have a Windows laptop, you should be able to still follow along with me, because we are going to be using Expo, which is going to provide us a QR code. And if you scan this with your actual device, you should be able to run the app with your phone. So you don't even need to install a simulator like I have in this course. And when it comes to the tech stack, we will be using Node.js and Express to build our API, MongoDB as our database, Clerk for the authentication, Inngest for the background jobs, Sentry for the error monitoring. We are going to use TanStack query for data fetching and caching, Tailwind CSS for styling, Stripe for the payments, and Sevalla to deploy our application for free. Also in this course, you will see a proper Git and GitHub workflow, because at the end of every single section, we will create new branches, commit our changes, create and merge a pull request. And we will use CodeRabbit to analyze our code and give us some feedback so that we can follow the best practices and fix the security issues in our codebase. Every single technology that we use in this course is completely free to get started with, so you don't need a credit card to be able to follow along with me. One final word, that the source code of this project is also free on GitHub, and you can find the link in the description. I hope this will be helpful. Thanks for watching, and let's get started. So just before we get started, I'd like to take a minute and highlight a topic. So this is the end result, the source code, and as you can tell, we have around 24 different branches. That's because at the end of every single section, we are going to go ahead and create a new branch, okay? And whenever we create these branches, we are going to send a pull request. And within those pull requests, we are going to get some code suggestions from CodeRabbit. So this is a tool that we'll be using. You can find the link in the description. Now, I would say just go ahead and sign up and then give access to your repositories. So you have to log in with GitHub and then give access to your repositories. This is what I have done so that it can read your code base and then give you some suggestions. So if you don't do it, like, it's going to be a little bit painful for you to follow along, because whenever I do, I will get some code suggestions, right? Here it says, this is what you have done. It's okay, but you could make it a bit better by following the best practices, okay? So here it says, delete this entire part and copy and paste this to your code base. So I will be able to copy and paste it to my file, right? But if you don't have it, you have to manually type this in. So I would highly recommend you to go ahead and get the CodeRabbit. It's completely free to get started with, so you don't need to pay anything. You would just log in with your GitHub account and then give access to your repositories. This is exactly what I have done, just to let you know. Now, the reason that I am highlighting this is because even if you don't watch the tutorial, okay, so let's say you are just building yourself a project, then you would still get some code suggestions. And as a beginner, you would learn the best practices. So let's say this is the default way that you would do, and then you would have a teammate, like a senior engineer, and it'll tell you, like, instead of doing this, you should be doing that part. And then later in the course, for the error monitoring, we are going to be using Sentry. Once again, you can find the link in the description. They're going to give you $80 free credits if you use the link. And then same for the Sevalla. This is where we are going to deploy our application. You can get $50 free credit using the link in the description. Okay, thanks for watching. Now we can jump into the course. So as usual, to get started with, we have an empty folder which is opened up in VS Code. In my case, I have created this one in my desktop. And once you have done the same thing, just go ahead and create 3 different folders. The first one is going to be for the mobile application that we're gonna build. The second one is for the admin dashboard. We are gonna build this with React. And finally, we're gonna have an API. Here I'll just put it under the backend folder. Now in the first section of this course, we are gonna build the backend, which is gonna be our API. Once we are done with it, we are gonna build the admin dashboard. And once we complete it, finally, we will jump into the mobile application itself. So if you're here just for React Native and mobile development, maybe you would skip the first couple of hours, and I will put the timestamps below in the description. So just keep that in mind. In the first section of this course, we're going to be focusing on the API as well as the admin dashboard. Once we are done with them, we will jump into the mobile development. So first, let's open up the terminal. And before we get started with it, I need to mention that you have to have Node.js installed on your machine. Probably everyone already has it, but just in case, if you don't, go ahead and install it for your operating system. And I'm using Mac. If you're on Windows or Linux, that's completely fine. Like you don't have to have a Mac at this point. So with this in mind, let's cd into the backend folder. We don't have anything. We'll just say npm init-y, which is going to give us a package.json file. And let's install a couple of different packages. First, I'll clear this up. I'll say npm install, or just I for short. We will install Express, and let's say .env packages. So Express is the web framework which is going to allow us to build an API pretty easily and quickly, and .env is the package where we can access to our environment variables. Okay, so with this in mind, let's try to create a server.js file and just set this up pretty basic. Here I'll say import Express from the Express package. And in the first couple of hours of this tutorial, I'd like to go very slowly. I just want to make sure everyone understands everything. Once we understand most of the things, then we can speed up the process, right? And if you ever feel bored, under the settings, you can speed up the video, maybe put it to 1.5x or even maybe 2x, depending on how you feel. Okay, so let's say const app, call the express method. Then we can listen on a port. This is pretty basic at this point. So this is our port. And then once we start listening, we can just have a callback. Let's say something like server is up and running. And we can have one endpoint as well. Let's say app.get. If you visit /API/ something like health, we can have the request and response. We'll just say res.status of 200, which means success. In JSON, we can add a message like success or API is up. Now, if you want to run this file, we can go and create one script. I'll delete this test one. Let's say dev, which stands for development. We would like to run the server.js file with the node command, right? Okay, let's open up the terminal. If you try to run this with npm run dev, now we just said dev, right? So you have to say dev. If it was dev123, then you would say dev123, right? Okay, let's bring this back. Run npm run dev. Here we have an error. It says you cannot use the import statement outside of a module. So we are using the import statement and the type is equal to common.js. We need to fix this. This should be equal to module. Now that we have fixed this, we can save and try to rerun this. I'll say clear this up and npm run dev. Now this is working. Now I'd like to listen this file with any incoming changes. So I'll just add /watch. This is the watch flag. Now let's kill this and rerun it again. Now if you try to update something, I'll just add 123 at the end. Once I save, it's going to restart this file, restart the server automatically. Now we would like to have this only in development. I'll just duplicate this for the production, which is the start command. We don't really need to have the watch flag. Now let's follow one of the best practices where we will create a source folder and put our application logic under this source folder. Now once you have done this, once you put the server.js file into this folder, under the terminal you're going to see that it's going to crash because here it says this destination is not correct. So let's fix it. It was under the source folder, right? Let's fix this part as well. Now if you try to kill the terminal, clear this up and rerun it, it's going to work without any issues. Okay, now let's create a couple of different folders that we are going to need later in the video. So we're going to have routes, let's say controllers, maybe the config. Here we will initialize, let's say database connection, maybe some other third-party packages, things like that. Then we can have the middleware folder as well. What else? Maybe we will have some models. Okay, so these are all the folders that we would need. If we need anything else, we can create it later in the video. So this is pretty much the basics of server.js file. Let's actually test this out. I will visit localhost 3000/API/health and see if we are going to get any response back. So 3000/API/health. Here we can see we get the message of success. Now I am using an extension, that's why it looks this beautiful. I think it is called JSON Pro Viewer or JSON Viewer Pro. It is this extension, completely free. You can get it in Chrome extensions. Okay, so that was the setup for the backend folder. Now let's try to kill everything and kill this terminal, go under the admin. So I will say cd into admin and we are going to initialize a React application. I'll say npm create vite add latest and we will say initialize it under the current folder. So we're going to put dot, which is the admin folder, right? Now we're going to use React with JavaScript. I'd like to keep this beginner friendly, so I'm going to use JavaScript, but if you feel comfortable enough, you can use TypeScript as well. I'll just say no and yes, basically the default options. So this is going to install all the packages that we would need, and then it would run the React application. So here we can see that's the boilerplate, it is working, but for now we are not interested in this until we complete our API. So this is just for the setup process. We can kill this terminal as well. Let's open up one last time. This time we are going to initialize a mobile application. So I'll say cd into the mobile folder. Now we're going to be using React Native with what we call Expo. Now we're going to get into the details later in the video. The absolute details, we're going to see everything that you need to know. But basically, this is kind of like a framework or like a toolbox that is built on top of React Native. Not kind of, but literally it's a React Native framework with powerful cloud services to help you move faster at every stage of the app lifecycle. So that's absolutely correct. You know, they have a bunch of different let's say pre-made tools or let's say components, optimizations that we are going to see later in the video. But yeah, basically we're going to use Expo to initialize our React Native application. At the end of the day, you're still writing React Native, but you have some extra optimizations, I would say. So let's say npx create Expo app at latest, and we would like to initialize it under the current folder, which is mobile. I'll just put a dot at the end. Okay, so that's going to get you all the files, all the folders, all the packages that you would need. then you can run the mobile application. So for now, we are not going to be working with it. We are just initializing it. If you're interested, once again, you can find the timestamps below and just go into the mobile development section. But if you're interested in the entire tutorial, you can, wait until that point. So this is installing everything. While it is installing, maybe we can create a GitHub repository. So I am logged into my GitHub account and I just said create a new repository. Before we get into the details, here let's go back to VS Code. This is done successfully. Here we can see we have all the files, all the folders that we would need, and we're going to reset this so that we can start from scratch. But there is one thing happening here, which is the Git has been initialized. So here I would like to clear this up under the mobile folder, and I will say rm-rf.git, which means remove the Git folder recursively. So once we run this, it's going to get rid of the Git from the mobile folder. Now let's say Command-Shift-P or Control-Shift-P, and I'll say reload this window, because like we have done this so that we can initialize Git under the root. We don't really want to have a nested Git repository within the root. So here we would have Git initialized, and then there's another Git repo here, which is not really convenient. Okay, so with this in mind, we can go and open up a new terminal. I will say git init. Now Git has been initialized. Let's put a git ignore folder here. I'll say git ignore, and let's say node_modules and .env. Now we can take a look at the folders. Node modules have been ignored in all of these folders, and .env would also be ignored. Alright, now we have a local repository. We would like to push this to our GitHub account, right? Here I'll just try to zoom in. For the repository name, I'll say something like expo-e-commerce. You can call this anything that you wish. For now, I'll just leave it as private, but while you're watching this video, it's gonna be public. Okay, let's say create the repository now. Then we already have one, right? So we are going to skip this first step. Instead, we are going to push an existing repository from the command line. I will copy this. Let's open up the VS Code. Maybe we can add our changes. So here I'll say clear this up. I'll say git add all, and then let's add a commit message like git commit -m. I'll zoom out so that you can see it clearly. Let's say initial commit. Okay, now I'll clear this up and paste this in. This will basically take our entire code base and push it to our GitHub account. Let's refresh. Okay, here we can see we have the admin folder, the backend, as well as the mobile folders. So everything is right here working correctly without any issues. So that's the very first section of this tutorial. From here on out, whenever we have new changes, we are going to create new branches, send pull requests, and merge them. So we're going to get into the details later in the video. Just for now, keep this in mind. We have a code base that is, initialized with 3 different folders for our mobile application with React Native and Expo. I promise we're going to get into the details later in the video. For now, there are a lot of different things which look pretty complicated, I agree, but basically we are going to delete everything and start from scratch. This is just a boilerplate that Expo gives you so that you don't have to recreate everything if you already have experience with mobile development. Here we have our API setup, right? Pretty basic server.js file, and then we have our React application. Again, we are going to get into the details later in the video. The first thing that we would like to do is our API, which is going to be under the backend folder. So we are going to have database connections in the incoming sections. We're going to have controllers, middlewares, configurations, things like that. Okay, so with that, hopefully I'll see you in the next section. Alright, so this is where we left. In the previous section, we have built this basic server.js file. Now, what we would like to do is basically take this app and deploy it. Now, normally you would see in a tutorial that the application would be deployed at the very end, but what I'd like to do is deploying now so that we can see our live changes as we add new commits or, new changes. So to be able to deploy our application, we are going to be using Sevalla, and you can find the link in the description to get $50 free credits so that you don't have to pay anything to be able to follow along. They have a bunch of different services. The one that we are interested in this tutorial is application hosting, but they also have like object storage, database hosting, and static site hosting. And like once you are logged in, you will be under the applications or under the home. Go under the applications and we are going to create one from scratch. This is the one that I had for testing purposes like 10 days ago, but we are going to get started with the latest repository that we just created. So here you would say create a new application, but before we get there, we would like to configure the deployment the deployment process here in our code first. So like before we jump into coding, I'd like to show you the current state of our application. So we have our front end that is up and running on this port, and then we have our API running on 3000. So instead of deploying them separately, so let's say instead of having two different domains like myapi.com and let's say my frontend.com, what I'd like to do is just having only one domain. Okay, so let's say myapp.com. We are going to take our React application and put it right here under the same domain. Now we don't really have, let's say, two different domains, but under a single domain, we are both having our Node.js application as well as our React application. So we're going to do in this way, which is a lot more convenient than deploying two different applications. I know it looks a little bit weird if you have never done this before, but I'll just walk you through the entire process. So let's go into VS Code. Under the server.js, we're going to have a little bit of code, maybe like 10 lines. So let's get started with it. First, we'll import the path from the path package, and let me kill AI so that it is not really annoying. Here I'll say toggle the status bar visibility and maybe just snoozes for a couple of minutes. Okay, so we're gonna import the path package. Now let's say const, we're gonna get a variable called __ their name, and we can say path.resolve. And then just before the app.listen, here I will add a comment. Let's say make our app ready for deployment. Here we'll say something like if we are in production, and to be able to check this, we can have our environment variables. So under the backend, I will have .env. So this is not under the source, but it is under the backend directly. Let's add node_env. We are in development, right? But if we deploy this to Sevalla, here in the dashboard, we are gonna put this as production, right? And let's put our port as well. Let's say 3000. Later in the video, we're gonna have database URL. And for now, we can just say my test string. Let's say my test db connection. But later in the video, we're gonna make this to be an actual value. So let's go under the config. We will create just env.js file. You can call this anything, but this is the convention. Here we can have the import.env from .env package, and then we're gonna call .env.config. Now let's create an object. I'll say export const env, and here we will basically have key value pairs. So let's say node env, and this is gonna be equal to process.env and whatever the key we have. So we have Node.env. This is coming from there, right? Let's duplicate this. We're gonna have port process.env.port, and then we will have the db URL. Let's put the key as well as the value. Now, whenever we want to use one of these values, we'll just import this variable and use whatever we would like to have. So you're going to see this in action. Let's go ahead. Right here, maybe just delete the if. Let's say we would like to get the port. Instead of doing hard-coded, we will say give us the env object. And here, let's put .js at the end. We'll say env.port, and here we can see it is type safe. We can see all of our environment variables. Okay, now here I'll say if env.nodeenv, if this is equal to production. Let's type this out. If this is the case, we would like to configure something. Here I'll say app.use. We would like to say express.static. We are going to basically convert the admin folder into a static assets, right? Into our static assets. Here I'll say path.join, and we'll say underscore underscore their name, comma, we'll go one up, let's say under the admin and under the dist folder. So basically we were right here under the backend, we went one up, and then under the admin, then we will find a dist folder, and you're going to see this dist folder in a second when we want to build the admin folder. So I know this might look a little bit confusing if you have never done this, but I promise it should make sense in a couple of minutes. So we basically take our React application and make it to be our static assets. Okay, so that's the first thing. Then we will say if we visit any routes other than our API routes, we would like to see our React application. So here I'll say app.get. Here we'll just say any. So let's say slash curly braces asterisks any. So this is the new Express syntax basically. Any routes other than the API routes, we are going to call this method. So let's say request and response. Let's run this part. Let me copy and paste. It's just one line. We will say send this file, which is the index.html, that is under the dist folder, which is under the admin folder. So let's save and try to see this dist folder. I will go under the admin. Let's say cd admin. I'll say npm run build. So this is a script that we have under the admin, under the package.json. So let me show you. Once you run this, Vite is going to build your React application. Okay, so let's see this in action. Under the admin, just say npm run build. This is going to give you the optimized version of your React application. And under this dist, you have index.html, which is basically your React application in production. Okay, so this file is giving you the entire React app that you have. And what we are doing is basically taking this dist folder, making it our static assets, which basically means our front-end application. And then we say both serve our API endpoints, and also anything other than API endpoints should be our React application, right? You should serve the index.html file. Now we can see it in action. Here, maybe I will go under the terminal. We can kill everything here, and I will just simulate what happens when we deploy to Sevalla or any kind of deployment platform. So like what is going to happen is this. Sevalla is going to take our repository and it's going to try to deploy the backend as well as the admin folders. But they're going to see that we don't have the Node modules. So first they need to run npm install, right? But how are they going to do it? So we're going to add a script. Let's try to see this in action. I will delete the Node modules from here and from the admin. And let's delete the dist folder as well, because in our GitHub repo, we don't have any of those folders. Here we will initialize a package.json file. let's open up the terminal. Under the root, just say npm init -y. So we have package.json file. Now we're gonna run a script here. Let's go under the scripts, kill this, and we'll have the build script. So this is the one that Sevalla is going to run it, right? So it's going to be npm install so that it can install the dependencies for the backend. Here we would say run this, say prefix under the backend folder. So this basically means run this command under the backend folder. Once you have done this, let's say and run npm install, this time under the admin folder. So I'll say -- prefix under the admin. Once you have done this, we want you to create the dist folder. So we'll say and npm run build. So run this script again under the admin folder. So this is the script that Sevalla is going to run. Let's try to see it. I will open up my terminal, clear this up. Under the root, we will say npm run build. And let's see this in action. So it's going to first run the npm install under the backend. We got the node modules, then we got the node modules for the admin, and then the dist folder, right? It will run all these commands one by one. And once we have everything done successfully, we're gonna have one more script, which is going to be start. And here this will say npm run start, run this under the backend folder so that you can start the server.js file. Okay, so let's save and run this. But before that, I will say our node.env is going to be equal to production. So here we are just trying to simulate as if we are in the production environment. Let's save. And once again, I'll just walk you through it, I promise. If it is confusing, I would say don't worry for now. I'll say npm run start. Okay, now let's go into localhost 5173. You're gonna see nothing because we are not running this port anymore, right? We have 3000, which is running our API. But if you visit here, we're gonna see our React application, right? If you visit /API/health, you're gonna see that we can also get our API. So that's the exact same thing what I have just explained. Under the same domain, right, under the localhost, we can access to our API as well as our React application, right? We are able to access our endpoints as well as our React application because we deployed both of these apps under the same domain. Okay, so that's how that works. Once again, we say if we are in the production environment, take our admin folder, the dist folder should be our static assets. And you should be able to still serve our API endpoints, but on top of it, anything other than these should be served as the index.html file, which is our React application, right? So Sevalla, once again, is going to get the node modules for the backend, then for the front end, and then it's gonna get the dist folder thanks to this script. Let's do it once again. So I just want to make sure that everyone understands this part. Let's delete the node modules, the dist, and delete it from the backend as well, because this is the current state that we have in our repository, right? Sevalla is going to push this or pull this, right? It's going to take the latest changes, but it's going to see there are no node modules. So we are going to say you can go into your terminal and run npm run build. So it's going to run this. It's going to get the node modules and the dist folder. Then it's going to run npm start, right? So say npm start. And then hopefully everything should be working out expected. Just very last thing, under the package.json, under the root, I will add one field. So let's go under the maybe a repository, or maybe just right after the main, I will say engines. I will explain this. let's say key value pair, put a comma here, and it will say node. This is the node version. We'll say greater equal to 20.0.0. So we basically say that our application requires node version 20 and higher, right? So we don't really want anyone to use a version that is lower than 20. So this will something that Sevalla is going to see, and hopefully it's going to use the version 20. So we have all the changes. We can leave this as development because we are in our local laptop, right? In Sevalla, we're gonna make this to be production. Now, if you deploy this to any other platforms, this is the exact same process. This is not really specific to Sevalla. This is basically like something that you would learn once and you can apply it to any other platforms. Okay, now let's try to commit all of our changes. Here I'll say Command Shift P. I will say reload, I'll say toggle status bar visibility. And instead of deploying them onto the main branch, let's try to create a separate branch. Let's say create new branch. For the name, we can just say deployment. And let's go here. I'll shrink this, stage all of our changes. Let's add a commit message, something like deployment config added. I'll say commit, publish the branch, and we will visit our GitHub repository. Then we are going to create a pull request. Okay, here we can see. This will basically take all of our changes from deployment and merge them to the master branch, right? But first we need to create the pull request. And here I'm using CodeRabbit so that it can give me some code suggestions if I'm missing anything, if I'm not following the best practices. You can find the link in the description. Try it for free without paying anything. Like this is something that I would use if I was a complete beginner. Even like at this point I'm using it. Like you would be able to see the things that you cannot think of, right? In your code base, it'll say, hey, you're not following this best practice, or what you have here is a security issue. You have some problems, you should fix them. And maybe we're gonna see them in a second. This takes a couple of minutes. Basically, AI goes through all the changes that you have done, and it would give you kind of like a feedback. So let's wait for this, and then we're gonna see if we have anything missing in our code base. If not, we will merge the pull request, and then we will go right here and try to deploy our application. Okay, so after a couple of minutes, it's ready. We're gonna see it in a second. Also, it gives you a quick summary of the pull request. What are the new features that has been introduced? What you have done in this pull request with your changes. So you can pause the video, read it. Basically, these are the new features that we have introduced. You can see the files with the related changes. You can even get a sequence diagram. Like normally you would get it. I don't know why this time we didn't get that, but maybe we would see it in the incoming sections. So here, let's see what are the important things, what are the potential issues that we have in our code base. So here it says you could add some fallback values, which is correct. This is one of the best practices that we could add. Just in case if these values are undefined, we could just fall them back with some values. Then also we could validate the required environment variables. Like if we are missing any of them, we would throw an error without even starting our application. So these are the things that you can't really think of as a complete beginner, right? And like even if you're not a beginner, you're a mid developer, these are the things that you could miss. So it would be really cool to see all these suggestions to make your code base robust. So you can add this. For now, I'm going to skip that. But here, let's see, it says you can update this dir name, but I think what we have is pretty fine. Like we don't need to update it. This is AI, you cannot blindly trust neither, right? So you have to be a bit skeptical. Then here, I think it says what you're using is not correct. You should use this any syntax instead of this one. but we are using the latest Express version. So this is not really correct. What we have is actually correct. So I'm going to skip that. Here the rest is correct. So these are just some, let's say, optimizations that we could have done, but nothing important. Okay, so with this, I'll just say merge the pull request, confirm the merge. This is done successfully. Now we can go back to our code base. Let's kill these, and I will switch to the master. And let's say get the latest changes by clicking to this button. This will basically get everything that we have added from the master and add it to, it'll just sync that up. Okay, so with this, now we can finally deploy this application. Here under the applications, under the Sevalla, I will say create. Your UI might look a little bit different if you have never deployed anything before, but you should see something like create an application. Then I will select this repository, and here is the name. So let me go ahead and select it right here. So I just selected that. The branch is going to be master, and I will say auto deploy whenever we have new, let's say new commits. So like by default it is selected, make sure it is checked just like this. And then here for the resource, I will select the cheapest one. You would get $50 free credit, right? Without paying anything. So with this, we can just say create the application. What I have is a little bit extreme, outrageous, but this is the one that Sevalla team gave me so that I can use them in the tutorials. All right, so let's say create the application. Now this would give you a URL automatically, right? Here before we deploy it, I'll just say view. So this is the URL that we are going to have our application live. So first, let's go under the environment variables, and here we will get all of them. Under the .env, let me copy everything and paste this in. Instead of development, this is going to be a production because we are going to be live here, right? You can leave everything as it is. We are going to update them later in the video, but for now, let's say add the environment variables. Once we have added them, we can go under the overview and just say deploy now. Here I'll leave everything by default and just say deploy. This will take a couple of minutes. Once it is done, I'll just be right back. So just after 2 minutes, it's live, successfully done. Let's say view. Okay, here we can see that's our application, live, working. Let's visit /API/health just to see if our API also has been deployed. Yes, it is right here, message of success. So that's the entire process. Again, I can walk you through it pretty quickly what we have done. So we deployed our repository to GitHub, right? And then we tell to Sevalla, hey, here is our repository, can you deploy it? And it would need a script like build so that it can basically install all the dependencies for the backend, for the admin dashboard, which is our front-end application, and then to build our admin dashboard so that we can have the optimized version of our React application. Once it is done, right, once this is done successfully, it's going to run the start command under the backend so that it can basically start the server.js file, because the start command is going to run the server.js file. Then we provided all the environment variables, which are, in this case, that's the only important one. But later in the video, these are also going to be important. We will have our database URL, which will be an actual URL. For now, this doesn't do anything, but that was the entire process to deploy our application. Now we can explore more links from this dashboard. For now, I'll just leave it as it is. So in the next section, we can get started with our database, which is going to be MongoDB. We can get an actual connection string and have a method so that we can connect to our database. So with that, I'll see you in the next section. Now let's try to integrate our database. For this, we are going to be using MongoDB, which is completely free to get started with. So just go ahead and log in with your account. Then we should be able to create a project. So right here, I will say view all the projects, and we are going to get started with a new one. For the name, I think I can just say Expo-e-commerce. You can call this anything that you wish. Let's say next, create the project. Okay, and then we'll say create a cluster, where we would like to go with the free plan, which is pretty generous, so you don't really need to pay anything. I will leave everything as it is, and then I'll say create the deployment. So it is going to take us to this page where we can copy the password, say create the database user, and choose a connection method. We would like to connect from our Node.js application, so we're going to select the drivers option. And here is the connection string that we can basically copy and paste. So we just copied the password, but we don't really need it because it is right here, right? So I will copy this entire thing and go back to VS Code. Under the backend, under the .env, I will delete this DB URL value and paste the actual thing that we have. So this is your username, and then this is your password. Now, just before the question mark, we can put a database name. If you leave this empty, it's going to give your database name as test, but we would like to have actual name. So for the name, I think I will say something like ecom_db. You can call this anything, but this is the name that I'll be using for my database. And I will copy this entire connection string. I'll go back to sevalla.com. Let's find our project. Under the environment variables, I'll just update this value because currently this is like the test connection string, right? I will say update, paste this in so that we don't really forget this. I'll say update the environment variables. It says you have new changes. Let's go ahead and say deploy with the latest value. Okay, so that's the entire setup. Now there's just one more thing. We will go under the network. Let's find it, database and network access. And then from here, we will go under the IP access list. And then here I will say add IP address, and we'll say allow access from anywhere. So it'll add a bunch of different zeros. Let's say confirm. So it'll take a couple of seconds and then it should be active. Now we can go under the clusters and say browse collections. Now this is getting ready. While this is getting ready, maybe we can write a little bit of code so that we can connect to this database by using the connection string, right? So we're going to use this string so that we can access to our database. Here I will go under the source, under the config. We will say maybe db.js, and let's say import mongoose from mongoose, which is a package that we need to install. So I will open up my terminal. Let's say clear this up. We will say cd under the backend, and we'll say npm install mongoose. Now I'd like to give you a specific version because maybe you're watching this video in the future, so we can have the exact same versions so that like our code base is working exactly the same. Here I will add a version. Let me see my notes. It is 8.19.3. So let's run this. It's going to install this exact same version. Here we can see under the package.json, and for the .env and Express, these are the versions that I have. If you would like to have the exact same versions, you can open up your terminal and just say npm install Express, even though you have it already, but this time you can put a version which is this exact same value, and then you can do the same thing for .env. Here I'll say .env and then put this exact same version if you would like to get them, and then you would just run that script. Okay, now let's say npm run dev. Server is up and running, but now let's try to create a method so that we can connect to this database. First, I will import the env object. Let's go ahead and say import env from, maybe we'll just go one up under the, actually we don't need to go one up, we'll just go under the env.js file, And then we can have a method, let's say export const connect db, which is going to be an async function. Let's say try and catch block. Under the try, we can say await mongoose.connect, and let's pass our connection string, which is db URL, right? And this is going to give us a connection. We can get this, and I'll say console log. Let's put backticks. I will say something like connected to MongoDB, and we can put the connection, let's say connection.connection.host. So this is just a string that we can display on the terminal, and we can put maybe some emojis like this one. And under the catch, we'll say console.error, and we can say something like, I don't know, MongoDB connection error. And again, we can put some emojis like, let's say bomb. And then finally, I'll say process.exit with the status code of 1, which means like failure, right? But if it was 0, that means success. Let's say exit code 1 means failure, 0 means success. Okay, so that's the method we would like to call this. Let's go under the server.js. Once we start listening, instead of just saying console log server is up and running, I will cut this for a second. And right after this, we can say call the connectdb method. Okay, now if we take a look at the terminal, server is up and running and we are connected to our database, and here is the connection host. Okay, so that means we are connected successfully. Now let's try to break this. Here I will add maybe 1 to my password, which is incorrect now. Let's save the server.js, and here we can see there is an error that we couldn't connect. Now let's bring this back, save. Now this should be done successfully. Okay, so that's it for the entire database connection. Now while we are here, let's go ahead and get the other environment variables and set them up under the .env file. So the first environment variable that we are going to need is going to be Clerk. So you will find the link in the description. Go ahead and sign up for completely free. This is basically the user management platform as well as the authentication solution that we are going to be using. So thanks to Clerk, we are going to get these beautiful components called sign up, sign in, user button, user profile, and all of them. And it's going to be completely secure. So I already have an account. I'll just go ahead and log in, and then we are going to create a project. So let's sign in. These are the previous projects that we have created, but I mean like in the past tutorials. But for now, let's say create a new application. For the name, I'll just say e-commerce, maybe like Expo e-commerce. And then for the sign-in options, I will disable email. I'll just leave Google as well as Apple sign-in options. And then let's say create the application. Okay, so there are a bunch of different SDKs. In our case, we'll be using React with Express. For now, let's just click to React. Copy the .env. So I'll copy this entire thing. And let's go into VS Code. For now, we will get here in a second, which is under the backend. But for now, let's go under the admin, have the .env file, and paste this in. So this is the publishable key that we will be using in the client, in the front end, but we also need this under the backend. And to be able to see the documentation for our Express API, we can go and visit Express Clerk SDK. Let's click to this one, or maybe let's go back and say quick start. So it's going to give you all these steps, what you need to do, and let's try to follow along. I will copy this. First, we would like to install the Express SDK for Clerk. Let's open up the terminal. Under the backend, let's kill this and clear this up. I will run this. It's going to install the package. Then we are going to select our project. In our case, it is Expo e-commerce. and then copy this entire file. So let's copy this, and under the .env, I will paste this in. So we have the Clerk publishable key as well as the secret key. Now, whenever you add some environment variables, you would like to update the env file. So let's go under the config. You would like to add them right here. So we have the key as Clerk publishable key, and this will be process.env.Clerk publishable key. Then let's do the exact same thing for Clerk secret key. Say process.env.Clerk secret key. Okay, so the next steps are where you install .env. We already have it. Then the Clerk middleware, which is something that we can get as well. So we will import this. Let's copy it. Go back to server.js file. Maybe right here under the packages, I'll paste this in, and then we can call it before all of our routes. So here I'll say app.use, call the Clerk middleware, Clerk middleware method. So this will basically check for the authentication. So it'll add the Auth object under the request. So here, if you want to check if user is authenticated or not, you would say request dot, something like user or request.auth. We will get into the details, but just know that, this middleware adds Auth. Let's say it adds Auth object under the request. Okay, so you're able to say request.auth thanks to this call. And if you take a look at the documentation, just scroll down a little bit, you're going to see there is something called require auth. Again, it is a method that we're going to get into the details later in the video. So that was the first setup for the Clerk, like the basics of setting up on the backend. Later in the video, we're going to set this up for both the admin dashboard for our React application, right? And we will also set this up for the mobile application. So if users are unauthenticated, they cannot use our e-commerce application, right? So these are the things that we'll get into later in the video. Okay, so now we can save this file and get started with the next tool, which is going to be Inngest. Again, it is completely free to get started with. You can find the link in the description. They have a couple of different really cool products, but the one that we're interested is going to be the background jobs, which are basically some functions that we would like to run whenever something happens. And we are going to make it in a way that it is unbreakable. Okay, so let's say sign in. I already have an account, I'll just log in, but if you don't, you can sign up. Again, it's completely free. Now I have some projects in the past, but let's say you are just getting started, you will not have anything here. And let me show you what you are going to see and what you should be doing. Here I'll just say switch organizations. Okay, so this is what you're going to see at the beginning. You can say create organization, just give it a name. Here I'll say my name and then the project name. Here I'll say Expo e-commerce, but you can put anything here. It's not really that important. We will create the organization. Let's say skip this for now. Okay, so this is what you're going to see at the beginning. You don't have any projects, nothing, but we will get there step by step. For now, we just want to get our environment variables, which is going to be the sign-in key. So I will copy this. Let's go back to VS Code. Under the backend, under the .env, let's kill the left-hand side. I'll say ingest underscore sign-in underscore key. Paste the value. This is something that we are going to be using, and later in the video we'll have a file under the config called ingest.js, and we will get into the details. For now, we're just doing the setup so that we don't really waste time later in the video. Okay, so that's the entire thing. The other product that we will be using will be Cloudinary. So we will upload some images, right? And we don't really want to pay anything for images or videos. So Cloudinary is completely free to get started with. I already have an account. I'll just try to log in. Okay, so I was saying, let's just log into Cloudinary account. Here I will go under the settings. Let's find the API keys. So these are all of the API keys and secrets that I have generated in the past, but now let's say generate a new one. I will get a confirmation code. Let's try to grab it. Okay, so I'll just copy it and paste this in. So that's the newly created API key. Let's copy it. I will go under the .env. So let's say Cloudinary API key. Paste this in, and I will duplicate this. We will have Cloudinary, maybe API secret this time. And then let's duplicate this. This will be Cloudinary underscore cloud name. Say cloud name, and let's delete this value. Grab the API secret. Okay, I just copied it. Let's paste this in. And finally, we're going to get the cloud name. For this, we can visit home. And I believe it should be somewhere here. This is the cloud name. And we can paste this in. Okay, so now that we have added some environment variables, we would like to visit env.js file and paste them in one by one. So just so that I don't have any typos, I'll just copy them and paste one by one. Say Cloudinary cloud name, process.env, paste this in. Let's get the API secret. Let's get the API key as well. And then we can also get the ingest signing key. Say process.env, ingest signing key. Okay, so these are all the environment variables that we sync this up with the env.js file. And under the config, we are going to set up a file for Cloudinary as well. Let's say cloudinary.js, and we need to install a package. Under the backend, let's say npm install Cloudinary, and let me give you a specific version. Let's say 2.8.0. And then we can get into the cloudinary.js file. It's going to be around 10 lines of code. Let's say import v2 from the Cloudinary package. Now this v2 doesn't make any sense, right? So we can rename this as Cloudinary. And then we can import the env object from env.js file. Make sure to put the extension at the end. Then we can say cloudinary.config, which is going to take an object where we have cloud name. Let's say env.cloudinary cloud name. Then we are going to have the API underscore key. Let's say env.cloudinary API key. Finally, the API secret. Let's say env.cloudinary API secret. So by passing these configurations, by these key value pairs, we are able to use our actual Cloudinary account, right? We are able to upload some images, which will be visible here under the media library. Okay, so these are some images that you guys uploaded from the past tutorials, I believe, right? So these are all the images that I have in my bucket. Now let's go here, finally say export default Cloudinary. So whenever we want to upload some images, delete some images, we will be using this object from other files in our codebase. And with this, we just set it up all the tools that we're going to be using under the backend section. Now, once we get into the mobile development, we are going to be using Sentry as well, which is the application monitoring software. And it has been used by more than 4 million developers. So they are the absolute best, absolute beast when it comes to error monitoring, and they are kind enough to give you 3 months of free plan. If you use the link in the description, you can get that 3 months of team plan for completely free without paying anything. And once we get into the mobile development section, we are going to be setting things up under the mobile folder. Now you would like to use a product like this so that whenever your users are having problems, whenever they have some bugs, once your application breaks, you would just get a notification and immediately you can fix that problem within your code base, right? Otherwise, how would you know if your users are getting some errors? They have to send you an email to tell you, hey man, you have an application, that's great, but I'm just getting some errors. And they will probably not send you an email, instead they would delete the application. So if you use something like Sentry, you would be able to see all the errors in your dashboard. And again, it is something that we are going to see later in the video. They are currently sponsoring this course, huge shout out to them, and they are giving you 3 months of free plan. Alright, so with this, I think we can commit all of our changes that we have done in this section. Maybe I will close all these files. Let's go back. Maybe actually before we commit our changes, I will get everything that we added, which are the environment variables. So I'll just copy them, go under the Sevalla dashboard, under the environment variables, right here, I'll just say add more environment variables and paste them. Let's say add these. So we have new changes, we can deploy this, and then we can go back to VS Code, press Command-Shift-P, let's say toggle the status bar visibility. And then here I'll say create a new branch. For the name, we can say something like DB connection, because this is what we have done mainly in this section. Let's say DB connection, stage all of our changes. Let's say DB config added. Let's say DB config and tools setup. Let's not say added. So this is my commit message, and I'll just commit my changes. Let's say publish the branch, go back to source code, compare the pull request. Compare and create a pull request. And then I'd like to wait for the suggestions that will be coming from CodeRabbit. If we have anything, something big, something critical issue, we can fix it, and then we can merge the pull request. So I'll wait for the suggestions that will be coming from CodeRabbit. Okay, so after a couple of minutes, here we go. We have a summary by CodeRabbit. Here are all the features that we have introduced in this section, a quick walkthrough with every single file and their related summaries. But what we are interested in is not the sequence diagram, but we can take a look at it as well. How you have from server all the way up to Cloudinary, like how everything works. But I am mostly interested in the code suggestions that we have right here. So let's scroll to the bottom. Here it says you could make this a little bit more cleaner by saying error.message. That's correct, we could definitely do it. Probably it would be even better to add the error message so that we can see the entire log, what is happening. And then another suggestion it has, maybe wrapping our application with a method where we can start the server. So I will actually copy this and put it in my code. Let's kill these. I will go under the backend server.js. We are still under this branch. Okay, so we're gonna add a new commit on top of what we just have. So I'll scroll to the bottom. It says instead of having this app.listen, basically it says delete it and paste this in. Let's delete the plus signs. Okay, so we are doing the exact same thing, this time within a method, and we are calling this method at the end. Okay, so once you save it, you're going to see that we have a new change, right? So I will say stage this change. How do we do it? Let's say, okay, so I was going to do like add this to this staging area. Okay, let's click to this one, stage changes. Now let's say start server method added, commit, and we will sync this up. So this is not going to create another pull request, but instead within this, we are going to have another commit. So currently we have one, but if you refresh, now we're going to see the second commit as well. And if you click to it, you're going to see that we just added another one where we have start server method added. Okay, so CodeRabbit is probably going to try to give you another review on top of it, but we don't need to wait for it. Here I'll just say merge the pull request with the latest changes. Let's say confirm the merge. Now we can go back to our code base. Let's say switch to the master, and we can get the latest changes now. I will click to this button. This will sync that up. Okay, so here we can see we have, the latest changes in our code base. So everything is up to date now. Okay, so I believe with this, that's gonna be it for this section. Hopefully I'll see you in the next one. Now we can get started with the authentication, and once we implement that, we are going to see that we have a problem, and then we need to fix that one. So let's try to go step by step and see what is the problem and what is the solution. So first off, I will clear up my terminal. Let me actually kill this one. I will open up a new one. Let's say cd into the admin dashboard, which is this folder that we have. Now here I'll zoom in and I'll say npm run dev. Let's try to run our React application, and let's try to clear up the code base pretty quickly. So I'll just delete the dist folder that we don't really need it. Let's go under the source, delete the assets. Let's delete the app.css file completely. We don't really need it at the moment. And let's delete the entire index.css file content as well. So here I'll delete everything and I'll just say rfce. Now I'm able to get this code snippet thanks to this extension called ES7, React Redux React Native Snippets. So if you have it, then you can do things like rafce or rfce. Here you can get these snippets, which is pretty convenient. So for now, let's save this file and take a look at the end result. I'll just zoom in. This is what we have at the moment. Now let's try to integrate Clerk pretty quickly. So head over to your Clerk dashboard, select the application that we have created, then select React SDK. So we already have a project. We already installed Clerk. I think we didn't install it on front end. So copy this second step, open up the terminal under the admin. So just paste this in. And then let's see, we already have the .env. So we have done this in the past. Here we can see we have the Clerk publishable key. The next step is to get this publishable key and wrap our application with the Clerk provider component. So let's try to do it. Under the main.jsx, I will get this part where we basically get our environment variable. This is how we would do it with the Vite. You would say import meta.env and whatever you have under the key. So in our case, it is Vite Clerk publishable key. If we don't have it, we are going to throw an error, but else we can wrap our application with the Clerk provider. Okay, so let's turn this off. So we wrap our entire application with Clerk provider so that we can use Clerk within our app. Now we can go into app.jsx and use some of the components that they provide. So I will copy this entire thing. Let's say visit VS Code. Here I'll say home page. Maybe this could be within an H1 like this. And then I'll paste this in. Now let's import signed out. Basically all these components from Clerk. Okay, so now you should be able to read this as an English sentence. Here we say if user is signed out, show them a sign in button. If user is signed in, show them the user button. Okay, so let's save and head over to our application. We need to run this. Let's say npm run dev. And let's go here. Now refresh. We cannot see anything. Let's see. In the terminal, we don't have any errors. Let's see pretty quickly. I'll open up my terminal. It says Clerk provider is not defined. Let's go under the main.jsx and import this from Clerk. Let's say from at Clerk React. Okay, now we can see we have a sign in button. If we click to it, that would take us to Clerk sign-in page. If you want to use it as a model, we can go under the app.jsx and we can say mode will be equal to model. By default, I believe it is equal to redirect. Let's say model and click to it. Here we can see we can log in. Now, what is the problem here? Let's try to sign up. Hopefully it's going to work, and then I'll show you the problem. So this is signing us in with Clerk. Here we can see user is signed in. If you take a look at the dashboard, under the users, you should be able to see the user. So our authentication process is working, but the problem here is that under the database, we don't really have this user, right? So that's the problem. Now, we don't have the user, it's because Clerk and MongoDB are two different products, right? So Clerk doesn't have any idea about our database. What we can do is this. We will tell to Clerk, hey, can you send us an event with the user information? So here, let's say, once a user is signed in, you're storing it under your dashboard. That's nice, but can you please send this as an event so that we can save it to our database? And Clerk can definitely do something like this. It's going to send us an event. We are going to use an ingest function, a background job. It's going to take the user and save to our database. So that's the entire logic. That's the role of ingest in this project. Clerk will send us an event. This is what we call a webhook, and we'll get into it. Basically, this will tell us, hey, there is a user that is just being created. So we'll say user.created. Here is the user info, and we are gonna run a function automatically that will take the user and save it to our database. So that's the problem. Now let's try to solve it. Here under the ingest dashboard, you can go under the apps. You're gonna see nothing, and we can create a new one. But before we get there, let's go visit Clerk dashboard where we have configure, and make sure you select the correct application. Scroll to the bottom and find the webhooks. So from here, we would like to say add an endpoint. And this time we will select ingest instead of creating our own. Let's say connect to ingest. Then you will get this pop-up where we can say approve. Okay, we have this URL. Let's scroll to the bottom and just say create. Now you can visit your ingest dashboard under the events, I believe. Maybe not under the events, let's say under the webhooks. You're gonna see we just got something from Clerk less than a minute ago, right? Now we'll go here. We can listen for events. So here, let's say subscribed events is equal to nothing. Let's say listen for user events. Whenever a user account is created, we would like to listen for it, and whenever an account deleted, right? So I will select both of them, and then let's say save. Now this has been saved. We can go into our ingest dashboard. We will get there in a second. We will basically sync a new app, but first let's visit ingest.com. Under the documentation, select Node.js. It has a couple of different steps that we can go through. So we already have a project. Now let's try to zoom in and install Inngest. I will copy this, open up my terminal, cd under the backend, and I will say something like npm install Inngest. So while this is installing, let's see the next step. So it says you can run the Inngest dev server, which will basically run this dashboard in your local host, but we don't really need it because we can see the dashboard right here. So I'm going to skip the second step. Let's scroll to the bottom. We have the third step. So we can create an Inngest client. So we will get there, I promise. First, let's try to create a user model. Now, again, it might look a little bit complicated at this point. Let's follow for the next 10 minutes, and I promise it'll make sense. So what we have done so far is basically nothing. We just installed Inngest under the backend, and under the dashboard, all we have done is listening for two different events. So we haven't done anything yet. So let's go under the VS Code, pause for a second. Under the backend, we are going to create the user model file. So here I will call this as user.model.js. Now here I have a different icon, but basically this is a regular JavaScript file. Okay, so this file and this file is the same thing. Just because we add this model, the logo changes, but it is the same thing. The extension is JavaScript, not model. This is just a convention. So you can call this as user.js as well. It works perfectly fine, but I will follow this convention. Okay, so we have user model.js. Let's try to create a schema. First, we'll import Mongoose. Let me zoom in. Okay, we'll import Mongoose from Mongoose package, and then we can create a user schema. First, let me kill AI so that it is not really confusing. Okay, so I'll say const user schema. Let's say new mongoose.schema. And the first argument that we need to pass is going to be an object. So let's say every single user will have an email field, which is going to be, let's say, type of string, like this. We're going to say it's going to be required, let's say true, and it has to be unique. Let's say unique, true. Then every single user will have a name. Let's say type will be string, and let's say this will also be required. Then every single user will have an image URL. Let's say type will be string. I will duplicate this, and let's say by default this could be an empty string. Then let's say Clerk ID. I will explain what this is. Let's say type will be string. It has to be unique because it is an ID, as you can tell. Let's say unique of true. Duplicate this, and it's going to be required. So since we are saving the user to our database, we would like to know which user this is in the Clerk dashboard, right? So we are creating a connection between the Clerk dashboard and our database. And then every single user will have some addresses. Let's say addresses, which is going to be an array, and we are going to pass a schema in a second. Then let's say every single user can have a wish list. So basically the products that they have liked. So we are going to store them under the wish list, which is going to be an array of objects, and they are going to be ID of products. So let's say type of this will be mongoose.schema.types.object.id. I know this looks pretty confusing at the beginning, but basically this will be a reference, let's say reference to the product model, which is something that we will create later in the video. So basically this wish list is going to be an array of product IDs. Let's say their IDs are like 1, 2, 3, 4, like you would have it in this format. If user doesn't have anything in the wish list, it's going to be an empty array, and as they like products, it would be added to this list. Okay, now for the addresses, we can create a schema. First, I will add another object. I will say timestamps is equal to true, so that we can get created at and updated at fields automatically. And then let's say export const this user model. I'll say mongoose.model. Here's the model name, which is user, and we're gonna pass the user schema. So that's for the user schema. Now let's create one more schema for the addresses. I'll just scroll to the top. I'll say const address schema. Let's say new mongoose.schema. Once again, this will take an object. Every single address is going to have a label. Let's say type will be string, and let's say it's going to be required. Every single address is going to have a full name. So which user owns this, right? What is the name? So we'll say type will be equal to string, and this is going to be required as well. Then we can have the street address. So here I just paused the video so that I can show you the end result. Under the addresses screen, whenever you say add a new address, these are all the fields that you're gonna see. So you can add a label, like if this is your home address, work, office, whatever that is. Then the full name, street address, city, state, zip code, phone number, and if this is your default address or not, you can switch this, so like true or false. By default, it is equal to false. And then you can add more addresses, right? By clicking to this button. So if you have it as a default address, you're going to see this badge. So these are all the fields that we are trying to add under the user model. So let's say street address, which is going to be type of string and required. I'll just duplicate that, paste this in. Let's say we're going to have the city. Again, maybe I'll just copy it, paste this in. Let's say we're going to have the state. Exact same thing. Maybe we could have the zip code. Let's say the phone number as well. And finally, if this address is default address or not. So I'll say is default, type will be Boolean. So either true or false. Let's say Boolean, and by default, this is going to be equal to false. Now we're going to copy this name, which is address schema, and we're going to pass it right here. So the addresses array will be an array of objects where every single address has all these fields, right? I hope that makes sense. So that's the entire user model. Now by using this user model, we can create users whenever Clerk sends us an event. So once again, let me just go right here. User will sign up via Clerk. Clerk will send us an event with the webhooks. It'll say, hey, user created, and then our ingest function will run where we will save the user to our database. Now let's try to make that work. We will go under the documentation. Here they say you should create an ingest file, and we already have it. Let's go under the backend, under the config, we have ingest.js file. Now here we would like to import ingest like this, and I'll say import connect db method as well, because we are going to connect to the database just before we start doing anything in this file. Let's say from here, go under the db.js file, and then we can get our user model from this file that we just created. Okay, now let's say export const ingest. We will say new ingest, and this will take an object. Here the ID is going to be equal to, let's say something like e-commerce-app. Here we can see this is coming from the documentation. Okay, so you don't need to memorize anything. Then we will create our functions and pass it into this array. So I promise it'll make sense just in a couple of minutes. Just follow along with me. Here we'll say export const functions, and this is going to be an array. The first function that we are going to have will be sync user, and let's try to create it. I'll say const sync user, which is an ingest dot create function. And here, this will take a couple of different arguments. The first one is the ID. Here I will say something like sync-user. You can call this anything, but this is the ID that I will have. The event that we are listening to is equal to clerk/user.created. Just like this. So this has to be in the same way, okay? So we had clerk/ and then whatever the Clerk event name is. In this case, it is user.created. Then finally, we are going to have a function. Let's say async, an arrow function, and we are getting some arguments where we can destructure the event, and it is type safe. So this event will be sent via Clerk. First, we'll say let's connect to our database because we are going to do something. we'll say event.data. From here, we're going to get a couple of different fields, like the Clerk ID, right? So let's say ID, then we'll have email underscore addresses. We are going to have first underscore name, last underscore name, and image underscore URL. So these are all the fields that Clerk will send us. Then we can say new user. So let's say this will be an object. We can have Clerk ID, which is this ID field. We can have email, which is email addresses. So this is an array. Get the first value. We'll say dot email underscore address. And here just add a question mark. Then we can have the name, and this name is going to be combined of, let's say, first name plus last name. So here I'll put backticks, and I'll say first name, just in case if this is null, we can have an empty space, then, like empty string, then one space, then we're gonna put the last name. So we'll copy this, after the space, I will say last name. Like just in case if this is undefined, we can fold this back by just saying user. And then we can add an image URL field, which is this image URL that we are having. And in our database, like in our user model, we have this image URL in the camel case, right? So I'll copy this instead of underscore. This is how we store in the database. Then we'll say addresses. By default, it's gonna be an empty array. And let's duplicate this. This will be the wish list. Okay, so that's the new user object. We will just say await user.create and pass the new user. So that's the entire method. Basically, Clerk will send us an event. We are listening for it. Once we got the user data, we are going to connect to the database and then save this user to our database. And here are all the fields that we're going to see. And we are using this as our function, right? Then we are going to have another function in a second. And let's actually do it. The other method is going to be called as delete. Let's say delete user from database. And let's try to create this method. It'll be maybe around 5 lines of code. And I can just provide this to you and walk you through it. So it has the exact same signature that we have here. So we'll say ingest.create function. The first object is the ID. Then event we are listening to is clerk/user.deleted. Then we're going to connect to our database, get the Clerk ID, and we'll say delete one user from the database where the Clerk ID field is equal to this ID. So this is going to delete the user once they want to delete their account, right? So this is going to delete it from the database as well. Now we have these functions. We will just visit server.js and use it. Okay, so let's shrink this one. We will go right here, maybe under the imports. I will get the serve method from Inngest Express. And then we're going to get the config that we just created. So we're going to get the ingest object as well as the functions. Here we will say app.use express.json. And then finally, we can say something like app.use/API/ingest. And we're going to say call the serve method, where we have the client as our ingest object, and then our functions. Okay, since they're the same thing, we can shorten this. Now, this one as well is coming from the documentation. We can take a look at it. This is not something that you have to memorize or, know it by heart. This is what they have in the documentation. And they say before you call this, make sure to add the express JSON middleware so that you can actually access to the incoming payload. Okay, so that was a lot of work. Not really. It is just one single file, around 40 lines of code with 2 different methods. Now let's try to get this code and push to GitHub. Just before we do it, let's open up the terminal and run our application just to see if we have any errors or not. npm run dev connected to database, server is up and running, so we don't have any errors at all. Let's close everything, and maybe I can walk you through it, like what we have done in this section. We have created a user model, right? Then we have added the ingest file with two different methods, which is sync user and delete user. Then from server.js, we just added this endpoint, just like in the documentation. And under the app.jsx, we have Clerk authentication working as expected. Okay, so let's say open up the status bar. Let's create a new branch. I'll say Auth setup. Let's close this. Stage all of our changes. Right, we have everything as like under the staging area. For the commit message, we can say something like auth implemented, commit, and publish the branch. Now we'll go into the source code. We can see that we have a pull request. Now we can wait for the suggestions that are coming from CodeRabbit, but I'm pretty sure we don't really have anything, we don't have any issues in our code. So I'll just say merge the pull request. If you wanted to, you can wait for the suggestions. In this case, I'll just say confirm the merge. Now that we have merged this, Sevalla is going to redeploy it automatically, right? Here we can see it's going to take our code and deploy it with the very, latest changes. So let's wait for this to be deployed. If we don't have any errors, we can test this out. And while this is deploying, just go into the Clerk dashboard. Under the users, make sure to delete this user because we are going to test this out from scratch. Okay, so let's wait for this to be completed, and then we'll just be right back. Alright, so it has been deployed successfully. Now we are going to visit the Inngest dashboard. Let's say sync a new app. And here they say you should put, let me delete this. You're not going to have anything. Here it says put your application /API/ingest. So I will go ahead, get my URL. Let's copy this entire thing. I think we have some errors. It says missing publishable key. That's correct. We are going to add it to our dashboard. But first, let's go here. Let's say, under the ingest dashboard, we're going to paste this in /API/ingest. Okay, so let's say sync this app, because this is the endpoint that we are having in our code. By the way, it is done successfully. We're going to test this out. So here under the backend, like we have /API/ingest. That's why we added right here as well, just a couple of seconds ago. Okay, so with this, now we can test this out. We can basically sign in with a new account. Under the Clerk dashboard, we don't have any users. Under the database, let's refresh. We don't have any users. Now we are going to test this out. Here we can see we don't have any users. Let's say sign in with our Google account. This is going to sign us up. So first, Clerk is going to save the user, right? Let's refresh. Once we have the user, Clerk will send an event to Inngest, and hopefully Inngest will run the method. Here we can see it is done successfully, and in our database, if we refresh, we should be able to see that user. Here we can see. So this is not magic, this is what we just implemented. Like what you see here has been done in the background thanks to Inngest background jobs. So Clerk got the user, we said, can you send us an event with webhooks? It sent us an event. Here it says user created, and from our ingest methods, from our ingest background jobs, we created the user and save it to database. So this method has run automatically in the background, right? So it was this code that made it possible once we got the event. Now, if you try to delete this user, let's actually go here under the Clerk dashboard. If you say delete this user, let's see what's going to happen. So user has been deleted. Clerk will send an event. It'll say user just deleted, right? Let's say user deleted. And our ingest method is going to delete the user from the database. Now, if we refresh, we're going to see that we don't have any users in the database. Here we can see. And if you take a look at your ingest dashboard, you're going to see we have user.deleted, and it is done successfully as well, right? It is completed. Here we can see it is finalized. Now, this is such a beautiful workflow that we just built. Like, this thing is not really easy to build as a complete beginner. And if you have never done this before, now you should be proud by yourself. That's really cool. Now you can add a lot of other features that you can ever imagine. Like, once you have the user that is signed up, you can add more things like sending an email, like welcome, things like that. You can run, like you can listen for other events, maybe user.updated. Like, I don't know, it's literally up to you at this point. Now with this, I think we can switch this branch back to master and say, give us the latest changes. Otherwise we don't have it. Now our code base is up to date. Yeah, basically that's the entire thing. Now I just realized in the dashboard of Sevalla, we are missing one environment variable, which is the publishable key. So here, if you take a look at the terminal under the production, it says you are missing the publishable key. And that error is coming from main.jsx. So we don't have the publishable key. Let's copy it and paste it under the environment variables. So let's paste this in, add the environment variable, and deploy the latest changes. Once this is done, we should be able to see our application working in production. So I'll wait for this, and then hopefully we can end this section. Okay, so now we are deploying the latest changes. So it has been deployed successfully. Let's try to refresh. Hopefully it should be working out in production. Okay, so we don't have any styles, but we're gonna get there in the incoming sections. So with that, I think that's gonna be it for the entire section. I hope you enjoyed it. Hopefully I'll see you in the next one. Now let's keep going. In this section, we are gonna go under the backend, under the source, and we are gonna create all the models that we are going to need. So the second model that we will have is the product model. Again, I will follow this convention. I'll say product.model.js, but if you wanted to, you can delete this part. Just have this file as it is, or maybe capitalize the very first letter. It's not really that important, but I would say just follow along with me so that we could have the exact same code base. Okay, so here I'll shrink the left hand side. Let's say import mongoose from mongoose. As always, we are going to create a schema first, and then based off of that schema, we will create a model. So let's see how we can make that work. I'll say product schema, new mongoose.schema, and this is going to take one object and then optionally another object. In the second one, we're going to put the timestamps, let's say true, so that we can get create that and updated that fields automatically. And then here in the first object, we're going to put all the fields that a product should have. So every single product has to have a name. So we'll say type will be equal to string, and let's say required of true. And then every single product should have a description. Let's say description. Now normally I would say this should be optional, but I'm going to make this to be required as well, so that every single product has a nice description in our application. Then we can have the price. This time the type is going to be equal to number, let's say this would be required as well, and maybe minimum could be 0, right? price cannot be something like minus 200. For that reason, we'll just say minimum of 0. Otherwise, user should get errors. Then let's say stock, like if it is out of stock or not, how many of them do we have? Let's say type will be equal to number. Here we can add the required field of true, like this, and then I will say minimum is going to be equal to 0, and let's say by default it would be equal to 0 as well. And then here I think we can say the category, each product will have a category, type will be string, and maybe required of true. I'll just duplicate this with the shortcut, which is Shift Alt and arrow down key. Okay, Shift Alt arrow down. Okay, so we have the category. Each product will have some images. Let's say this is going to be an array of objects, which is type of string, let's say, and let's say it's going to be required. Okay, then we are going to have average rating. So it's going to be out of 5. Let's say type will be number, right? Minimum could be 0, maximum could be 5, and by default this could be equal to 0. Then finally, how many reviews this product has. Let's say total reviews, type will be equal to number, so I'll duplicate this, and let's say by default it's going to be equal to 0. So that's the entire schema, right? Now we are going to create the model. I'll say export const product, and we'll say mongoose.model, put the product as the model name, and here is the schema. Okay, so that's the entire thing for the product model. Let's close this file and create another one, which is for the review. So we'll say review.model.js. And let's try to have these fields as well. I'll say import mongoose from mongoose. Then we can say maybe const review schema. Okay, we'll say mongoose.schema. Then we can put our very first object as well as the second one. I'll say timestamps of true. So this is one of the conventions that I'm always following so that I can get those auto-generated fields. Maybe you would show something like this review created at, whatever the date is. So let's say some users put some kind of like a comment, right? Some review, and right next to it you can show something like, commented, and then whatever the date is. And to be able to use that date, you would need the created at field, and this is going to give you that automatically. Okay, now here let's say every single review will be related to a product, right? So we'll say product ID, and this is going to be type of, let's say, mongoose.schema.types. Yeah, I think types.object ID. So again, this is something that we have seen in the past. Looks kind of complicated, but basically this is a way of saying this will be a reference to a product object, right? This is the ID that we are storing, and let's say it should be required. So I'll say required of true. I'll save to get this formatting. Right after the product ID, we will say user ID, because if someone is adding a review, we should know which user that is, right? So I'll basically copy this entire thing, paste this in. Reference will be equal to the user model. So this should be an ID of a user. Then a review should be on an order, right? Let's say order ID. User ordered something. That order has been delivered. Now they can add a review. That's why this field will also be required. I'll copy this entire thing, paste this in. This time it'll be order, right? And then finally, the review itself will say the rating. Here I'll say type will be equal to number. Let's say this will be required. of true, minimum could be 1, maximum could be 5. So you could either give 1 star or 5 stars. So that's the entire schema. Now let's say export const review, and we'll say mongoose.model or review model, and then pass the review schema, which is this one. Okay, so that's it for this file as well. Then we can move forward with the next model, which is going to be card.model.js. So whenever you add something to your card, first we are going to create a card for that user, right? And then we are going to store whatever you have in the card. Let's say import mongoose as usual. Then we will create the card schema. Let's say card schema. So this should be pretty automatic now. We'll have two different objects. The second one will get the timestamps of true, and then the fields that each card should have. So a user will have the card itself, right? So let's put the user reference. Let's say this will be an ID. So type is going to be mongoose.schema.types.object ID. And then this will be a reference to the user model. And let's say required of true. So we are storing the user ID so that we know which user owned this card, right? The card object. I'll save to get the formatting. Then just to make things easier, I will also store the clerk ID. Let's say type will be equal to string this time. Let's say required, and it's going to be unique. So this user ID is coming from, MongoDB ID. This is the user ID that is generated by database. But this one is coming from Clerk, and I'd like to store both of them, just in case if we need it. Then we will finally say all the items that are in the cart. Here I will say it's going to be an array, and we can create another schema just to keep our code a little bit more clean. Here I'll say cart item schema. And let's try to create this, maybe right here. I'll say new mongoose.schema. Okay, so let's say each cart item will be a reference to the product. So let's say product. We can copy this entire thing, paste this in. Basically, it's literally the same thing, but reference will be to the product. And then finally, the quantity. So maybe you have the same product a couple of times in your cart. So we are going to put the quantity. Let's say type will be equal to number. Then we will have required field. Let's say minimum could be 1. You cannot have 0, right? If it is 0, then it's not in your cart. So we'll say minimum is equal to 1. By default, we could also say it's going to be 1. You can add maximum, but I don't think if it would be needed in an e-commerce project. So we should only have minimum. Okay, now let's save. And finally, we'll just say export const cart mongoose.model. We'll give the name of our model, and then the schema, which is cart schema. Okay, now we can save this file. That's the entire thing, around 30 lines of code. And here I just paused the video just to show you the cart that we are going to have. So this is the cart screen. Here you can see we have multiple products, and each of them has the quantity. So it could be like minimum of 1. You can increment it, but if you decrement it, like it'll be deleted. You cannot have 0 of them, right? So just keep that in mind. This is like an array of products, and this is how we store them. Okay, now we'll go and create the next model. In this case, I think it'll be order.model.js. So what happens when you order something? Basically, we will create an order object, and now let's try to build the schema. So as usual, I will import the mongoose, and then we will create the schema. So I'll say const order schema. let's say mongoose.schema. Again, we are passing two different objects. In the second one, we will say timestamps is equal to true. And in the first one, we're going to put all the fields that we want to have. So each order should have a user field. And this is going to be, again, similar to what we have done in the past. Type is going to be an object ID referencing to the user model, and it is required. Then I also want to store the clerk ID just to make things easier, right? So we're going to store the clerk ID just in case if we need it. Then we will say order items. In an order, you will have a couple of different items, right? And each item, let's say, now we can put it here as an object, but just to make our code a little bit more cleaner, we can say order item schema, and we are going to create this now. Let's actually do it immediately. I'll say const order item schema, and let's create this. Okay, so each order is going to have a product, or each order item, I should say. Now let me show you pretty quickly. In this order, right, in this cart, once you say checkout and once you pay, this becomes an order, right? And in this order, you have some products. So we're going to keep a reference to this product. We're going to store the ID of this product so that in our orders page, let me show you where that is. So under the orders page, you can see them. So order has a name, you know, the product itself, you know, the quantity, things like that. Okay, so we're gonna keep a reference to this. I will copy this part. Let's paste this in. This will reference to a product. And again, it has to be required. Now, I also want to give this order a name. Let's say type will be string and required of true. Then after the name, we would like to store the price. Now you might be asking, hey, don't we have the price under the product? Well, that's correct, but there is an edge case. So just imagine today is like November 25th, okay? So we just order something, a watch for $100. Then 2 months later, this product price becomes $200, but let's say $200. But under the orders page, you should see the old price, right? You should see, okay, I just got this for $100 like 2 months ago. So that's why we're going to store the price just in case if you take a look at your phone, if you take a look at your order, you should be able to see the price that you actually paid, not the current price. So under the orders page, once again, let's say you got this like 2 months ago and it was equal to $500. But now this is equal to, let's say, $700. You don't want to see this price under the orders page. You want to see the price that you paid. This is what modern e-commerce applications does. So this is something that I wanted to mention. That's why you store this field in the first place. I would say price will be type of number, let's say. Required of true, and since it is number, I'll say minimum will be equal to 0. And then you can store the quantity as well. I will duplicate, say quantity. I'll just leave everything as it is, same. Quantity minimum could be 1 if you order something, which means like you at least got one of them. And then finally, each order item should have an image so that we can display it right here, right? So we'll say image, type of string, and required of true. And let's delete these comments. So that's the order item schema. Now also each order will have a shipping address, right? So I'll say shipping address. Let's say this will be the type of, again, we can create a schema. I'll say shipping address schema. And let's say it's going to be required. Okay, so we are going to create this in a second. Now let's say we will have a payment result in an order, which could be an object with the ID. So let's say string, and then we will say status. will be equal to string as well. So the payment result will have a status that could be either like succeeded or canceled. So whatever Stripe gives us, which is something that we're going to see later in the video. For now, if it is looking a little bit confusing, it's completely fine. Don't worry. Like once we implement all these features, you're going to see in the database that we are going to have all these fields, and then it should make sense. Then each order will have a total price. Maybe here I'll say type will be equal to number, required, let's say, and then minimum could be equal to 0. Then there will be status, let's say status of the order, right? And let's say type is going to be equal to string, and this could have 3 different values. So we're going to use enum for this. Let's say it's going to be an array with 3 different items. So an order could be in the pending state, or it is shipped, or finally it is delivered. So once you order, it would be pending, then admin is going to update it to be shipped, and once it is delivered, it's going to be equal to delivered. So we can only have these 3 values, and by default, once you created an order, the default value is going to be equal to pending. Then 2 different final fields, delivered at, which is going to be, let's say, type of date. And I will duplicate this, and we'll say shipped at. So what was the time that it was shipped, right? What was the date? Okay, now we can save this and just build the shipping address schema. Then we should be good to go. Here I will shrink this, say const shipping address schema, and let's create one. Okay, so here we're gonna pass the full name, and I'm pretty lazy to type this out. Instead, I'm going to provide this to you. So it's like 10 lines of code. We have full name, street address, and everything is required. So we have city, state, zip code, and finally the phone number, right? So this is our shipping address schema that we just pass right here. And then at the very end of this file, we're going to say export const order, and let's say mongoose.model, let's say order model, and here is our schema, which is order schema. Okay, so we can save. That's the entire file for the order model as well. Alright, now that we have all of our models, we can get started with the admin routes. So under the backend, under the source, let's go under the routes. We will create admin.route.js file. Once again, this is the convention. You don't have to put this part, but this is what I would recommend at this point. Now we will go under the server.js. We will say whenever we have, app.use /API/admin, we would like to call our admin routes. And this is something that we will import in a second. Let's say first grab the router from Express, and we can say export default a router. Let's say const router, which is going to be this router that we are creating. And we can say something like router.get, /products. And then we're gonna run a method in a second here. And we'll just say export default this router. So this is a pretty classic Express router setup. If you have never seen it, it might look a little bit confusing, but basically, you're gonna see it in a second. We are exporting this default. We are exporting the router. So here we will just import it. Let's say import admin routes from, let's go under the routes and get this file. Now, whenever you send a request to /API/admin, it's going to run this file. Here we can have a bunch of different endpoints like router.post, which means a post request to /products. And here you can run a method so that you can create products, right? Let's say create product, and this is going to be a controller. So let's say admin.controller.js file, and we will say export, async function, and let's say something like create product. This will take the request response, and we can import it in this file. Just make sure to put the extension at the end, which is .js. Okay, now once again, I'll just show you how that works. You will send a request to /API/admin/products, and this method is going to run. Now, not everyone should be able to create a product. First, the user should be authenticated, and then user also has to be an admin, right? If you are not an admin, you cannot create a product. So here we will put something like first protect this route, and then check if, admin only. So we need to create these methods, right? Let's go ahead under the middleware. We are going to create these. So I will say auth.middleware.js file. And middleware is basically just a function that you would run before doing something, right? Here, before we run this method, we are going to run these middlewares to check if user is authenticated, if user is the admin. If so, then we can call the next method. I hope that makes sense. So these are the checks, which are our functions. If they are done successfully, then we're going to call the next method. So let's see how that would work. First, in this file, we will import 3 different things. So the first one is the require auth method that we have seen in the Clerk documentation. Then we're going to get the user model as well as our environment variables. So here, let's say export const protect route, and this is going to be an array. You're going to see why. First, we would like to call the require auth method. So here you can see what that does. Middleware, it is a middleware to require authentication for user requests. If user is unauthenticated, they would be redirected to the sign-in URL. Okay, so that's the first thing. Then we can have our own function. So we'll say request, let's say async request response, and then the next method. Here we'll go ahead and have a try catch block. Under the try, first I will get the Clerk ID. So let's say const Clerk ID. We can say request.auth, call this method and get the user ID. Now, once again, we are able to do this because we have called this Clerk middleware method, and we just said that this would add the auth object under the request so that you can do something like this. And this is what we are doing. So first I'll say if this is equal to undefined, we can just return out of this method immediately with the status code of, let's say, 401, which means unauthorized. Then JSON message of something like unauthorized, and let's say invalid token. The token that you pass is invalid. Then we can find the user from the database. Here I'll say const user, say await, call the user model, find one, and here is the field, here is the filter, Clerk ID is equal to Clerk ID. Since they're the same thing, we can shorten this. Basically, by using this Clerk ID, we'll try to find the user. If user is not found, let's say maybe copy this entire thing, paste this in. This time it'll be 404, and for the message we can say user not found. Okay, but if this is not the case, that means user found, user is authenticated. We can say request.user, just attach the user to the request. Then we can call the next method. Okay, in the catch we'll say something like maybe console.error. Here maybe error in protect route middleware. and then pass the error into the terminal. And then let's return a response as well. So let's say res.status of 500, and we can say something like message of internal error. Okay. So this is for, to check if user is authenticated or not. Then finally, we'll have a method to check admin only, right? Check if user is admin or not. Here, this will be request, response, and the next method. Now, how are we going to check if user is the admin or not? First, I will create a .env file or environment variable because we already have the file. So go under the backend, under the .env, and have this field. I'll say admin email. And for this one, use your own email. So let me run the front end pretty quickly. I'll say cd into the admin and npm run dev. So here you will sign up with an account, right? Use this email as the admin because you are going to be the admin itself. Now this will sign us up. Here I will use that email. Okay, so that's the admin email. We are going to check if current user has this email or not. First, I'll say if, request.user.email is not equal to env.admin_email. And we need to pass this to the env. Say admin email is equal to process.env. And just get this value. Okay, so if request.user.email is not equal to admin email, we can say forbidden admin access only. So I'll say return res.status of maybe 403, which means forbidden. JSON could be message of something like forbidden admin access only. And even just to make this method a little bit more safe and clean, we can say if there is not request.user, I'll put the exact same thing, but this time let's say 404 or maybe 401, let's say unauthorized. Maybe like user not found. So you're not authenticated. But in the else case, we can just call the next method, which means user is admin. Okay, so we have admin only method that checks if user has the correct email. So this will say user is admin. If user is admin, we are going to call the next method. And then we also have the protect route method. So here we'll go ahead and say, first call the protect route, and then if user is authenticated, let's check if they are admin or not. So we're going to call this method. If they are admin, we're going to call the next method. So I hope that makes sense. Just pause the video and try to read this code. Basically, whenever you send a request to /API/admin/products, first this method would run. Let's see it. If everything is done successfully, we're going to call the next method, which is admin only. And if this runs successfully, we're going to call the next method, which is create product. And now finally, we can create a product. Okay, I do really hope that this makes sense. Now, before we get into this method, let's add one more endpoint. This time it's going to be get method to /products, and we would like to say get all products. So basically we will fetch all the products from the database. And then we're going to have one more endpoint. Let's say it's going to be a put method this time. And we would like to basically update a product, right? So here I'll say update product. And here we would like to pass a product ID as an argument to the URL so that we know which product that we are trying to update. Now here there is kind of like a problem. We are always duplicating this part, right? Every single time we are calling both of these methods. So we can delete them from here, and instead we can just say router.use, protect route, and admin only. Now we can delete all of them from here, and that's the exact same thing. Basically we say before you run these methods, just always call them first in this specific order. So first this would run, then this one, and then this one, or whatever the method that you have. So this is just one thing to keep in mind. Let's say optimization. Let's say do not repeat your code, or do not repeat yourself. Now we can create these methods under the admin controller. I will duplicate this twice. Let's say get all products and update product as our method. Now let's save and try to import them. Okay, now we can get started with this method. Now, as the name suggests, this method says create a product, right? So user or the admin should be able to upload some images, but we would like to check if it is an image, right? If it is a video, we are going to cancel it, things like that. And for this, we can run one more middleware. And for this, we are gonna install another package. So under the backend, just say npm install Multer or Multer, I don't know, however you pronounce it. Go ahead and install it. It is very, very popular. So you can check for it. Let's say npm Multer package. So here, let's just click to it. Here we can see like 10 million downloads weekly. It's insane, pretty popular. If you have never used it, now we're gonna see how to use it. At this point, you can pause the video and try to get into the details, but I'll just try to walk you through it. I'll say npm run dev, run my backend. Okay, so we will go under the middleware and create one simple file. Let's say multer.middleware.js, and we will import the multer package. Let's say grab this, and we will get the path from path as well. This is a built-in module. You don't need to install it. It is built into the node. So first we would create a storage. Let's say multer.disk storage, which is going to get an object. Let's say file name. Whenever you upload a file, we can generate a file name. So here, let's say you would get the request, you would get the file, as well as the callback. So here, let's say call the callback. The first argument is the error, which is going to be null, and then the second one is the file name. Here we can see this is going to be a string. I'll put backticks. Let's say $date.now, call this. Then I will put one dash, and then I'll say again $file.original name. So we are basically generating a unique name for every single file. So that's the first thing. Now I also want to create a file filter so that I can only accept some specific file types or extensions like JPEG, JPEG without E, maybe PNG, and finally WebP. If it is a file like MP4 or MP3, we would like to cancel them, only accept these file types. So let's try to create it. I'll say file filter, let's say request file and callback. So here I'll say const allowed types, and we're going to use regular expression for this. Basically open up two slashes, and within this we'll say JPEG pipe. Okay, so pipe character, say JPEG. If you don't want to type this out, or if you don't know how to create this, basically visit source code, find this file and copy entire thing and paste it. So we have JPEG, then we're gonna have I think PNG, and finally WebP. Okay, once again, if you don't want to type this out, just copy the entire file and paste this in, then just watch me typing this out because I'll explain everything. Let's say extension name, next name. Here we can say allowed types dot test. So we're going to see if user has one of these types. So we'll say test path dot extension name, file dot original name. Okay, so that's how we would do it. And then we'll say to lowercase. Now let's say const meme type as well. Let's say allow types dot test file dot meme type. So these are not really that important to memorize. Just understand the logic. Basically, we are creating a file filter. And to be honest, I have generated this using AI. So if you just maybe delete it and ask me to do it like 2 days later, I would probably forget that and shouldn't be able to type this out, which is not really that important, right? We just understand the logic. That's the important thing. So extension name, and if we have the meme type, that means it is done successfully. Basically, we can say call the callback method where we have error of null and success of true. But in the else case, we're going to say call the callback with an error. Let's say new error, and message could be something like only image files are allowed. So if you hit this else check, that means admin passed a file that is not one of these, right? And here we can say JPEG, PNG, and WebP. Okay, so that's the entire thing. Finally, we'll say export const upload, call the multer method with an object, pass the storage. Since they're the same thing, we can shorten this. We can pass the file filter. Again, they're the same thing. We can shorten this basically. Finally, I'll add some limits. So the file limit could be, file size could be at maximum 5 megabytes. So we'll say 5 times 1024 times 1024. And I'll just add a comment. Let's say 5 megabytes as the limit. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. We created a storage so that we can generate unique file names, a file filter so that we only accept these type of files, and then some limits. Now we're going to use this upload method before calling this method. So under the admin route, I will say just before you call this method, let's get the upload method. Let's import it. Upload from multer middleware.js. And here we'll say upload.array. We will say we are expecting, this field name will be images and the maximum count could be 3. Okay, so each product could have at maximum 3 images. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. At maximum 3 images are allowed. And this is the name that we should use when we get into the front end part. So when you upload the images, it should be under the key of images. So I know that's a lot of information to take in, but I have to mention them so that just in case you want to take it as a note, if you're confused, etc. But I would say, I promise, as we move forward, as we see the entire code base, the things that you don't understand will make more sense. Okay, so with this, I think we can get into the create product method. Just one more thing. Finally, here I will do the exact same thing, because when you want to update a product, again, you might be passing some images to update the image products. So here we'll say, again, only accept at maximum 3 images. Okay, so let's save and get into the create product controller. So we will get into the function body. We will have a try and catch block. Now under the try, the first thing that we will be doing is to get all the fields from the user. So from the request.body, each product will have a name, description, price, stock, and category that admin will send us when they want to create a product. Then we can validate these required fields. So here I'll just say if any of them is equal to undefined, we will say status of 400, and here is the message. All fields are required. And notice how I copy and paste line by line and explain rather than typing them out, so that we can move forward a little bit faster while understanding everything. You can type them out or copy and paste just like what I do, but make sure to understand everything as you do it. Okay, now I will check if images were uploaded or not. So here we'll say if there are no any files, right? Or if length is equal to 0, we'll say at least one image is required, and here is the status code. And then we can check again, the maximum length could be 3. So I'll say if it is more than 3, we'll say maximum 3 images allowed. Then finally, we can upload these files. So just to make it to be faster, we will create the promises. So here we say request.files.map, get every single file, which is the image, and we are going to upload this to Cloudinary. And here, we would give the file path and then the folder name. This is optional, you don't have to pass this, but I would like to have the products folder under the Cloudinary. And let's import this, by the way. We have to scroll to the top. Let's say import Cloudinary from, we will go maybe one up under the config, under the cloudinary.js file, we're gonna get this object. Okay, so these are all the promises. Now we'll say const upload result, and let me copy and paste line by line. So we'll say promise.all upload promises. So this is going to upload the images, and every single image in Cloudinary has this field called secure URL, which is like, let's say HTTPS, maybe something like Cloudinary, I don't know, maybe images.cloudinary.com, let's say, and then some image, some ID, right? This stores the image, and it is under this field called secure URL. And we are going to map through it, get the image URLs, and then we are going to save it to the database. So let me show you what I mean. I'll pretty quickly visit my Cloudinary dashboard. So under the assets, under the media library, let's say we have an image. You can click to it. Let me just say copy the URL, right? I'll copy the original URL, paste this in. Okay, so here we can see we have an entire URL. This is what we call the secure URL. This is where the image has been stored. And we are getting that field, which is this one, right? And we are going to be using it now in a second. Here I will say, let's create a product. Say product, sorry, not new, but await. Import the product model, and we'll say create. And then we're going to pass an object. Let me first import the product model. Say import product from, maybe we'll go one up under the models, under the product model.js, and I believe it should be imported in this way. Okay, so we got the product model. Here we'll say here is the name, here is the description, then we'll say here is the price, stock, category, and then the images, which are equal to image URLs. And here we got the price, use parse float, and then we did the same thing for stock with parse int, so that it is number, not string. Okay, so we created the product. Finally, we'll just say res.status of 201, which means something created, and JSON, just return the product. In the catch, we can say something wrong happened in the server, right? Maybe we can say failed to create product or internal error. I think that's what I'll say. Just say internal server error. And here for debugging purposes, we can say console.error, maybe error creating product. And then we can pass the error as an argument so that we can see it in the terminal. Okay, so that's the entire method. It works, I promise. Once we get into the admin part, we will test this out. If we have anything wrong, if anything is not working, we will fix it. Okay, so that's the entire method. Maybe you can pause the video, try to read it. I don't really think if there is anything confusing here at this point. We just explained everything, it should make sense. So let's try to shrink this and get into this method where we basically want to fetch all the products in the database. So here under the try catch, we'll say const products, and we'll say await product.find. And we don't need to pass any filters. This will get all the products, and maybe we can just say dot sort with the created at field. Let's say created at, and we're gonna put -1 here. Let me just add a comment. Let's say -1 means in descending order, which also means most recent products first. So it's going to order it in that way. And then let's say res status of 200, which means success, and JSON of products. In the catch, I'll do the same thing. Let me first put a console.error, and then maybe I can copy this entire thing that says internal error. Okay, so this will also work without any problems. We are not using the request object, so you can either, I was going to say you can either skip that, but this is not really happy. So you would just put a underscore, which means we are not using this variable. Okay, so let's shrink this one and get started with the update product method. Again, it'll be pretty similar to what we have here, but of course there will be some differences. First, let's handle the catch. I will copy this part. Let's say paste this in, error updating product or updating products, and then 500 of internal error. Now in the try, first we would like to get the product ID so that we know which product that we are updating. Here we will get this from request.params, and we are calling this as ID because this is what we just said. If this was IDX, then you would say IDX here, right? Just keep that in mind. Okay, so we're gonna get the product ID from the params, then we can get the fields from the request.body, which is the product name, description, price, stock, and category. Let's say admin wants to update all of them or some of them. So we're gonna get all these fields, and first we would like to check if this product is in the database or not. If not, we'll say if product not found, throw in error 404 product not found, and here is how we can find it with the ID. Again, I'll just copy and paste line by line and explain everything as we go through. So we will say if user wants to update the name, product.name will be equal to the new name, right? Let's do the same thing for the price. You can pause the video, type this out, or do the same thing that I do. And here we'll say if stock is not undefined, we are going to give the the latest value. And if there is category, we're going to pass that field. So let's say user just wants to update the name, only this if will run, right? The other fields will be equal to undefined, so they would not even run. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Here I will also add a comment. I'll say handle image updates if new images are uploaded. And let me copy and paste. It is like 10 lines of code, and I will walk you through it once again. So this is what I just copied and pasted. If there are some files, length is more than 0, we would like to run this code block. If it is more than 3, we will throw an error, but else we're going to do the exact same thing. We will basically upload them, get the result, and update the product.images field. Okay, finally, we'll go outside of this if, just before the catch. I will say await product.save. We have just updated a bunch of different fields. We would like to save this now. And finally, res.status of 200 JSON return the product. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. This is the exact same thing that we have done in the create method. So I'm going to shrink this. And here, this is pretty easy to understand at this point. Okay. Now we have all these methods under the admin route.js file. And on top of these endpoints, we're gonna have a couple of more. So here I'll say router.get. So these were related to products. These are gonna be related to orders. Let's say get/orders. Admin should be able to get all orders, right? So that they can see it in the dashboard. Then we can have one more. I will duplicate this. Let's say this time we're going to use the patch method, which is basically very similar to put. It is used to update something, and I will talk about the difference in a second. Let's say this time it's going to be /orders/order ID, and this is going to be dynamic, then status. Now we can call this anything like X, but in this case, this will be updating the status. That's why we call it as status. And here I will say update order status. So basically admin should be able to call this endpoint so that it can update the status from, pending to shipped, and from shipped to delivered. So we are going to be using this endpoint to be able to implement these states. Now let's copy this name, get all orders, and create that function. I'll say export async function, request response. Let's duplicate that and get this name. Okay, let's save, import them. Okay, so we just imported them successfully. I'd like to just add a comment, the difference between put and patch. Basically, you would use put if you're updating the entire resource. So in this case, maybe user wants to update the entire product. But here we are using patch because we will only update one field in the order, right? Which is the status. So here I'll just add a comment. Let's say put. This is used for full resource replacement, updating the entire resource. But patch is mostly used for partial resource updates, right? Updating a specific part of the resource. So I hope that makes sense. Let's save. We will go into the admin controller and build these two methods. So let's start with this one, get all orders. I'll have try and catch block. Now under the try, I'll say const orders, and let's try to duplicate this. We're gonna get the order model from order model.js. And here we'll say await, maybe something like order.find. As the name suggests, we would like to get all the orders, so we don't really pass any filters. However, what we'll be doing is this. We're gonna call .populate, which is something that you would be using a lot while working with MongoDB and Mongoose, and I'll explain this. First, let's just say we would like to populate the user field, add a comma, we would like to get the name and email. Now why this is the case, and by the way, you shouldn't have any comma in between, just a space. Okay, so what does this mean? Let's visit the order model. So in an order, we said that we are going to have the user reference as an ID. So this is just the user ID, right? This doesn't contain the user name, user image. It is just the ID on the order. So we would like to visit the user table and get the name, get the image, things like that. So this is what we are doing. We say, okay, on the order, we only have the user ID. But from that ID, we can go ahead and get the username and email, right? So once again, let's say we have an order, which is an object. It has the user field, and let's say this is the user ID. But just looking at this ID, we cannot have the name or email. So we say we would like to populate this user. And behind the scenes, Mongoose is going to find this user in the users table, and it's going to give you the name and email. So I hope that makes sense. Populate is something that you would be using a lot while working with, let's say, Mongoose and MongoDB. And you can chain this. So on top of this populate, we also want to populate something else. So we'll say populate order items dot product. Okay, let's save, and you can even format this in this way. Okay, for some reason VS Code doesn't allow me to do it. If I save, it's going to again go back to the previous state, but basically in the order we have order items, right? And order items has the product. Again, this is just an ID, which means it is a reference to the product itself. We would like to go ahead and grab those fields as well. That's why we say under the order items, go ahead, get the product. So under the admin dashboard, you're going to see these fields because we are going to be using them and displaying them on the UI. And finally, I'll say sort created at -1. Okay, finally, we can say res.status of 200, let's say JSON, and under an object, we can return the orders. And then under the catch, we are going to send the classic error, which is internal server error. We can then add the console.error just to, for debugging purposes. Okay, I hope that makes sense. This method is really important to understand. Whenever you fetch something that is a reference, that is an ID, and you want to grab the actual data, you would like to populate it. Once again, under the order, we had the user field, but it is just an ID. If you want to get the username, user email, I don't know, maybe user image, you would just populate this field and you can get anything that you wish. So under the user, you can get the image URL, you can get the Clerk ID, whatever you want to have. In this case, we only need the name as well as the email. Okay, so let's save this file. And finally, we're gonna build the update order status method. So here, let's say try and catch. In the try, the first thing that I'd like to get is the order ID so that we know which order that we are updating. And we are getting this from the params. Then the status, so admin will send you the new status. Here, first I'll check, if it is one of the enum values or not. Here I'll say if it is not one of these, right? If status is not one of them, which is pending, shipped, or delivered, you'll say invalid status. But else we can find the order and let's just check if order is not found, right? If so, we'll say order not found. But if we find the order, we will say order.status will be equal to new status that admin sends us. And here we'll say if status is equal to shipped, and if there is not a shipped at date already, we will say here is the new shipped at date. And we can do the same thing for delivered. Basically, I'll copy this, paste. Let's say if this is equal to delivered, and if order doesn't have delivered at, we'll say order delivered at will be equal to the current time, the current date. Then we'll say await order.save. And this should be it. We'll say res.status of 200. I'll basically paste this in. You can add a message and then the new order as it is. Let's add the console.error as well as the internal error as usual. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. Like, this shouldn't be any confusing. We got these fields, check, another check, and depending on the state, we're gonna add the shipped at date as well as the delivered at date. Then finally, save the order and send a feedback to the user. So that's the entire method. Let's shrink this one as well. We are gonna need 2 more methods, and I promise they're not gonna be that long. So these were related to orders. And now let's have another one. This is related to customers. Let's say get/customers. Admin would like to fetch all the customers, right? Let's say get all customers. And finally, router.get, maybe like /stats, which is going to give the admin dashboard stats, so they can see things like the total revenue, how many users they have, how many orders, things like that. Okay, let's try to create these methods. Say export async function, paste the name, request, and response. Let's duplicate this. This time it'll be get dashboard stats. Save this file and let's import them. Okay, so this is gonna be pretty easy to build. So I'll get started with this one. Let's have a try and catch block, and I'll just copy and paste rather than building it again. We're gonna say find all the users and maybe sort them in this order, which is, latest user first. And then we can return this back to the client. Here I'll say res status of 200 JSON, and here is the customers under an object. Then let's put the console.error as usual. And then res status of 500 internal server error. Okay, so that's the entire method. Pretty easy to understand. We are not using the request method or the object, so we can add underscore to skip that. Okay, so save this file, and here I think under the get dashboard stats, we are not gonna be using request neither, so put underscore as well. And here we are not using as well. Let's put underscore for this one as well. Then we can have try and catch block. Now here, what we'd like to do is getting all the orders, right? The total orders, and there is a method called count documents. So this is going to give you the number, right? If you hover over this, you can see this is just a number. Then we can get the total revenue, and we are going to basically group the total price. So under the order, here you can see we have something called total price, right? And how can we, accumulate it? How can we get the actual value? Well, there is something called the aggregate pipeline. So we're going to use the aggregate method. Syntax is a little bit weird. If you maybe delete it and ask me to do it tomorrow, maybe I wouldn't be able to do it, which is not really important. You would mostly get this from documentation or from AI nowadays. So this will basically give you the revenue result, okay? So we have the result. From here, you would get the total value. If you call this as total 123, here you would say total 123 as well. So they should match. Okay, so all in all, this will give you the total revenue. Then you can get the amount of customers. Again, you would use the count documents method. Let's import the user model, by the way. Here I'll say get the user from user model.js. Okay, so we got the total customers as well. Finally, we're gonna get the total amount of products, and we will return this back to the client as a response. So I'm just copying and pasting because it's pretty easy to understand at this point. Finally, under the catch, let's put console.error and internal message. Okay, so that's the entire controller. Let's take a look at the terminal if you have any errors or not. Here it says required is not defined under the order.model.js. So I'm just trying to understand it, where that is. Required is not defined. What does that mean? So under the order, maybe line 70. Okay, so this should be equal to true. Because otherwise, since we have it as shortened required, it thinks you did required equal to required. But not really. This is the key, this is the value. Let's say true. Now we don't really have any errors. And here .env tells you that you have 10 different environment variables. If you would like to, if you don't want to see this, you would go under the env file, and there is an option called quite, and you can just say equal to true. Now you can see you don't really have those warnings or the amount of environment variables that you would have. Okay, so with this, I believe we can end this section. We just created all the routes for the admin, and we have two different middlewares to protect our routes and one more middleware so that we can check, file filter and add some limits. Okay, now let's open up the status bar, right? We're gonna toggle this. In here, do we have a warning? I think we don't. So we are just going to create a new branch. Here, let's say admin-routes. Let's stage all of our changes. And for the commit message, I will say something like admin routes added. Commit, publish the branch. Let's go to our source code and we can create the pull request. I think we're gonna get a couple of different suggestions from CodeRabbit because we have written like 700 lines of code. I'll just wait for the suggestion. Once it is done, I'll just be right back. So after a couple of minutes, here's the summary by CodeRabbit. Let's try to read them out loud. So admin panel for managing products with image uploads, up to 3 images per product. This is how we implement that. Then order tracking and status management system, customer management interface. Well, that's something that we're gonna have actually in the incoming sections, but at least we have the interface for API, right? Then we have the dashboard analytics, which displays the revenue, order count, and product statistics. Finally, we have image upload validation with the help of the Multer package. Then here's the walkthrough that you can read for every single file, but I think that's unnecessary. You can take a look at the sequence diagram instead, like how everything works step by step. What happens if user is unauthorized? We get a response back. Like we have to check if user not found or if user is not an admin. File uploads. What happens if it fails? We get 500 error. If it is done successfully, we get 201, things like that. So you can take a look at this step by step. But what I'm really interested in is the code suggestions. So here it says, what happens if price is equal to 0? This is going to be equal to a falsy value, which is correct. So here it says you should update this line. I'm going to copy it and we're going to visit admin controller.js file. Let's close these warnings. Under the admin controller, let's find it. We have if like price. Okay, it is here under the 70, like line 70 under the update product. Here I will say if price is not equal to undefined. Because otherwise, if this is equal to 0, just imagine this if would not run. This is what CodeRabbit says. So we're gonna fix this part. Let's scroll to the bottom. What else do we have? Here it says you cannot access to this Auth as a function, but this was in the past with Clerk. Now you can access to it. So here it says do not call this, but this is the current correct way. So that's why we are going to skip this. Basically here it says instead of using this, you should use this one where Auth is not a method, but that was in the past. Let's scroll to the bottom. Here it says you can make this a little bit more unique, by updating this part of the code. You can make it a lot more robust than it is. Let's actually do it. I'm going to copy the entire thing and visit that file, which is under the Multer middleware. So here, this is what we had. It says you should have something like this. Okay, so I'm just going to leave it as it is, since this is a little bit more safe. And finally, here it says you have one typo. This should be customers. I have an extra R under the admin route.js. So this should be customers. Okay. So I think we have done the exact same thing, what it says. Do we have any other checks? No, we don't. So I will add a new commit under the same branch. Let's say fixes, or let's say tiny fixes. Commit, sync the changes. Let's scroll to the top. So we had one commit. Now if you refresh, you're gonna have two different commits. Okay, now let's scroll to the bottom, say merge the pull request, confirm the merge, and we can switch to the master branch now. Then we can sync this up by clicking to this button. Okay, so now our code base is up to date. So with that, I think we can leave this section here. We just implemented all of the routes for the admin, right? We have the admin route.js file completed. Okay, so with this, hopefully I'll see you in the next section. Alright, so now that we have the admin routes under the server.js, we can go ahead, duplicate this, and replace this as users. So we are going to have some user routes. Let's try to update this. I'll say user routes and duplicate this import. Let's say import user routes, and the file name could be user route.js. Again, you are going to follow the same convention. Here I will say user route.js, and in this file we can have different endpoints where we can update the addresses as well as the wishlist functionalities. So what do I mean? So under the addresses screen, you can add a new address, delete one, or update one, right? And you can even add multiple addresses. In this example, we only have one, but basically this is one of the user endpoints. And then we have, under the profile screen, we have wishlist button. If you click to it, that would take you to the wishlist screen, and you're going to see all the products that you have in your wishlist. You can delete them. Basically, this will remove it from this list. So here under the home screen, when you click to this button, it would be added to the wishlist, or you would be removing them, right? So these are the functionalities that we're gonna build in this section under the user routes. Okay, now let's try to import the router as usual from Express, and we're gonna say we're gonna have one router instance. Let's call this, and at the very end we'll say export default this router. Now we can save this file as well as this one, and in my terminal I am running my backend, my API, and now we don't have any errors. So let's say maybe something like router.post, and it's going to be /addresses, and here basically user want to add a new address. So I'll say add address, and this is the function that we are going to create under the controllers. So let's say user.controller.js. Let's try to copy this name. I'll say export async function, and this is going to get the request and response. Okay, now we can try to import it. At the very end, we should add the .js. Like if you don't add it, it's going to crash, right? Because we are importing a local file. Once you add it, it should be working out. Now we want to protect this route. I'll say protect route, but we don't need to add the admin only check because any user can add an address, right? This is not for the admin, but this is for the actual users. So I will only add the protect route middleware. So let's save, and I will duplicate this. This time it's going to be get request, and here we'll say get addresses. So by calling this method, user can fetch all the addresses that they have already added, right? So it's going to fetch the addresses and display them. So we have this method called get addresses. Let's duplicate this once again. This time it's going to be put so that we can update one address. So I will say update address. And if we want to update one address, we would like to know which one that is. So it's going to get an ID. So I will say it's going to be a dynamic value. Here we could say address ID. And let's duplicate it once again. This time, maybe they want to delete one address. Again, if they want to delete one, they need to pass the ID so that we know which one they want to delete. And here, let's say delete address. And let's try to create all of these functions, right? I'll get this name. Let's duplicate it 3 times. Get this one. And finally, this one. Save this file and let's try to import them. Okay, so here we are duplicating this protect route 4 different times, right? What we can do, let's select all of them. We're going to delete and just shorten this code a little bit, just like what we have done in the past. We'll say router.use protect route before you call the next method. So first call this one. If it is done successfully, it is going to call the next method, which is going to be one of these. Okay, so these are the, let's say, endpoints for addresses. I'll say address routes. And here we're going to have the wishlist routes as well. So let's say wishlist routes. And here we will have router.post. Let's say /wishlist. This is where you would like to add something to the wishlist, right? I'll say add to wishlist. Let's duplicate this. This time it's going to be delete, where you basically remove one item from the list. And if you want to remove something, you should pass the product ID. Now you can call this anything really, just ID, maybe, I don't know, like anything. But in this case, I will say product ID. And here I'll say remove from wishlist. Say wishlist. Okay, I will duplicate this one last time, where we would like to fetch our wishlist. So I'm going to delete this part and I'll say get wishlist. Let's try to create these methods as well. I'll duplicate it 3 times. So paste this one, and that one. Let's give a little bit of space. Okay, so we have all of our routes, all of our endpoints. Now we can get into the user controller and just build them one by one. And we are going to get started with the add address method. So here, the first thing that I want to do is importing the user model because we are going to be using it. Let's say get this from user model and make sure to put the extension at the very end. So here I will have the try and catch block. Let's say from the request.body, we're going to get a couple of different fields. If user wants to add a new address, they need to pass all of these fields, which is label, full name, street address, so on and so forth. And at the very end, there is one Boolean value, which is default. So let's try to grab all of them. It's label, let's say comma, full name, street address, city, let's say state, zip code, phone number, and finally is default. Okay, so these are all the fields, and we're gonna say let's grab the user as well, and we can just say request.user. Then we can say, you know, if this is set as default, we are going to unset all the other addresses. So you're going to see what I mean. I'll say unset all other defaults, because there could be only one default at a time. Just imagine you have 2 more addresses here, one and another one. Okay, so if this is default and you created a new one, you say now this is going to be default, it should remove this default batch, right? So only one could be default. That's what I'm trying to say. And we're going to do this check. We'll say if is default is equal to true. We would like to basically say user.addresses. And we are going to say for each address, let's say I'll just shorten this, and I will say address dot is default should be equal to false. And here I think I'm going to wrap this with curly braces. Okay, so this is exactly what we are doing. If this is set as default, we are going to unset all the other addresses, as false. Then we're going to say user.addresses, which is an array. We're going to push this new address into it. So here, pass an object. We'll say here's the label. So we are getting this as the, from the request.body. And since they're the same thing, we can shorten this. I'll say label, put the full name. Let's say street address and the rest of it. So city, state, let's say zip code and phone number. Now at the very end, I'll say is default. Now this could be equal to undefined. So here I'll say put the is default value. If it is equal to undefined, we'll just add the false instead. So it could be a Boolean value. We have updated this. Let's try to update the database as well. You'll say user.save. And at the very end, we'll say res.status. Say status of 201, which means something created. JSON of maybe message. Let's say address added successfully. And we can pass all the addresses back to the client. So I'll say addresses, which is equal to user.addresses. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Now under the catch, let's put the usual console.log as well as the status of 500 with the error being internal server error. So that's the entire method. I think it's pretty easy to understand. At this point, we are not using the user model, but we are going to be using it in the, in the other methods. Now let's try to build this one. Again, try and catch block. I will copy this part. And here I'll say error in get addresses controller. Now in the try, all we want to do is just getting the user addresses and returning them. So here I'll say user request.user and we'll say res.status of 200 JSON, let's say return an object where the key is equal to addresses and value is equal to user.addresses. Like this. So that's the entire method. Then we can shrink this method. Let's get into the update address method. So here I'll have my try and catch block. Under the try, again, we can get a couple of different fields from the request.body. Actually, all of these fields that we have, I will copy it and paste this here. Then we also want to get the ID. So here under the put request, under this method, under this endpoint, we're going to get the address ID. Let's say const destructure something from request.params, and this is equal to address ID. Now, just before we update the address, we can add a quick validation check. This is what I'll be doing. So let me just say const user and say request.user, and let me give a little bit of space. So we just got the user object. I will say const address. This will be equal to user.addresses. And we are going to say .id. And let's pass the, address ID that we are getting as an argument from the params. So this is going to give us the address, if it is existed or not. So I can say if there is not an address, right? If this address does not exist, we can throw this error, right? We'll say 404 address not found that you are trying to update. But in the else case, we can actually update it. So here I will add the same check. Let me copy this part and paste it. If this address is the new one, basically we are going to unset all the other addresses, right? We'll say is default is equal to false. And then we can say address dot label is equal to label. if this is equal to undefined, we can just have the previous value. So I'll say address dot label. So I hope this is not really confusing. In this method, basically user wants to update an address, right? So they would click to this button. The UI will be something like this, where they can update one of these values or all of them. If they say set this one as in, as a default, then we need to get all the previous addresses as not default. I hope that makes sense, because there could be only one default address at a time. So this is what we are trying to do at the moment. I will duplicate this. Let's say address.fullname. If user wants to update it, we're going to get that value. But if they don't want to update it, if this is equal to undefined, then we're going to leave this value as it is. And let me get all the other values so that we don't need to waste any time. So here we have the street address, city, state, zip code, phone number, as well as the default. If this is not equal to undefined, we're going to get that value. If it is equal to undefined, we'll just leave it as it is. I hope that makes sense. Finally, we'll say await user.save so that database is actually updated. And then let's say res.status of 200 and maybe send a message like address updated successfully. Here in this case, I will paste this in, and we're going to say here are the new addresses. And let's handle the catch pretty quickly. Okay, so this should be good to go. That's the entire method. Pretty similar to what we have in this one. So I will shrink them. Now let's get into the delete address method. Let's say try and catch block. Under the try, first we would like to get the address ID once again from the request.prems. So I'll say const address ID. Let's get the user as well. Request.user, and we'll say something like user.addresses, which is an array, right? Let's say addresses, and then we will say dot pull. So this is a method that you can use, and here you can read it. Pulls items from the array automatically. Basically, it just gets rid of them. If you want to add something, you would use push. If you want to remove something, you would say pull. So we would like to remove this address ID from the list. Now we'll say await user.save. And let's say, address deleted successfully as the response. And let's handle the catch pretty quickly once again. Okay, so that's the entire method. We just got the prem, remove it from the list, and save it to the database. Basically update the database. Now we can jump into the next method. So here I will have the try and catch block. Now every single time we are creating try and catch block, you might be asking, is there a better way of doing it? Yes, there is, but I just want to keep it a little bit beginner friendly. So if you were to, if you don't want to do the same thing again and again, what you would have is Express Async Handler, which is a package that you could use, and it is pretty popular, I think. Not bad, really not bad. It's like 200K per week. It's not really that bad. And what you do is basically create it once and wrap all of your controllers with the async handler. So you would just have, without this, every single time you would use .then or catch. And in this case, we are using try and catch block. It's the same thing. So just import the package and wrap your controllers with this one. At the very end, I think in the server.js, at the very end, you would have one error handler middleware, and that would be it. So you would only write maybe 5-10 lines of code here as a middleware so that you can handle the errors, and then you can wrap every single function with that async handler. So you don't need to pass the try and catch. I just want to leave it a little bit more beginner friendly. I'm going to skip that, but this is something that we have done in one of the past tutorials. You can check them out. Okay, so now we would like to build the method. Let's say we are going to get the product ID from the request.body. Now, what is this product ID? Let's say user wants to maybe add this to the wish list. They will click to this button and they would send the product ID of this product. And we would take this, save it to the wish list. So this is that product ID. Now this is not coming from params, it is coming from the body. Just keep that in mind. Okay, so we're gonna get the user as well. Let's say request.user. And now we can say check if product is already in the wish list. If it is already in the wish list, and if they call this method again, we will basically remove it from the list. Or we can say maybe product already in the wish list. So this is what I'll be doing. I will say if user.wishlist already includes this product ID, just throw an error. For removing, we have a different endpoint. But if this is not the case, we'll say user.wishlist.push. Let's push this product ID to this list, and we'll say await user.save and call the method. And then we can send the success message. Here I'll just paste this in. I'll say product added to the wish list, and let's handle the catch as well. Okay, so that's the entire method. Once again, here we didn't want to say something like, you know, user.wishlist.pull, which means remove it. Instead of removing it, we are going to throw an error, because this is the method where you can only add it to the wish list. To be able to remove it, we have a different endpoint, right? Okay, so I'm going to shrink this, and let's build the next method. Let's say try and catch block. I'll just handle the catch pretty quickly. Then we can get into the try block. So under the try, I'll say const product ID. This time, this is coming from the params, and this is the convention. Basically, when you want to remove an existing item, you would send the ID in the params. But if you are adding something, you would send it from the, in the request.body. Okay, so here we would like to remove it. So it would be under the URL. So we have the product ID. Let's fetch the user request.user, we'll say, and then maybe user, if I can type, let's say wishlist. We would like to pull this out, product ID, and then await user.save. And we can send a success message like product removed from this wishlist. And you can add a check, like you can do this similar thing. I'll copy this, paste this in. I'll say if user wishlist doesn't include this product ID, we'll say product is not even in the list that you are trying to remove, right? So this could be one of the optimization or validation check that we could have. And finally, the get wishlist method, which should be pretty easy to build. Basically, you would like to say res.status of 200, let's say JSON, and we're going to say wishlist is equal to request.user.wishlist. We're just returning the wishlist of the user. And just to make this part a little bit more clean, maybe we can say const get the user, and here you would say user.wishlist. Let's handle the catch. Paste this in, save this file, take a look at the terminal. We don't have any errors. So this is like 150 lines of code in this file and 30 lines of code in this one. So that's the entire section, I would say. Let's try to open up the status bar, create a new branch, and commit all of our changes. So I'll say create a new branch. The name could be user-routes. Let's stage all of our changes, and I will say user routes and controllers added. Commit, publish the branch, then we'll go into the source code and create a pull request. As usual, I'd like to wait for the suggestions that will be coming from CodeRabbit, and then we should be able to end this section. So just after 3 minutes, we got a quick summary as well as the code suggestions. So let's try to go through it. You can pause the video and read this. But what I am interested in is the actual problems. Let's try to fix them. So here it says you could add maybe some kind of validation. That's correct. I will copy this and go into my method, which is add addresses. Maybe before this if check, I will add this part. Here we'll say if any of these not provided, we'll say, 400 missing required address fields. So that's one of the improvements that we could have done. And we just did it. Let's try to scroll. Here it says you have a typo. Let's try to fix it. Not really that important, but let's say already. So this should be already. I think we have the similar comment here as well. I'll say already. Let's fix this. And let's scroll. What else do we have? Here it says maybe fix this message. Let's try to do it. We'll say product not found in wishlist. And then looks like we have a typo under the user route.js file. This should be wishlist, not lish. Let's try to fix this. Okay, so that's the entire thing. There is one more thing that I just realized, that this function should be, like, this is not correct. Why this is the case? So what we are doing is basically returning the user.wishlist. But if we take a look at the user model, we are going to see that this wishlist is just an array of IDs, right? So let's say we have a user object, right? So let's say user has a name like John Doe. They have an image, image, Clerk ID, maybe like, I don't know, like addresses, everything. But then there's also this field called wishlist, which is an array of product IDs. So let's say this is the first ID, this is the second one, third one. We are just fetching the IDs. So this is what that returns. But what we'd like to do is actually grab the product information itself. So we'd like to use the populate method. Now, once again, I'd like to show you this under the wishlist screen. Here, we don't only fetch the product ID. We fetch the product image, product name, price, the stock count, things like that. So for that reason, instead of just saying user.wishlist, we will actually use the populate method. So here I will say const user, and I'll say await user.find by ID. Let's pass the user ID, which is coming from request.user._ID, and we would like to populate the wishlist array. And here I'll just add a comment. I'll say we are using populate because wishlist is just an array of product IDs, right? It doesn't contain the product information like product name, image, price. So for that reason, we have to use the populate method. And here we'll say now we can actually return this wishlist because it's been populated. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. I'll leave this comment and we can commit our change. Here I'll say stage all of these. And for the message, let's say quick fixes in user.controller.js file. Or just file name. I'll commit, sync this up. And if we take a look at the source code, at the very top, we should be able to see 2 commits now. Okay. Now I'll scroll to the very end and I'll say merge the pull request. Let's confirm the merge. In the meantime, Sevalla is going to see our change and it's going to try to redeploy it. So this is the project. It just saw the merge. It's going to automatically redeploy it. Okay, so that's the entire section. Hopefully this would be deployed without any errors. We can double check this in the incoming sections. But yeah, basically that's the entire thing. Also, there is a free VS Code extension for CodeRabbit. This is what you see. You know, you can even have the suggestions within the VS Code. I already have this. If you would like to, you can install it for free as well. Okay, so with that, that's gonna be it for the entire section. Hopefully, I'll see you in the next one. Well, I just said bye-bye, but I've realized we can go back to master branch. Let's do it together. You already know how to do this, but let's do it together. Now we'll just say sync this up by clicking to this button. Now our code base is up to date with what we have in, in GitHub. This has been updated. We fixed our typo. This method is the latest version. Okay, so our code base is up to date. So with that, I'll see you in the next section. Alright, now let's jump into the backend once again. We would like to basically duplicate this route. This time we're gonna build the /orders. And here I'll say order routes. Let's try to duplicate it. This will be the file name, order route.js. And we would like to update this name. Now let me copy the file name, save this one. Let's go under the routes, order route.js. We would like to import router from Express. As usual, let's put the basic setup. And we'll say export default this router. Now if we save, hopefully we shouldn't have any errors in the terminal. And now let's try to put our routes. So we're gonna have two different routes, one to create an order and the other one is to fetch them, right? So here I will say router.post and the endpoint could be just /, which means /API/orders, and that's it. So this is the root route for that prefix. Here I will say maybe protect this route and then call this method called create order. Let's duplicate it. This time it's going to be get request and we'll say get user orders and make sure to put the extension at the very end in the import. Okay, now we're gonna create this controller file under the controllers. Let's say order.controller.js and we'll have two different functions. Say async function, get this name, request and response. Let's try to save and duplicate it. Update the name and import them. Okay, now we can get started with the create order method. As usual, I will put my try and catch block. Let's handle the catch pretty quickly. It's the easiest part. Okay, here under the try, first I will get the user, which we have under the request. And then we can get a couple of different fields from request.body. So if you want to create an order, you would like to have the order items. User will send this from the front end, the shipping address, let's say payment result, and the total price for this order. Let's say price. Okay, now I'll just add one check. I'll say if, order items length is equal to 0, you'll say no order items, you cannot create an order. But else we can say validate products and stock. So maybe there is like insufficient stock. We need to check for it, right? So this is what I'll be doing. I'll just copy and paste 5 lines of code and let me walk you through it. So for each item in the order items, we are going to check if product existed or not. And we would like to import the product model. So here basically we will say find by ID. Here is the product ID. If it is not found, throw an error. And if product stock is less than item.quantity, again, throw an error that says, insufficient stock for this specific product. But in the else case, out of the for loop, we're going to say const order, and we'll say call the order model dot create and pass the object into it. And here I would like to again save some time. Here is the user for that order, the clerk ID, and the rest of the fields. Now what we would like to do before sending something like res.status status of success, here we would like to update product stock. Since there is a new order, we need to do something like -1 for the stock, for each product. And here, once again, I'd like to copy and paste. It is like 3 lines of code. For every single item, we are going to say, find by ID and update. Here is the ID of that product, and here is what we'd like to update. We would like to basically increment stock by -1, which means, decrementing it by 1. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Then we'll finally say res.status 201, which means something created, and here we are creating an order object. Let's say JSON message could be something like order created successfully. And then finally, we can send the order back to the client. So that's the entire method. Maybe we could have run this, we could have write this code in a little bit more cleaner way, but I think this is already working as well. So I'll just leave it as it is. And then finally, this method here, let's say try and catch block. I will handle the catch at the beginning, and then we'll jump into the try. So first we would like to fetch all the orders for this specific user. So I will say await order.find, and here's our filter. We will say find all the orders where the clerk ID is equal to request.user.clerk ID. So this is going to fetch all the orders for the currently authenticated user. Now under the orders, we would like to use the populate method. So I'll go here, I'll say populate, go under the order items, and under the product, populate this field. Because here under the order screen, we would like to get the product details, not just the ID. So we'd like to get the image, order name, product name, so on and so forth. Okay, and then finally, I'll say sort. This is optional, but I will have created at -1, which means in the descending order. And then we'll say res.status 200 JSON, and here are the orders. Now there is one thing that we are missing, and let me save and show you. So here under the order screen, we have something like if you have already reviewed this product or not. In this case, we have reviewed it, so we can see this button or this badge. If you didn't review it, you would see something like, like instead of this, you would see a button here that would say review this order. And to be able to check for it, we can send an additional field. So here's what I'll say. I'll say check if each order has been reviewed. And let me provide this to you. Once again, you can pause the video, type this out, or grab this from the source code. It is like 5 lines of code. We will say await promise.all and go under the orders, right? Find all the orders and map through them. For every single order, find the review, and we can import the review model in a second. We're just gonna keep the order fields as they are. On top of it, we will just say if you have reviewed it or not. And like if you have a value, this would be true. If this is equal to like undefined, this is going to be equal to false. So I hope that makes sense. This is what we call the bang operator, or maybe like double bang operator in JavaScript. Let's actually try to search for it in case if you don't know it. Like you can read this, what that does. Basically, it takes an object or any value and convert it to the Boolean version of it. So either true or false. I hope that makes sense. Let's try to duplicate this. Here I will say review, and it will be coming from review model.js file. And instead of returning the orders, we will say it should be orders with review status. Okay, so once again, all we have done adding one additional field so that you can see if you already review an order or like if you have done or not under the orders screen. So that's the entire thing. By the way, from the previous section, we had a deployment. It is done successfully. Just to let you know, we don't really have any errors in the deployments. Now let's go back to VS Code, open up the status bar, create a new branch and commit our changes. So here I will say create a new one. The name could be maybe order-routes. And we are going to stage all of our changes. Let's say order, routes, and controllers added. Commit and publish the branch. Go back to source code. And we would like to create the pull request. So as usual, I'll wait for the code suggestions coming from CodeRabbit, and then we should be able to complete the section. Alright, so after a couple of minutes, we got the quick summary, the walkthrough, the sequence diagram that you can zoom in and take a look at it from the actual pull request from the GitHub repo. But what I'm interested in is basically the problems that we have in our code base. So under the order controller.js file, here it says you should create a transaction because currently we have this vulnerability called time of check to time of use. Now, what does that mean? Let me try to simplify this. Basically, you can pause the video and take a look at it, but I'll just try to simplify this. So let's go under the order.controller.js file. I'll try to zoom out. So under this method, we are trying to do a couple of different operations. So here, first we'd like to create an order, right? And once we create the order, then we would like to decrement the stock count. But now what happens if this part runs successfully? Okay, so here I'll just add a success emoji. What happens if this is done successfully, but once we are here in the code, let's say server crashes, that means stock would not be decremented, right? So we either want both of these succeed or both of them fail. We don't want this to done successfully and this fail, or vice versa, right? We want both of them either succeed or fail. And to be able to make that work, there is something called transaction. And here is the code how you can do it with MongoDB and Mongoose. I would like to skip this. You can pause the video, write this code. That would be really cool, but it is a little bit advanced. But I just want you to understand this concept. So it is called time of check to time of use vulnerability in this case. And to be able to fix it, you would use a transaction so that you have this atomicity. I hope that makes sense. And then here we have another suggestion. It says instead of saying product._ID, you could just leave the item.product. I think that's correct. It is already the ID, or is it? So here basically it says find by ID. Like in my notes, this is what I have and it is already working, so I'm not going to fix it. I would recommend you to have the same thing that I have. But just in case if this fails later in the video, we can always fix it. But I'm pretty sure that this is working. I'll just add a to-do here. I'll say to-do, check later in the video if this is actually working. So I will have this to-do so that we don't forget it. Let's see, what else do we have? It says under the line 36 as well, which is this part. Again, I'll add a comment as a to-do so that we don't forget to check this. but like I'm pretty sure that this is already working. Okay, now let's scroll and see if we have anything else. Here it says you are doing unnecessary work. You can make this a little bit more performant. And let's try to do it. I will copy this entire part and go under this method. Delete this comment, or actually leave it, but I'm going to paste this part. So what we are doing is getting all the order IDs from the orders array. Then we are getting all the reviews. So here it says review.find. If it is in this list, find all the reviews, and it is getting the IDs from this array. And then it's going to, I think, delete this review because we don't really need it. Instead, let's see, it's going to add this check. So here I will say review order IDs has this specific order. Now this is a lot more faster. It is like a lot more performant than the previous state. Okay. So I think you can pause the video and read it. Like, I have understand this, what is happening. If it is confusing, just pause the video, read the code. I think it should make sense. The difference between this and what we had, like that one, is just performance. And this would be the case, like you would have problems significantly, like if users has a lot of orders. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. Now we can scroll to the bottom. Let's try to commit all of our changes. Here I'll say stage this file. Let's say tiny fixes in order controller.js. Sync this up. And always I'd like to, double check by scrolling to the top and seeing two different commits. Okay, now we can scroll to the bottom and say merge this pull request. Okay, now I'll go ahead, switch to the master branch and sync this up. Now our code base is up to date. Okay, so with that, that's going to be it for this section as well. Hopefully I'll see you in the next one. In this section, we are going to keep working on the API part. So let's go under the server.js. In the previous section, we have added order routes. Now I will duplicate this twice. In the first one, we are going to add the reviews. And then here we will add products. So let's say this is going to be equal to review routes. And this time, product routes. So let's try to copy this name, duplicate this one twice. It is review routes coming from this file, and then product routes coming from this file. And let's try to create both of these files under the routes. So that's the first one. And then the second one. So here I'll say import. Let's get the router from Express. Create a simple router by calling this method. And export default the router. I'll copy this file, paste this in. Now we can go here, save this. Now here you can see colors are not highlighted, but this is just a bug in VS Code. So you can basically delete these and bring this back. Okay, so it still doesn't. Let me delete it one by one and bring them back. Okay, so it looks like it doesn't get fixed. Why this is the case? So we are exporting them. Maybe we should delete this part and bring them back. Okay, now it's been fixed. So first, let's get started with the product route.js file. It's going to have only two different routes. Here I'll say router.get. It's going to be just slash, and we'll say protect route. Only authenticated users can call this endpoint. And then here we'll just say get all products. Now we already have this method under the admin controller. So I'm just going to import it from here. And what this does, let's go ahead and find it. It is this method, pretty easy, pretty basic. It is just going to find all the products and return them. So here under the home screen, user should be able to scroll, right? Under the shop screen, they are going to fetch all the products and they should be able to scroll and, you know, add them to the wish list, to the cart, go into the detail page, things like that. So basically this is going to fetch all the products. And then I will duplicate this. Let's say this time it's going to be get a specific product. So get a specific product. Let's say get product by ID. And let me see if we have the screenshot. Okay, so basically, let's say you click to one of these products, it would take you to the detail page. And here you should be able to fetch the description, you know, the price, everything that is related to this product. So it is like a detail page and we have all the images, so we can basically scroll through them to the right or to the left. Okay, so that's the page that we're gonna call this method or the endpoint. Now let's try to create this under the controllers. Here I'll say product controller.js file. Say export async function. This is the name where we'll get the request and response. Let's try to import it. Okay, now let's get into the actual method. It's going to be pretty easy. Let's say we'll just have a try and catch block. Under the try, first we are going to get the ID. Let's destructure this from request.params, which is this ID. And then we'll say something like find the product. So I'll say await product, import the model, and make sure to put the extension. We'll say product dot find by ID, pass the product ID, and we can just say if this is not found, let's say return res status of, you know, 404, which is not found, and we'll say message product not found. But in the else case, we can just say res.status of 200 JSON and return the product. Let me handle the catch pretty easily and quickly. We'll just say error fetching the product, and you know, we have maybe something like internal server error. Okay, so that's the entire thing, the entire controller file for products. If you would like to extend this project, you know, this would be the file where you can come here and add more controllers. But I think you should only focus on this once you complete the entire tutorial. So for now, don't worry about extending the project. Okay, so that's the product route. Now we'll get into the review route file. And here in this file, once again, we're gonna have two different endpoints. So the first one is the post, where we can basically have the protect route method. Let's put the .js at the end, and we'll say create review. So by calling this method, users should be able to create a review, and then I will duplicate this. This is going to be a delete method. Let's say user can pass an ID like review ID, and they should be able to delete a review. Now here I'll just add a comment, because like we don't have this functionality in our application. In the mobile application, we can add a review. I think I don't have the screenshot, but basically you can add a review to the order, but you cannot delete your review. But still, I just wanted to give you the backend function, just in case if you want to implement it. So here I'll say, we did not implement this function in the mobile app, you know, in the front end. But just in case, if you would like to see the backend code, here it is. I provided this, let's say. So I'll just leave this comment because some of you guys don't really watch the backend part so that you can just see this in the source code. Now let's go under the review controllers. Let's say review controller.js file, create a function. Let's say async function, and we're gonna get this name. Let's say request and response. Let's duplicate it. Update the name, save, and let's try to import them. Okay, so with this, now we can jump into this file and create both of these methods. So as usual, we'll have our try and catch block. Now, the first thing that we would like to do is getting some fields from the request.body. So since you would like to create a review, you need to pass the product ID, the order ID, as well as the rating. Now let's try to validate some of these fields, or all of them. Sorry, just the rating, not all of them. So here we'll say rating must be between 1 and 5, right? You can't give something like -1 or, 6. This is the range that we have. Now let's try to get the user from the request, and we'll just verify if order exists, okay? So here, maybe I'll just add a comment. I'll say verify order exists and if it is delivered, because you can only add a review if it is delivered. If it is in the pending state or shipped, you cannot add a review. You can only review if it is delivered, and we're gonna add that check. So first we'll say import the order model, put the extension at the end, find the order and check if it has existed or not. Then we'll say if if you are the owner of this order. So we'll say if user.clerk ID is not equal to the order clerk ID, we'll say not authorized to review this order, right? It is like unauthorized 403. And then we'll check for the status. We'll say if order is not delivered, you can only review delivered orders. Okay, so that's the other check. Now here I'd like to mention something. Let's go into this screenshot. So let's say in this order, we have two different items. When you say review this order, you're going to see a pop-up, right? And you would be able to review each of these products one by one. Because let's say here you have maybe AirPods, and here you have, let's say, Apple Watch. And let's say you would like to give 4 stars to this one and 5 stars to this one. So for that reason, we're going to show this kind of like pop-up where you can rate them specifically, right? Once again, within an order, within one order, you could have multiple products. And if you want to review them, you will review them one by one. And this is the functionality that we are going to implement. So this is such a detail that we would like to add. And here in the backend code, we need to check for it. So here I'll first say verify if, let's say verify product is in the order, because here you can see we are sending a product ID. So this is how we are going to check for it. I'll say order.order items. We're going to find the item, and here is the check. And I'll say if product is not in the order, we'll just throw in error. And then we can check, one more thing. I'll say check if review already exists. So basically, we will add this functionality where you can only review one time. So we'll say you have already reviewed this product if it has existed. And we are going to import the review model. Here's how we do it. We'll say, here's our filter. This is the product ID, and this is the user. If this has existed, throw in error. So I hope that makes sense. I'm just trying to copy and paste and walk you through it. If this is not the case, finally we can create the review, right? Now, creating the review by itself is not enough. We would like to update something, which is the product rating, right? So here I'll say update the product rating, Because if you think about it, let's say a product had 5-star already, and now you give 1 star. What's going to happen? The product rating is going to be updated. And here, as the developer, you need to do it right here in this controller. So this is something that, I'll be honest, I have generated with the help of AI. And like, this is the correct way of calculating it. Basically, you get the total amount of rating and you divide it by the length, and then here is the new total reviews count as well as the average rating. Okay, so I just double checked this. This is like working correctly, and it's like 6 lines of code. Okay, so we just got the new fields. Here's the calculation. We are using the reduce method, things like that. And then finally updating the database, and we can send a response back to the client saying review created. And here is the response. Now let's handle the catch, which is going to be pretty classic. I'll just paste this in. Okay, so that's the entire thing. Now, once again, we don't really need this method, but I'd like to give you the logic just in case if you want to implement it in the front end part. Okay, so under the try, first we're going to get the review ID from the params, and let's get the user from the request.user, and we can check if review is existed or not. So we'll say find this review. If we don't have it in the if we don't have it in the database, we'll say review not found. So we're gonna find the review and we'll check if it is in the database or not. If not, we would throw an error, but if we have it, we're gonna check if we are the owner of the review, right? Like if this is not the case, we'll say you're not authorized to delete this review. But else we can get the product ID by saying review.product ID and find it, then delete it. So we'll say review, find by ID, and delete. Now, since we have deleted a review, we would like to update the product rating once again. And here's the math. This is how we would do it. At the very end, we can just send a message back, just saying, success. And let's handle the catch. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. This part is not really something that you have to memorize. Like, you can generate this with AI and you would only think about it once you need to implement that. So this is what I have done, 100% honest. Like, this part is also generated by AI. And it is working correctly, so we don't have to worry about it. So with this, I think we are pretty much done with this entire section. Let's try to toggle the status bar. I will create a new branch. Let's say this was review, and maybe let's say review and what was it? Product routes. And then we can add, like stage all the changes, add a commit message. Let's say review and product routes and controllers added. Let's commit, publish our branch, go into the source code. As usual, create a pull request, and then wait for the suggestions that are coming from CodeRabbit. I don't know if you have realized, but we have fixed a ton of code so far just by getting the suggestions from the CodeRabbit. So absolutely beautiful product. So far, I'm really happy with the suggestions that we are getting from our AI teammate. So let's wait for them and then we should be good to go. So after 4 minutes, we got the summary by CodeRabbit. Here are all the new features that we have introduced in this section. We can pause the video and read it. Here is the sequence diagram, like what happens in some certain conditions. When do we get 404? When do we get 403? 400? You can take a look at it. But what I'm interested in is the problems. Here it says you have some race conditions, or what happens if product is not found. Here, let's take a look at it. Basically, we are trying to find the product and we never check if product is not found. And what they do is checking for the product. So I will copy this entire part. And let's go ahead and try to fix that part. So I will go into, which one was it? The card controller, maybe? I don't remember the file name. What was it? Okay, review controller. Let's say review controller.js. So we are going to basically delete this part, paste this in. So these plus signs are kind of annoying. So let's try to Command D, all of them, and delete that. We don't need to call this product.save. Here it says rev.rating. I think here there was a plus. I tried to delete that, right? Okay, so here, like that plus should stay. Let's see if I got the entire code. Up until here, get the if statement. Yes, we have it, and then send a status back to the client. Okay, and then let's scroll to the bottom. Here it says you're missing the extension. Which file is this? It is product.raw.js. And I think if we take a look at the terminal, there should be some errors, right? Here it says you're missing the extension. Once we add it, now it should be working out as expected. Okay, so let's go here and stage all of our changes. I will say fixes, maybe like tiny fixes in review controller.js file. Commit, sync this up. And let's double check if we got the commit. I'll refresh. We have two different commits. Let's scroll to the bottom and merge the pull request. Let's confirm, go back to VS Code. I think we can shrink this. Switch to master and sync this up, get the latest changes. Okay, so with that, we just completed this section as well. In the next section, we can add one more route, which is going to be for the card. So I'll see you there. Now we are going to visit server.js file and we're going to add one more route, just like what we said. It's going to be /API/cart. And here I'll say cart routes. Let's try to copy this name, duplicate this, and import it from cart.route.js file. I'll copy the name. Let's try to create this under the routes. And we are going to create a file called cart.controller.js as well. Now let's go here. I'll say import router from Express. And we will say export default this router. Let's save and try to delete this, bring this back so that the highlighted color is purple, like it is working as expected, and we can get started with this file. Now we'll have a bunch of different endpoints. Let's try to build all of them, and then we'll jump into the controller. So here, first I'll say router.use. We're going to call the protect route method. Let's try to add .js at the end. I will say router.get to / and we'll just say get cart. Now we're going to call this method whenever user visits the cart screen. So if you click to this button, if you click to that link, you're going to be in the cart screen. Let's try to see which one that is. Okay, so under the cart screen, you're going to get your cart. So you will be able to see all the products that you have, as well as the total amount. Okay, now I will duplicate this. We're going to have a post method where we can add something to cart. So I'll say add to cart. Let's duplicate this. We can update it. So I'll say put. We're going to pass the product ID so that we can increment the quantity or decrement it, right? So if you click to this one, this would be equal to 2. If you click to that one, that product would be 2, right? So we need to pass a product ID. this is going to be equal to put product ID, and let's say update cart item. And let's duplicate it. We'll say remove from cart. This time, again, it's going to get the product ID, but the method is going to be equal to delete. And we'll have one more delete method where we'd like to basically clear the entire cart. So let's say clear cart. And we're going to call this method, once we pay successfully. Let's take a look at it. Let's say you fill in your details, you paid it, it is done successfully. In the background, we are going to clear this cart. So we will basically delete everything from here. And it is that method that is going to do it. So now here, let's say export async function. The name is going to be get cart. Let's say request and response. I will duplicate it maybe 3 times. Let's get this name and all of them one by one. And one last time, it'll be clear cart. And let's give a little bit of space so that it is looking clean. Let's try to import them. Okay, now we can get started with the get cart method. So at the top of the file, I will go ahead and import the cart model as well as the product. Here, let's have the try and catch block. Under the try, first I will say const cart, and let's say await cart.find1. And here we would like to pass the clerk ID, which is coming from request.user.clerk ID. So this is going to find the cart of the current user. Now from the cart, we can just say populate the items.product so that we can actually fetch the product details, right? If we take a look at the cart model, let's see, this is the cart schema. We have the items, which has the product field, but it is just an ID. We would like to populate it. So this is what we are doing. And here I will say this is going to be let. You're going to see why. So first we will say if there is not a cart, in this case, we would like to create one. Now we are saying, hey, this is a get method. Why do we create something? Because if we visit the cart screen, let's say user doesn't have anything here. We don't really want to say something like, you don't have a cart. Instead, we would say, you don't have any products in the cart, right? So even though when you send, even if you send a get request here, if you don't have a cart, we are going to create one. But we're just going to leave it as empty. So I promise this is going to make sense. Let's first get the user. Let's say request.user, and we'll say cart will be equal to await cart.create. Let's pass an object. Here is the user. We'll say user._id. We can pass the clerk ID, which is going to be user.clerk ID. And finally, the items. So it's going to be an empty array because we're just fetching. We are not trying to add something to the cart. And at the very end, we'll say res.status of 200 and return the cart back to the client. Let's handle the catch. So we're going to add console.error and the classic error message. So that's the very first function. Now let's get into this one. Say try and catch block. Under the try, first we would like to get the product ID because basically we would like to add something to the cart, and the quantity. By default, we will say it is equal to 1. So here, let's say you are under the home screen. You click to this button, right? You would like to add something to cart, and specifically you would like to add this product. So you would send the product ID from the front end as well as the quantity, and it's going to be equal to 1. Now let's first validate if product exists and if it has the stock. I will just add a comment. I'll say validate product exists and has stock. And this is how we're going to do it. Product.findById. Here is the product ID, and here is the if statement. And let's check the stock. If product.stock is less than quantity, we'll say insufficient stock. But in the else case, again, we can get the cart. So I'll say let cart await cart.find1. We're gonna pass the clerk ID, request.user.clerk ID. So this would give you the cart. If you don't have it, let's say if there is no cart, we can do the exact same thing that we have done right here. So I will copy it and paste. Items will be equal to nothing, just an empty array. But here we can just say, maybe first check if item already in the cart. So what we're going to do in this case, let's think about it. Let's say in our cart, we already have, let me just show you from here. Let's say we already have this product in our cart. If you click to this once again, the quantity should be equal to 2. So at the beginning, it was only once. You click to this button, it is incremented by 1. Now we have 2 of them. So this is what we're going to do. Here I'll say maybe I'll just provide the code instead of typing this out. It is like 5 lines of code. So we will say find the existing item by doing this check. And we'll say if item existed, we would like to calculate the new quantity. So whatever the current quantity is, we'll say +1 and check if it is, if we have the stock. If this is not the case, we are going to update the quantity field. In the else case, that means we are just adding. So we'll just say, use the push method. Here's the product, here's the quantity. So I hope that makes sense. Here we just check if it is already in the cart. If so, incremented quantity by 1. In the else case, added from scratch. Now here, let's say await cart.save. So here we updated a couple of different fields. Now we would like to actually save it to the database. And at the very end, we can say, here is the success message, and let's handle the catch. Here is the console.error, and let me grab the classic internal message as well. Okay, so that's the method to be able to add something to the cart or update the quantity. Now we'll go here. This is the method where you can also decrement the quantity, right? Let me find the cart screenshot. Where that is. Okay, so here with this method, we can either increment or decrement, or do it both, within this method. So I'll have the try and catch block. Let me first get the product ID, and we're going to get that from the URL from the params. So that's the product ID. Now we can get the quantity from the front end from request.body. And first we'll say if quantity is less than 1, we'll say it should be at least 1, right? You cannot have 0 in the cart. Here let's try to find the cart. This is like a validation check. So this is something that we have done in the past. If not, we'll say 404. Now let's try to find the item. So here is the item index. If it is equal to -1, it says item not found in the cart. And if it is not in the cart, you cannot update it, right? So this is just a boring validation check. And finally, we can just say maybe validate stock. And here I'll paste this in once again. Did I copy the wrong thing? Well, first we'll just check, let's say validate, or maybe let's say check if product exists and validate stock. So this is the first check. Now let's try to validate the stock. This is what I'll be doing. Now we are like a couple of hours into the tutorial, right? So at this point, I think we can just copy and paste like line by line and explain everything. I hope you don't mind it. We're like 4 hours into this tutorial, or even maybe longer, I don't know. I think it's completely fine to copy and paste at this point, as long as we understand everything. Okay, so finally we'll say card.items, find this item, update the quantity, and let's save it to the database. Okay, at the very end, let's say success message, card updated, let's say updated successfully, and maybe just return the card. Okay, so I'll just get the catch as well, and we should be good to go. Okay, so I'll just scroll slowly. You can see the entire method. Now let's shrink and build the remove from card method. This is going to be pretty easy. Basically, it doesn't really matter if you have 100 of them in the cart. Once you click to this button, this product would be deleted completely, right? So let's get into this method. I'll have try and catch. Let me handle the catch first. And since we would like to remove one product, we need to get the ID from the params. And then I will check if cart existed. So this is a boring check, but we have to add it. Let me give just one space. And then here I'll say, basically filter out this product. So here we say cart items filter out, right? We're gonna go through every single item, find this product, and it's going to basically get rid of that. And then finally, we will update the database. So here, let me show you once again. Let's say we have this product, maybe like 10 different times. Once you click to it, it is just going to filter this out from the cart. Now you only have this one. So this is exactly what we are doing using the filter method. And finally, we'll just say, item removed from cart, and here's your updated cart. At the very end, we'll just say clear cart. This will basically delete everything from the cart. And we are going to call this method whenever we pay successfully, right? So once you pay an order created, in the background, we are going to delete everything from the cart. Okay, so let's get into this method. And actually, I can just copy and paste the entire thing. It is like maybe 20 lines of code or even 10 lines of code. We find the cart, get rid of every single item. Basically, this is an empty array now. Save, update the database and return a success message back to the client. So I think with this, we are pretty much done with the entire cart controller file. Now there is one thing that we are missing, which is the course configuration. So here, let's try to import the package. Under the backend, okay, let's say npm install course. And if you're wondering about the version, this is the one that I have. So you can say npm install course and type out this version 2.8.5 and rerun it. But now we'll go under the server.js and basically set this up. So here I'll say app.use. Let's try to import the course, maybe up here. Let's say import course from the course package. And we'd like to pass our client URL. So here, let me first save, call the course method. And here, this will take an object where we can pass the, let's say, origin. Now you can add something like HTTP, localhost, and put our front-end URL, which is 5173. But what happens if you are in production? So for that reason, we are going to add this as an environment variable, just to make our code a little bit more easy to work with. So under the .env, I will say client URL. In development, it's going to be HTTP localhost 5173. Now let's try to add this under the config. I'll copy the name. Here we'll have client URL, let's say process.env client URL. But in production, this client URL is going to be equal to whatever Sevalla gives you. So in my case, this is the URL that we are going to have, right? Okay, so let's go here. Instead of putting it as hard-coded string, I will say Let me delete this. I will import env, and here I'll say client URL. Now there's one more thing that I will add, which is the credentials field. This will be equal to true. And let me add a comment what this does, just so that you can have it in the source code. So credentials equal to true allows the browser to send the cookies to the server with the request. So whenever we build, let me just go and display it. So from the admin dashboard, whenever you send a request, within the request, you would like to send the cookies so that you can basically check on the server if user is authenticated or not. And to be able to accept it, to be able to allow access to the credentials, we need to pass this field. So once again, credentials true allows the browser to send the cookies to the server with the request. Okay, so that's the course configuration. Now let me, so I was going to say, let me just add this environment variable to the dashboard, but I will do this in a couple of minutes. So first, let's toggle the status bar and try to create a new branch. For the name, we can say something like cart-routes, stage everything. And for the commit message, I'll say cart routes and controllers edit. Commit and publish the branch. Let's go here. As usual, we're going to create the pull request. And then I'll wait for the suggestions that will be coming from CodeRabbit. Alright, so after a couple of minutes, here are all the new features that we have added. Now, once again, we are mostly interested in the problems. Here it says you have the client URL under the environment variables, but you haven't really documented it. So this is like a minor suggestion. It says you could add this into the .env.example file, add it to the README file, things like that. So that's not really that important in this case. Let's scroll to the bottom. Here I think we have a problem, and I love this. Thanks to CodeRabbit, we are able to find this bug. So let's go ahead and try to fix it. Under the controller file, so right here, I think I just copied and pasted this part that it shows you. Like I have copied it and pasted. Here it says you don't have the user variable. You should create it, right? So I will copy this and let's find it. I'll just do Control F. I'll say if there is no cart. And so I copied this part and I think I pasted it right here where we don't have the user object. So we could either say const user, or we can just say request.user. It's the same thing, but just to be consistent, I will basically paste this part. So if it was confusing, sorry. This is what we had a couple of seconds ago. Now within the if check, we're gonna have this line so that this works, right? I think if we take a look at the terminal, let's try to say npm run dev. Like even if you don't add this part, you are not gonna get any errors because we are not running this function. Only when you call it, you would be running it. So here, make sure to add this line. Now let's see if we have any other suggestions. Looks like we don't. So let's try to commit this. Once again, the only thing that we have done is adding this line into the add to cart method. Let's stage this. Let's say tiny fix in cart.controller.js file. Commit, sync this up. And as usual, I'll just scroll to the top and validate, like we have two different commits. Now let's say merge the pull request. Technically, you could wait for another suggestion that would be coming from CodeRabbit, but we don't really need it at this point. So I'll just say merge this, confirm the merge, go back to VS Code, switch to the master branch, and let's try to sync this up. Okay, so now our code base is up to date. So I believe we are pretty much done with the entire backend part. Like, there is only one thing that we are missing, which is going to be the payments route. So later in the video, we're going to have /API/payment, and we will implement the payment routes. But for now, I would like to, skip that, because I only want to get into the details once we get into the, payments in the mobile application, so that I can explain the entire process from the front end all the way up to the back end. So that's one to do that we are going to have. Other than that, I think we are pretty much done with the entire backend part. Okay, so once again, later in the video, we'll come back and add the endpoint for the payments. But now with this, in the next section, we can get started with the admin dashboard. And just before I forget, let's go into the Sevalla dashboard. This is trying to deploy our latest change. Here under the environment variables, we are going to add one more, which was the client underscore URL, right? Let's double check. This is what we said. And for the value, make sure to copy the actual URL that you have in production, okay? So we're gonna copy that, paste this in, and to make sure to delete this / at the end. We don't really need it. Let's say add the environment variable. Okay. So I think it should be somewhere here. It's been added. Okay. So with this, I think we are pretty much done with the entire application. Let's say, deploy the latest changes, because we had this new environment variable called client URL. This is going to deploy it with that change. And hopefully in the next section, we can get started with the admin dashboard. So I'll see you there. Okay, so in this section, we are going to get started with the admin dashboard. So let me open up my terminal. I have the backend up and running. Let me shrink this and create a new one. We'll cd into the admin. Let's say npm run dev. And let's try to open this up on localhost. Here we can see we are logged in this account. Let's try to sign out. Now, there are a couple of different things that we would like to set up. The very first thing is going to be Tailwind CSS. So let's try to visit tailwindcss.com, and under the documentation, just make sure you select the Vite option, and this is like by default selected. We already have a project, so we're gonna skip the first step. Now let's try to copy this, open up our terminal under the admin. So just kill this with Control C, clear this up, paste this in. So this is going to install the dependency, and we would like to visit viteconfig.ts. Let's try to import Tailwind CSS. And here we would like to pass this as a plugin. So we'll just call the Tailwind CSS function. So this is the exact same thing that we are doing, and we're going to copy this, paste this into our index.css file. So delete everything in this file, paste this in. Let's try to run our app. I'll say npm run dev, and maybe test this out. Here on the h1, I'll say class name, maybe like text red of 500, and let's say, wait, why is this? Okay, like I was going to say, why is this white? But now it is working. Let's say text of 3x large. And if you're not getting this kind of like preview or the highlight, probably it means you don't have this extension called Tailwind IntelliSense. So just go ahead and install it. This would give you the auto suggestion, auto completion, as well as the preview. So let me zoom in and test this out. Here we can see styles have been added, right? It's been updated. So that means Tailwind CSS is working now. Now, the other thing that we would like to set up is React Router. because in our application, in the admin dashboard, we're going to have a couple of different pages. So we'll have the dashboard page, products, orders, so on and so forth. So we'd like to have a routing system. And for this, we will visit admin terminal. I'll clear this up and I'll say npm install react-router. In the past, this was React Router DOM, but the latest version is equal to React Router. So go ahead and install it. Once it has been installed, we can visit main.jsx and let's close these files. We're gonna wrap our entire application with browser router component. And let me even put this before the Clerk provider. Okay, so we're going to import it from React Router. Now within our app, we can use every single component that is coming from this package. So now you can add links, different pages, which is something that we're going to be doing. Now on top of this, we would like to initialize TanStack query as well. So I will get into the details. Let's just first say tanstack.com. There are a couple of different products and the one that we are interested in is a TanStack query. So let me just zoom out. So this is one of those packages that you would like to have if you're building an actual product. This is mostly for data fetching and caching. Like we're gonna get into all the details, but for now, let's just say installation and you can pause the video, read the motivation behind it. Why would you like to use something like this? But I'll try to explain it in short. So first, let's copy this command, which is npm install TanStack and React query. So run this under the admin. Let's try to see the quick start. Let's say quick start. Okay, so basically you would like to wrap your entire application with this component. So first I will get all these imports. Scroll to the top, maybe import it. Now we are not going to use any of these for now, so just have the query client and the provider. Then we will create one instance, which is this one. So maybe you can paste it after the if check. So we have a query client by calling this class, and then we are going to wrap our entire application with this provider component. So let's paste this in, close this off, and wrap our entire application with this component. Then this will take the client, which is this object. So once again, that was just the basic setup. We wrapped our entire application with this provider. We passed this as the argument, as the prop. Now within our entire application, we can use all the components, all the hooks that are coming from TanStack query. And what that is, let's try to explain and understand. Now, let's say this is without using TanStack query, okay? So let's say you're a beginner and you would like to fetch some data. What you would be doing is this. So first you would create a state called data and set data, right? Let's say use state, and initially it would be an empty array. Let's say we are trying to fetch some books, okay? So let's say we have an API that returns some books, and we would like to have a loading state. So you would say is loading and set is loading. And initially this could be equal to something like, let's say false. And then you would have the error state. Let me say error, set error, initially it would be null. Then you would create a use effect, right? Let's try to pretty quickly initialize this, and you don't have to follow along. We are going to delete this. I'm just trying to give you an example, like I'm trying to explain. So here you would create a function, let's say fetch books. This would be an arrow function, and then you would call this method. And then here in the logic, you would have try, catch, and finally blocks. Before you try, you would say set is loading to be equal to true. In the try, you would send a request, let's say const response await fetch slash, I don't know, like API books, you would fetch the, fetch the books. You would say const data await res.json. And then finally, you would say set data to be equal to this data. In the catch, you would say, let's update the error state. Finally, you would say set is loading to be equal to, let's say, false. Either we succeed or fail. Either case, like finally, we want this loading state to be equal to false. So this is what you would do if you just want to fetch some books, right? You would create 3 different states. You would run this entire use effect, which is like in total 20 lines of code. And this doesn't make sense at all. If you were to use TanStack, so instead of all this, I'll just cut that. You would say something like use query, which is coming from TanStack. Okay, so this is a hook. And this would return you all the fields that you would need, like the data. It would return you the loading state, let's say is loading, the error state, if you have any. You would get the refetch method, like a bunch of different things that I don't even know, right? And imagine if you were to create all of these from scratch. So you don't have to. And here, all you have to do is pass an object like query function. And here you would, let's say, you would initialize the function. Let's say you would say something like const data, or maybe like response, send the fetch request to whatever the URL is. You would get the data, say await res.json, and you would return the data. Like that's it. Now you have the data that you would like to fetch. You have the loading state, error state, refetch method, everything that you would need. It is like 5 lines of code instead of all this stuff. And this is not even clean code, right? Because like what happens if this fails? Maybe you would like to run this 3 more times, right? Until it succeeds. And this is what TanStack does. Let's say if this failed in the first one, TanStack in the background will try to run this again, right? So it would run it again and again, like 3 times. And if it fails eventually, you would get an error. So these are all kinds of optimizations that you would get out of the box thanks to TanStack. So yeah, that's why we're using TanStack in the first place. And it is also caching the result. So let's say you visited dashboard page, you fetch this data, and then you visit the products, and then you come back to dashboard again. It is not going to send a request to fetch the same data, right? Because it has already been fetched, you would see this data immediately. So it would be cached. And we're going to see everything in detail. I'm just trying to give you an idea why are we using TanStack in the first place. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. We have the setup, like we wrap our entire app with the client provider, and we have one instance. Okay, now we can delete those imports. That was the setup for TanStack query. Now we'll be using Axios instead of fetch because I think it is a lot more cleaner. Under the admin, just say npm install Axios package. And I also want to use the lucid-react package. Let's import it. We're going to be using this to be able to get these beautiful icons. Okay, now we can, I think, clear this up. Go under the source. I'll create a new folder called lib, and we're going to set up axios.js file. So in this section, we will just set up a couple of different things. And then in the next sections, we can build our actual pages. Okay, so we're going to have dashboard page, products, orders, and customers, and also the authentication page. So first, let's visit axios.js file. Here we will create one instance. First, let's say Axios, import it from the Axios, and we are going to create this Axios instance object. Here I'll say axios.create, which is going to take one argument. So we can pass the base URL, which is going to be our API URL, right? So you would say HTTP localhost, put your port. I think we are running the backend on 3000. Is it? Let's see. Under the env, under the backend. Yeah, so our port is 3000. So that's our base URL, and on every single endpoint we are using /API. So I will include this as well. Then we would say with credentials is equal to true. So on every single request we would send the cookies automatically, right? So this is going to do it. Let me actually add a comment. By adding this field, browser will send the cookies to server automatically on every single request. Okay, so on every single request, automatically our browser will send the cookies to the server. Now, one optimization that I'd like to do, instead of having this as the hard-coded value, I will, delete it from here, and instead I will get it from the environment variables. So I'll say import.meta.env, and we can call this as vid underscore API underscore URL. Let's go here. We'll say vid API URL and paste this value in. We can delete the quotes, we don't really need it. And finally, we'll say export default this Axios instance. Now, why did we create this instance? Well, now whenever we want to fetch some data, we are going to import this in other files. So let's say here we would like to have a function. Let me just create one. I'll say const, maybe like get products. Let's say it's an async function. Here you would say await Axios instance, import it, and then let's say this is a get request. You would say .get, and for the endpoint, you don't need to say something like HTTP localhost 3000/API/products. So you don't need to type this out because this part is already included. We are going to delete this part and just add this part. Because under this instance, we already have the base URL, which is this entire value. So it is as if you already have added this part. I hope that makes sense. Then you would get the data, let's say const, maybe response, and then you could return res.data. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. We're going to be using this a lot. Just keep that in mind. This is the instance that we have, and it has been prefixed with the base URL, which is this part. Okay, so that was another setup, which is the Axios instance. The other thing that I'd like to do is maybe setting up Daisy UI. So on top of, let's say Daisy UI, on top of Tailwind CSS, we are going to set up Daisy UI, and let me show you why. Like, if you were to use pure Tailwind CSS, and if you wanted to get a button like this, you had to write all these classes. But if you use something like Daisy UI, you would just say button, and you would get a similar button. Here's another example. Like without Daisy UI, you would write all these classes, which is insane, and you would get this output. But if you were to use Daisy UI, you would write only these classes like card, card body, input, and you would get the exact same result. So I hope that makes sense. This is going to give us a lot of different components so that we can save time. So let's say you want to get an alert. You don't need to create it from scratch. Just come here, copy the code, and you're good to go. So let's say installation. We'll just copy this script, open up the terminal under the admin, paste this in, which is npm install Daisy UI latest, and this is going to be a dev dependency. And then there's just one more step. We are going to copy this and paste it to our CSS file. Okay, now on top of this, just one quick thing. So they have a bunch of different themes. In our application, I would like to use this forest theme, which is this green kind of like theme. And to be able to use it, all we have to do is visiting index.css file, we're going to open up the curly braces and we're going to say themes. We will be using the forest theme. And then under the index.html, we will say here data-theme. We are using the forest theme. Okay, so by doing this, we are able to actually use this forest value. And this is coming from the documentation. Let me show you pretty quickly. So here they say if you want to include any of the themes, like the light, dark, you would add it under the Daisy UI. Now we can test this out. Let's try to run our application. Under the admin, I'll say npm run dev. Okay, currently we cannot see it, but let's try to put some elements like a button. I will say click me, and we can say class name btn primary. So here we can see this has the forest theme, and we're going to see it in action. At the end of the day, this will be the UI that we are going to have. Okay, so that was the Daisy UI setup as well. Let's try to go under the app.jsx and we can delete the entire content. Instead, I will wrap everything with the routes component coming from React Router. And here we'll have a couple of different pages. So let's create our very first route, which is going to be path of login. So this is the login page. Let's say here we would like to see an element called login page. And let's try to create this page under the source, under the pages. So once again, under the admin, source, pages, we'll say login page.jsx, and I'll say rfce to get my snippet. Let's save and import this page. Now let's try to visit this page. I'll say /login. Here we can see we are able to get this result. And here I would like to make this page kind of like protected. Now what does that mean? Let's try to see. First we'll import is signed in from use Auth, which is coming from Clerk React. So this will give you the value like boolean if user is signed in or not. And here we'll say if user is signed in, they shouldn't be able to see the login page, right? In the else case, they can see a login page. If they are already signed in, just basically navigate them. Let's say navigate, call this from React Router. We'll say navigate them to /dashboard. And here, let's try to create this page. Under the pages, we will have, let's say dashboard page.jsx. And for now, let's keep it simple. Then we're gonna have maybe products page. It should be .jsx at the end. Oops, let's say rfce. Let's try to create another page called customers page.jsx. And I think one more page for the orders. Orders page.jsx. Okay, so let's try to close all of these, save them and go under the app.jsx. Let me just close everything actually. Close everything, maybe save this one. Okay, I'll just zoom out so that you can see the entire line. So this is for the login page. Now here I will have a nested route and you're gonna see why. We'll say route and make sure you have the closing tag as well. The route path is going to be just / and then we will say element. Here we will show something called dashboard or a layout. Sorry, we're going to show a layout. Now why this is the case? If you realize on every single page we have a similar layout. We have the left hand side, right? The sidebar, then we have navbar, and then the actual page content. So only this part changes. The left and top corners are the same. So that's the dashboard page. Under the products, we have the same thing, only this part updates, right? So we are going to create some kind of like a layout that we can use on every single page. So here I'll say if user is signed in, take them to dashboard layout. In the else case, we're going to say navigate them to login page. Let's say /login. Okay, once again, if user is not signed in, we are going to take them to the login page, but else we would show them the dashboard layout. For now, just please follow along with me. Everything will make sense. Like in case if this is confusing, the first route that we're going to have will be the index. So let's say index. And in this case, we would like to say element. We will say navigate to /dashboard. And let's close this off. Actually, just dashboard. Now, I promise this will make sense. Just follow with me. Here we will have one more route. This is going to have the path of dashboard. And in this case, we're going to show the element of dashboard page. Let's try to type this out and we'll test this out in a second. So we're going to get the dashboard page. Let's duplicate it. If we visit /products, this time we're going to see the products page. And let me try to import this. Maybe like dashboard page from, we'll go under the pages and get the dashboard page. Let's do the same thing for products. For some reason, this doesn't give me, like I have to do it manually. The products page and get this from here. Let's duplicate it twice. We're gonna have orders and I think customers. And here I'll duplicate it. Orders page and customers page. Okay, so what is happening here? So we say this is the parent route, which starts with /, right? If we visit /, we'll just take the user to the dashboard page, right? We are going to navigate them. But if user visits /dashboard, we're going to show them the dashboard page. If they visit /products, we're going to show them this page, /orders. So you get the point. We basically prefix all of these with /, right? So it would be /dashboard, /orders, /products. You got the point. Let's try to save and test this out. Here I'll go ahead under the maybe like products. It takes me to the login page because we have this check, right? Where is it? If user is not signed in, we always take it to the login. So let's try to log in. Here in this page, I'll try to put a component called sign in. Let's zoom out and try to log in with our Google account. Okay, now we are logged in. Let's see if we have any errors in the terminal. It says dashboard layout is not defined. That's correct. Let's try to fix it. Maybe under the source, I will say layouts, and let's say dashboard layout.tsx file. And this will return, let's say, one sidebar. And we are going to have the actual page and also navbar. So here the page content will be outlet. So you're going to see what this does in a second. Let's say maybe like h1, put the sidebar in it. And h1, for now, let's put the navbar as well, and then the outlet. Okay, let's try to import this, save, and test this out. Okay, now we are in the dashboard page. Here we can see we have sidebar, navbar, and then the dashboard page content. Now, if you visit /orders, you're going to see the same thing. Like why this is the case, let's say orders. So initially it thinks that you are not signed in. Here we can add a check, like I'll say get the is loaded field, and let me zoom in. You'll say if it is not loaded, don't return anything. I'll say return null. If Clerk is loaded, only then we would like to run this code. Okay, now I can say orders. And here I can see we have the products page. Why this is the case? So many errors. My apologies, but let's try to fix them. If we visit /products, or here under the orders, under the orders page. Okay, so I think here this should be equal to orders page as well. Customers page, I think I forget to update these. Okay, so we're importing the customers page from this one, and same for these, so we just fix them. Now under the orders page, you see that content, and all the time we have both of these components. Let's visit customers. Here we can see this is going to update. We can visit dashboard. All right. Now I hope the outlet component makes sense. This basically says whatever the page content is, display that one. So if it is dashboard page, show that content. If it is products page, show that one. And like, you get the point. So what you see here is the outlet component in the layout, but this part is the navbar component. This one is the sidebar component, which are the things that we are going to build. So one last time, I'd like to walk you through it pretty quickly because I kind of feel like some people might be lost. So I'll just try to explain what is happening in this file. So we are getting this if check. We say if Clerk is not loaded, don't do anything, right? Don't return this part. Wait until Clerk is loaded. Otherwise, we have some unexpected behaviors. And then we say if user visits login screen, show them login page. But if they are signed in, take them to the dashboard page. So we are signed in now, right? We are signed in. If we try to visit login page, it's going to navigate us to dashboard. Okay, so that's one thing. Then we have this parent route, which basically says here is the home screen, and if user visits the home screen, navigate it to the dashboard. And if user wants to visit the other pages, right, display that specific page. Now if you try to visit just /, it's going to navigate you back to the dashboard page. So this is what we are doing. And here, once again, we have the protected route. We say if user is signed in, display the layout, which has the outlet component. So within the layout, it'll basically pass one of these pages. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. This is pretty basic React knowledge, but just in case if it is confusing, I wanted to go over it. Now here I'd like to update the return statement. Let's say we're gonna return an actual beautiful div. Let's say this should be curly braces, by the way. So here within this div, I'll say class name, flex, items, center, let's say justify center, and let's say height of screen so that it is centered. Here I will have a loader icon. Let's say class name, size of, let's say 12, and animate spin. We're going to import this icon from Lucid React. And here, just to be able to see it, I'll say true. Now let's take a look at the end result. Okay, if we are in the loading state, this is what we're gonna see. Now let's bring this back. Let's try to refresh. Like for a split second, we can see that loader component. And just to make this component a little bit more clean, I will cut this and maybe put it under the components. Here, let's say components. We can say page loader.jsx, paste this in, import the loader icon, and here we can just say return the page loader component. Now this feels like an English sentence. If we are in the loading state, show the page loader component. Okay, so that's the entire app.jsx file at this point. So that was the entire section. I hope it wasn't really confusing. All we have done was the setup. Let me pretty quickly walk you through what we have done. We wrapped our entire application with the browser router component so that we can have different routes in our application. So we basically initialized this package. Then we implemented the TanStack query as well. We set that up by importing these two methods or functions. Then we created one query client, pass it as an argument. Then we set up, let's say, some pages. We have Axios set up, and we have one environment variable, which is our base URL. We have one layout and one component. Then on top of everything, we have set it up Tailwind CSS as well as Daisy UI. And to be able to make that work, we also added Tailwind CSS here as a plugin. Finally, here we have data theme of forest. Okay, so I hope everything makes sense at this point. If you wanted to update the theme, you would come here, under the index.css. Let's say you want to use the coffee theme, which is something Daisy UI has. You would save this file and then update this part. Let's say coffee, and you would get this coffee theme. But in my case, I will go back to this one. Okay, now let's try to toggle the status bar. I'll create a new branch. Let's say admin dashboard setup. Stage all of our changes. Let's say admin dashboard setup, or actually let's say tools setup. Commit, publish the branch, and let's try to create a pull request. Now, since our code doesn't really contain any logic, we don't have to wait for the code suggestions because there's basically nothing that could go wrong currently in our code. It does just the setup, different pages, different routes. Here, I'm not going to wait for the code suggestions. If you wanted to, you can wait and maybe fix some, get some code suggestions and implement them. Here, I'd like to skip. So I'll just say confirm the merge immediately. Then go back to VS Code, switch to master and get the latest changes. Okay, so now our code base is up to date. And with that, I think we can leave this section here. In the next one, we can get started with one of these pages. So I'll see you there. Now in this section, we are going to get started with the dashboard page. So this is going to be the end result. Just before we jump into the page content, let's try to build the layout component where we have a sidebar component as well as a navbar component. So this is something that we are going to have on every single page. So I'll jump into VS Code. Here I am running the front end as well as the backend applications under the, under my terminal. First, let's go back under the admin source and we have this dashboard layout component. And here we are using two different components, right? So let's try to create them. The first one is going to be navbar.jsx. Let's try to initialize it simply. I'll copy this file and duplicate it. Let's say this is going to be sidebar.jsx. And let's create the content. Okay. Now let's close the sidebar. I will just kill the status bar as well. Again, you can do this with Command-Shift-P and then toggle the status bar visibility. Now it is gone and we have a bit more space. Okay, now let's try to import both of these components. So we're going to have the navbar component and let's import the sidebar component. And let's jump into the dashboard layout.jsx. So the first thing that we are going to have is this parent div. And here we can add some classes. So I will add the drawer class, which is something that I'll get into. And then let's say if we are in the larger screens and above, it should be open by default. So we'll say drawer open. Now, what does that mean? What is this class? Where is it coming from? So here you can see it is coming from these UI. Let's try to visit the documentation of these UI. And under the components, you can search for, let's say, the drawer component, which is this sidebar that you would have. So let me try to shrink the screen. Okay, so here you can see if you click this button, we have this sidebar opening in the drawer, kind of like drawer, right? So this is what we call the drawer sidebar component. And thankfully, Days UI already has it under the documentation. So this is one of those examples. And here's the code. This is what they're doing. They have the drawer class. Then you would have an input, which is for the toggle status, right? For the toggle state, which is this button. So this is like an input. And here you would add an ID. And then you would use this ID under the label. So just pause the video, take a look at the documentation. This is what I have done. I just take this code, update it a little bit so that we could have this beautiful output. And then when you click to this button, this is going to toggle the state. So here I think I have a screenshot. Let me take a look at it. Okay, so if you click to this button, here you can see sidebar has been shrinked, right? Okay, so I'll just zoom out. Let's go back here and now we can actually see it in action. So that's the parent div. Now, right after this, we will have the exact same input that is coming from the documentation. Type is going to be equal to checkbox. And here I'll just add an ID. You can put anything. I'll just say my-drawer. And then let's add some classes. Here I'll say class name, drawer-toggle. Again, this is coming from these UI. You can take a look at it. Like you don't have to understand anything that is going on here because that's the reason why you're using these UI. You just want to make things work rather than understanding every single detail. Like honestly, I don't know any of these, to be honest. Like I can take a look at it, I can understand what is happening, but if you ask me to type this out from scratch, I could not do it, and I don't have to. Okay, so just keep that in mind. You don't have to memorize all of these things because I see a lot of comments like people get overwhelmed. They say, how do you learn all of these? Well, basically you don't learn them, rather you learn how to use them from the documentation, right? So that's why you're using third-party libraries in the first place. Okay, now let's jump into the code. Here I'll say this should be checked by default. So that was the input. Now I will have one more div, and this will be class name of drawer-content. Okay, so here everything is going to be under this component. I think, yeah. So let's try to have this div save to get this formatting. Here, the first thing that I will have is the navbar component. And this is going to be self-closed, so let's try to import it. And then right after the navbar, we will have a main component or a main element that is going to have the actual page content. And here I'll give the class name of padding of 6 from all directions. And after the main, after this div, we will have the sidebar component. Okay, so that's the structure. Once again, we are using the drawer component coming from these UI. I know this doesn't make too much sense at the moment, but let's try to build the entire page. Like hopefully it should make sense. First, we'll go under the navbar and try to build that component. So here we will use a couple of different links. Here we can see we have dashboard, products, orders, and customers. Now, every single one of them will have a different label, right? Here we can see different texts, and they will also have different icons. And one last thing, all of them will have a different link. So if you click to this one, this would take you to /customers. This would take you to /orders, right? So to be able to get this, we can have an array. And here, this is, I will provide you here in this component. So we will have this navigation array, which is 4 different objects, and every single one of them has the name, the path, as well as the icon. Let's try to import these icons. They will be coming from Lucid React. Let me just try to import them. Okay, so these are all the icons that we have. I think we are not using this one for now. And then we have the user button. We are going to be using it under the navbar component. And one last thing, it's going to be use location hook coming from React Router. Okay, so here I think we have one warning from ESLint. I'll just try to ignore it. Basically, it says take this and put a constant file. Don't export it from here, but it is not really important. So here I'll say ESLint, please disable the next line. Okay, so it was just a warning, not a big issue. Under the navbar component, I will get the location. We're going to be using it. Let's say use location, call this hook. And just before we get into the return statement, here I'll say const location. And let's take a look at it, like what that is in the terminal. So that's the location object. Here it gives you the path name. So this is what we're going to be using. Like we are under the dashboard page, right? Let's go under the orders. Now the path name should be equal to orders. And by using this, we can decide, like what this text is going to be in the navbar component. In this example, we are under the dashboard page. So this is what you would see. If you were under the products page, you would see that text. So that's the reason we are using this hook in the first place. Like I'm just trying to go pretty slowly just to make sure we understand everything rather than just jumping in the code and writing everything. Okay, so here I'll give a little bit of space. Under this div, we will have the class name of navbar. And I believe this is also coming from Daisy UI. Then we'll have width of full, let's say background, base of 300. Then for the content, first we'll have the label element. And this is going to hold the icon where we can toggle the navbar state. So here the HTML4 is going to be my-drawer because this is the same ID that we have here, right? If you had something like 123, you would like to update this part with 123 as well. Now this is not going to take any content like a text, but instead it would take an icon called panel, let's say left icon, and import it from Lucid React. It is this one. For the class name, I will say size of 5. And I think here we can add things like maybe a class name. I'll say btn, btn-square, and maybe btn ghost. And finally, I'll say area-label. It'll be open and sidebar. Okay, so everything is coming from the UI documentation. Let's say we'll have one more div with the class name of flex of 1 and padding x of 4. Within this, we'll have one h1. And here we will basically use the navigation array as well as the location method or the object. So this is what we are going to have, one h1 with text x large and font bold classes, and we're gonna find the current location path, like the active link. If it is equal to undefined, we're gonna put the dashboard, but probably it'll never be undefined. This is just a fallback value. Let's try to save and take a look at the end result. Okay, so that's the navbar component. We are under the orders page. We can see that text says orders. Let's go back to slash, maybe like customers. Here you can see this is going to update. So here we say navigation.find, go every single item and get the one which is equal to item.path or which is equal to the location, right? If this is the case, you should get the name. I hope that makes sense. Pretty basic JavaScript to understand. Right after the h1 and after this div, we are going to have one more div that is going to hold the user button. And here for the class name, I'll just say margin right of 5. Okay, so here we can see we have the user button. We can manage the account, update profile, or just sign out. Here in this example, we have the logout button, but instead of putting this, I think this looks a lot more cleaner. I will leave it as it is. Okay, so that was the navbar component. Now let's jump into the sidebar.jsx and try to build the sidebar component. So here in this component, first I'll get a couple of different imports. So we're going to get the use user hook from Clerk, which is going to give us the authenticated user information. Then we're going to get one icon from Lucid React, two different components from React Router, and this navigation array we are exporting from navbar.jsx. Okay, so within this sidebar, let me first grab the location. I'll say use location, call the hook. Then we're gonna get the user object. Let's call the use user from Clerk. I think we have never used this so far, so let's just try to say maybe console log this. Let's say user is here, and we're gonna put the user to the terminal. I'll open up the terminal. Here we can see user is an object. Like, these are all the fields, all the methods that Clerk gives you. The one that we are interested in is going to be full name, or the first name and then the last name, which is this one. And we are going to display it here on the navbar component at the very end. So we're going to have the image URL, full name, as well as the email. That's why we are using this hook in the first place. Okay, then within this sidebar, we will have some classes. Let's say it'll be drawer-side is drawer closed, or is drawer closed. I'll say overflow dash visible. So this is coming from the UI documentation. Just keep that in mind. We're gonna have label HTML4, once again my dash drawer, so that it is working properly. Let's say area dash label. This time it'll be close and sidebar. And let's say class name drawer dash overlay. You're gonna see what that does once we write the entire code. We'll have one div, let's say class name of padding of just padding of 4, which means like from all directions. If you just want to give horizontally, you would use padding x, and vertically padding 4, but from all directions it is just p4. And then let's say width would be equal to full. Then we'll have one more div within this. I'll say class name flags, maybe items will be centered, and gap of 3. And one more div. This will get the class name of width of 10 and height of 10. Now, one trick in Tailwind CSS, if the width and height is the same, you can just say size of 10. So it's the same thing. And then we'll say background will be primary, rounded x large, flex, let's say items will be centered, justify centered, and maybe shrink of 0. And within this, we'll just have one icon, which is going to be this shopping bag icon. Width, height, and text will be primary content. Let's try to just save and see the output. This is what we just built. Right next to this, we would like to have this text that says admin. So after the div, I will have a span that says admin. You can say anything. This is what I'll have. Let's say text will be x large, font bold, and I'll say is drawer close. It should be maybe like hidden. Okay, so that's the entire content. Now let's go, I think, right after the span, after these two divs, just above the very last one, we're gonna have the sidebar content under an unordered list. So create a UL element. We'll say class name. It'll be menu, width of full. Let's say grow, flex. It'll be flex, column direction, gap of 2. And within this, we will basically map through the navigation items, right? So that we can display them one by one. Here I will say navigation. If I can type correctly, it should be all uppercase. Okay, so we'll just map through it. get every single item, and for each of them we are gonna return something, but we would like to have one constant. So here I will call a regular function call, and then we'll say, return something here, but before that let's say const is active, and we'll say location dot path name. If this is equal to item dot path, that means this link is active, and if it is active, we're gonna update the background color, right? So this is how we can calculate it, by having one variable. And here under the return, I'll say list item, let's add a key, which can be something like item.path because it is unique. Then we can have, I think, like that's it for the list item. Here we'll have a link, and this link is coming from React Router. So here I will add a prop called to. This will take us to the item.path, and then we're going to have a class name field. Now this is going to be dynamic. Here I'll put curly braces, backticks, and let's say it'll take is drawer close class. In this case it should be tooltip, and the tooltip should be on the right hand side. So this is how we can do it, all coming from the UI documentation, so I would say don't worry about it. Now here we would like to add the dynamic class. I'll give a little bit space, open up the dynamic block. Within this I will say if it is active, if this is equal to true, go ahead and add these classes, which is equal to background primary and text primary content. But if it is not active, just don't add any other classes. For the content we will have item.icon and one span that puts the actual name. I'll say item.name. Within the span we'll have class name is drawer close. This would be hidden. So I hope this makes sense. It basically says if the drawer is closed, this span should be hidden. Let's save and take a look at the end result. Okay, so this is what we have at the moment, and we can toggle the state thanks to this button. Okay, so that was the list item, and let's go under the UL. I will have the user profile component. So I'll say div. Within this div, I'll say class name, padding of 4, width of full, not fit, let's say full. One more div. Class name, flex, items will be centered. Let's say gap of 3. And one more div. Maybe I can just copy and paste. It is 3 lines of code. We are using the avatar class placeholder. I think this doesn't even exist yet. So I have it in my notes. Let me just delete it. And we have shrink of 0. So this is one more thing that is coming from this UI. We have the image, which shows the image URL from the user object, and here are the classes. Let's save and take a look at the end result. Alright, so this is what we have under the image, under this div. I'll give a little bit space, and I'll just have one more div. Let's say class name of flex-1. I'll say minimum width will be 0. Let's say is drawer close will be hidden. Within this we'll have one p tag. Let's say class name text-small, font will be semi-bold, and I think truncate class. Within the p tag we will have user.firstname. Let's add a question mark just to optional changes, and one space, then user.lastname. Okay, so that was the p tag. Finally, we're gonna put the email address of the user. So here I'll just paste this in. It has one p tag with these classes. We are getting the email addresses and getting the very first result. Let's save and take a look at the end result. So this doesn't really look the exact same thing what we have here, right? This should be at the very end of the screen. Let's see which classes we are missing. I'll just try to scroll to the top. So I just paused the video and see that we are missing one div. Let's go ahead and try to add it. So we are going to shrink this one as well as this one, and finally that one. We will wrap all of them with a div. So right after the label, go ahead and create one div, cut this part and put it at the very bottom. So what we have done is this: we took all this content and wrap it with this parent div, and we're gonna add some classes. Here I'll say flex, minimum height of full. Let's say this will be flex-column, maybe items start, background base of 200. This is the color that we're going to be using. Let's say is drawer close. In this case, width could be 14. And finally is drawer open. In this case, let me zoom out so you can see it clearly. Width is going to be 64, which is equal to 256 pixels. Let's save. I'll just zoom in and take a look at the end result. Okay, so that's the exact same thing that we would like to have as the end result. Okay, now let me try to shrink the screen. Like here, once we click to it, we can see there is an overlay. If you click to it, it's going to close the sidebar. And I said that you're going to see that component, which was this one. Okay, so it is the drawer overlay. Like it is this overlay that you can see. Let's try to delete this for a second. Now we don't have that overlay. Like it doesn't work if you click here. I hope that makes sense. Let's put this back, and this would be the entire sidebar component. Okay. Now let's close this and go back into the dashboard layout. I think we are pretty much done with it. We created the navbar component, sidebar component, and now we would like to build the actual pages, right? So outlet means any of these pages, because everything has been wrapped with the dashboard layout. Okay, now let's get started with the dashboard page. And once again, just before we jump into coding, let's take a look at the end result. So here under this page, we would like to call our endpoint so that we can fetch the stats as well as the recent orders, right? Basically, we would like to get, maybe like all the orders that we have recently. Now let's try to go back into VS Code. Here I will have, let me shrink everything. Under the source, under the lib, we will have the API.js file. And here we would like to put our functions so that we don't have to, we don't have to make our code spaghetti. I hope that makes sense. So we will just make our code base a little bit more clean. Let's see how we can make that work. First, I will import Axios instance from the Axios file. So if you remember in the previous section, I said that this is the object that we're going to be using whenever we want to make a call. So here I'll have an object called product API. And here we can put all of our functions that are related to products. So the first one is to, get all products. This will be a function. And this function will basically call the let's say Axios instance.get. Okay, sorry, it should be in this way, Axios instance.get, and this will basically call our endpoint, which is under the admin, under the products. So this is going to give us all the products. Let's say get the data, and then we'll just return this data back to the admin, right? Then we'll have one more method to be able to create a product. I'll say async. And basically I can duplicate this part. Here, if you want to create a product, we would like to pass the form data. Then this would be a post request to the same endpoint. And then we would like to send the form data. And finally, return the response back to the admin, right? Then one more method, I will duplicate this, and this will be update. Again, if admin wants to update a product, they would like to pass the form data as well as the product ID. So let me destructure them. I will say get the ID as well as form data. And here, this will be the put request. And here under the endpoint, I think we should also pass the ID. Let me make this to be backticks. And here we'll say slash pass the ID. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. This is like pretty basic full stack development. Basically, this is just a method that we are going to call in a couple of minutes, or maybe like we are going to call this method. These would be in the next sections, but we just created all of them. Okay, now we are going to create one more API. Like this is everything related to products. So here at this time, I'll say export const order API. So everything that is related to APIs. We'll say get all, right? This will get you all the orders. Let's say it's a function. You can pause the video and actually build it by yourself, but it'll be pretty similar to this one. It's a get method or a get request to admin/orders, and we'll return the data. One more thing, I'll put a comma where we can update the status of an order, right? So here I'll say update status. We are going to get the order ID as well as the status. Like we are getting the order ID so that we know which order that we are updating, and then the new status, if it is like delivered, shipped, or if it is like in the pending state. Endpoint will be admin orders. Let me put the backticks. Then it'll be slash, let's say, order ID slash status. So this is the endpoint that we have if you take a look at the admin route.js. So it is like under the admin, we have orders, order ID, and then the status. And this is the patch method. So let's try to fix this. It'll be equal to patch. Okay, finally, we're gonna pass the new status. So here I'll open up an object and let's say here is the status that we are passing. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. This could look a little bit confusing if you have never used something like this, but just wait, in a couple of minutes, it should make sense. So we just created this file so that we can see all of our API calls in a single place, and this will make our code a little bit more cleaner. Okay, let's keep this in mind and let's go back to app.jsx, and from here we'll visit the dashboard page.jsx. Now within this page, before we build the return statement, let's try to see the basics. Here I will call the use query hook, and let's try to import it from TanStack. So I'll say import use query from, we'll go under the TanStack, say at TanStack / react query. Now we got the query. This will give us some data, and let's try to call it as orders data. You can call this anything. For now, let's just say data so it is not confusing, and we're going to get a loading state. Now this wants you to pass an object. We will have something called query key, which is an array, and you can put anything here. Let's say orders, and you're going to see what this is in a second. But the most important thing here is the query function. So here I'll say we would like to call the order API or the orders API. How did we call it? So it is called order API. We're going to call the get all method. So here I'll say order API dot get all. Let's try to import the order API from this file. Okay, so let's try to console log. I think it'll make sense in a second. Let's say orders and display the data. Okay, so what is happening here? Whenever you visit the dashboard page, this query will run immediately. And this is running this method, which is going to get you all the orders by calling this endpoint with the GET request. So the data that you get here is this data, right? And we are trying to console log it. Now we can put the loading state as well. I will duplicate this. Let's say is loading and display it. Let's open up the terminal. Okay, so is loading was false. Let me refresh. Okay, initially it is equal to true. Once we fetch the data, here we can see it is equal to false. And orders is an array. It's an empty array because in the database currently we don't have any orders, but at least we are not getting any errors, right? So this is actually working. We are fetching the data by calling our query function. Now we can use this data, which is the orders, and display them right here, right? Then we would like to call one more query so that we can get the stats. Okay, so let's go back under the API.js. We'll just have one more object. So this is what we had. Let's say export const, this time it'll be stats API, which is going to have the get dashboard function. Let's say it is async arrow function. We'll get some data by doing Axios instance dot get slash admin slash stats. And let's take a look at the admin route.js. So we are basically calling this endpoint, and in return, like in the background, it is calling this method, and we're going to get all these fields, right? Okay, so we'll just return this data back to client. Now let's try to duplicate this, or I'll just type this out. I'll say use query. We're going to get some data. Let's destructure this. And we're going to get the loading state. But now here you can see it says you have the data already. You need to rename this one. So this time, maybe like rename both of them. Here I'll say this is the maybe like orders data. And for the is loading, I'll say orders loading. And here we would like to get the stats. It'll be stats loading. And for the data, we can say stats. You can also say stats data, like it's the same thing. I'll delete the console logs. Here we'll have a query key. You can call this anything. I'll just say maybe dashboard stats, and then our query function, which is going to be stats API dot get dashboard. Okay, so that's going to give you the dashboard data, which is under this field. So I hope this doesn't really look confusing. Once again, use query will automatically run whenever you visit this page, and this is in the background calling this query function, right? And we just created here under the api.js file so that our code looks a little bit more cleaner. So if you wanted to, you can copy this part, just cut it from here and paste it. It is the exact same thing. Then you had to import Axios instance as well. Like this is the exact same thing as doing this one. Then you would have the method here. Just imagine if this method was like 5 to 10 lines of code. You don't really want to have it here in this file because it would get a little bit messy. So that's why we are getting these methods and putting it under the api.js file. Okay, now we'll just get the orders. Here I'll say recent orders. What you can do is orders data, and then we'll just say dot orders, because from our backend, let's go under the, I think, admin route.js. When we get all the orders, here under the response, we send it under an object. So that's why we say dot orders so that we can actually grab them. Okay. Now, if you wanted to, you can slice this and maybe get the first 5 recent orders. Otherwise, you can leave it as it is. This would give you all the orders. Now, if you ask me, it would be better to, like, instead of doing this, it would be better to actually return the last 5 items from the API. So instead of fetching all of them and returning all of them, here you would actually calculate that one. It would be optimal to send the last 5 recent orders, from the backend. But just to keep it simple, I'll just use the slice method, and I'll just add a comment just in case if you're reading the source code only. I'll say it would be better to send the last 5 items from the API instead of slicing it here. But we are just keeping it simple. Okay. Just in case if this is like undefined or anything, we can put an empty array. Then I think I'll have one constant called stats cards. Now let me go back to end result. So this is a card, right? And then this is another card, so on and so forth. We have 4 different cards, and each of them has a label, which is this one. Then it has like a value, and then maybe one icon, right? So we'd like to create an array with all these fields. So the first one is, let's say, it'll have the name called total revenue. And for the value, I'll make it to be, let me just do Control-C. For the value, I'll make it to be dynamic. So I'll say if stats loading, in this case, it would be like 3 dots. But in the else case, we can actually get the stats data. So here I'll have backticks. Let's say we'll have $1 at the beginning. Let me show you. So we're adding this part, and then it'll be whatever the value is. So we have like $, and then the dynamic part, we'll say stats data dot total revenue, and I'll say to fixed and add 2. So this will add only 2 decimal points. If you want to have like one more decimal, you would put 3 right here, but I'll just leave it as 2. And here, if this is like I don't know, like if it is undefined, we can just fold this back with 0. And then right after the value, I'll add a comma. This will get the icon. And here for the icon, we're going to use the $, which is this one. So let's say icon is going to be $icon coming from Lucid React. And we can say class name of width 8 and height 8. So you can duplicate this now. What I'll be doing is provide them one by one. We had the total revenue, then we have the total orders. Here is the value, here is the icon. Let's try to import it. Then I will have total customers. Again, here is the icon, which is user's icon. Here is the value. Finally, the total products. Here, let me just paste this in. This is the icon that we are using, and this is the data that we are getting. I'll select 4 of these with Control-D, and I'll just say size of 8. I think it's a little bit more clean. Okay, so we got the stat cards, we got the recent orders. Now we can get into the UI under the return statement. So this will have class name of space y of 6. Then we'll have the stats. So I'll just add a comma or a comment. I'll say stats. If you don't want to type this out, you can basically copy and paste from the source code. Like the entire logic is up here. Return statement is just the UI. So you can go back to source code under the dashboard page, copy and paste the entire return statement if you don't want to type this out. Here I'll have a div, say class name, it'll get the stats, which is coming from Daisy UI. So we'll say stats vertical, then we'll have larger screens and above, stats would be horizontal. And then we'll say, give us some shadow with full, let's say full background base of 100. Within this div, I will basically map through the stat cards. Let me paste this in and walk you through it. Like 5 lines of code. For every single stat, we are going to return a div that has the class name of stat. Then we have stat figure, title, and value. Let's save and take a look at the end result. Alright, so this is what we have. And this data is actually correct. Like we have one customer, which is like the only user that we have, right? And currently we don't have any products, any orders, or anything. That's why the rest of the data is equal to 0. But as we build it, you're gonna see that it'll actually update. Okay, so that was the stats. Let's go outside of this div. You can shrink this. We will have one more div, and I'll just add a comment. Let's say recent orders. And here I'll say one div with the class name of card background base of 100. Let's say shadow of maybe like X large. Then we'll have one more div. This is the actual card body. And here we'll say 1h2, like the title. It says recent orders. I'll give the class name of card-title. And right after this, I'll say if we are in the loading state, so if orders loading, go ahead and return this part, which is like a div. Let's say class name flex justify centered, heading y of 8. And within this, we will have one span. Let's say it is self-closed, class name of loading spinner, and maybe like loading of large. Okay, so that's the span. Now in the else case, we're gonna return this part. And actually, here I will add one more condition. Let's say recent orders dot length. Let's say length. If it is equal to 0, we can put something like no orders yet, just like a placeholder. But in the else case, like right here, I think we should have a question mark, by the way. And then here we will have the actual content, right? So I know this might look a little bit like confusing. So I was saying, I know that this might look a little bit confusing, but basically this is a couple of if and else checks, right? A couple of if else statements. Here we say, are we in the loading state? If yes, we would like to return this part. If not, we would like to like check this part, right? Here we say, if recent orders.length is equal to 0, go ahead and display this placeholder. But in the else case, return this part, right? So if, else, if, else. Okay, I hope that doesn't confuse anyone. Let's get one div. We'll have the class name of something like overflow x of auto. And this div is basically this part, right? We will have a table-like content. So we'll have a title, couple of different columns, right? For the order ID, customer, items, so on and so forth. Okay, so that's the parent div. We'll have a table. Let's say table. Class name is going to be equal to table. I believe this is coming from DZUI as well. Here we can see. Within this table, we will have a table head. So I would like to copy and paste, which is like 7 lines of code. We have table row and table heading, order ID, customer, and you can see the rest of it. Right after the table head, we'll have table body, and here we will just basically map over the recent orders. So here I'll say recent orders dot map, get every single order, and return this part, which is like a table row component. Let's add a key to make React happy. We'll add the order ID as the key. Let's say class name. I have hover in my notes. I think this doesn't do anything, so let's try to delete it. Within the table row, we will have table data. And here this will get a span. Let me just copy and paste instead of typing this out so we don't waste any time. Font medium, here we'll get the order ID. So we'll go in this order. First order ID, second customer, items, amount, status, and date. Okay, so let me get the second table data. I'll paste this in, save. Okay, so that's the, like, it is the customer information. And then after this table data, let me try to zoom out so that you can see it clearly. I'll paste this in, which is including the order items, you know, what is the name, the length. If it is more than one, we will say, you know, you have more items. And this is how we can calculate the length. Then right after this one, we're gonna have the total price. Let me get one more table data. We are gonna get, like, we have two different buttons or two different methods, not buttons. Let me save and I'll walk you through it, I promise. So we are gonna have different badges. If it is delivered, it would be this green color. If it is shipped, maybe it would be a yellow color, right? So this method is going to give us that class name. And then we have this capitalized text method. Let's try to go under the utils, like under the lib, we will create utils.js file. Once again, under the admin, under the source, lib, utils. So this is the file that you can find under the source code and just copy and paste it. It has a couple of different functions. Let me copy them and paste them in. 30 lines of code, pretty easy to understand. This is going to get a text and capitalize it. So let's say you pass something like shipped. It's going to take this text and convert it to be shipped. So taking the first letter and capitalizing it. So that's the first method. This is going to give you the status badge. If it is delivered, this would be the class name. If it is shipped, this is the class name. If it is pending, this is what you have. In the default case, this is what we're going to have. And then the stock status badge, something that we're going to use later in the video. Same for the format date. Okay, so these are all the methods that I have prepared for you so that we don't waste any time. Let's try to import this one as well as that one. Now at the very end, right after this table D or table data, we will have this one where we display the order created at date. And let's call the format date method. So let's save. Since we don't have any data, this is what we're going to see. But later in the video, once we have the orders, this is the exact same output that we are going to have. So like, this is the UI that we just built. And here we can see date has been, you know, formatted thanks to this method. Okay, so that was the entire component. 130 lines of code. It is mostly UI. Like, forget about the return statement. This is what you're actually interested in. And here I can walk you through it once again pretty quickly. So first we have created the API.js file, and we have a couple of different objects where we wrapped our methods. So if you want to call the order API, you would put all your methods right here. And anything related to products, you would call this one. And you know, for the stats, you would call this object. Okay, so here we have two different queries, and we have a query function that is going to give you the actual data. So when you visit the dashboard page, these queries would run automatically and they would call the query function, so whatever you pass. In this case, we are getting the dashboard data as well as the orders data, right? And also we have passed something called query key, which is like a label, like an identifier for this specific query. And later in the video, we're going to be calling them. But I can give you an example. When do we want to use it? So let's say under the products page, we created a new product, right? So here you added the new product information. Once you say add product, you would like to call this query again to fetch the latest product as well, right? So it is like an identifier, like a reference that you can call, and we are going to see it later in the video. For now, don't worry about the query key. If you hover over this, you cannot see any description, but once again, it is just a reference for this query, and we're going to see it in action later in the video. Okay, so that's the entire thing. We also built the dashboard layout with these two components, that is navbar as well as the sidebar. Okay, so let's try to commit all of our changes and then we can end the section. I'll say toggle the status bar visibility. Let's create a new branch. I'll say dashboard page, stage everything, and the commit message could be dashboard page added. Let's publish the branch, create the pull request, and as usual, I'll wait for the suggestions that will be coming from CodeRabbit. So here we go. After a couple of minutes, we got the summary. Here are all the new features that we have introduced in this section, the walkthrough of the file, or all the files, as well as the sequence diagram, but we are mostly interested in the problems that we have in our codebase. So here it says under the sidebar.jsx, you should put the optional chaining to prevent runtime errors. That's correct. Let's go ahead and fix it. I will basically copy this entire p tag and we'll find the sidebar component. Let's go ahead and find it under the components, under the sidebar. Like, is it this part? Yeah, it says go ahead and add the optional chains, right? So this is the only thing we are missing, is it? Okay, just before the email addresses, we also want to add it like this way. Okay, now our code is a little bit more safe, just in case if these fields are undefined or null, our application is not going to crash. Okay, so that was the very first suggestion. Here it says, again, add some guards. What happens if text is equal to null? So I will copy this if check, go into the utils.js file, paste this in, and if you're watching at this point, this is probably what you have already, because when you copy it and paste it from the source code, this is what you would see as the end result. So I'll just add it right here. Let's scroll to the bottom. Again, some validations, like you can add them. Let's try to do it. So here I'll paste this in. And here under the recent orders, once again, it says add some optional chains. Let's add the question marks. Save, and I think one more, which is the last one. Again, under the total revenue, let's see, under the VS Code, total revenue, like this one, let's add the question marks. Like, these are all the things that you would not see as a beginner, right? Or maybe like not a beginner, but you just don't realize it, right? You created the method, but you can't really think of the edge case, like what happens if this is undefined, right? In this case, you would like to return an empty string rather than trying to run this part. So that's why CodeRabbit is really cool in this case. Let's take a look if we have any other suggestions. Looks like we don't. So what I'll be doing, under the same branch, add all of our changes once again, and I'll say tiny fixes in, I don't know, like let's say dashboard page. Commit and sync this up. I'll just scroll to the very top. We had one commit. Let's refresh. Oops. Now we have two commits, which means we got the latest changes. Now we can finally merge the pull request. Okay, so I'll go back to VS Code. Let's say switch to the master and get the latest changes. Okay, now our code base is up to date. That's the entire section. I hope you enjoyed it. Maybe I'll see you in the next one. Now it is time to get started with the products page. Just before we jump into coding, let's try to see the end result so that we know what we are building in this section. So under the products page, we should be able to fetch all the products as the admin. And we should be able to add a new product by clicking to this button. Once you click to it, there will be a new model on the screen where you can provide some information like the product name, category, everything, and then some images. Then you can add the product. And there is one more model. Let's say you would like to update this product. You would like to click to this button, and then you would see this model where it says edit the product. And you're going to see all the information about this product displayed within the model. Then you can change any of them or all of them, then update the product. And finally, you can click to this button so that you can delete the product. So pretty self-explanatory, but that's the entire page. So let's jump into coding and try to make that work. Under the admin, under the source, we will go under the products page and get started with it. So here maybe I'll have a couple of different imports. Let me pretty quickly copy and paste them. Now at this point, we already know how to, call queries, how to have some states, use effects. For that reason, we can just speed up the process a little bit. Okay, I'll copy and paste everything that you can see here. We got the use state, some icons from Lucid React. We have use query, and this time we'll use mutation as well. And there is something called query client. So this is the hook, use query client. You'll see what that does. Then we have the product API, which is this object that we are importing so that we can fetch all the products, create one, and update one. Then we have this method called get stock status badge. And this is going to give us, the object where it says out of stock, low stock, or in stock, depending on these if checks. Okay, so these are all the imports. Now let's try to create our states. So the very first state is going to be show model, which is like a boolean that'll be either true or false. And depending on the state, we are going to show a model. And then let's see the editing product state. Initially, it'll be null. Once you click to, let me show you. Let's say you click to this button, right, on this product. The editing product object is going to be this one. So everything will make sense. Just follow along with me. Then we're going to have a form data. So I'll paste this in, which is like an object with the name, category, price, stock, and description. Then we will have some images, right? One state, initially it's going to be an empty array. And when you upload images, let me show you. So once you upload the images, here you will see the previews. Let's say you uploaded 3 images, you would see them right here, right? Actually, we have it here. So we'll have one state for the image previews as well. I'll paste this in. Okay, now we can call our hook called use query, not mutation. Let's say use query, which is going to give us some data. Let's say destructure the data and rename this to be products. And you can even add like initial values or default values. Let's say it's going to be an empty array. And here we can pass query key. We'll say products. Then for the query function, we'll say product API dot get all. So this is going to give us all the products in the database, right? Now we already know how to use this, nothing new, but now we can use also a mutation. So let's say use mutation. Now what is a mutation? Let me just put a comment. Well, let's get started with the use query actually. So you would use a query whenever you want to fetch some data, right? You would use mutation whenever you want to basically update some data. So this could be like creating some data, like creating products, updating them, deleting them, right? For all of these, you would use a mutation. So I hope that makes sense. And let's say this is going to give us a result. Here, you can also destructure it. But what I'll be doing is, let's say, create product mutation. Okay, so I promise it'll make sense. For now, follow along with me. Here we can put a mutation function, which is going to be product API.create. So when you call this mutation, in the background, it's going to call this one, which will, make this call. And we would like to pass the form data. So that's the mutation function. Now what happens if this is done successfully? Well, there is onSuccess method. It's like callback. Here we'll say this function should run. And let me display like what is going to happen once you successfully add the product. You click to this button, on the background something happened, and on success you would like to close the model, right? This is one of the functionalities. The other one is to refetch the products so that we can see the latest one. So here we'll say query client, and I think we need to create the instance. Well, actually, just to keep it simple, here I'll add a to-do so that you don't get confused. Let's say to-do, just implement this in a second. Okay, so all in all, for now, this mutation is going to call this method, and once it is done successfully, we're going to call this part. I will basically duplicate this. Let's say this time update product mutation, use mutation. This time we're going to call the update method. Again, once it is done successfully, we're going to call the onSuccess method. One more thing, let's create the close model method. Let's say this will be an arrow function. For now, we can leave it with a to-do. And let's create one more method called handle edit. Let's say this will get a product as the argument. Let's say, again, one more to-do. For now, let's just declare all the functions and we'll get into the logic. Let's say const handle image change, where we'll get the event. And let's leave the to-do. Then I think we'll get one more function. Finally, this is handle submit method. We'll get the event and we'll do something. So first things first, let's start with the close model method. So what happens once you close the model? You would like to reset the data, right? You would like to reset the state as well. And then you would like to get rid of the images state. So let's try to see this in action instead of talking. Here I'll say set show model to be equal to false because we just closed the model, right? Then set editing product to be equal to null. And here I'll just add a comment. Let's say reset the state. This is basically what we are doing. And then we'll say set form data. We are going to get the initial state, which is this part. I'll copy it and paste it. So set form data, let's say set images to be an empty array, and maybe like set image previews to be an empty array as well. And then let's try to shrink this model or shrink this function, get into this one. We would like to say set editing product to be this product that user pass. Then we'll say set form data. We'll basically have the name field as product.name. Let's duplicate it. We'll do the same thing for category. It'll be product.category, duplicate it, and at this point I'll just copy and paste, where we will have the price, stock, and description. So that was the form data. Now let's say set image previews to be product.images as well. And finally, we'll say set show model to be equal to true. Like, does this make sense? It's like pretty basic, pretty easy to understand. Once you click to this button, you are basically setting up this state, right? You're just displaying this editing, like we are initializing this model with the initial data. I hope that makes sense. So it's like pretty basic, but I just kind of feel like I have to explain everything. I hope that doesn't really, annoys you. Here, let's try to get all the files. We'll say e.target.files, and we would like to convert this to be an array. So I'll just say array.from and pass this in. So these are all the files, and I'll say if length is greater than 3, we'll just throw in error, right? And alerts will say maximum 3 images allowed. But if this is not the case, we can set our images with the files and set image previews. We'll map through every single file and create an object URL so that we can properly display the preview. Okay, so that's it for this method as well. Let's try to shrink this. Under the handle submit, let's say, first off, we would like to use e.prevent default, so that it doesn't refresh the page once we submit the form. And then here I will add one check. I'll say for new products, require images. So we'll say if we are not in the editing state, let's say if there is no editing product, which means we are adding something. And in this case, if images.length is equal to 0, we'll say return an alert saying please upload at least one image. Okay, so I'll just save. This is what we have. And let me try to cut this, open up the curly braces and paste this in so that it's a little bit more clean. Okay, but now if this is not the case, let me just zoom in. We are going to create a form data, and I will call it as form data to send. And here we'll append all the fields like the name, let's say description, we'll get the price, stock, and category. We are grabbing all of them from the form data. And then we'll like to append the images. So maybe right after this one, I'll say only append new images if they were selected. And here I'll say if images.length is greater than 0. In this case, we'll say images.for each. Image, we'll say form data to send dot append images, and we're gonna pass the image. Now, I don't know if you remember, back in the API part, I talked about this key. Let's go back into, I think it should be admin route. Okay, here I said this should be the field that you should call from the front end. So here we just say images, right? That's the key. If you say images 1, 2, 3, here it should be images 1, 2, 3, right? Like technically you can put anything here, but it should match with this part. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. We are sending all these fields like name, description, price when we want to create a product, right? Name, description, price, stock, and category, but also images. And this is the key that we used. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. Just in case if you remembered that part, I said we would be talking about it. Okay, so at the very end, we'll say if we are editing the product, we are going to run this part, else we are going to run this part. So if we are editing the product, we will say call the update product mutation, right? There's a mutate method. So we're going to call this one. But if we are not editing the product, that means we are creating a product. So we will call this mutation.mutate. And here in this method, let me see, like on the update product mutation, we are expecting one ID and some form data. Same for the create method, right? In this case, we only expect the form data. So here you would like to pass them under the editing, like under the update product mutation, you would like to pass the ID field, which is editing product._ID, and pass the form data, which is form data to send. And then here you just want to pass the form data to send, right? Okay, so that's the entire method. I hope it wasn't really confusing. Pause the video and take a look at it. We basically prevent the default behavior so that it doesn't refresh the page. For new products, we require at least one image. Then we create the form data. Here we say only append new images if they were selected, and we pass it under the images key, and one if else statement. If we are editing the product, we are going to call this mutation, else we are going to call this one. Okay, so I think that's the entire logic. Now it's time to build the return statement and call all these methods one by one. So let's get into the return statement. This div is going to get the class name of space y of 6, and here I'll just pass the header component. So let me paste this code, like 10 lines of code. We're going to get plus icon from Lucid React, and it is basically this part. Let me show you. Okay, so this is the header component. Title, description, and then one button that says add the product. Once you click to it, right, we are updating the state where we can show the model. So that was the header component. And here at this point, I would say find the source code, right? Open up this file and follow along with me, because we are just going to copy and paste like 5 lines of code every single time so that we don't waste any time, okay? So open up the source code, find this file, and get into the return statement and just follow along with me. So we have the header component. Now we're going to have the products, let's say products grid, and this is going to be a div with the class name. We'll have grid columns of 1, and let's say gap of 4. And here we'll have products.map. Let's get every single product, and we are going to run this function. First, we'll get the status, and we're going to call the method called get stock status batch. Okay, so let me format this. We're going to pass the product stock, and we're going to get the status. Then we'd like to return this part where we'll have a div, and I will pass the key as well as the, let's say, class names. Okay, here's the key, here's the class name, and then we're gonna pass the card body. Like, let's say div, class name, card dash body. Now within this div, we are going to have one more div. Let me give a little bit space. And here are the class names, flex, item center, and gap of 6. Now we're gonna have an avatar component, which is going to display the product image. So the first image. Let me save. This is the current code, and like we are building this part. Okay, so every single product is a card component, and we just built an avatar. Now we're gonna build the product name, the category, price, stock, so on and so forth. So it is just UI. Basically, you can copy and paste with me rather than wasting any time. So right after the avatar, like after the image, after this one, and after this div. Okay, so right here, we would like to get one more div that is like 10 lines of code. Okay, so it is this entire thing where we have product name, category, the status class, text, and price, as well as the stock. Let's save and take a look at the end result. But the thing is, we don't have any products in the database at this point. So we'll get there, but trust me, this is the exact same UI that we are building at the moment. So we are pretty much done with the left-hand side. Now we're gonna build these actions part, okay? So let's go here, find this flex one, shrink it, and go right below to it. We will have card-actions as the parent div, and this is going to get 2 different buttons. The first one is this pencil icon. Once you click to it, it's going to call this method with the product as the argument, and then we have a trash icon. Once you click to it, nothing happens, but we're going to get into that functionality as well. Now at this point in our database, we don't really have any products, right? Which is kind of like annoying because we would like to see some output. So let's try to create some products automatically, and you're going to see what I mean by this. Go under the backend, under the source, create a folder called seeds, and here create a file called index.js. So a seed is basically a script where you can initialize some products or some resources automatically, right? Or programmatically. Find this file from the source code, okay? Once again, under the backend, source, seeds, find this file from the source code and just copy it, then paste it. It is like 200 lines of code where we have an array of products. I think it is like 10 different products. Each has name, description, price, stock, category, images, and these fields. And it is calling this method that basically connects our database, clear all the existing products, and it is going to add these products to the database. So save this file, and we would like to run this file. So we can create a script under the backend package.json. Let's say seed products, and basically we will say go under the source, under the seeds folder, and run the index.js file. Now we're gonna run this script. Let's open up the terminal. Let's go under the backend, kill this. I'll say npm run seed products. So go ahead, run this, connect it to MongoDB, cleared existing products, successfully added 10 products, right? Now let's try to clear this up and say npm run dev. And by the way, we can take a look at our database. Let's try to refresh. We should have 10 different products. Okay, so this is just for testing purposes. Later in the video, we should be able to create them from the admin dashboard. Now let's go here. Like here you can see we have all these products and UI looks pretty good at this point. But now the thing is, when you click to this button, nothing happens, right? But what do we want to have is this model. So here under the Daisy UI documentation, let's go ahead under the components and search for the model component. And here they have some examples. Let's try to click to this button. Like here you can see you have a model, and here is how that works. You would basically have a dialog component, a button, which is the toggle, right? Now, in my notes, I have this implementation, which is kind of like marked as legacy, but it is still working 100%. So we're going to implement it in this way, where you have an input element that is type of checkbox. Like it is the exact same thing. They just mark this as legacy, but it is working 100%, so we can still implement this. And this is coming from the documentation, so it means we can trust it. Okay, so don't worry, it is going to work. We will have the exact same output. Let's go ahead and try to implement that. So here, let's close all these files. Under the products page, find the products grid, shrink this. Okay, let's delete this space. Here I will add a comment like add, and let's say edit product model. So first we'll have this input that is type of checkbox. We don't need any name or ID. Here it'll get the class name of model-toggle, and then we'll say checked. It'll be either true or false depending on this state. And within this we'll have one div, or maybe right after the input, that will be class name of model. Then one more div that will get the class name model-box, and let's say maximum width of 2x large. Within this div we will have one more div that will get the class name of flex. Items will be center, justify between, and maybe like margin bottom of 4. And this is the header component that we are building. Basically it is this part, and we have justify between this title as well as the X icon. Okay, so let's try to build the content. Here I will have age 3, it'll say, if you are editing the product, it'll say edit product, but else it'll say add new product. Okay, right after the h3, we'll have the button. Let's say this will get the on click, which is going to close the model. Then class name, btn small, let's say it'll get btn circle and btn ghost. And as for the content, it'll have X icon, let's import it from Lucid React, and here's the class name. So let's save and test this out. Okay, the state is already true. If you click to this one, it is closed. Let's click to it again. Here we can see it is equal to true. And then right after the button, as well as this div, give a little bit space. So basically, we'll go outside of this div. We'll have one form element. We don't need any actions, but instead on submit, where we would like to call handle submit method. And let's give the class name of space y of 4. Within this form, we'll have one div, let's say class name grid columns of 2, and let's say gap of 4. And it'll basically be this part. So we'll have the product name and then the category. And you say grid columns of 2 so that we could have them side by side. We'll do the exact same thing on this one, but this time this will get the full width as well as the product images. Also, let's clear this screen so it is not really annoying or confusing. Okay, so that's the model that we would like to build. We got the div with these classes. Let's get one more div. This will be equal to class name of form-control, and we'll have a label element, let's say class name of label. And again, this is coming from Daisy UI with all the default styles. Within this, we'll have one span that says product name. For the class name, I'll say something like label-text. But looks like we don't have this class name, so I'm going to delete it. We don't need any classes on this span. Then we'll have one input. Let's say, like, we got the label, and this is the input. And let me just copy and paste it, like 5 lines of code maybe, or 5 different props. It is type of text, here's the placeholder, class name, value is form data.name. Once you type into it, it will leave everything as it is, but it'll update the name state with the value that you just type in, and it is required. Okay, so save this, go outside of this div. We will have one more form control. And this second form control is going to be the category, which is type of select. Once you click to it, you will have a couple of different options. So let me please copy and paste this so that we don't waste too much time. So right after this form control, I will paste this from the source code. We have the same label, select, here are the classes, value is equal to category, on change, we are going to update only this field, and here are all the options. The first one doesn't have any value because it says select category, but the rest is 4 different options. And here I believe we don't need this class name, so I'm going to delete it. So that's the end result. Let's see. We have product name as well as the select category input. Okay, now let's go under the select and under these 2 divs. So just go right above the form. We'll have one more div with the class name being grid columns of 2, gap of 4. And then we'll have one form control. Let me provide this from the source code. Like, we have the label text, let's delete it, it's annoying. We have the price as well as the input. It only updates the price field and nothing else. Okay, so right after this form control, I think we're gonna have for the stock. Let me get that one as well. So here I just copied it and pasting it. One form control with the label, and here is the type of, input with the type of number. and it's going to update the stock only. And then we would like to get the description, but first let's check the end result. Like we can update the price and the stock. Now we would like to build the description part. So back to VS Code. Right after this form control, let's give a little bit space. I will paste this in. So this is what I just pasted. We have the description as well as the text area, which is going to update the description field. So let's take a look at the end result. I think this should take the entire width. Maybe here I could say like width of full. Is this going to fix that? Not really. Like what are we missing? I think I'm going to cut this, and we don't need the width full, by the way. I'm going to delete that. I will cut this from here and go outside of this div, which is this grid columns of 2. Okay, so once again, right after the price, we have this div. Shrink that and go outside of it, then paste this in. Okay, so this is what we just pasted. Let's take a look at the end result. Now it is getting the entire width. Right after this, we are going to have the images container. So here we can shrink this form control as well. Go just above the form and have form control once again. Here we'll have the image icon. Let me provide this pretty quickly. So we're just doing the same thing again and again. That's why we don't need to type this out. We have the label image icon with the text, and it says maximum 3 images. Let's take a look at the end result. Okay, we're just getting there. Now we would like to build the actual input. So here I think outside of the label, still within this div, we're going to say one div. Here are all the classes, background base of 200, and I'm too lazy to type this out. I'll just get it from source code. Okay, so rounded x large, padding 4, border 2, and you can read the rest of it. Then we'll have one input that is going to only accept type of images, right? So type is file, and we're only accepting image files. We can select multiple images. On change, we're going to call this method. It'll be required depending on if there is an editing product or not. And here is the class name. Now here I will say if there is an editing product, we will say leave empty to keep the current images. And you're going to see how that would look. I'll just say true. Okay, so we are basically adding this extra label. Alright, so right after this curly braces and after this div, we would like to have this part where we say if there are some previews, go ahead and render this part. For every single image preview, display an avatar component. Here's the class name, here is the image. And let's actually test this out. I will open up this component. Let me select some files from my laptop. So here I will select 2 different images from my laptop, which is like cloud icon as well as this thumbnail. Let's say open. Here we can see image previews are right here, right? And you can select up to 3 images. Now let's go outside of this curly braces. So right after the image previews, and I believe outside of this div, so just above the form, we'll have one button. And even before the button, we'll have a div. This will get the class name of model-action. So once again, just above the form, create this div. We will create a button that is type of button. Let's say button on click. On click. We're going to have close model method. So this is like the cancel button that we are building. Okay, so we have 2 different buttons. This is the first one that we are building. Let's say, I think like class name is going to be btn, and we can make this to be disabled if we are in the loading state. So here AI kicks in. Let's say create product mutation that is pending if this is equal to true or if we are updating, right? If any of this is equal to true, the button would be disabled. Then let's put the text, which is going to be equal to cancel. So that was the cancel button. Let's have one more button that will be type of submit. Let's say submit. Class name is going to be btn and btn primary. And I think for the disabled, we'll have the exact same thing. So I'll copy this line. We'll say if we are in the pending state for create product or update product, basically button should be disabled so that user cannot click to it again. Now for the content, it is going to be dynamic. Let me paste this in. We will say if you are in the loading state, show a spinner. If you are editing, it should say update product, but else add product. Let's save. Take a look at the end result. It says add product because we clicked this button, right? But if you were to edit a product, it would say update product. And here you can see whenever you click to one of these edit buttons, you'll just get the model as the edit product model. And let's try to test this out. Now, this is the Yoga Mat Pro, right? I'll say click to this. Price is almost like $50. Let's say it'll be $20 and I'll say update the product. So it has been updated, but like nothing happens on the UI. You need to go ahead and refresh and then you will see the latest result. But how can we make it in a way that once this is done successfully, we would refresh UI immediately, right? Well, actually, if you scroll to the top, you're going to see that we have a to-do for both of these methods. And here, to be able to make that work, first I will get my query client. Let's say query client, and let me kill the AI so it is not really annoying. Okay, so I'll just snooze this for like 10 minutes. Let's say query client. We'll say use query client. And this is coming from TanStack. We will be using this for the very first time. Just follow along with me. Here, let's handle this one first. We will say once we update the product successfully, this method is going to run, where we can say first just close the model, right? And then run query client dot invalidate queries. And let's pass the query key. Oops, sorry, it should be query key and call the products. Now, what does this mean? Once this is done successfully, we would like to rerun this query, which is this one, right? This key, like this key is matching with this one. That means, hey, TanStack, please go ahead and run this query again so that we can get the latest product on success case, right? Let's refresh. Let's save and test this out. I'll go here, refresh my page. Let's say Yoga Mat Pro, edit, put the price back to $50. I'll say update it. Once it is done successfully, here we can see model has been closed and we immediately refetch the latest products, right? Let's open up the network and I'd like to show you that it actually refetches. So select fetch XHR. Let's clear everything. I'm going to update this. Let's say $20. Update the product. Once it is done successfully, it is refetching all the products by calling this endpoint, which is a get method. Basically, it is recalling this query key, and in the background, it is calling our get all method, which is this one. Okay, I do really hope that this makes sense. And here is the to-do. You can do it. It is the exact same thing. Instead of copying and pasting, let's type this out. We would like to call the close model. And then we would like to say query client dot invalidate queries. Say here's the query key. And you should refetch the products. So this is what I meant. This is what I meant when I said this query key is like a reference. So you can call this to be able to rerun a query. Let's try to test out this mutation as well. by adding a new product. So here for the name, I'll say something like AirPods. Say AirPods Pro 3. Let's say it's electronics. For the price, I just bought this recently and it was around like $249. Let's say stock is like 100. Let's say pretty, or I don't know, let's say fancy AirPods. And for the product images, let me grab them. Say AirPods Pro 3. Under the images, maybe we can install this. I'll say save this image. Okay, so I just saved that image. Let's go back and try to select it. Here I just selected from my laptop. Let's say add the product. It'll take a little bit of time. Once it is uploaded, without us refreshing, we can see that UI has been updated and here is the product. Even if you refresh, you're going to see that it is actually coming from the database. And with this, we are pretty much done with the entire page. There is just one functionality that is not working. I would say pause the video and try to take this as a challenge because we don't even have the endpoint for it. So it would be a complete practice for you from all the way back end to the front end. But just in case, if you can't do it for some reason, or if you're lazy enough to do it, I'll try to help you out with the solution. So first things first, we don't even have the endpoint to be able to delete a product. Let's go under the admin route.js file and try to add that endpoint. So we can create a product, get all products, update one, but we don't have the delete endpoint. So here I would like to speed up the process. I'll just paste this in and walk you through it. So we have a delete method, delete request to this endpoint, and we would like to call this method. So let's try to import it from the admin controller. Now let's save and go under the admin controller, shrink everything. At the very end, we are going to create that method. So it is like 10 lines of code. I will paste this in. We are getting the product ID, find by ID and delete that product, then send the message that says product deleted successfully. So I think that was an easy challenge to do, at least like so far. One endpoint and one controller. Now we'll go under the products page and just like create product mutation and update mutation, you would create a delete mutation. So what I'll be doing is basically copying this, pasting it, and I will say delete product mutation. We are going to call the delete method under the product API. Let's try to create that one. I'll say delete. Maybe, I'll just copy this entire thing, paste this in. Oops, what have I done? Okay, so it is delete. We're gonna get the product ID, let's say. It'll be a delete request to admin/products. We don't need the form data. / we're going to have the product ID. Let's make this to be backticks. And here I will even just say product ID, just to make it a little bit more readable. Okay, so that's the entire method, right? We're going to import it right here, the delete method. Now we would like to call this mutation whenever we click to this button. So that's how easy it is to go like step by step. I will save this code. Let's scroll to the bottom, find the trash icon. Okay, so here on this button, I'll say on click, and I will let AI to help me out. On click, we will say call this mutate method, pass the product ID, and we can even add like a loading state. I'm going to cut this. Here I'll say if delete product mutation dot is pending state, we can return this part where we have like a loading spinner, but else we are going to have the trash icon. Okay, so congratulations, we just implemented the entire functionality. Here, let me just scroll to the top and double check if we have the on success case. Yes, we have it. Once we delete the product, we are going to fetch the latest products. Okay, so let's give it a go. Maybe I can delete this one. And here we can see it immediately updates the UI. Let's try to delete one of them once again. We have the loading state for a split second and then UI updates. Okay, so hopefully you were able to do it by yourself. Even if not, you at least know like how to do it now step by step. Okay, so let's go back into VS Code, try to shrink everything, toggle the status bar and create a new branch because we just completed this page. Here I will say products page as the branch name. Oh, I think I just have a typo. Can I update the branch name? Okay, I'll just leave it as it is. That's fine. Products page, let's say stage everything. Products page added. Commit, let's say publish the branch. Go back to source code. Create a pull request. And then as usual, wait for the suggestions that would be coming from CodeRabbit. So after 5 minutes, here we go, it's ready. You can pause the video, take a look at all the new features that we have introduced. But as usual, I'm just interested in the problems. So here it says you should fix this memory leak problem. It is minor, not that big, but basically you would like to revoke the previous blob URLs to free the memory, right? This is how we can do it. Let's try to copy this and go under the handle image change method. I believe it was under the products page. Let's find that method. Here, right after the if check, I will basically paste this in. Let's delete the plus icons. Okay, so that was the very first optimization that we just added. And maybe we can add the comment just in case if you're reading it, maybe you're not watching the source. Sorry, some people don't watch the tutorial, but they just read the source code. So it would be nice to add these comments. Okay, so that was the very first thing. The other thing is a major problem, and I have done this on purpose just to check if CodeRabbit is going to find it. Basically, we deleted the product from the database, but we are not deleting it from the Cloudinary, right? So there are some images that we are storing, and here we would like to delete that. This is the exact same thing that we have done in the past tutorials. So I'm glad that it is able to actually find that issue. So I will copy this entire thing. Let's go under the VS Code, under the admin controller. And here I'll delete everything other than ID. Paste this in. Let's delete the plus signs. Kind of like annoying, but first delete all of these. Then this one. Let me just delete. Okay, now let's save. What this does basically, first one validation check if we have the product or not, then delete the images from Cloudinary. Here is the if check. Once we are within the if, it says, grab the delete promises, and it assumes that the format is under the products and then, whatever the ID is. Let's actually test this out. I would like to go ahead and maybe upload one product. So I will again add the AirPods Pro. Let's say AirPods Pro 3. Electronics 250. Let's say 100 stock. Something on the description and select the file. Okay, so I selected the file. Let's go under the Cloudinary. I still didn't upload it because I'd like to show you something. Let me log in. Maybe put them side by side. So we will visit the assets. Let's say media library, assets. Okay, so we already uploaded a couple of minutes ago. Let's try to delete this. Okay, it's been deleted. Now let's try to upload this. Okay, it is here. Let's try to refresh. it should be here. Here we go. Now we are going to delete the product. Once it is deleted, it should be deleted from here as well. Let's refresh. And hopefully it is not here. Okay, so that means this part is actually working. We just test that out. We are destroying the image by passing the public ID. And how does that work is that basically under the image URL, you have a public image ID. And this is how we are grabbing it. CodeRabbit was clever enough to find it, and that works. So I will just leave this part right here. Okay, now let's see if we have any other suggestions. Here it says a minor suggestion. We are using the books category under the seeds, but it says in the front end you don't have the books category. So we could add it, but I'm going to skip that. It's not really that important. Okay, we don't have anything else, so let me just commit my changes. Under this branch, don't change it. Let's say stage everything, and we can say, you know, I don't know, let's say delete product controller optimized. Let's say commit, sync this up. I'll just scroll to the top and confirm that we got the second commit. Refresh. Okay, we have 2 commits. Now we can merge this pull request. Okay, let's say confirm the merge. Go back to VS Code. Switch to the master branch and let's try to get the latest changes. Okay, so now our code base is up to date. I think we can end this section right here. In the next one, we're gonna build our next page, which is going to be orders page. So I'll see you there. Now it is time to get started with the orders page. Here is the end result. Basically, we are going to fetch all the orders and display it here under the admin dashboard. And here we will have one mutation where we can update the status within this select element. So with this in mind, let's go into VS Code. Under the app.jsx, find the orders page, and let's get started with it. So first I'll import 2 different things. Let me first get the order API from this file, and then we'll get the format date method. We'll be using it. Then one more thing, we are going to have, let's say, import use query. From TanStack, we're going to get use mutation, and we're going to get use query client. Okay, so these are all the imports. Now let's first get the query client. And this is how we did it in the past sections as well. We'll just call the query client hook, which is going to give us the query client object. Then we'd like to get the orders, which is going to be a query call. So here we will destructure some data, as well as is loading state. Let's pass a query key. You can call this anything. I will say orders. And for the query function, we're going to say order API dot get all. And here I can rename this to be something like orders data. And then I can say something like const orders is equal to orders data dot orders. And we can add a fallback value, let's say an empty array. And here I'll just add the optional chaining. Then we'll have one mutation. So let's say use mutation, and we're going to get some data like, or actually the mutation itself. I'll say update status mutation, and let's pass the mutation function, which will be, I think, order API dot update status, right? So we're going to call this method with the order ID as well as the new status, and it's going to update it in the database. And then once this mutation is done successfully, we're going to call the onSuccess method. So we'll say in the onSuccess case, we can run this method where we basically want to invalidate some queries. So I'll say invalidate queries under the query client. And the first one that we can invalidate, let's say query key, and pass the orders. Okay. And the other thing, I will duplicate this. Now we can basically invalidate as much query as you want it to have. So here I will say dashboard stats. Now you might be asking why this is the case. So basically, once you update the status from here, you would like to fetch the latest data under the dashboard as well, because here we have the status field, right? So that's the reason, and we are going to see it in action in a couple of minutes. Okay, so that's the mutation. Very last method that I will create is going to be, let's say, handle status change, where we will get the order ID and let's say new status. And we will basically call update status mutation dot mutate, and we're going to pass the order ID as well as the new status. Okay. Now we can get started with the return statement. Here I'll delete everything. Let's say we'll have a div that will have the class name of space y of 6. Then within this we can have the header component. So it is basically this part. Here we have a title and description. Let me provide this from the source code. And I'll just add a comment, let's say header. Okay, so here are the classes. Then right after the header, we will have the orders table. We'll have a div, let's say this will be class name of card, background base of 100, maybe shadow x large. Within this, I will have one more div, which will be card dash body, then background base, let's say, well, I'm sorry, it is just going to have the card body. Then within this, we can check for the loading state. I'll say if it is loading, we can return this part, else this part. And here in the if case, we'll say div, let's say give us a div with the class name of flex, justify center, and padding y of 12. And we'll have a span, let's say this will be closing tag, and we'll have a spinner. So I'll say loading and loading dash spinner, and this is coming from this UI as well. And then I'll say loading dash large. Okay, so that's the loading spinner. Now in the else case, we can check if orders dot length is equal to 0. In this case, we can add a UI like it says no orders, but once you have some orders, you can see it here on this. You know, once you have some purchases, you're going to see the orders. Okay, but if this is not the case, let's add a question mark and colon. Here we can actually render the orders. So here I'll have a div, let's say one div, class name is going to be overflow x of auto. Then within this, we will have the table, class name of table as well, and we'll have the table head. So this part is similar to what we just built under the products page, right? So we had the table. Let's try to find it. I'll just say table. Was it here? Maybe under the dashboard page. Let's say table. Okay, so it's the similar thing that we are going to build. So we'll have the table head. Within this, we'll have one table row, where we have a couple of table headings. So order ID, customer, items, total, status, and the date. Right after the table head, still within the table, let me close this. We'll say table body element. And within this, we are going to have the orders.map, say orders.map, and we'll get every single order. And we would like to calculate something, which is the total quantity. So here, if we take a look at the end result, in this order, this user has 2 different items, right? Or in total, 2 items. And how do we calculate it? Well, basically we will say total quantity, and we'll say order.order items dot reduce. and this is going to get the sum as well as the item, and we'll say sum plus item dot quantity, and the starter value could be equal to 0. So this is the basics of reduce method. Basically, it starts with 0 and on every single iteration it adds up to it. So this will give us the total quantity, and then we can say return this UI for every single order, right? So we'll have a table row. Let's pass the key, which is like order dot underscore ID, and class name, I think it's not gonna have any class names. So here we'll have a table D, which is like table data, and this is going to get the order ID. So font medium as the class, and we're gonna get the last 8 characters of the ID. So that's the table D. Then we'll have one more table data. Let me paste this in. It is like 4 lines of code. So here I'll just get this from the source code. We have the shipping address, the full name, the city, as well as the state. So it is this part that we're just building. Then we're gonna build the items. So after this table data, let me create another one, and I'll get the content once again. So we have the total quantity and the items text, name, length. If it is more than 1, we'll say, plus more, whatever this is. Let's say they have plus 5 items. So this would be equal to plus 5, and then the more text. So that was the other table D. We'll have one more. This is going to get the, let's say table D. This is going to get the total price. I'll paste this in. And then after this table D, we'll have another one as usual. This time, this will be the select element. Let's say it's not gonna have the name or ID, but instead we can pass the value. Let's say it'll be order.status. Then we can have the onChange method, which is going to get the event, and it's going to call the handle status change with the, let's say, order._ID, and then the new status, which is e.target.value. Okay, then we can add a class name like select and select-small, like this. And then finally, I'll just say this would be disabled if it is in the loading state, right? We'll say if our mutation is pending, we would like to make the select to be disabled. And then we can add our options. So I'll say option for the value, it's going to be pending. And let's say pending as the text. I'll duplicate this twice. This is going to be equal to shipped, and this one will be delivered. Okay, outside of the select and outside of the table D, finally we're gonna put the format, the date. So I'll say table D, span, let's give the class name, text of small, and opacity of 60. Finally, we'll just say content. Let's say call the format date method and pass order.created add field. Okay, so that's the entire component. I think we don't have any warnings or any issues. Let's take a look at the end result. Under the orders, unfortunately, we cannot see anything because we don't have any orders currently in the database. So we see this placeholder, but if we take a look at the end result, like this is what we're gonna get once we have some orders. Alright, so we are going to test this out in the incoming sections. For now, we can basically close everything, toggle the status bar, and commit our changes. So first I'll create a new branch. Let's say that was the orders page. Let's say stage this, and we'll say orders page added. Let's commit and publish the branch. As usual, we can create the pull request and then wait for the code suggestions that will be coming from CodeRabbit. So it is ready. Let's scroll to the bottom and find all the problems that we currently have in our code base. So here, this is not that of a big problem, I believe. Even though it is major, it is like an optional error handling. It says you can get the isError boolean as well as the error message itself, and then add this to the UI. Let me zoom in. Okay, so basically it says if there's an error, go ahead and render the error message itself. You can do it. I'm going to skip that, but just know that this is something that we could have done. Let's scroll to the bottom. Okay, so here it says you could handle the error handling with the onError method as well. So I think I haven't mentioned this. So let's go ahead and try to see it pretty quickly. Just like how we have onSuccess method, we could also have the onError method, right? Like what happens if we have some errors? In this case, you could show some kind of like a notification within here, put a console log for debugging purposes, things like that. I just know that this onError is actually something that we have thanks to TanStack query. So I'm going to skip that as well. Let's not waste any time. Just know that something like this is existed and you can use it if you really wanted to. Then let's scroll to the bottom. Here it is talking about optimistic updates. Again, something that you could have implemented. Here it says you could have update this part to be a little bit more safe. Basically, it says what happens if the length is less than 8. So what you're going to do, instead return, display everything. But we definitely know that length will be longer than 8. So we can scroll to the bottom. And some more checks. Like here it says add the question mark, optional chaining. I think that's fine. This is something that we have done in the past. So I'm going to skip these suggestions. Okay, so here I'll say merge the pull request, confirm this, and then go back to the master branch. Let's try to get the latest changes by clicking to this button. Okay, now our code base is up to date. So that's it for this section. I'll see you in the next one. Now it is time to get started with the customers page, and here is the end result. Basically, we are going to get all the customers from the database and display them under a table. So we're gonna have their image, their full name, let's say email, like how many addresses they have, how many items they have in the wish list, as well as the joint date. Okay, so with this in mind, let's jump back to VS Code. Under the admin, we're gonna find the pages, and specifically the customers page.jsx file. Now, before we actually build this page, I'll go under the API.js, and here I'll shrink everything, and we'll create one more object. And by the way, let me just snooze this for a couple of minutes, and I will toggle this so we can have a little bit more space. So here we will create one API for the customers. Here I'll say export const, let's say customer API, which is like an object where we have the method to get all the customers. Let's say an async method, and we'll say we're gonna get some data by saying await Axios instance dot get, and here is our endpoint, which is /admin /customers, and we're going to return the data just like this. Okay, now we're gonna call this method as our query method, right? The query function. So here I'll say something like const will get some data, as well as, let's say, the is loading state. We're gonna call the use query hook. Let's try to import it manually from TanStack. Let's say from at TanStack React query. And I will also import the customer API. Then maybe we'll get the format date method as well. Looks like I cannot import it. I mean, like, it doesn't give me the code, so I have to type this out manually. Let's say from, we'll go one up under the lib, under the utils. Okay, so here we'll pass the query key as usual. You can put this anything. Here I think I'll just say, customers. And the query function is going to be customer API.getAll. And then from this data, we can do something like const customers, which is equal to data.customers, because this is what we return from the API. Let's take a look at it. I will say Command P or Command E. I think it is just like Command P only. Okay, so just press Command P. You're gonna get this file explorer, I would say, and then we'll say admin controller.js. Here we have a method. Let's find it, which returns all the customers. Okay, so here's the field that we return. That's why we say dot customers, right? Just in case if this is empty, we can return an empty array, and let's add the optional chaining. Then what we'll be doing is actually building the return statement. So here I'll say we'll have one div, class name is going to be space y of 6, and we'll have this header component, which is going to include the title as well as the description. So I'll paste this in. We have one div that has the h1 that says customers, and then we're going to put the length of the customers, and we'll say registered. Now, if it is equal to 1, we'll just say customer, but if it is more than 1, we'll say customers, right? We're going to make it like either singular or plural. Okay, so right after the header, we'll say customers table. And I'll say div. This would get the class name of card, background, base of 100, and let's say shadow x large, just like what we have done in the previous section. Then we'll have card body, and that's it. Within this div, I will add the loading state. I'll say if we are in the loading state, we would like to return this div. Let's say div, have the class name of flex, justify centered, padding y of 12, and then we'll have one span, which has the class name of loading, loading spinner, and maybe loading large. And it's not going to have any content, so we can basically self-close this. So that was for the loading state. If you are not in the loading state, we are going to run this part. And let's add the check for customers.length. If it is equal to 0, we can say something like, return this part, and we'll say no customers yet. And instead of typing this out, I'll just copy and paste from the source code. It is 4 lines of code. Here we go. And in the else case, finally, we can actually return the UI. So here I'll say we'll have one div with the class name of overflow x of auto. And within this, we'll have one table with the class name of table. Within the table, we'll have the table head. And again, we'll have one table row that contains table head elements. So we'll have the customer, email, address, wishlist, and join date columns. Right after the table head, I will have table body. Within this, we are going to map through the customers. We'll say customers.map, get every single customer, and return this JSX. Here we'll have a table row that will get the key, which is customer._ID. And that's it. Within this, now we can build the UI. So the very first table row is going to include the image as well as the full name. So here I'll paste this in. This is the div that I just pasted. We have one image that contains the image URL and then the customer name. So right after this div, I think this should be a table D. Well, actually, this is going to be a table row, but we'll have a table data. So I'm going to cut this part and paste this in like this. And, I think we can just, why I have done it in this way. Let me delete this div, okay? Actually, sorry, we'll delete the table data. Let's delete it. Okay, so this is what we had. I will take this div and convert it to be a table data, okay? So let's save and take a look at the end result. Under the customers page, let's take a look at the end result. Here it says, failed to reload customers page. Utils does not provide an exported name. Format, not data, but it should be date. Let's go here. It should be format date. Okay, so this is actually the same thing that we can see here. So it is working as expected. This is going to be a table row and then table data. Right after this table data, still within the table row, I will have the customer email. No classes, nothing needed. Then we are going to have one more table data. That is going to be the badge, so badge of ghost, and this will get the length of the addresses. And then right after this one, we can get the wish list length. I will paste this in, and then finally the date. So customer.createdAdd, and we are going to format this. Now let's take a look at the end result. Okay, so this is the exact same thing that we have here. We only have one user at the moment in the database. That's why we can only see that one. Now with that, we just completed the customers page. Just before we end this section, I'd like to talk about this topic, which is what happens when your users face some errors while using your application. So do you think they will send you an email telling the problem, or do you think they will delete the application? Well, of course, they will delete the application. Like, this will never happen. They will not find your email, then send you a long email explaining the bug, right? Like, they're not gonna even bother. So instead, they will delete the application and leave a very bad review on the App Store. So you don't really want this to happen. Like, this is not fair, because like, you will test your application, but still some users will get some errors. And this is where you would like to use a tool like Sentry, which is going to send you emails as soon as you have some errors in your application. So let's say one of your users got an error. Sentry will immediately send you an email telling the problem, like you have a new issue on this, let's say API, or maybe in the front end. I don't know, you will get the email and you can immediately jump into your code and try to fix it. So this is not only for, mobile development, but it is also for web development. And in this case, let's try to set this up under the admin dashboard, which is a web application, right? This is the React app. And later in the video, we will also set up the Sentry under the mobile application. And they are kind enough to give you 3 months of free plan on their team plan. So you will find the link in the description. It is completely free for the first 3 months. Go ahead and get that with the link. Now I'll try to log in to my account. I already have one, so I'll just say sign in. Let's say continue, and then we will create a new application. Okay, so under the projects, I already have one, but let's go and create another one. Let's try to go under here, maybe let's say projects, and I will create a new project. Let's say it's going to be React. Here I'll just show you how to set this up. I'll leave everything as it is, but you can update these preferences. Like, this is how you can set your alert frequency. I will leave it as default, but you can add custom things. Here you can see. Here I will select this one, which was the default, and let's say create the project. Now first we would like to install the package. I'll copy this. Let's go under the admin dashboard. So under the admin folder, go ahead and paste this in. It's going to install the package. Then we can copy this entire thing, and we would like to paste this under the main.jsx. So I will copy only this part because we already have this in our code. Let's say npm run dev, and then we will visit main.jsx. So let's close everything, go under the admin, source main.jsx, and here above the create root method, I will paste this in. Let's get this import and put it at the top. Okay, so this is the environment variable that we're having, and if we wanted to, we can take this and put it under the .env file. For now, I'll keep it here. And you can add a lot of other options, like feel free to pause the video and take a look at the documentation. Here you can enable logs, which is a really cool feature. There's also like replays. Let's actually try to see the documentation. But first, let's just try to like test this out. I'll copy this button, which throws an error, right? So I'll copy this, and maybe we can put it under the, I don't know, let's go under the home screen, under the dashboard page. Here I will add this button after the stats. Once you click to this button, it's going to throw an error, which is our first error, okay? And we should be able to see this on our dashboard. So let's save and test this out under the dashboard page. Okay, where is that button? Do we have it? Okay, so it is right here. If I click to it, you can take a look at the terminal. We just got an error, and Sentry will immediately send me an email. And then also in the dashboard, let's go under the issues, select the React application. So you're gonna see like 15 seconds ago, we got an error. And then let's say you have a team, you can assign this to one of the members, like, hey man, go ahead and fix that, right? You would assign that user. This is my test account, that's the only member, but imagine this is a company account. You would have a bunch of different members. And then the priority, you can set this as high, medium or low. And if you click to the error itself, you're going to see all the details, like what was the browser, what is the, device. Like you can scroll to the bottom and see everything. And there is even session replay. And let's try to set this up. And we can add it by adding the integrations and these two lines. I'll copy everything and paste it under the main.jsx. Okay, so this will basically record the screen for the users, and you will see when they get an error on the dashboard. So let's try to set this up. Just save this code, and we can put this as like 1.0 in the development. You can read this comment, but in production, like, you would like to have this as 0.1. Okay, so here I'll just put 1.0 since we're in development. And let's try to test this out once again. I will refresh my page. Let's try to click to this button, maybe go right here, come back, click to it again. And after a couple of minutes under the issues, or I think under the Explorer and replays, you should be able to see some replays. So I'll just wait a couple of seconds and then take a look at it. Okay, so after 10 seconds, I just refreshed, and here I can see we have one replay from this user. And let's try to play this. Like, you will be able to see what your user does when they got an error. Here you can see this is the exact moment when they have an error. If you click to it, like, can you go to the details? I think if you click to it, it's going to start the video from there, right? And like, you can see all the details about the error, what user does, what is the dead click, where you're taking the user, everything, man, like from console to the logs. Do we have it? We have the network. So this is literally the complete debugging tool that will allow you to get rid of this problem, right? You don't really want them to delete the application. Once they have some errors, immediately you would like to see them, get a notification, and then jump back into VS Code and fix your code base. And here in my inbox, just 2 minutes ago, I got the notification where we have an error, and you can set this up in your Slack server as well, right? As soon as you have some errors, Sentry would send a message to your Slack so that your company knows immediately, not just you, right? Okay, so I hope that makes sense. We will be using this more in the mobile application part, and that was just a test button, okay? Just imagine you have like some network issues. I don't know, you sent a query or your mutation did not work. You would get the same, same issues under the dashboard. And then you will be able to fix them. So it is not just for the test buttons. Of course, this is just an example. Let's go under the products page. here under the on success or in the on error case, you can set up more things with Sentry. So we will see it in the maybe in the mobile part. Here you can pause the video, and if you're interested, you can take a look at the documentation. Okay, so with that, now we can end this section. Just before we do so, I will get this environment variable. Let me cut it from here, delete the codes, and I'll say something like vid underscore sentry dsn. And let's go under the, okay, what this says. I think we should say something like import dot, how do we do it? Import dot meta dot env dot vid sentry dsn. Save this file, and we'll go under the .env under the admin, and let's say vid sentry dsn and paste the value. So this is just a better practice, and we would like to copy this value from here and paste it to the Sevalla dashboard, but we'll just do it in a second. First, let's try to go under the main.jsx, open up the terminal, and make sure that everything is still working. Let's refresh. Okay, we don't have any problems. We can delete this button. It was just for testing purposes. Here I will delete this button. And let's close every single file. Now I will toggle the status bar. Let's say create a new branch. And this was the customers dash page. You know, let's stage everything and say customers page and Sentry edit. I'll commit, publish the branch. Let's go ahead and create the pull request. Now we haven't done anything complicated in this section, right? We just set up the customers page, which was around 100 lines of code. And there isn't anything really wrong in this file. So I'm not going to wait for the code suggestions. Let's not waste any time. Here I'll scroll to the bottom and I'll say merge this pull request. If you wanted to, you can wait and update the code, but I'll just say confirm the merge. Now let's go back to VS Code, switch to the master and get the latest changes. Okay, just before we end this section, let's visit the Sevalla.com, visit our dashboard, because we would like to add the environment variable. So here, as you can tell, I have two different projects, and every single day we are getting like 40 cents or maybe like 10 cents every single day, which is very, very less. So it is really, really cheap to get started with it. And we have $50 free credits, so you don't need to pay anything, even though it says $3. In your case, it should be completely free. Here, let's go under the application. So select your application, go under the environment variables, and add a new one. We are going to copy this and paste it. Now I'll say add the environment variables. Once this deployment is done, we can redeploy it with the latest changes, because we have just added one new environment variable. So I'll wait for this to be completed. So here it's been deployed successfully. Now I will deploy with the latest changes, which is the environment variable change. So this will take a couple of minutes. Once again, let's wait for it. Let's wait for this to be completed. Then we can test this out in production. So it has been deployed successfully. Let's try to view the live application. So under the login page, for some reason we have this text. Let's check if we actually have it. Okay, so it looks like we forgot to delete this. We are going to fix that. And why this is not centered. So let's try to open up the local host. I'll try to log out from this account. Okay, let's try to fix this styling. I'll delete this text, we don't really need it. And then here I'll say maybe class name of height of screen. And then we can add flex, justify center, and items center. Okay, so that's the end result that we would like to have. Now, one trick, if you're using Daisy UI, you don't really need to add all of these. Instead, you could just say hero and you would have the exact same output. Okay, so that's one thing that we are going to fix, or we actually fixed it, but we'll just commit our changes. First, let's try to log in and see if we have any other problems in our application. So let's say login. Here we can see dashboard page is working. Let's visit the products and looks like we have an error. So let's open up the terminal. It says v.map is not a function. So under the products page, let's open this up. When we use a .map, maybe we could add some optional chaining. Maybe like this is equal to undefined and we are calling map on it. So here we could add a question mark. And let's try to actually console log the products just to see what we get. Here I'll say products. And in localhost, I'll try to log in. Under the products page, this is actually an array. It's never, like it is never undefined. So I just paused the video and tried to understand the issue, and I think I found it. So in production, we are getting this error is because we don't really have the environment variable, which is this one. Let me show you. We'll visit .env under the admin. So we have this API URL, right? We are using this in the Axios file. So let's visit the Axios file under the admin. But we don't really have this in production. So we would like to copy this value, which is vit API URL. And we would like to add it right here, right? So under the environment variables, let's paste this in. And for the value, we are going to put our URL, which is this entire thing. Let's say copy this, paste this in, and at the very end, we will add /API, just like what we have here. But instead of localhost, we are putting the actual URL, right? So we put the live URL, then /API. So that was the problem. We are missing this one. And because we are missing this one, we cannot send the requests to our API. So here, let's say add the environment variables and deploy the application. Now, while this is deploying, if you check your Sentry dashboard, you are going to see the exact same error, right? We got this 4 minutes ago, and if you click to it, you will see all the details and you will be able to fix this problem. Okay, so like you can even watch the replay. Your users was in the dashboard page. Once they visited the product page, they got like the application has been broken, right? And here it says it was something related to XHR, which is like a fetch request, right? It was a network request, and we were able to find the API URL, which is missing the environment variable. So we will wait for the deployment to be completed, and then I believe it should work out as expected. So after a couple of minutes, the latest deployment is also done successfully. Let's try to visit our application, which was this one. So I'll try to refresh. Now under the products page, it should work out, I believe. Here we are getting 403. Why this is the case? Let's see. API admin products, this is giving us 403, which is forbidden. Here it says admin access only. So I think we are missing one more environment variable, and I think it is the admin email. Let's go under the environment variables. I'll say show all of them because we have 2 different pages. Here we are missing the admin email. Let's try to find it under the backend. Okay, so we are missing this one. Go ahead, copy this with your own email that you're using. And I'll say add the environment variable. I'll paste this in. Now I'm glad that we are getting all these errors so that I can walk you through with the solution, like step by step. Here I was able to take a look at the terminal and see that we have 403, right? And then I went into the network tab under the products, which is the call, and then under the preview I see we are missing the admin access. So I thought we are missing the environment variable. Now we are just adding it. We just added, let's say, deploy. This will take a couple of minutes. So here it is done. It's been deployed successfully. Let's try to refresh. And even before I refresh, now I can see that it is working. And this is because like when you go into a different tab and come back, once you focus here, TanStack query will send a request immediately. And here I can prove this by going under the network, under the fetch. I'll just clear everything. Now let's go here and come back. Like as soon as you visit this tab, you will send a new request under the hood, right? In the background, TanStack will do it so that you can see the latest data. Okay, now we are the admin, it's been confirmed. We can go under the orders, under the customers, products, dashboard, everything is working as expected. We can add more products or delete the current one. So let's say this will be $49.99. Let's say update the product and it will immediately update the UI. We can delete the products and add new ones. Everything is working as expected. Just keep in mind that you have to use this account's email under the email, admin email environment variable, right? This value should be this one that you just logged in, right? Or this account, it's the same thing. Okay, so with this, I think we are pretty much done with this section as well. Let's go back under the issues. Since we have fixed it, we can say maybe something like resolved, or let's assign this to this user. I think we can select it and say something like this has been resolved, right? Now that's not a problem anymore. And one last time, feel free to explore this dashboard. You can go and add more features like traces, logs, just like replays. You can visit main.jsx file. And just like adding these fields, you can add things like, I don't know, trace, propagation targets. And if you don't know how to set them up, you can take a look at the Sentry documentation. These are the config, like this is the config that we are going to have under the main.jsx, but feel free to play around with it. Okay, so we have some changes like the login page fix, as well as the products page. I think we can delete this console log, we don't really need it. So I will go under the products page, find that console log that we added, and I'm going to delete that. But I'd like to commit my changes, and instead of creating a new branch, I am going to commit them under the master because it is just one change. And what is the products page? Okay, so we have the optional chaining. I think we don't really need it, but let's leave it, it's not that important. Okay, so I'll stage them, and let's say maybe like tiny fixes in login page, or I'll just say tiny fix in login page, commit, sync this up, and we can take a look at the Sevalla dashboard. We should get a new deployment. So this will be done successfully. We don't need to wait for it. And I think we can end this section right here. So we built the products page, we fixed some of the problems that we had in the production, and now we are pretty much done with the admin dashboard as well. In the next section, we are going to get started with the mobile folder, where we actually build our mobile application with React Native and Expo. So hopefully I'll see you in the next section. So finally, we are able to get started with the mobile application, which is under the mobile folder. So this is the code base that we have generated at the beginning of this tutorial by using a command that is coming from Expo. So we're going to get into all the details and explain it from scratch, like for a beginner. And actually, before we jump into coding, we will go over some diagrams that I have prepared. So this is the same diagram that I have used in my past React Native tutorials, and it is so good that I wanted to include it in this tutorial as well. So this is really, really good. You will see like at least a high level overview on React Native. And once you understand the basics, we will jump into codebase and get started with the actual code. Okay, just one more thing. to be able to generate all this code, if you remember at the beginning of this tutorial, we cd into the mobile folder and we run this command, which is npx create expo app at latest, and we put dot at the end, and then we run this command, right? So I just wanted to mention this just in case if you don't remember it, because I think it has been more than 7 hours since we are building this application. Okay, so we will get into this. By the way, I am just running the backend, not the admin dashboard, because we don't really need it at this point, at least for a couple of minutes, right? Okay, so with this in mind, let's shrink everything and go under the diagrams. You can find the link in the description, by the way, it's completely free. Okay, so let's start with the question, what is React Native in the first place? So it is a framework that allows you to build mobile applications using React. You could use either JavaScript or TypeScript, right? So once again, it is just a framework that allows you to build mobile applications using React. And there is something called cross-platform development, which means you would write code once and that can run on multiple platforms. Now, React Native is a cross-platform framework, which means you can write code, like you can write one code base in JavaScript and you can deploy it to both iOS and Android, right? This is the definition of cross-platform development. Once again, React Native is a cross-platform framework. Just keep that in mind, because we will have one code base in JavaScript or TypeScript. In our case, we will be using TypeScript, which is a better practice, right? Our code base would be type safe. But all in all, it is just one language, and you can deploy this to both iOS and Android. Okay, so that's the basics of React Native. Now let's scroll to the bottom. But this wasn't really the case back in the old days, right? So let's say you wanted to build a mobile application. You had to build it twice. So in the first one, you would build it for the App Store, right? And for this, you would use a programming language like Swift. And then you would like to build the exact same app, this time for Play Store, and basically like for Android. And this time you had to use another language like Kotlin. And imagine you are not a developer, but you're a company founder, right? Then that means you have to hire two different teams. One of them will build the iOS app and the other one would build the Android app. So that means maybe you have to spend an extra budget on this team, another one on this team, right? So it's going to get very, very expensive. But now with React Native, all you have to do just understanding the basics of React. So this code base will be very similar to this code base. That was React and this will be React Native. So just with JavaScript, now you can build the exact same app and deploy it to, both Android and iOS. And even before Swift, there was Objective-C, which is a lot harder than Swift. And before Kotlin, you would build the application for Android with Java. So here in this case, if you wanted to build it for, App Store with Swift, you have to have a MacBook, which is pretty expensive than a usual laptop, right? Then this means you have to use Xcode as your IDE. You cannot use something like VS Code. And then here you have to learn the Android SDK and its frameworks. So a lot of pain, but thankfully, since we'll be using React Native, we don't really need any of these. We can just build our mobile application using React, using JavaScript or TypeScript still in VS Code. Okay, now let's scroll to the bottom. Here, this is a screenshot that is coming from React Native docs, where it basically says React Native by itself is not enough. So here they say, we believe that the best way to experience React Native is through a framework, which is like a toolbox with all the necessary APIs that would let you to build the production-ready apps pretty quickly and easily. So they say you can also use React Native without a framework. However, sir, they recommend you to use a framework like Expo. And in this case, Expo will be our choice for the framework. So our go-to framework for React Native is going to be Expo. And here is an example just to encourage you a bit. that Expo is actually production ready. This is a screenshot that I took a couple of months ago, but basically they say the Blue Sky, the social app, and Phantom crypto wallet app, they are built with Expo, as well as Coinbase application itself. There are endless examples. This is just the one that I found currently. So this is just an example to, let you know that Expo is production ready. Don't worry about it. Like, you can build your actual applications just by using Expo. And this is a screenshot that actually Expo team has shared on their LinkedIn account. Okay, but please don't get confused. React Native and Expo are not the same thing. Like, at the end of the day, if you're using Expo, at the end of the day, you're still writing React Native code. But on top of React Native, you have some more optimizations, let's say, I don't know, like more features that is built on top of React Native, okay? So they're not the same thing, but at the end of the day, you're still writing React Native. It is like React and Next.js, right? This is a framework that is built on top of React, and Next.js comes with optimizations for, images. I don't know, you have like server actions, server components, things like that. But still, at the end of the day, it is just React, right? So it is the same kind of concept. Okay, so I hope we understand everything here. Now let's try to see some comparisons between React and React Native. So we'll just go under maybe like 5 different examples. Let's start with the component structure, which is pretty, like it's very, very similar. This is the web. On the web, you would create a component where you have a div, maybe some class names, then, one heading, and then p tag, or like some text. And then here on React Native, instead of a div, you would have a view component, which is, just like a div. It is used to add some styles. It is just a box. But for any kind of text, you would just use the text component, and you would import them from React Native. Okay, so you can't use something like h1 or p. It would be the text component itself. And for the styling, you would create a styles object, and we are going to get into it in the next example. So here on the React web, using CSS, you would have a class name like card or profile image, content, and then in a CSS file, you would create the class, then add the styles, right? You would add padding, border radius, whatever that is. Then you could use these classes. But in React Native, what you would do is you would use a style sheet. Like, you would use a style sheet and create method. This style sheet is coming from React Native. And then, you would give the classes like card, but this is, instead of a CSS file, it is like a JavaScript object. So you would give padding, key, value pair, right? And then the profile image, you can add as much as classes as you wish. So these are all your styles. I hope that makes sense. This is an object, and if you want to use the card class, you would say styles.card, or like styles.profileimage, styles.content, and it would take all these styles and apply to these elements one by one. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Now, this is not really the best experience. So if you want to use something like Tailwind on React Native, there is something called Native Wind. So instead of Tailwind, it is Native Wind, but it's the same thing. We will basically add classes right here, just like on the web. And we will set this up in the incoming sections. Okay, so just keep that in mind. This is the old way of doing it. Like, there is still, you can still do it today. It's not really old, but it is not the best experience. We have something like Native Wind, which is a lot more convenient. Okay, and then for the event handling, on the web, you have things like on click, on mouse over, I don't know, on something mouse. But here on the mobile development, since React Native is for mobile, we have things like on press, on double press, on long press, right? You don't have on click. And instead of the button component, we have something called touchable opacity, or we also have something called pressable component. So these are the things that we'll get into, but most of the time for the buttons, you would use touchable opacity. Okay, then let's see, the next thing is the list. On React Web, if you wanted to go over some array, you would say, items.map, for every single item, return something. You can do the exact same thing on React Native, but this is not the most performant way. If you have a huge list, you would use something called flat list. So you would pass your array under the data. So this is our array. This could be like books, products, whatever that is. And for every single item, you would run the render item method, which will take the item and return something. So it is the exact same thing actually, but just a different syntax, and this is a little bit more performant in React Native. Then you would add the key extractor, which is like an identifier. You would pass the ID. And what happens if you reach to the end of the list, add some threshold, things like that. And we'll see, we're gonna see this in action. For now, don't worry about it. And finally, the forms on web as well as on React Native. So in React Web, we would have a form element with onSubmit handler, right? Then we would have an input. Once you submit it with the button, this would run and you would do some stuff. And here on React Native, instead of having a form, you would just have a view. I don't know. Yeah, probably you'll have a view. Definitely, it's gonna be like your styles. It's going to include your styles. You would have some kind of form, and then you would have the text input element where you can add some styles, value, on change, and then once you click to the button, you would just submit that, right? On press, you would handle the submission here. So I hope that makes sense. If not, we will see this in action. And actually in our example, I think we have a bunch of different forms. One of them is this one when we want to add a new address. Once you say create it, we will basically submit it in the background. Okay, so we'll see a lot of examples in the incoming sections, but I just wanted to give you a quick overview, the comparison between React and React Native, and it is very, very similar as you can tell. Okay, now how do you follow along with this tutorial? You basically have two different choices. Here in this example, I would say, go ahead, open up your physical device. That could be either, iOS or Android. Visit the Apple Store or Play Store and install the Expo Go application. Okay, so it'll take 2 minutes. And then we are going to scan a QR code. Then you can run this app on your physical device. Now, what does that mean? Let's go ahead under the VS Code, under the terminal, under the mobile. You can just say npx expo. This will give you a QR code. So just scroll to the top, and from your physical device, scan this. It is going to open up the Expo Go application, and you will be able to see the end result on your physical device. And I will actually prove this to you, but just keep that in mind, your phone should be connected to the same Wi-Fi as your laptop. Let me just type this out. Let's say your physical phone should be connected to the same Wi-Fi as your laptop. And let's actually see this in action. I will get this QR code and let me grab my actual phone and I will open up my camera. So here I just got my phone. Let me open up the camera where I can basically scan this QR code. Okay, so this is going to take me to Expo Go application. Normally it would immediately open up the app. Maybe sometimes it'll take a couple of seconds. Just be patient. And now it is loading. Let's wait. Okay, so now we can see the end result is actually live on my phone. So we have two different tabs at the bottom. Let me just test this out. I visit the Explore page. Here you can see, like this is the boilerplate code Expo gives you, and you can run it on your phone in seconds if you have the Expo Go application. Okay, once again, just make sure the Wi-Fi that your phone is connected to is the same one that your laptop is connected to. Okay, so this is me from the future. Just a quick pause. Here I have an Android device. Let me try to scan this QR code just to show you that it'll work in Android as well. So this is bundling the same app, even though we have some updates. This is me from coming to future, but here you can see it is the exact same app. It is working. So it doesn't matter if you have an iPhone or Android device, it's gonna work no matter what. Just go ahead and install the Expo Go application for free and get started with it by scanning this QR code. Okay, so with that, now let's continue with the tutorial. And so that was the very first option. Now the second one is you would install a simulator on your device. Okay, so if you are on iOS, you have to install Xcode like on MacBook, but on Windows, you have to install Android Studio. Now, if you want to just get started with this application pretty quickly, I would recommend you to install the Expo Go app. It takes like 2 minutes and you can run the app on your phone. But if you'll be building apps a lot later in the future, like you should definitely install a simulator, right? So install the Xcode if you have Mac or Android Studio. Then you will get the simulator. In this case, I have iPhone 16. Now from my terminal, since we run Expo, like npx Expo, let's put the simulator on the side and I will shrink this. So here, if you press I, it is going to open this application in the simulator. If you are on Windows, you would press A and it would open this up on Android, right? So here I'll press I. It is going to take us to the Expo application, which is already installed, and we can see the app live. If you want to reload it, you would press R on the terminal. Here you can see it would reload that. And we have like 2 different tabs, different content, and everything is working. This is the code base that we currently have under the mobile folder. So we will get into the details, but let me give you a quick walkthrough of this mobile folder. So currently you don't need to understand anything here, but just the basics. Now we have 2 different tabs, right? This is what we call the tab navigator. And this is working because we have this special folder called tabs under the app. So this has to go under the app. And here we have a layout. Then we have the index screen. So this is the home screen, like this is the content. If you say welcome 123, save, this should update. So that's the beauty of Expo. You basically have live updates in your code base. Let's bring this back. Then we have the Explore tab, which is this content that we can see. Now we'll delete everything and start from scratch. This is absolutely confusing for a beginner, and we will learn most of them from scratch. Then we have this special file called _layout, and this is the place where you can customize the tabs. So here we have one parent element called tabs, and here you give some styles, like let's try to delete this. It says header shown of false, but if you don't have it, you would see the header. So here it says you're on the Explore screen. If you go here, it would say home, right? So you can add a ton of different things, and we will be doing it in the incoming sections. Then we have different screens, like we have actually 2 different screens. So under the tabs, we will have tabs.screen, and this is for the home screen. And then we have for the Explore screen. I definitely understand this is like confusing, like it could be confusing for a beginner, but we will delete everything and start from scratch. Now we are not going to delete everything one by one. Instead, Expo team give us a script. You can go under the package.json, and here they have reset project, which is going to basically run this file. So it is under the scripts. You can analyze this, but what it does, basically it would delete everything in this code base, and it's going to just leave the bare minimum. And let's try to see this in action. Like, I'm trying to go pretty slowly, if you have realized, because I just want you to understand everything at the beginning so that later in the video we can speed up the process. Okay, now we'll just try to shrink the left hand side, close everything, open up the terminal. Let's kill the mobile folder, clear this up, and I'll say npm run reset-project. Okay, so let me zoom out. That's the entire thing. We are going to run this, and it'll say, do you want to move existing files to app example instead of deleting them? Just press enter. It'll take everything that we had, like the components, hooks, constants, and it'll put it under the app example. So if you wanted to, you can keep this folder, but we don't really need it. So I'm going to delete that. And we will start from scratch. And here, currently, we just have a super simple app. Under the layout, we have the stack component, which is something that we will explain. And then we have a simple home screen. So it says edit app index.tsx. Let's open up our terminal. Under the mobile, just clear this up, and I'll say npx expo. So if you're running this on your phone, head over here and scan the QR code, or just press R. It should reload it on your phone, and here on your simulator as well. So super simple app. We don't have anything at the moment. It is just this file called index.tsx. And if you update here, you will see that it's going to update the actual UI. And let's try to pretty quickly double check our actual phone. Let me open up my camera and we'll try to run it in our phone. Here, let me open up the camera as well on my phone, and I will, scan this QR code. Come on, just do it. Now this is going to run the app. I'm just waiting for it. That was the old version, but it should reload. I'll press R. Okay, I just got a message. So I just got a message from the bros. Sorry about it, but here we go. The app is working. Like, it's literally live on my phone. It is the exact same output that you can see on the UI. Okay, so I will assume either you're using your phone or simulator. It doesn't really matter. We are going to have the exact same output. So yeah, maybe we could end this section here. Let's try to pretty quickly go over everything that we have done. And in the next section, we will set up our code base in detail. Okay, so let me shrink the terminal and go over these slides. So we learned about React Native, what that is in the first place, how it was to build a mobile application back in the old days. Why do we want to use Expo? Because basically it is the recommendation from the React Native team itself. And let's check their documentation, which is reactnative.dev. You can go over this in detail. Let's just say get started. So that was this screenshot that I took from here. It is the exact same thing. Here are some apps that is built with Expo. There are endless examples, but these are the ones that I had as a screenshot. Then we learned about the differences. This part is not really important because we will see it in action in the incoming sections. Then we learned how to follow along with this tutorial. This would be my recommendation for you if you wanted to get started pretty quickly. But if you want to have a simulator, this is absolutely a beautiful choice as well. It is a bit slower at the beginning to get started with because it takes pretty long time to install a simulator, especially if you have a slow internet connection. But in the long run, it'll definitely be fun and it'll be worth it. Okay, and one last quick note, your physical phone should be connected to the same Wi-Fi as your laptop so that Expo Go actually works and like you can run this app on your physical device. If they are connected to different internet connections, different Wi-Fi networks, it is not gonna work. Okay, so I hope it wasn't overwhelming. We went over the basics. We just have a stack component and index.tsx, and we'll explain this component in the next section. So hopefully I'll see you there. Alright, so this is where we left. we just have a super simple application with two different files under the app folder. Now at this point, let's try to maximize the screen and take a look at the code base under the mobile folder. So you can ignore all these files that we have because they are just configuration files like tsconfig, package.json, Expo env, which is even like it has been ignored. It's not something important. It's related to TypeScript, related to types. What is interesting here is the app folder and maybe the assets. Pretty easy to understand. Basically, we have our static assets that are some images that has been provided by Expo. And we will add our own images in the incoming sections. So for now, just know that these are some assets that we have. Then the Expo folder, completely ignore this. This is not something that you have to get into unless you really need it. And in this case, we don't, I have never worked with it. So not really important, don't get confused. Same thing for this one. It is just some configurations about the extensions that I have and some settings. Maybe you have different type of content. It's not really important. What is important is that here is the app folder. So everything that you put here becomes a new screen. And this is like Next.js if you ever work with it. This is what we call file-based routing, right? So you put a file under the app and it becomes a new screen. So here in the web development, we had things like pages, but here instead we call them as screens, right? Okay, so sometimes I might call it as pages, but they are just screens. Okay, now that we know the only thing that we care is these two files, let's talk about the stack component, which is coming from Expo router. Now, how can I explain this? Well, I have a pretty good example. Let me put them side by side. So let's try to visit Safari from the simulator and let's visit a web app or, an address like facebook.com. And from here, I'll visit instagram.com as well. Okay, now let's say you want to go back. You would just take this part and take it to the right. And if you want to go forward, you would take this, put it on the left. So this is what we call the stack navigator. Basically, the new screens comes from the right and old screens comes from the left, right? If you want to go back, just imagine this iPhone is in your hand, and with your finger, you would take this to the left or to the right. You would go forward and you would come back. If you want to have this stack navigator kind of behavior, you would use the stack component. So remember, this is the web browser. We want the same thing in our application. So that's why we use the stack component. I hope that makes sense. This allows you to have that stack kind of behavior. And if you want to get a proper description, you could say stack navigator Expo. Let's say, what is stack navigator in Expo? Using a stack navigator with Expo router, let's try to see the foundational way of navigating between routes in an app. So I don't want to waste too much time, but you can click to it under the Expo documentation and you can take a look at it. It is the same thing that I have just explained. Okay, and we can take a look at the examples. Now we could add different props into this component. Let's actually see it. Let's say we don't want to see this header, right? You would come here and you would say screen options, which will take an object, and you would say header, was it shown? Yeah, header shown. By default it is true, but you could put it as false. Now you don't really see that header, right? And this is actually what I want to have. I don't really want to see the header component. Okay, so that was the very first thing that we just learned. Now let's try to set up Tailwind in our mobile application. As we talked about it in the past, there is something called native wind, and we'll visit nativewind.dev. Let's say get started with it. So it has like 7 different steps, kind of annoying, but I'll just walk you through it step by step without getting confused. Okay, so we already have an app. We will skip this step, but instead we will copy everything that they provide us here. I'll copy this, open up my terminal, let's shrink the left hand side, go under the mobile, kill this, clear, paste this in, and I will run this script. Then we would like to get the tailwind config.js file, copy this entire content, and paste it. So once this is done, I think we will have this file called tailwind config. Do we have it? No, we don't, because this only installed extensions. So let's try to create this file. Here I will kill the terminal. Under the mobile, let's say tailwind config.js, and I will paste the content from the documentation. There is one thing that we would like to update, which is the content. So we don't have app.tsx. Instead, we have the app folder, and every file under the app should be able to use native Wnt. So here I will delete this part. Instead, I will say app folder, and anything under the app folder, just include every single file, right? So we will say curly braces. It could be JS, JSX, TS, TSX. Okay, so that was the only thing that we need to update. Then let's take a look at the next step, which is to create a global.css file and paste these directives. I'll copy it. Go under the mobile, under the root, okay, just click here and then global.css, paste this in. Let's see the next step. We need to create this file called babelconfig.js, again under the mobile, and then I'll copy the content and paste this in. I don't know why we have some warnings. Component is no longer available in v4. Okay, so I think we need to just delete these. Let me check my notes. Do I have them? Yeah, I think I have them. I'll say Command-Shift-P and reload my window. Maybe VS Code would get rid of that error. Okay, I think it is gone. So that was one trick that you can do. Command-Shift-P or Control-Shift-P, then type reload window. You would get rid of the errors. Okay, so we created this file. Let's go into the next step. I know this is kind of annoying, but you have to follow along to be able to get the exact same output. We will create metro-config.js. Once again, under the mobile, say metro.config.js, and paste this in. Leave everything as it is. And finally, we would like to import the global.css. Let's go ahead, close everything, go under the root layout file, and I'll say import global.css, and we would like to go one up. That's the correct path. There is one more step. I think we already have this under the app.json. Let's see. So here under the app.json, what is the field called? It is bundler metro. Okay, web. I think like we don't need it. I'm pretty sure. Let's scroll to the next one. We will get the optional step. Copy this, and here it says put it under the native Wnt env.ts file. I will create it under the mobile. This is the very last step. Copy the content and paste this in. So I will paste the content. Okay, now let's try to run our application and test out if native Wnt is actually working. We have some warnings. I think it is fine. I'll just clear this up and I'll say npx expo. Let's rerun our application. Just press R, it's going to reload. Then we can visit index.tsx file. And here on this text, I will say class name will be equal to something like text red of 500. Okay, here we can see Tailwind is working. We correctly initialized it. If yours doesn't work, probably you missed some of these steps. Maybe follow this part again or go through the documentation. Start from this step and do everything that we have just done. Also update this part, like under the Tailwind config file. This is what we added. Alright, so that was the very first thing that we just set it up, which was native Wind. Now on the mobile application, for data fetching, we will be using TanStack as well. And specifically, we will be using React Query. So I already walked you through the documentation, right? So let me just go ahead and do it pretty quickly with you. Under the app, under the layout, we will wrap our entire application with the TanStack. So here I will get into the terminal, clear this up. Here I'll say, let me give full space. We'll say npm install and add TanStack / react query. So / and make sure to put dash here. We will install it under the mobile. The setup is the exact same thing as the web. Okay, we are running this. Now I'll say import query client. Let's type this out, and query client provider from TanStack. And then we would like to create the query client instance. Then I will cut this part for a second. Let's say return this part. And yes, exactly, AI tries to help me out. Okay, this is what we had, and we wrapped our entire application with the query client provider. Now within our entire app, we can use TanStack. We can use components like use query, use mutation, query client, right? All of them. And let me try to format this in this way. Okay, so that was the second thing, which is TanStack React Query. The third thing is going to be Clerk. So here I will close these. Let's say Clerk Expo. For the authentication, this is the screen that we are going to have. Looks really clean and minimal. We will have one image and 2 different buttons, and Clerk will make it super easy to implement, where we have Google authentication as well as Apple authentication, right? So here, head over to Expo Quick Start and we'll follow these steps. So first things first, they say you should enable the native API. So let's go under the dashboard and make sure you logged in. Select the application that we created. Under the configure, let's try to find it. I think at the very end, we have native applications. Just make sure that this is enabled. By default it is, but just in case if it is not, head over here and like check this, right? Then the next step is to install the package. Let me zoom in. It is Clerk Expo. I'll copy it. Let's open up the terminal. Under the mobile, I'll just paste this in. Once it is done, we would like to select our application. This is the one that we are using, and just copy this environment variable. So copy it, we will create the .env file. While this is installing, I'll go under the mobile, let's say .env, and paste this in. So here we say expo_public. This is the prefix that you need to add, and then Clerk publishable key. You can call this part anything, but just get it from the documentation. Okay. Now we can scroll to the bottom. Here they say find the root layout and wrap your entire application with the Clerk provider. Here they use slot, but we use stack. It is like, it doesn't really matter. Slot is like the component called outlet. Let me show you under the admin. So we had the layout file and we had this outlet component, right? So slot is the same thing or similar thing, let's say. So I will wrap my entire application with the Clerk provider. And then let's try to import it. I will copy this, too lazy to type out. And then we would like to pass 2 different props, or just one maybe, the token cache. But first we are going to install this package. Please feel free to pause the video and read it. Like in the background, Clerk needs it to be able to make the authentication secure. So under the mobile, let's clear this up and paste this in. Okay, it's done. Now we can copy this import called token cache and paste it right here. Then we'll say token cache, go ahead. I think we'll just pass this as it is. Okay, so with this, we are done with the setup. Next step is to create the sign up and sign in pages. Now in our application, we will just have one page, which is like users can both sign in and sign up because we have like SSO, this is how we call it, single sign-on options. So if users don't have an account, they could sign up by clicking to this button. If they have an account, they would be logged in. So we will create only one page. Here, our implementation will be a little bit different than the documentation, but it is mostly similar. So let's head over to VS Code. Here they say create an Auth folder and then have a layout file. Then within the Auth, you could create signup.tsx and signin.tsx files. So here, let's go ahead and try to set this up. I will save my code base, shrink everything, maybe close everything, go under the mobile, under the app. Let's create this folder called Auth. And then we will have one layout. And again, it should be underscore layout. You can call this as JSX, but we'll be using TypeScript. So I'll just say .tsx. And let's copy the content. It is very easy to understand. We have the redirect component coming from Expo, which is going to redirect the users to the home screen if they are already signed in. And we have use auth, which will give us this Boolean value, and then the stack navigator. So we will save this file, and instead of creating sign in and sign up, we will have only one file. So we can call this as index.tsx. And as the file content, we can put something simple, and I'll just use this snippet by saying rnfe. And this is coming from the extension that I mentioned back in the old sections. So let me show you once again. It is coming from this extension called ES7, React Redux, and React Native snippets. Once you install it, you should be able to do things like rnfe, which will give you a React Native functional export component. Okay, let's try to call this file as auth screen. You can call this anything, but this is the name that I will have. Let's say auth screen and give a little bit space. Save this file. Let's try to run our application under the mobile. I'll say npx expo. And let's try to reload our app and put the simulator side by side. Okay, now what I'll be doing is this. We will go under the app. Okay, so under the mobile, under the app, and we're going to delete the home screen because we don't really need it at the moment. Let's try to delete this. And here we can see immediately we are under the auth screen. User is not authenticated. This is what we'll see at the beginning. And I'd like to get rid of this kind of like the header component. Let's visit auth layout. Here we have stack. Let's say screen options. Header shown will be equal to false. Now, once I save this, we will have a problem. So let's save. Here we can see the file content is now outside of the UI, right? It is overlapping with this status bar. Let me bring this back. I will cut this. So we can see content is visible, but once you put this, the content is overlapping with the status bar. And there's a solution, we will get into it. Just for now, keep this in mind that if you don't use the header shown, like if you don't want to see it, this is the kind of problem that you will get into. And we'll see the solution in the next couple of minutes. So as I said, we are going to fix this problem, but first there are some other things that we would like to set up. So I want you to visit the source code, find the mobile folder, and under the assets, under the images, you would like to copy some images and paste it right here. So first off, I will get the apple.png and I will paste it under the images. Then I will do the same thing for the google.png. So grab them from the source code. You will find these files under the images, okay? Then there will be auth image.png. I will get that one as well. We will be using this. Then I think there will be 4 other images. I will copy and paste. So it is the books.png, electronics, fashion, and I think one more, which is home. So home.png, we will be using these images under the categories. So right here you can see these are all those images, and we'll use auth image on the auth screen and these 2 icons. So once again, grab them from the source code and we should be good to go. Now the other thing that I want you to set up is a folder. So let's maximize the screen, close everything, go under the mobile and create a folder called types. And we'll create one file called index.ts and find this file from the source code, copy the content and paste this in. Now, since we are using TypeScript, we would like to have our code base to be type safe, right? And here I just provided you a couple of different interfaces. So this is our product, the product type, where we have the ID that is type of string, name, description. So we don't really want to type this out and instead get it from the source code. Okay, so this is nothing than basic TypeScript. I want you to copy it and paste it because we will be using these types later in the video. Alright, so that was the types setup. Just before we end this section, let's go under the mobile and create a couple of other folders. So we are going to have a components folder and we're going to put a couple of components under this folder, right? Then we'll have some custom hooks. I will create the hooks folder and then I think one lib folder. And within the lib, we will get into the, I think, api.js file, or in this case, we're using TypeScript. I'll say api.ts. For now, leave the content as empty. Later in the video, we're going to build everything step by step. I promise. For now, we're just setting things up so that we can save time later in the video. Okay, so let's pretty quickly go over what we have done in this section. Then we can commit all of our changes. So we got some images from the source code. Then we set up Auth with Clerk. Here we have a simple layout that does the redirection and we have the stack component. However, there is a problem where the content overflows with the overlaps with the status bar and we will fix it in the next section. And we have a simple auth screen. Then in the root layout, we set up TanStack query as well as the Clerk provider. Here we can see we wrapped our entire application with these components. So I think that's the entire thing that we have done, and we created some folders and files. That's it. So let's try to commit all of our changes that is under the mobile folder. So I'll open up my terminal. Let's kill everything actually, and I will open up the status bar. Let's say create a new branch and we can call this as mobile init. And then I will stage everything. Let's add a commit message, something like mobile app setup or initialized, something like this. Commit and publish our branch. Now we'll go into the source code and create the pull request. And then let's say we would like to wait for the suggestions that will be coming from CodeRabbit. So after a couple of minutes, here we go, it is ready. Here are the new features that we have introduced. You can take a look at it. Let's scroll to the bottom and see if we have any problems. I don't think so. We don't have any problems because in our code base, we just have super basic changes, right? We just set up a mobile folder. We don't have any logic, no hooks, no components at the moment. So we don't really have any suggestions from CodeRabbit. We have some nitpick comments, that you can see one by one. Like, I think, let's try to read it. It says Auth screen scaffold looks fine for initial setup. The components valid, minimal placeholder. Okay, so we don't have any major problems. Okay, so these are just some comments talking about your code base. So with that, I think we can just merge the pull request, confirm the merge. Once this is done successfully, we'll go back to VS Code and get into the master branch. Let's try to get the latest changes. Basically sync this up. Okay, our code base is up to date now. So that was it for this section. We haven't done anything complicated other than the basic setup. In the next section, we can get started with the actual authentication implementation. So we will see how to make these buttons work, and we'll learn how to build a beautiful UI like this one. So I'll see you in the next section. Alright, so this is where we left. In this section, we are going to implement the authentication screen. So currently we have this problem where the content is overlapping with the status bar. Now there are a couple of different solutions, and let's see the first one. So here we will say class name flex-1, which means make this div to take the entire screen, right? Entire height. And then I'll say something like if you save, nothing is going to happen, but you can say something like justify centered. Once you save, the content would be centered in the middle of the screen. Now you might be asking, hey dude, when we use justify center, normally it would center it horizontally. Why does this center it in the vertical direction? Well, that's the difference between mobile development and web development. So here, if you say items centered, in web, this would center it vertically, but here if you save, it's going to center it horizontally. So here I want you to notice this and have it in your notes. So here is the comment or the diagram, and here's an example. Now in web development, flex is in the row direction by default, and in mobile development, flex is in the column direction, right? This is the default behavior. Now why this is the case? Well, if you think about it, it's pretty easy to understand, because in mobile development, you have pretty limited space. So when you use flex, instead of putting them side by side, it'll be in the vertical direction, right? So imagine here in this example, we use display flex, and it is already in the column direction. So we have this one at the top, and it is going in the vertical direction. So this is something definitely important to understand. In web development, flex is in the row direction. This is what we used to. And in mobile development, it is vice versa. And here I have some more notes. Keep this in mind, bro. In web development, flex by default is in the row direction. In the mobile, it is column direction. And justify center property on web development, it is in the horizontal direction, but in mobile dev, it is vice versa, right? So here we're just basically swapping the roles. Okay, so this is something that you can take a screenshot or even get it from the diagrams. It is completely free. Okay, so now that we understand the role of these two properties and the flex one, this will basically take the entire height. In web development, by default, this would take the entire width, but since in mobile development, everything is vertical, it'll take the entire height. Okay, I hope we understand everything. Now, before we build the UI, what I'd like to do is build the logic. So we will go under the mobile, under the hooks folder. Do we have it? Okay, so I think we created that, but since we didn't have any files, when we commit our changes, basically Git get rid of that, right? So we can create it once again. If you have an empty folder and if you commit that, it is not going to be visible. Okay, so let's create this once again, and this time we're gonna have a hook called use social auth.ts file. And let's try to use RFCE. This is basically a hook. Instead of returning JSX, we will return an object. Okay, let's give a little bit space and we'll import a couple of different things. So the first one is, let's say, use SSO coming from Clerk Expo. The other thing is use state from React. And then finally, from React Native, we're gonna get the alert component. So this is the first time that we are using it. Let's see how we can make that work. And before we build the rest of this component, let's see the end result. So this is what we are trying to build. By calling this hook, we should be able to sign in or sign up with Google as well as Apple. And everything that we'll be doing is coming from the documentation of Clerk. So you can scroll to the bottom. In this example, they are using, sign in with email and password. So here you can see, and in the past tutorials, we have done this. If you have watched them, if not, it's completely fine because I'll walk you through from scratch. But this time we will use single sign-on option. Okay, so everything that we'll be using is coming from the documentation. Just keep that in mind. Now let's go under the VS Code and build this hook. So first things first, I would like to have a loading state. And let me kill AI. It is getting kind of annoying. I'll just snooze this for the next 30 minutes. Okay, so we'll have is loading state. Let's say set is loading as well. Let's say use state, and this could be equal to false initially. Then we're going to call the use SSO hook, which is going to give us a function called start SSO flow. Okay, destructure this. Now we will have a method called handle social auth. Let's say this is an async method, and maybe I can maximize the screen. You can call this anything, right? But this is the name that we'll be using. And from this hook, we will return the is loading state as well as the method, which is handle social auth. Now we have two different options, right? That is either Google or Apple. So this will accept an argument. Let's say it is equal to strategy, and this could take two different values. So let's make this type safe with TypeScript. We will say this could be either OAuth underscore Google, or it could be OAuth underscore Apple. And within this method, we will say first, let's reset the loading state to be equal to true. Well, not resetting, but setting, right? This is going to be equal to true. Then we'll start to do something. So we'll have try and catch. And finally, we want the loading state to be equal to false. So either we succeed or we fail. Eventually, the loading state will be equal to false. And under the try, we will say await start SSO flow and pass the strategy as the argument. And this would return us two different things. The first one is created session ID and the set active method. Now we'll say if created session ID and if set active is available, let's say set active. In this case, we will say await set active and pass the session. So we'll say session, here is the created session ID. So this will basically authenticate the user, and everything is coming from the Clerk documentation. Just keep that in mind. Now under the catch, we can handle this. First, I'll add like a console log for debugging purposes. Let's say error in social auth. And we can display the error right next to it. I think I will call it as error. We can add even some emojis just to make it highlighted. And later in the video, we could use Sentry to be able to catch these errors in a better way. For now, let's say on top of this, we will have one alert component. So call the alert and just say alert. And this will take a couple of different props. The very first one is the title. If you wanted to, you can add, some string, which is something that we'll do. And then there are some options. Here we'll say title will be equal to error. And for the string, which is like the message, we will have, let's say something like failed, and this is backticks by the way, you will see why. Let's say failed to sign in with, and let's put the provider here. I'll say const provider. We'll say if strategy is equal to OAuth Google, this will be equal to Google, but else provider will be equal to Apple. So we'll say fail to sign in with whatever the provider is, that is either Google or Apple, and let's say please try again. Okay, so that's the entire hook. Pretty easy to understand, just a loading state and the method call. And then we are returning these values. Now we'll go under the index.tsx file, which is our auth screen, and we are going to call our hook. So I will say use social auth, import it, and we will destructure both of these fields, which is loading as well as our method. Okay, now we can get into the return statement. So here I will save this file, and let's try to put the simulator on the right hand side. Like this. And there is one thing that I want to mention. Let's try to delete this text component. Let's say you just want to have a text like hello. If you save, your application is going to crash because there is one rule in React Native. If you're going to have some text, it has to be wrapped with the text component. Okay, and if you read it, this is what they say. Text strings must be rendered within a text component. So you have to take the text and put it in between of the text component. Okay, now there is also a component called image. You can either import it from React Native or from Expo. In this example, let's try to use it from React Native, and they have like different advantages. For now, let's use it from React Native. But let me delete this. First, I will say the background is going to be equal to white, okay? Because this is the exact same color that we are using in the demo. And then we will get the image, first display it, then we're gonna have our buttons. So let's put them side by side and actually build the UI. Alright, so the very first thing that we are going to have is going to be the demo image. And here I will say call the image component. If I can type correctly. Let's make this to be self-closed component. And then we are going to pass the source. In React, this would be something like src, but here it is called source, which is the longer format of it. So here we would like to import this image that is under the assets, images, auth image.png, right? It is this one. So here we can say something like require, and we are going to put the path. So we will go one up. Once again, we will find the assets / images and then the file name, which is auth-image.png. Then we can add a class name like size of 96, which is equal to this amount of pixels. And then you can add the resize mode. Like it has a couple of different options. In this case, I'll put contain. Now let's save and take a look at the end result. Here we go, image is right here. And you can update the size if you really wanted to. But I'll have it as 96. And I believe in this example, if we delete the resize mode, nothing would happen, right? But I just want you to have this in the source code so you can see all these props. I'll leave it here. This is the default value. Then we could put cover. Let's actually try some of them. Nothing happens. Let's say maybe repeat. Like I think nothing happens because we don't have enough space. Here if we have something like 32, is it going to repeat? Well, not really. Maybe we are not using the correct way. For now, I'll just leave it as contain, and maybe later in the video we could use different options. Okay, that was the very first image. Then we'll go outside of this. Sorry, we'll go right below to the image, and we will have one more view, and this will get the class name of gab2. Basically, it is this parent component. And here we have a gap of 2 between these buttons. Okay, so first, let's say Google sign in button. And for the buttons, we said that we would be using touchable opacity. Say touchable opacity. Let me type this out. Okay, we will import it from React Native, as you can tell. Then we'll go right here, add some classes. So I'll go here, let's say class name. I'll say flex-row. We'll say items will be centered, justify centered, background of white. We'll say border, and let's give the border color of gray 300. Rounded of full, maybe padding X of 6. Then within this, we are going to have one check. So we'll say if we are in the loading state, we are going to return this part, else we are going to return this part. And in the loading state, we can use a component called activity indicator, which is coming from React Native. And you will see what that is, but I think it is self-explanatory. Basically, it is a loading spinner. And you can add the size. Here I will be using small, and you also have the option as large. I think I will also put a color. Let's go with this specific color. So I'll say hash 42, I think 85, and F4. Now you might be wondering about this color. Let me copy it and put it right here. So it is this blue color that we'll be using. Now in the else case, we can actually display the image or the output. So if we are not in the loading state, we're going to see this image and then the button that says continue with Google. So I will go right here, let's say one view, and this will get some classes like flex-row, items, center, and justify center as well. Then within this, we will have the image component. Let's say this would be self-closed. And once again, we're going to get the source. Let me copy it, paste this in. This time it'll be google.png. Then we can add the class name of size 10, margin right of 3. And I think resize mode of contain. Okay, so I'm going to save this. Right after the image, we will have the text, and let me put them side by side. Okay, so we're just getting there. We will have a text that is going to say continue with Google. And this will get some classes like text of black, font medium, and maybe text of base. And what this does is basically resetting the text to be the base size. Okay, so that's the output. But now what happens if we click to this button? Currently, nothing happens. Well, there is some opacity. This is implemented by default to this component. As the name suggests, once you touch it, opacity changes, right? So it feels like a button. Then we can go here after the classes. We could say on press. We would like to call this method called handle social auth, and the strategy is going to be OAuth Google, because this is the Google button. And we will say this would be disabled if we are in the loading state, right? And finally, we will add some custom styles. Let's have it as an empty object for now, and let's save. Now, I don't know if you can see from this end result, but there is some shadow under the buttons. So this is like box shadow. It is probably not visible from the video, but if you have the simulator or your actual phone, you will see that these styles will make a difference now. So let's say shadow offset. Let's say this will be equal to width of 0 and height of 1. Let's try to save. For now, there is not a difference. Let's say shadow opacity is going to be equal to 0.1. Like, there is a difference, I can see it, but it might be hard to see it from the video. So let's put something like 1. Okay, now this should be visible. Here you can see this adds some opacity, but this is definitely too much. So I'll say something like 0.1. And on Android, there is something called elevation. So we'll say 2. So this is only for Android, okay? This is not going to work on iOS. And I'll just add maybe like a comment. Let's say this is for Android. And again, it adds some shadow. And on top of this class name, like I'll say something like padding Y of 3 on the button, so we have a little bit more space vertically so that it looks the exact same thing that we have in the demo. Now what we can do is maybe giving a little bit of, let's say, margin top of maybe like 4, maybe like 3. Okay, so that was the Google sign-in. We will basically copy the entire thing. So shrink this, copy it, and paste it right after this button. And I'll add a comment, let's say Apple sign in button. It is the exact same thing. We will change the text, let's say continue with Apple. Image is going to be apple.png, and once we press, we will call Auth Apple sign in. Okay, once you save, here we can see we have this button, but I think size of this image could be something like maybe 8 because it is too large. Okay, and like, is this a bit too much? Padding Y, here I will definitely shrink it on the Google sign-in button. I'll say maybe padding Y of 2. Okay, so I'm happy with the end result. Feel free to play around with it, change the colors, anything that you wish, but I'll leave it as it is. Now let's scroll to the very bottom, like at the very end. I think right after this touchable opacity and after this view, we will create this part. You know, we have this text and we will highlight some part of it with a different color. So I will go here, I will have a text, not a view. Let's say text component. Let's add some classes like text-center. We will have text gray of 500. Say gray 500. And then maybe text of x small. Leading of 4. And this is going to update the line height. Finally, I'll say margin top of 6 and padding x of 2. Okay, so that's the entire class name. Within this text, we will have by signing up, you agree to our terms, and we will highlight this, right? So we will highlight this part, and to be able to make that work, I will wrap this with a text component once again. Okay, so it should be text like this, and this will get the class name. Let's say text-blue 500. Okay, and here we'll say terms. Let's put them side by side, by the way. We'll go outside of this text component and I'll put a comma and one space. Then we'll have one more text. We'll copy it, paste this in, and here it'll say privacy policy. Okay, so right after this text, we will say comma and our cookie use. So I'll paste this in, say cookie use. Let's save what we're going to get. Now, looks like these spaces did not work, and to be able to make them work, you would wrap them with the empty space. So I will cut this comma from here, put it inside, and have one space. Then do the same thing right here. So I'm going to wrap this with the curly braces and string. Maybe do the same thing for this one, like add one more extra space. So here we can see we have the extra space. Now this is taking the entire width, which is kind of like annoying. It's too long. We can go under the root. Under this view, we can say something like padding x of 8. Now everything is a little bit more, let's say, pressed in from the sides, right? Let's delete the padding and see how that works. But now from the x direction, we have some padding. Okay, so I think that's the entire UI. Let's actually test this out. So I will click to this button. We have the loading spinner and we can say something like continue. And here under the accounts, I already logged in with this account. That's why I can see it. But if you never logged in, you will see this kind of a UI. You can put your email, then say next, and then put your password. and then it should log you in. So I'll say continue. Okay, so we are logged in. Let's see if we have any errors under the terminal. Okay, so I think I know what is happening. I'll kill this app. So what is the problem? Why don't we see anything after logging in? Well, it is because we don't have any other screens other than Auth, right? So we have a layout, but it is not a screen. We just have authentication screen. And under the Auth layout, we say if user is logged in, take them to the homepage, but we don't have the homepage. So that's the problem why we are getting this infinite loop. Of course, we are going to fix it. For now, leave it as it is. But basically, we implemented the authentication workflow. Now, just to get rid of this infinite loop error, I will go ahead and comment this out for a couple of minutes. Let's try to run our application once again. Even though we are logged in, it should still take us to the Auth page, right? And if you take a look at it under the terminal, let's say grab the user field or user ID. And if you try to console log this, let's save, you're gonna see the user ID. So which means user is authenticated. And I think we have something like use user hook coming from Clerk. And this should give us the field called is signed in. So here I will say, oh, okay, so stupid of me, it's already here. So we can display is signed in under the terminal. As you can tell, it is equal to true. So that means authentication workflow is actually done successfully. And yeah, you should be proud of yourself at this point. Now we are going to leave the section here. Let's try to delete this console log. We don't really need it. Delete the user ID and maybe bring this back. But before you do so, just kill this terminal so that you don't have that infinite error. And we can delete this hook. So now let's try to commit all of our changes. In the next section, we are going to get started with the tabs component. So here, as you can tell, we have 3 different tabs, and you will see how to build this tab navigator. So this is how we call it, tab navigator, and then we are going to set this up in a way that we have 3 different screens. That is the shop screen, it is this one. Then we'll have cart, we'll have the cart screen as well as the profile screen. So this will be in the next section, but for now, let's open up the VS Code. Let's maximize the screen, close everything, toggle the status bar, and create a new branch. Here we can say something like Auth Setup, or I don't know, it says Auth Setup already exists. Let's say Expo Auth. Or should I call it like mobile Auth? Okay, so I'll just say mobile Auth. And then we can stage our changes. Let's say Auth implemented in mobile folder. Commit, publish the branch, and let's go ahead, create the pull request. And as usual, let's wait for the code suggestions that will be coming from CodeRabbit. So here we go, the summary is ready by CodeRabbit. Here are all the new features that we included in this section. You can read it, but as usual, we are mostly interested in the problems. And let's take a look at the sequence diagram as well. So user first taps to this button that is either Google or Apple sign in. And in the background, we call the handle social auth with the strategy. Then loading state is equal to true. We are calling this method with the strategy itself. And you know, like something happens, Clerk handles the authentication, which is something we are not really interested in. They already built it. Eventually, loading state is equal to false, and user is authenticated if everything went successfully, right? So that's the basic, that's the sequence diagram, the basic workflow of our application. Let's scroll to the bottom. Here it says a minor potential issue, not that big, but we could definitely fix it. I think here it says when you click to the button, you have the loading state in both of them. And it says basically you can make the one button to be loading, the other one would stay as it is. So here, let's try to see what is the solution. Instead of saying it's going to be true or false, we will say loading strategy. Let's try to actually do it. I will copy this. We will go under the hook. Let's find it. Instead of saying is loading, I'm going to delete this, paste this in. So instead of having a true or false value, it'll be either null or the string value. And here we'll say set loading strategy to be equal to the strategy itself, right? And finally, we'll say set loading strategy to be equal to null. And we will basically return this field. I think that's how CodeRabbit implemented. Rest of the code and finally updated in this part. And here is what we have done. And then in the loading, like in the UI, let's save, go under the Auth, index.tsx. Here it says, instead of saying is loading, let's get that field called loading strategy. And we'll say this would be disabled if we have loading strategy, or if it is not equal to null, right? Here we will say if loading strategy is equal to, this is the Google button, so we will say if it is equal to OAuth underscore, was it Google, right? This is how we type it, OAuth underscore Google. In this case, we would see this part, right? And let's do the same thing on this loading state. And this should be Apple. And this would be equal to, loading strategy if it is not equal to null. Let's save and test this out. I will click to this button. Okay, let me first reload my app. I will say npx expo, rerun the application. Let's put them side by side, rerun the app. I think we are going to get an error, so let's try to fix this layout file under the Auth. I'm going to comment this out. Okay, I will click to this button. Okay, here you can see only this button gets the loading state, not this one. If you click to that one, this would get the loading state. So we just added this better UX, right? We optimize our code just like what CodeRabbit says. Okay, let's scroll to the bottom. Here it says you don't have these files, but that's incorrect. We actually have them, so ignore this completely. And it says instead of putting a text, put a link, because currently if you click to them, nothing happens. But that's not really important. This is just for UI purposes. I'm going to ignore this as well. Let's try to commit our changes. So let me maximize this. We are under the same branch. We'll just go ahead, stage everything, and I will say UX improved in use social auth.ts. Commit, sync this up, and let's confirm that we got the actual second commit. So I'll refresh. Okay, it is right here. Let's scroll to the bottom and merge the pull request. Okay, so we just confirmed that. Let's switch to the master and get the latest changes. So I will click to this button. It'll make our code base to be up to date. Okay, so do we have a warning here? Yeah, it says you are not using this, but we will be using it later in the video. So with that, that's the entire section. In the next section, as I said, we are going to build the tabs navigator, and then we can get started with the shop screen, which is this one that you can see. Okay, so hopefully I'll see you in the next section. Alright, now in this section, we are going to get started with the home screen. This is the end result, but just before we build the actual UI, we need to build a tab navigator, which is this component. So this is what we call the tab navigator, and you can always search for it from the documentation. Let's say tab navigator Expo. You can read this if you really wanted to, but I'll try to walk you through it within the next couple of minutes. Just one thing, so there is a special folder called tabs, and within this folder you can add your screens. like your home screen, settings screen, and you'll get different kind of items, right? So this is your first tab, which is index.tsx. Then you have settings, which is this file, right? And then you would use a layout file so that you can customize it. So maybe you would like to have it at the bottom of the screen, just like in this example. Or if you wanted to position it like this, right, it is floating, then you would use the layout file and add some styles. So you have to have the layout file as well, and we are going to see this in action. Let's go under the VS Code and get started with it. So under the mobile, under the app, we will create this special folder called tabs. And here we will have a layout file. Let's say underscore layout.tsx, and I'll say rnfe. For the name, you can say anything, but I'll just say tabs layout. Okay, let me give a little bit space to format this. Then we will have 3 different files. The first one is our home screen. I'll say index.tsx. And let's say I will call this as shop screen. Then we will have cart.tsx. Let's say cart screen. And I'll format this. Then finally profile.tsx. Okay, now before we build the actual UI for these pages, we would like to go under the layout file, which is the tabs layout, and we will add our configuration. And it is mostly like styles. That's what I mean by configuration. So let's try to first delete the text component. We don't really need it. And we don't even need the view component. So we are going to wrap everything with the tabs component that is coming from Expo. And let's try to delete this view and text. So that's the parent component. Now within this tabs, you would add each screen. So what does that mean? Let's see. So this will be tabs.screen, right? This is one of them. And then the second one, then the third one. So this is how you would do it. You would say tabs.screen, and this would be a self-closed component. Then here now you can say the file name for this is called index, and we can say we would like to add some options. So here, what do we want to have as the title? Here we can see I just said shop. Maybe you would like to say home. So you would come here and you would say title is going to be equal to home. But in this case, I will use it as shop. Okay, so that was the very first thing. The other one is the icon. So how do you get this icon? We'll go here and under the options, again, I'll put a comma. This time I will say tab bar icon, and this will be a method. So here, let's say we're gonna call this, and we will destructure the color and size. You're gonna see what that does. Then we will run a component. Now in this case, Expo has some pre-built icons, and we'll be using ion icons, let's say. And I think we need to import it. So let's scroll to the top. I'll copy this name. I'll say import ion icons from @expo vector icons. So they have a bunch of different options, not just ion icons. You can get font awesome and design, like evil icons, you name it, they have it all. Most of the time that's the one that you'll be using, or it's like the most common one, but of course you can use any of them. Like you have material icons and even like simple line icons. But anyways, we're gonna get the ion icons, and then the icon that I'd like to use is called grid. So I'll say name, and you can use the grid icon. Let's say you would like to use a home icon. I think if they have it, you can put the name, right? So these are all the icons that they have, from airplane to alarm, like anything. In this case, this is the one that we'll be using. Let's fix this typo. Now I'll try to run my app. So under the mobile, I'll say npx expo, and then I will get my simulator on the side. Then we can just press I so that it can run the app. Now we didn't complete our code yet, so maybe we can just build the entire file and then take a look at the end result. So that was the very first screen. I will duplicate it twice. And the other file that we'll be using is card.tsx and then profile.tsx, right? So here the name is going to be, let's say, maybe card. For the title, we will just have card. So I'll say card. And for the icon, we'll be using this card icon, then the profile icon. So let's see, under the name, I will say something like card. Later in the video, I'll just explain what they do. For now, we are not using them. And here, let's say this is going to be the profile screen. This is the profile.tsx file. You have to put this name and it has to be matching with whatever you have. So here, if you had profile 123, then you had to make it profile 123. Okay, for the title, we'll say profile. For the icon, we will use, I think, person icon. Okay, so let's try to save. Hopefully we should be able to see something. And here I will add one, let's say, redirection. I will say const is signed in, as well as the is loaded. Let's say is loaded, and we're going to call the use auth method or the hook from Clerk. Now I will say if Clerk is not loaded, just don't return anything. So wait until Clerk is loaded. And this is for a better user experience. And I think I will show you this in the incoming sections. But for now, let's say if user is not signed in this case, we would like to redirect them. Let's say return redirect. So import the redirect component from Expo router, and then we'll say href. We will take them to the auth screen. And here you can see it is type safe thanks to Expo as well as TypeScript. Okay, so within this file, basically we say if Clerk is not loaded, wait and don't return anything. Once Clerk is loaded, then you can return this component. And one more thing, if user is not authenticated, just take them to the auth page, right? Now we can go under the auth layout as well. We can say if user is signed in, take them to the, let's say, tabs, right? So it'll take the user to the home screen. Now let's try to put them side by side and actually test this out. Let me rerun my app. And I think I am not logged in, so let me try to log in. Okay, once we are logged in, as you can tell, we are immediately redirected to the shop screen. Now I'll try to reload my app. And here you can see, like, even though we are authenticated for a split second, we still see this page, which is the auth page. So I'll reload again. Like, there is this kind of like flickering effect. I thought this would fix it, but looks like it didn't. So I thought this if check would fix it, looks like it didn't. So I will copy this and try to add it right here as well. I'll say if Clerk is not loaded, is loaded, you know, we'd like to return nothing until Clerk loads. So let's try to save this and reload. Now we don't see that flickering effect, right? We don't see the auth page. We see a blank screen until Clerk is loaded, which is like super fast. So I think this is a better UX. Okay, now we can click to this item, which will take us to the card screen. Then we can click to the profile. We can see the profile screen. Now here you can see the icons are very, very small. And to be able to get them a bigger size, we will go here under the tab bar icon. We will use the size. Let me just try to zoom out. Here I will say size will be equal to this size element. Now as you can tell, this is a lot larger than the previous state. So that's why you would like to put the size. And if you wanted to, I think you can update it. Like I'll say 40, right? But it overflows. So this is the default usage. You would get the size and add it as a prop. Then let's do the same thing for this one and this one. Now we have this kind of like larger icons. Now we will also be using the color. So here, let's say color is equal to the color prop. I will try to copy this and paste it for both of these. Okay, now that's the default color that Expo uses, right? If it is active, it will be blue. If it is inactive, it would be this grayed out color. But we would like to add our own colors, which is like this green color. And we would like to, position this in the middle of the bottom section, let's say, right? So how can we make that work? Well, that's where the tabs component comes into play. And there is this screen options where we can add any kind of prop. So the first thing that I'd like to get rid of is the title, the header shown. Here I'll say header shown will be equal to false. Okay, now again we have this problem where the content is overlapping with the status bar, right? And we are going to fix this, of course. For now, maybe I'll just delete this so that we don't have that problem. But later in the video, I will definitely add this prop. Okay, so first let's start with the color. How do we update the active color, right? So I will say tab bar active tint color, and you can put any value that you wish. In this case, I will use, let's say 1, oops, my bad. Let's go here. I will say 1 dB and 954. Let's save. Okay, it is this green color. And then we can update the inactive color as well. I will say tab bar inactive tint color, and it's going to be equal to, let's say, B3, and I think B3 3 times. Okay, it is that color. And then we can update the tab bar style, which is going to be another object. And here I'll say position is going to be equal to absolute. Let's try to save and see what's going to happen. Well, nothing happens, so let's go ahead and continue. I will say background color is going to be equal to transparent. And you can add any color that you wish, like red or blue. It is this component that we are trying to update. Here, for now, I'll just say transparent. And then we will have the border top width. So let me first save this. Okay, so there is a, I cannot zoom in, but there is a border top, and we would like to get rid of that. So probably it is not visible from the video, but here I can see there is a border top, and I'd like to get rid of that. So I'll say border top width will be equal to 0. And then I'll say height is going to be something like, let's say 50. But this is too less. How do we calculate this properly? There is a hook called use safe area insets, and it is coming from this package that is already installed by Expo. So we can just say const give us the insets. Now you will see what this does. Let's say height will be 50 plus insets dot bottom, and it's going to, oops, what is happening? It says, okay, I think we shouldn't be destructuring this. It'll just be insets like this. Okay, so it is going to calculate it, and it is not going to overlap this component with this, I don't know how to call it, but with this line. If you delete that, you have to manually calculate it. So you will have something like maybe 100, and in some devices that would be too large. In some devices it would not be, it would be less. So instead you would say something like maybe 32 plus insets dot bottom. Feel free to update this value. You can put anything, but this is what I will have in this example. And then I will update the padding top property. So I will say it's going to be equal to 4. And then maybe something like margin horizontal will be equal to 100. Okay, then we'll say something like margin bottom, and I will be using the insets. So I'll say insets dot bottom as well. Okay, now this is looking the exact same thing that we have here in terms of positioning, right? If you don't use insets dot bottom, you have to calculate it by yourself, and if you put something like 30, it would look good on iPhone 16, but you don't know if it would look okay on maybe iPhone XR or let's say 7, right? So you have to use insets so that your phone calculates it automatically. I hope that makes sense. We'll say insets.bottom. Then we'll say border radius is going to be equal to 24. Then I'll say overflow will be equal to hidden, like this. Now that was the tab bar style. On top of this, you could add tab bar label style. Let's say label style, which will be an object, and you can update the font weight, font size of these labels. So here I'll say maybe font size, just to show you. Let's say it'll be equal to 40, which is very huge, but I think 12 should be fine. You can use 16. In this case, I'll go with 12. And then you can update the font weight as well. I'll use a bold, like maybe 600 should be fine. And then I will get rid of the header. So I'll say header shown will be equal to false. Okay, for now, let's comment this out. We will come back to it. I will just add this so that I don't forget that. One thing that I would like to add is this theme that we have, which is like a dark theme, and we always have this primary color, which is this green color. And since we are using Tailwind, we can update the tailwind config.js file. So under the mobile, under the tailwind config.js, head over to the source code and find this file. I want you to copy the theme from the source code and paste this in. So here, just delete this part, and from the source code, copy the theme, which will be around maybe 30 lines of code, and paste this in. So here I have prepared these colors, which is the primary color. It is this one. Let's copy it and see it. Okay, so it's this blue-green color. Then we have light, a little bit lighter color, and then we have maybe the dark color. Okay, and then we have surface, the text color, and the accent color. So basically, instead of every single time saying something like color and then putting this, so here, let me show you, instead of saying class name every single time and doing something like background, then adding this color manually, we will just say something like background primary, which will be a lot more convenient. So that's the basics of, like, that's the basic logic behind this file. Once you copy it, you should be good to go. Then now let's go back to here under the root layout and open up the simulator on the side. If you say header shown is equal to false, we have this problem. And how do we fix it? We already talked about the first solution. Now let's try to talk about the second solution. So basically, I will create a component. So under the mobile, let's say components. And I will call this as save screen.tsx. Just follow along with me. You will see how that works in a second. I will zoom in and I'll say RNFE and call it as save screen. Now we will get the children and let's put the type. Let's say it is children prop, where it is a React node. Okay, so we would like to return the children, but on top of it, we would like to add some classes. So here I'll say flex-1 and let's say bg background. And then the most important part will be style, and we'll be using the insets once again. So I'll say const insets. Let me give a little bit of space, and we'll say use safe area insets. And then here within the style, I'll say something like padding top will be equal to insets.top. So this is the component. Let's try to save, delete the text, and we will go under the shop screen file, which is under the tabs. It is index.tsx file. And we are going to wrap our entire screen with that save screen component. So I'll import it. Okay, and let's put something like class name text white. Okay, so here you can see we get rid of that problem, right? Now this text is not overlapping with the status bar component because this would be calculated automatically thanks to the insets field. So it'll give the space from the top with the padding top, it'll say insets.top. I hope that makes sense. We basically wrapped our entire component, which is this one, right? We wrapped our entire component with the save screen, and it's going to display the children right here, and it'll make the background to be this black color, flags one, and calculate the padding top with the insets. Now we get rid of that problem. Now we can do the exact same thing for the cards as well as the profile screens because we have the exact same problem. So here I'll go under the tabs under the card, and I'll say this is going to be equal to save screen component. Let's try to close this off properly, and let's say class name text white. So that was the card screen. Let's do the exact same thing for the profile screen. Okay, now we can get started with the shop screen, and I will delete these components that we don't really use. Okay, now we can jump into the index.tsx file, but I just realized we are missing one more thing. The background of this tab is not really looking like this, where it is blur in this case, right? It is blurry. I think it looks a lot more cleaner than what we have at the moment. And to be able to implement that, we will install a package, and it is called as Expo Blur. So I'll just type this out first. Let's say Expo Blur package. And here, this is how we can install it. I will copy this script or the command, go into my terminal under the mobile. Let's clear this up, paste this in, and you can take a look at the usage, how that works. I'll try to walk you through it. Let's try to get the end result, put them side by side, and run our application with npx expo. Let's reload our app or press I. Okay, so we will go under the tabs layout file, import this component that is called blur view, and under the tabs, we are going to add it as a prop. So here, maybe right after the screen options, I will say tab bar background, which is a method. So here, let's say an arrow function where we would like to return this part. And let's add a comma to get rid of this error. And now here we'll say blur view component. Let's make it self-closed. Then we can say something like intensity, and I'll say 80. Then I'll say tint will be dark. I think we also have light. Oh, okay, actually we have a ton of different values. In this case, we'll be using dark, and then I'll say style is going to be equal to, let's say style sheet. Let's import this component, and we'll say absolute fill. And I will explain what this does. For now, let's save. And here we can see this is the background that we just got. It is blurred. Later in the video, when we have different items, you will see that the background is going to be blurred, right? Let's see if we have any other examples in these screenshots. Okay, like that's the only example that I have as a screenshot, but basically whenever you scroll, the background will be kind of like transparent and it'll be blurry. And if you want to update the level of blur, you would update the intensity. Now, what's up with the absolute fill? Let's try to delete that. Now, it doesn't really work without it, right? What this does is basically, let me maximize this. So doing this is the exact same thing as doing position is equal to absolute. Let's try to type this out. And then you would add top of 0, right of 0, left of 0, let's say, and bottom of 0. So this is the CSS trick that is going to, position this absolutely and stretch it for the entire parent component. So instead of typing all this, React Native has this trick where you would say style.absoluteFill. It is the exact same thing as doing this. I hope that makes sense. I will copy this, and here I'll just add it as a comment. Let's say absolute fill is equal to this. Let's add an emoji. Okay, so that's the entire tab layout component. We are pretty much done with it. We configured all the tab screens with the styles. Now we'll jump into the shop screen. If you are interested in this component in more detail, you can take a look at the documentation. They have other examples as well, and you can go through it. Okay. So now we can get started with the actual UI. Let's put them side by side. We will close every single file, go under the mobile. Now here looks like in VS Code we have some errors, but this is just, VS Code is being silly. If you'd like to get rid of this red highlight, you can press Command-Shift-P and say reload window. Now it'll get rid of that, let's say, get rid of that highlight. Okay, now we can go under the app, under the tabs, under the index.tsx, and actually get started with it. Now, first things first, we can delete the text. We will still have the save screen component. And on top of this, within the component, we will have a scroll view component. Now we are using this scroll view component for the very first time in this tutorial. So let me try to explain it, what that does. The name is pretty self-explanatory, but basically it allows you to have a view where you can scroll through the component, right? It's going to allow you to have a component, and everything that you put within that component will be able to scrollable, right? You will be able to scroll that screen. And this is what we are doing. We will take our entire page and wrap it with the scroll view component so that we can actually scroll through it. And there are two different ways of using it. The first one is basically vertical direction, right? And the other one is in the horizontal direction. So this will be another scroll view that we will have, and it'll be scrollable horizontally, right? And let's see how we can make everything work. First, this is going to get a class name. I will say flex of 1 so that it is taking the entire width, or the entire height, my bad, right? Flex 1, this will get the entire height. And then we will say content container style. We will say padding. This should be an object, by the way. Let's say padding bottom of 100. You're going to see how, what this does once we have some content. And another thing, I will say shows vertical scroll indicator will be equal to false. And once again, you're going to see what this does. Let's save and jump into the scroll view component. So here I will have a header component, which will basically be this part. So we'll have a text, a description, and then one icon. Let's go here, put them side by side. We will have a view component. Let's say class name is going to be padding x of 6. Let's say padding bottom of 4 and padding top of 6 as well. Then I'll say something like another view with some other classes that will be flex-row, and we'll say items centered. We'll say justify between and margin bottom of 6. So by default, flex was in the column direction, right? We talked about it. But here we'll say flex row so that they are in the row direction, and we'll say justify between. And first we'll build the left side and then the right hand side. Okay, so within this view, I will have another view. This is the left hand side. We don't need to add any classes. This is just a wrapper. And then we'll have a text that says shop. Then we'll have another text. This is the description. It says browse all products. Now within this text, we are going to have some classes like text, and we'll be using the text primary color. And then we will say maybe text dash 3x large, font dash bold, and tracking tight. I don't know why I have a dot at the end, but it should be tracking tight if I can type it correctly. Okay, then within this text, we will have a similar thing. Let me copy this part and let's say class name. This will be text secondary, which is a little bit more grayed out. And we'll say text will be small. And finally, margin top of 1. Okay, so that was the left side. Now go under this view. We will have another view, or I think this is going to be a button. So I will use a touchable opacity component. Let's import it from React Native. And for the content, we will be using an icon. So I'll say ion icons, and we will have a name. This is going to be options that outline. And I'll say size is going to be 22. You can add a color like FFF, which is white. And then within this, I will have the class name that says background surface. And I will update the opacity by 50. And then I'll say padding of 3. And let's say rounded full, so it is a circle. Okay, so that's the end result that we have. It is the exact same thing as in the demo, and it looks like a button. And just to let you know, if you want to update this active state, which is this one, you can have this prop called active opacity, and you can do from 1 to 0. Here, if I say 0, like it'll never be visible, right? It is just gone. And if you put 1, it is not going to have that effect at all. I'm clicking or pressing, but nothing happens. But here you can put a value like 0.7, which will make it a little bit more light. Okay, so just keep this prop. I wanted to introduce this as well. Now, right after this touchable opacity and this view, let's shrink this. We're going to have another view, and this is going to be the search bar component. So here I'll have the view. Let's say this will get some classes like background dash surface, maybe flex of row as well. I'll say items will be centered, heading X of 5, Y of 4, then maybe something like rounded to X large. So these are all the classes, and at the end of this section, or at the end of this component, this is what we would like to have as the result. We will have one icon on the left and the text right next to it. So here I will have my icon. Let me say ion icons, self-close the component. For the class name, or sorry, for the color, we will use the 666. Then we'll have the size as a 22. For the actual icon, we will use the search icon. And then we can have a text input component. And I think that's the very first time that we are using this component in this tutorial, which is going to be basically an input component, but instead of saying just input, like in React Web or in HTML, in React Native, we have a text input. Then you can add the similar props, like the placeholder, let's say search for products, and then I'll have placeholder text color. It is going to be equal to 666, and then we can say class name, maybe like flex of 1, margin left of 3, text of base, and text color of primary, let's say. And the value for this can be a state. Let's try to create that one. I will call it as search query. And on change, let me just type this out. We'll say on change text. We are going to call a method. So here, let's say something like set search query. Let's try to create this state. Here we can say const, this is the name, and the setter method. Just like in React Web, you can say use state, import it, and the initial value could be an empty string. Okay, now this is the end result, and let's try to console log the actual search query. I'll say here's the search query. Let's open up the terminal. Initially it is an empty string, but as you type into it, here you can see state updates. And this is work in this way because we basically we have the setter method and we basically pass it as this method. So whenever you type in, it is going to run this method and set your search query with whatever you type in. Alright, so I hope that makes sense. That was the search bar component. Now, if you'd like to see the keyboard in your simulator, you can press Command-Shift-K and it's going to toggle the, let's say, the keyboard. And here, if you press your keyboard in your laptop, it is not going to work. So you have to type out from here. For that reason, I'm just going to toggle this off. So I'll press Command-Shift-K and it should be gone. Now my laptop keyboard is actually working. Okay, then you can also press Command-D within the simulator and you can go to Home, which is your Expo app. And this is the app that we are running. Then you can press Command-D once again. For some reason, it doesn't work. Let me reload my app. And then I'll say Command-D. You can reload the app, open JS debugger, and try to explore this component. And by the way, this search bar component is going to actually work. So whenever you type something in, it is going to update the product's UI. And the category filter will also work. So if you click to this category, it'll only show you the products that are related to electronics. And if you, like by default, you are going to have this one, it is going to get you all the categories. Alright, with this in mind, now let's try to build the category filter. And for this, I will create another state. Let's say const selected category and set selected category as well. This will be a use state. I think I accidentally imported the use hook. Let's delete that. Let's say this will be use state, and by default the category is going to be equal to all. And later in the video, whenever we click to one of them, it could be something like sports or electronics. You know, we'll just see this in action. We can delete the console log. Let's scroll to the bottom, right after the search bar. So after this view and this view, but still within the scroll view component, we will have the category filter component, which is going to be within a view. So I'll say view, let's create that, and we will give some classes. I'll say class name, maybe margin bottom of 6. Now this will be a scroll view component, but in the horizontal direction. So here I can say horizontal is equal to true, like this. Or I can just shorten it by passing the horizontal. Then I'll say show horizontal scroll indicator, and this will be equal to false because I don't want to see the scroll indicator. And then the very last prop is going to be content container style, which will be an object, and we'll say padding horizontal of 20. So again, you're going to see what this does, just like what we have here. Instead of saying 100, this time we will use 20, and I promise you will see this in action. It'll basically give some extra space when you reach to the end while scrolling, but it would be better if we have an example. So here, let's say we are going to have an array called categories, and we will try to map through it, right? For every single category, we will return something. So before we build the UI, let's try to have all of these categories. I will put them under an array, and let me copy and paste this from the source code. Let me maximize the screen. Basically, every single category has a name and an image. The very first one has an icon because the first one is an icon, but the other ones are images. So we have the name and then the image import. We are getting the electronics, fashion, sports, and books.png. Now here we have the add symbol, which basically means we are under the mobile folder. And then within here, we go under the assets, then under the images. Okay, so just keep this in mind. You're under the mobile folder and then whatever you put the rest. Okay, so let's scroll to the bottom. We have categories.map. For every single category, we will return something, but first let's try to say we will have one variable called const is selected, and it's going to be equal to selected category if it is equal to category.name. If it is selected, we would like to basically update the background color. So that's why we are using this variable. Let's say return this part where we'll have a touchable opacity, and then we can pass the key. Let's say category.name. Then we can say on press. We are going to update our state by calling the set selected category, and we're going to say category.name. And right after the on press, we can add our classes. This is going to be dynamic, so I'll have curly braces, backticks, margin right of 3, rounded of 2x large, let's say size of 20, overflow hidden. Then I'll have item centered and justify centered. Now these are all the classes that every single button will have, but on top of it we would like to have this dynamic part. So I will say if it is selected, it should have this class, which is a background primary, but if it is not selected, it should have background surface class. And as for the content, we will check if it is an icon or if it is an image. So I will go within the touchable opacity and I'll say if I think if category has an icon, we will run this part, which will be an ion icons, and we are going to pass the name. So I'll say name, it should be category.icon. Then we can give a size like 36 in this example, and then we'll say color, it'll be dynamic. If it is selected, I will be using this one that is called 12 3 times, but else we'll use the FFF, which is the white color. And then we will say something like if it is not like if it doesn't have an icon, then it's going to be an image. So I'll say import the image component from React Native. Then we can say something like source category.image. Class name could be size of 12, and resize mode, let's use it once again. Oops, let's say resize mode will be equal to contain. And let's try to see the end result. Okay, for some reason we cannot see anything. Here it says unable to resolve. Is it related to the images? So sports.png. I think we don't have it. Let's go under the mobile, assets, images. Okay, I'll just try to grab it from the source code. Looks like I missed it. So I will go under the assets, under the images. There should be sports.png. I will copy it and paste it. Okay, so it's this one. Now this path is actually correct. And here you can see this is working in the horizontal direction instead of vertical direction. And here, let me show you this prop. Let's say padding horizontal will be equal to 200. Okay, basically you have extra 200 space, and at the end you also have that space. If you don't have it at all, like it is starting from the edge of the screen, which is not really convenient. And once you reach to the end, you don't have any extra space. So that's the reason we are using this component in the first place. And I think a value like 20 is enough. If you want this to start right here, maybe you could say like 40 or maybe like 36, 35. You can calculate it. I'll just be using 20. And the similar thing that we're using on the parent component, which is like padding bottom of 100, it'll be doing the same thing. Once you reach to the very end while scrolling, it'll give extra 100 space. And if we click to the categories, here you can see state updates as well as the background color. Now the only thing that we are missing are the actual products. So we need to build this part. Let's try to go under this view, which is the category, and we will have another view. Here I will have the class name of, let's say, padding x of 6 and margin bottom of 6 as well. Within this, we'll have one more view. This will get the class name of flex-row, let's say items centered and justify between. Let's say justify between. And finally, I'll say margin bottom of 4 on this one as well. Then this will get the text that is going to say products. Basically, we are building this part and it has justify between, as you can tell. So I'll say products. Text is going to get the class name of text primary. Say text primary and maybe something like text of large, and font will be equal to bold. We will have one more text. Let me maximize this and duplicate it. This is going to get the text secondary this time. For the content, we can say something like 10 items, but later in the video, we will calculate this dynamically. So how many products we have in the database, it would be that count. Then text could be equal to small. And I'm going to delete this class. Okay, so that's the header component that we currently have. Right after this header component, we will have another component called products grid. Let's try to create it. Under the components, so under the mobile components, I will say products grid.tsx, initialize it, and let's try to import it here on this file. So I'll say product grid and self-close it. Now within this component, we are going to display the products, but first we need to fetch those products, right? So we are going to create a custom hook under the mobile, under the hooks. I will say use products.ts file, and let's try to initialize this. I will say rnfe. This is not going to return JSX, but instead let's say return an object. For now, let's just even say return null. We will get into this component in a second, but first we would like to set up our API. So here I will go under the mobile once again, under the lib, and under the api.ts file. We would like to set up our Axios instance, and we would like to make our API calls authenticated. Now what does that mean? When we send a request to our API, right? Whenever we send a request to, let's say, localhost 3000/API/products, let's say. In this case, we would like to include our Auth token to the request, right? So I'd like to visualize this. Let's say we would like to fetch all of these products. To be able to make that work, we are going to send a request to our API, right? Let's say this is our server. Just get the settings icon. Okay, so this is our API. We sent a request, but how would our API know that we are authenticated? So within the request, we are going to include our authentication token, right? Our Auth token. And we'll see how to do it within this file. So here I'll just first get the Axios import. Say import Axios from the Axios package. I think we didn't install it yet. Under the mobile, let's clear this up. I'll say npm install Axios. Okay, then we can run our application once again. So let's say import Axios. Then we will get use auth hook coming from Clerk. Then I think a use effect. Okay, so these are all the imports. Now I will create a variable, let's say API underscore URL, which is going to be equal to, let's say HTTP, and let's say localhost 3000/API. Now later in the video, we'll make this to be dynamic by adding an environment variable. For now, just leave it as localhost 3000. Then here I will create an Axios instance. So I'll say API is equal to axios.create, just like what we have done in the front end section. We'll say base URL, here it is the API URL, and we can add the headers as well. Like I'll say headers, content type is going to be equal to application JSON. I think if you don't add it, by default it is already added. Like, that's what I believe. But just to have this explicitly, I'm going to leave it here. And then we can create a custom hook. Let's say const use API. Let's say this will be a method and arrow function. And within this hook, we are going to get one method called get token. And this method will be coming from use Auth, which is coming from Clerk. So basically, when you say get token, if you call this method, you can await it, and you can say const token. So this is the authentication token. If you're authenticated, you should be able to have a value. For now, let's say we will have a use effect. Okay, so initialize it in this way, and we are going to say something called interceptors, right? So I'll say interceptor, and these interceptors are coming from Axios. So what that does is basically when you send a request, before that hits your endpoint, it is going to, intercept this request and add something. So I will add a comment. Let's say on every single request, we would like to have an auth token so that our backend knows that we are authenticated. Let's say we are authenticated, and we will be doing this thanks to the interceptors. And here's the syntax. So we will say API, which is our instance. Let's say interceptors.request.use. So on every single request, we're going to call this async method, which is going to get the config. And here, this will be an arrow function. Let's say const token, await get token. Clerk will give us the token. And here we can say if we have the token, which means if user is authenticated, on the headers, we can add our token. So I will say config.headers under the authorization headers. We will add the bearer token. So add bearer, one space, and then this dynamic part, which is going to be our token value itself. And then we can just say return config. And here maybe we can add one more comment. I will say we are including the auth token under the, let's say, auth headers. Okay, so that's how we implement that. And for the performance optimizations, we can add a cleanup method. And here I'll say remove interceptor when component unmounts. So this might look a little bit weird, but please just follow along with me. We are going to see how that will work in a couple of minutes. So here, let's say we will have the return method, which is the cleanup. We'll say api.interceptors.request. Instead of using this time, we will say eject. And we're going to pass the interceptor which is created up here. And here, let's make React happy. We'll say whenever the get token changes, you should run this use effect. Even though it is a function, it is not going to change. So this is fine to add it here under the dependency array. And at the very end of this hook, we will say return this API itself. Okay, so from here on out, whenever you want to send a call to your API, you will be using this hook. So let's say from here, we can say something like use API. And this is going to give you the API object. And then you can say something like api.get or api.post, delete whatever that is, then add your endpoint, right? And then you can add your options, so on and so forth. So we're going to see this in action. Just keep this in mind that whenever you want to have a call, you're going to call this hook so that you can have your authenticated API request. And let's actually try to build our very first query. So I will say use query coming from TanStack, and this is going to give us a result back. Now we could, of course, destructure this just like what we have done in the past, but for now I will say have this as a result, you're going to see why. And here we need to pass a query key. Here we would like to fetch the products. So this is the key that I will have, and then the query function. Let's say it'll be an async arrow method. And within this, I will say we're going to get some data by calling api.get and pass our endpoint, which is /products. And let's try to make this type safe, because here if you hover over this, type is equal to any. So first I'll just say return this data that is a type of any, and here we can make this type safe by passing this generic, and we will say we're going to get an array of products and import this product type that is coming from the types folder, right? So under the types we have the product type. Here it says every single product has an _ID field, which is type of string, and then name, description, so on and so forth. Now if you hover over the data, here you can see it's an array of products. And finally, within this hook, we are going to return the result. Okay, so that's the entire hook. This is going to make our code base look very, very clean. And we will create a bunch of other hooks. So this is for products, where we fetch all the products, have a result back, and now we can actually use it. Let's go under the index.tsx, which is shop screen, and now we can say use products. Is it use product? I think it should be use products, isn't it? Yeah, I think it would be a better name, so I'll say use products. Let's say update the imports. Here I'll say use products and use products. Okay, I'll say use products. Let's import it. That was the past one. Let's delete it. Okay, so this is the correct import, use products, and this is going to give us some data back, right? So we had the result, but of course we can destructure this, which is the data. We can get the loading state. Let's say is pending, or I think is loading. You can get the error, you can get the is error boolean, all the fields that you want to have. And in this case, I will delete the error, but have the is error boolean. And I would like to rename this. So instead of calling it as data, I will just say products, so that my code is a little bit more clean to read. Now we just fetch the products, right? Let's scroll to the bottom and take a look at the terminal if we have any errors. I am running the backend. I am running my mobile app. Let's put them side by side. Let's run this. Okay, looks like we don't have any errors. Now I'll just try to console log the products just to see if they are actually, if we are actually fetching them. Okay, so it is coming from our database. Now there is one note and one problem that I need to mention. If you are using your physical device, so in this case I'm using this simulator, right? But if you're using your physical device, this is not going to work. So you would like to put the production URL. Head over to Sevalla.com, find the application that we had. It was this one in my case, and find the URL. So let's copy it. So here, instead of having the localhost, you would like to have the actual URL. So I'm going to delete this part. This is what you should do. So it should be /app/API. If you're using your physical device, once again, this is what you should use so that it is actually working. But since I'm using the simulator, localhost is going to work. So this is one note that you need to keep in mind. And here I'll just add a comment. I will say localhost will work in simulator. And I will duplicate this. Let's say prod URL will work in your physical device. Now you might be asking, okay, I understand, but why this is the case? Why localhost does not work in my physical device, right? Why does this only work in simulator? So first things first, in simulator, when we say localhost, that means our laptop, right? And we are running our API in our laptop. If you take a look at the terminal, here we have the backend. It is up and running in my laptop. which is my localhost. But when you run this application in your physical device, localhost means your physical device. And in your physical device, you don't have your API, right? I hope that makes sense. That's the logic behind it. Here in this case, depending on your use case, you'll like to use either this one or that one. In my case, I'll be using this one because I'm running the simulator. Okay, so now that we understand this, we have the products in our terminal without any issues, without any problems. Now we can go ahead, delete this console log, scroll to the bottom, and into this component, we are going to send some props. So let's say products, and we're going to pass the products. Then we can pass the loading state. I'll say is loading, pass the is loading, and let's do the same thing for is error state. Let's say is error. Now we have some warnings, which is about TypeScript. TypeScript basically says this doesn't accept any props. So we're going to fix it in a second. But first, I'd like to do something else. So instead of just passing the products, we would like to pass the filtered products. Now, what does that mean? Basically, in our end result, we will have the products, but it'll work in the filtered way. So if you click to this category, you will only have the electronic products. So here I will go into my code base and I will actually calculate it within this file. So this is going to be called, let me maximize the screen. I will say filtered products and I will kill the AI. So it is not really annoying. Okay, so I will say filtered products. And for the performance reasons, we could wrap this with use memo hook, which is going to cache it and only recalculate it. And here you can see it'll only recompute the memoized value when one of the dependencies changes, right? So here, let's say we are going to have a method and we are going to have a dependency array. And I will say whenever the products changes, or whenever the selected category changes, or the search query changes, you can recompute this value. And this is going to be having one if check. I will say if we don't have any products, just don't do anything, return an empty array. But in the else case, get a filtered variable. I will say products by default. Then we will say if selected category is not equal to all, then here we can do some filtering. I will say filtered is going to be equal to filtered.filter. We will get every single product. So let's say, I'm sorry, this should be, yeah, I think filter.filter, and we will get every single product. Here I'll say product.category if it is equal to the selected category. So this will basically make this work. Whenever you click to one of the categories, it is going to update the UI because we are updating the state. So we have the filtered. At the end, we'll say return the filtered. And on top of this, I will say filter by query. So this is filtering by category. And then we'll have the same thing, this time filtering by search query. Okay, so here I'll say if we have search query, I will say filtered will be equal to filtered.filter. Let's get every single product and we are going to run this part. So I will say product.name to lowercase. Let's call this one. And we'll say if it includes the search query. So let's say search query dot to lowercase as well. I'll just zoom out so that you can see it clearly and call this method. And on the if statement, I'll just say search query dot trim so that it can get rid of the empty spaces. Okay, so if this is looking confusing, please just understand that this is basics of React or basics of JavaScript, where we basically make the filtering work. So we make this one work as well as this category filter work. That's the entire thing. We have the filtered products and we're going to pass this instead of just products. Let's say filtered products. And here, instead of just putting 10, so this is hard coded, we can do something like filtered products dot length and items. So if you take a look at it now, instead of 10, we have 9 different items because that's what we have in our database. You can double check this. I will go into mongodb.com. Let's sign in and double check the amount of products. So under the database, if you take a look at the products, length should be equal to 9. So that means this value is actually coming from our database. Okay, now let's put them side by side. Jump into the products grid and put the types so that TypeScript is happy with us. So I will go under the products grid. Let's give a little bit space. Maybe I can zoom in. Let's say here we are getting 3 different fields, right? Which are the products, it is the is loading, and is error state. And here we'll say products grid props. Let's try to create it as an interface. Let's say product grid props, and we'll say we're getting the is loading field, which is a boolean. Let's duplicate it. We are getting the is error field, that is also a boolean, and then we have the products, which is an array of products, right? An array of product. So here we'll go ahead, import the product type, and we'll say it's going to be an array. Now React Native or TypeScript is happy with us. So this has nothing to do with React Native. This is just TypeScript. Then let's say here we will have a method called handle add to cart. Let's try to initialize it and leave it as an empty method for now. And this is the method that we are going to call whenever you click to this button, right? And then here in this component, we have this functionality where we can use the wishlist. So we could add it or remove it from the wishlist. And to be able to make that work, I will create a custom hook. So for now, leave this component as it is. You can save it. Then we will go under the hooks, under the mobile. Let's say use something like wishlist.ts. And I will generate this file with the snippet. And let's say for now, we'll just return nothing. Let's give a little bit of space and we can actually build the logic. So I will delete the view and text component. Within this hook, I'm going to get a couple of different imports. So we will have some mutations, some queries, and we're going to be using the query client so that we can clear the cache and invalidate queries. So this is what we have done in the admin dashboard part. And we'll be doing the same thing again. Then I will import the use API under the API.ts file. So this is what we'll be using. And then I will get the product type. Now here, let's say we will get our API by calling the use API. Then we will get the query client. Let's say query client, use query client. And then we can have our very first query. So I'll say use query, grab some data, which will be equal to wishlist. We will get the is loading state and the is error state. Then here we can pass a query key. I will say wishlist, and then the query function. Let's say async method. We will get some data by calling api.get. Let's pass the endpoint, which is /users/wishlist. This is going to give us the wish list of the current user, and we can say the type is equal to any. Let's try to make it type safe by saying we will get an array of products. Here we can say the field that we are having is called wishlist, and here is the type, which is an array of products. And then let's say return data. Now here we have to pass this field to make TypeScript happy, because if you take a look at this endpoint under the user routes, so we have get wishlist, and this is the key that we are returning. If you had something like wishlist 123, you would like to go into this file and make it wishlist 123 as well. Okay, so that was our query, and we will have a couple of different mutations. I will say the first one is equal to add to wishlist mutation. Let's say use mutation. We are going to pass the mutation method, the mutation function. Now, since we would like to add one of them to the list, we need to know the product ID. So we will get this as the argument. Let's say type is equal to string, and we are going to run this method. Let's say it's an arrow function. We will get some data by doing await API.post. Let's pass our endpoint, which is equal to users wishlist, and we're going to pass the product ID. Then we will say return this data out of this method, and type is equal to any. So let's say here again we are getting the wish list, and this time the type is equal to an array of string. Now why this is the case? Well, take a look at the user.controller.js. From this method we are returning the wish list as the field, and it is giving you the user.wishlist, which is going to be an array of IDs, right? An array of string. Okay, so that's why we put the type. Right after this mutation function, we can go ahead and add the onSuccess method. So what happens if this done successfully? Well, basically, we would like to recall our wishlist query. So we will be using the invalidate queries method, and we're going to pass the query key. It is this one. So once you add something, let's say you click to that one, once it's been added, we would like to see this as filled heart, right? So we would like to immediately update the UI. That's why we are calling this method in the first place. Now we will do the similar thing for removing, and it is like 5 lines of code. I will paste this in, remove from wishlist mutation, call our hook, pass the product ID that you would like to delete from the wishlist, pass the type, our endpoint, pass the product ID, and return the wishlist. Then on success, once again, we are going to invalidate our query. And here, by the way, I just realized this should be data.wishlist as well. And in the query, this will be also equal to data.wishlist. Okay, now we will have one more method that is going to check if a product is in the wishlist or not. If it is in the wishlist, the color is going to be filled in this way. If it is not in the wish list, it is not going to be filled. So here, this is what I'll be doing. Let me copy and paste, and I will walk you through it. So this is a method where you pass the product ID, and it'll check if wishlist has it. If not, it'll be equal to false. Okay, so that's pretty basic JavaScript. And then we will have one method called toggle wish list. And I think I'm pretty lazy to type this out, so I will copy and paste. This is a method, and it checks if it is already in the wish list. It's going to call the remove mutation. But if it is not, we will call the add mutation. Okay, so we have all these fields, mutations, queries, helper methods. Now we can return all of them from this hook. So I will say return an object. We can pass the wish list. And again, I will copy and paste so that we don't waste too much time. You can pause the video, type this out, or grab this from the source code. So we are returning wishlist, we are returning the loading and error states, the wishlist count, and is in wishlist method, toggle method, and all of the mutations. Here we say we have 2 different pending states for adding or removing, and 2 of our mutations. So we basically return the mutate method. So we're going to be using all of them or some of them under the products grid.tsx file. So here I will go ahead, maybe at the very top, I will say use wishlist. Let's call our hook, and we will grab all of these fields. So I will get is in wishlist method. I will get toggle wishlist, and let's say is adding to wishlist, as well as is removing from wishlist. So these are all the fields that we're going to be using. Now you might be asking, if we are not going to be using the rest of it, why do we create them? Well, it's because we will be using some of them under the wishlist screen, okay? So we will be able to remove them, or we will be able to get the count, fetch them, display them, so on and so forth. So we will create this hook only once, and we can use it both under the products grid, and later in the video we will be able to use it under the wishlist screen. Okay, so I have just cleared this screen, and to be able to display these products, we are going to be using a flat list component. So if you remember at the beginning of this tutorial, I said that to be able to render items, we are going to use the flat list component instead of doing something like items.map. Now this is a lot more performant. Here we pass the data field, which is our array. In our case, it's going to be the products. Then for every single product, we are going to call the render item method. So it's going to get every single product and return a UI. So you would like to use flat list whenever you have maybe more than 20 items. And how does this make it to work in performant way? Let me try to explain. So here, let's say we just fetch 100 items. Flat list is not going to render all of them. It'll only render what you see on the screen. So in this case, we have 4 products, so it'll go ahead and render 4 of them. And as you scroll, it is going to render the rest of it, like maybe 4 more, and as you scroll, 4 and 4 in that way. And this is going to make it to be performant, right? So this is what we call virtualization. And if you don't use flat list, if you use something like products.map, it is going to display 100 items in one time, which is not going to be performant, right? So let's try to see how we can build that component under the return statement. So first, I'm going to delete the view component, and I will say call the flat list from React Native, and we're going to pass our data. In this case, it will be equal to products. And then we are going to call it the render item method. So here, let's say render product. We are going to create this in a second, and let's actually do it. I'm going to duplicate this, let's say render product, and we'll get into it. Then right after this, we can add the key extractor. We will say for every single item, we have this underscore ID field. You can just grab it. Then we can have, I think, the number of columns. In our example, it is going to be equal to 2 because we just have only 2 different columns. Then we can add the, I think, show vertical scroll indicator. Let's say show scroll in the vertical direction. The indicator is going to be equal to false. By default, it is equal to true, but I don't want to see it, so I will add false. And what happens if your array is an empty array, right? So let's say you fetch the products, but it is an empty array. In this case, we can return a different component. So I will say list empty component. In this case, we can return no products found. And let's create this component. I'll just put it here as a function. Let's copy the name. Let's say if we don't have any products, we can return a view. This will get the class name of padding y of 20. Let's say items-center and justify center as well. Then within this, I will have one icon from ion icons. Let's import it. Then I'll say class name. Sorry, not class name. It should be the name. It'll be equal to search outline. Then I will say size of 48. Let's pass a color like 666, which is going to be this one. Okay, the grayed out color. Then we can put 2 different texts. I'll say no products found. Maybe you can just try adjusting your filters. Okay, and let's actually try to put an empty array and see the end result. Here I'm going to delete these for now. And let's try to see the end result by getting our simulator. I think we have an error. It says virtualized list should never be nested inside plain scroll views. So I think this is coming because we have the products grid under a scroll view component. So to be able to get rid of this error, we can say something like maybe scroll enabled to be equal to false. And let's say dismiss, let's say Control D and reload it. Okay, now we don't have that error. Since we have an empty array, we can see the no products found UI. But now let's bring this back. Let's say we will have the products, and for every single product, we are going to call the render product method. So I will scroll to the top. Here, we will destructure the item. And instead of calling this as item, I will rename this to be a product, because every single item is a product. And let's make this type safe. We will say we are getting an item that is type of product. And within here, we can now return something. So I will have regular parentheses. And let's say every single product will be a touchable opacity. Let's try to get this imported from React Native. And then this will get some classes. Let me just copy and paste line by line. So I will say here is the class name. Let's add a width, which will be almost 50%. And let's say active opacity will be equal to 0.8. And whenever we click to one of them, so if you click to this product, it should take you to that product detail page. So here I will say on press call router.push, and here is the link that we should be redirected. And let's import the router, which is going to be coming from Expo router. Okay. So these are all the props on this touchable opacity. Then within this, we will have a view. Let's say class name will be equal to relative. And then within this, we will have the product image. So I will say import the image component from React Native, pass the URI field, which is the product images, the first one. So every single product could have up to 3 images, but we would like to display the first one as the featured image. And since this image is coming from a removed URL, right? So here, if you take a look at the images, it is not a local image. It is coming from like either Unsplash, from Cloudinary. It is a remote URL. So for that reason, we use URI instead of doing something like require, right? In the past, we did require, but we require the local assets. So I hope that makes sense. Then we have some classes just to make it look nice. We have the resize mode. And right after the image, we will have another touchable opacity. It is going to be this icon, so the heart icon. And we will position this absolutely to the top right corner. So instead of typing this out, let me please copy and paste and walk you through it. So right after the image, I will maximize the screen, paste this in, and here we say, these are all the classes, you know, the active opacity prop. On press, call the toggle wish list method by passing the, you know, argument, the ID. It'll be disabled if we are in the loading state, and if we are in the loading state, as for the content, we will show an activity indicator. But in the else case, we are going to see the heart icon. And if this product is in the wish list, you know, color is going to be red. If not, it'll be like not filled in. And depending on the state, we will either have heart or heart outline. So basically, we are creating either this UI or this one. Now, right after this touchable opacity and after this view, let's shrink this that has the class name of relative. We will have another view. This will get the class name of padding3, and here's the content. We will have product.category and then the product name. Right after this, we will have one more view. This will get another icon, which is going to be the star icon. So it is going to show the rating. Okay, so we just built this part. Now we're building this part. And here, let's add some classes. I'll say flex-row. Items will be centered and margin bottom of 2 as well. Then I will get the product average rating. and display it under a text. Then we can get the total amount of reviews. Again, put it under a text. So these are just UI elements I'd like to copy and paste rather than wasting any time. After this view, we can have another one. Let's say class name. Oops. First create the view. Let's say class name flex-row. Items will be centered and justified between. And then we will have our actions. So the first one will be the product price under a text. And then we will have a touchable opacity. So I will paste this in. So just pause the video and type this out. We have some warnings that we are going to fix. But basically, this is the button where we have the add icon, right? So this is what we just built. Once you clicked it, it'll call a method called handle add to cart that is taking two different arguments, which is the product ID and product name. Then here is the disabled state. If we are in the loading state, we will have the activity indicator. Now let's try to add all these fields so that we can get rid of these errors, and then we are going to test this out. I will scroll to the top. Let's say this method will take the product ID, which is type of string, and it'll get the product name. Again, it is type of string. So once you add this, you're going to get rid of the very first warning. And let's go here, what this says. Okay, so here it says you are trying to push the user to the screen, but you don't have it. For now, you can ignore this TypeScript error. We will fix it later in the video. Or even you could comment this onPress method. Okay, so just comment this onPress prop. Later in the video, we will make that work. Now, if you scroll to the bottom, you're going to see that we have this error as well. So let's try to fix it. Basically, we will have another custom hook called useCart. We are going to be calling this, and we are going to get that field that is equal to is adding to cart. And we will also get a mutation called add to cart. So let's try to copy this name, go under the hooks, let's say .ts, and generate this file with rnfe. Let's delete the return statement. For now, we could just have null, delete the imports. And I think now we can import this file. Now within this hook, we will get the similar imports. So we'll have use mutation, use query, and the query client. We will get our API instance as well as the cart type. So here I will get my API as well as the query client instance. We will return an object with some of the fields, and here let's try to create our mutations. So the first one is add to cart mutation. Here I'll just copy and paste and walk you through it. This is a mutation call where we pass a mutation function. So this will get the product ID as well as the quantity that is equal to 1 by default. Here is the type just to make TypeScript happy. Then we have our function. Let me zoom out so that you can see it clearly. This is a post request to our endpoint. Here are the fields and here is the type. So this is what we will get under the data. And on success, we can rerun our query. Now I will just go ahead under the return statement. Let me zoom in. I will say add to cart, which is this field. Let's say add to cart is going to be add to cart mutation dot mutate method. Then we can add the loading state, which is adding to cart, because this is what we are destructuring, right? And we'll say add to cart mutation if it is in the pending state. Okay, so here I'll just add a to-do. I'll say complete this hook later in the video. For now, we'll just have only these. Okay, now let's go under the products grid. We have add to cart method. We will be calling it under this method. So here I will say something like call the add to cart mutation, where we pass the product ID as well as the quantity. Let's say it is equal to 1. And then on success case, let me format this. I'll pass one more object. Let's say on success, we can do something, which is going to be displaying an alert. So here I will say alert.alert. Here's the title as well as the message. So this product added to cart. Let's get the alert component and let's do the same thing for on error case. So here I will say on error, title will be something like error or failed, whatever you want to say. And we can say, instead of saying like failed, we can put the actual error message. So here I'll say error.response dot, I think, data and error. Let's grab the error as the argument. Let's say type will be any, and we can add optional chaining. Just in case if this is equal to undefined, then we can add a fallback value like failed to add to cart. Okay, so that's the entire component. Just as the optimizations, I will add the loading state as well as the error state. So here I will say if we are in the loading state, display this UI where we have an activity indicator as well as a text. And if we have some errors, display this part. Okay, we have one icon and two different texts. So let's try to see this in action. I will get my simulator. Looks like we have some errors. What it says is adding to cart doesn't exist. Let's rerun this app once again. Okay, so it is working. We got the actual products from our database. Why we don't have any gap in between? Let's try to find the render product method. Now I think we can go under the class name and say something like margin right of 2. It would work, but a better solution would be scrolling to the flat list component and add a prop. So I will paste this in that says column wrapper style justify content is equal to space between. Okay, now this is looking proper, right? We have 9 different items in our database and we are grabbing all of them. So if we say, favorite this, looks like it didn't update. Let's see on the terminal, do we have any errors, or under the backend? We don't, but it did not work properly. So let me try to reload my app. Okay, so it is in my wish list. Let's take a look at the users. Under the wish list, we have one item, but for some reason, when I add it, okay, now it is working. I was going to say for some reason it did not work, but we reload our app, now it is working. I will click to it again. It is removed. I can remove this one. Click to it again. Now it is in my wish list and immediately it is updating the UI. And we can click to this button as well. We have the loading state. It is in the success case. And if we take a look at our cart, like here under the carts, we should have one product in this cart. Let's try to add one more product. Oops, I should click to that one. Let's try to refresh. Now we should have 2 different products under the cart. Okay, here we go. We have both of the objects. Quantity is equal to 1 for both of them. Let's try to say we will add this again. Let's refresh. This should be equal to 2 now. Okay, here we can see quantity is 2 on this item. So we just double checked it is working properly as expected thanks to our code base. Now if you click to one of them, it doesn't take you to the product detail page because we commented this line. Later in the video, we will be implementing that route. Alright, so at this point, we are pretty much done with the home screen or the shop screen where we have all of our products. Now, just before we end this section, I'd like to set up Sentry in my mobile application because just like as we talked in the past, when your users face some errors in your application, they are not going to send you an email to fix your code base. They'll just delete the application and they will add a very bad review on the App Store. but instead we would like to set up Sentry so that we could get emails as soon as we have some errors in our code base, and we can immediately jump back to VS Code and try to fix it. So we already logged in to our Sentry account. If you didn't, you will find the link in the description to get the free plan, and we will create a new project. So here under your, let's say, I think here under the dashboard, just say projects, and we will create a React Native project. So this is the one that I have created in the past, but let's create another one from scratch. I will select React Native, and for the project name, I can say something like React, or what should you say? I'll just say e-commerce tutorial. Okay, I'll just create the project, and this is going to give us the Sentry wizard command. So I will copy this entire thing, and once we paste this into our terminal, basically that wizard is going to set up Sentry in our code base. So let's close everything and maybe just zoom out, open up the terminal, shrink everything, kill the mobile terminal. I'll clear this up and I will paste this in. So this is going to handle the setup. Let's try to maximize the screen. I'll press enter, and it should ask me some questions. Do you want to continue anyway? Let's say yes, go ahead and run this. It is going to install Sentry React Native package. So it has been installed. It'll take me to here so that it can authenticate me. And then you can take a look at the terminal, login complete. Do you want to enable session replay to help debug issues? Yes, we would like to enable the session replays. Basically, it's going to give you some screenshots or video screenshots actually, which is what we call session replays. And you will see how your users are using your application and when did they have problems, right? So let's say your user clicked to this button and they get an error. You will just see that screenshot, that video, and you can play it. So here, let's say, yes. Do we want to enable the feedback widget? So in this case, we will not be using it. If you want to, you can say yes, but I'll just say no. And do we want to enable logs? Yes, definitely. Let's go ahead and run this. Now we are not using anything like cursor. This is VS Code, and we don't really need the MCP server configuration at this point. So I'll just say no. And here it says, go ahead, copy this, put it under one of your files. So I will go under the tabs, maybe index.tsx, and paste this button at some point. Let's import the button from React Native. And this is one of the components you can import as well. Let's scroll to the top. We will import Sentry. And by the way, if you take a look at the root layout, you will see we have some code right here. And this is what Sentry Wizard added, right? Like it added around 50 lines of code where you have your DSN so that you are connected to this project, right? And then it has some configurations. Like we enabled the logs, we have integrated the session replays, and in development, we could leave it as 1.0. Once you go into production, you would leave it as 0.1. Okay, here I'll just put it as 1. Let's save and go right here. I'll copy the import. Under the index.tsx, I'll paste this in. Okay, now we have the Sentry import, and we have this button that says try. Once you press, it is going to throw an error, and we can capture it. So I will save and we are going to test this out. So we will test this out in our simulator. Let me just put them side by side. And unfortunately, Sentry by default doesn't work with Expo Go. So what we can do is getting a development build. So we will open up our terminal. Let's just say yes for this. It's not really important. Everything has been set it up successfully. So kill your mobile application with Control-C, clear this up, and we'll say npx, let's say expo pre-build. So once we run this, this is going to build our application, and it is going to give us two different folders. So we will get the Android folder, which is the Android version of our application, right? The Android code. And then you have the iOS. You can see the pods, which are like the dependency list, the build, mobile, we have some Swift code. This is basically the build of our application. In the first try, it's going to take a bit longer. So let's wait for this to be done. Then we will run this build with a different command. Okay, so it is done successfully. And we would like to run this build with npx expo run iOS. If you're on Windows, you could say Android. This is the other command. But here I'm running it on iOS. So maybe I will kill this application and say run this script. So this is going to take a bit time. Basically, they'll compile everything and then hopefully successfully run the application. So I'll just wait and I'll be right back once it is done. So in my case, it has failed, and the reason is there's a compatibility issue with a package. So if you take a look at under the mobile, under the package.json, we have this package called React Native Reanimated, and this version is having some compatibility issues. So let's try to have another version. I found a solution online. If you're wondering how do I know about this, it is just me googling on internet. So let's say clear. Under the mobile folder, I will say npm install, and I think it's going to be React Native Reanimated. And I will add this version. Let's say add 4.1.1, and here I'll just add the tilde character as well. Okay, so let's run this. It's going to update the version. Here we go. Now let's rerun this script. If this is done successfully, let's wait for it. Okay, now I will rerun this, which is npx expo run iOS. Hopefully this time we are not gonna get any errors. Okay, so after around 2 minutes, I think it is done completely. So it is now installing it on our device, and hopefully it's going to bundle it. Then we should be able to see our application. So instead of running this on Expo Go, we actually have it as a pre-built. So let's say continue with Google. We'll select our account. Let's continue. It should work the exact same way. But now we have a button. If we click to it, it's going to throw an error, and we should be able to see it in our Sentry dashboard. Now let's try to just play around with it a little bit more. So I will go under the card, config, maybe add something to the list, remove it. So we should be able to see this replay under the dashboard, right? So just go ahead and play around with it a little bit. And if you have some errors, while pre-building it, you can ask the question under the comments or in our Discord server, and we could try to help you out. And like if you're on Windows and you get some errors, it's not your fault. It is because of the operating system. Okay, so just keep that in mind. Now let's go under the Sentry dashboard and try to see if we have any issues. Like technically we should have, because we just throw one, right? Let's say take me to the issues. Select the e-commerce tutorial, which is the React Native application. And here we can see we have the first error, which is this one that we throw. So under the index.tsx, this button is throwing an error. So imagine your users, this is an actual error your users that just got. You should be able to see it and immediately take a look at the details. Now, if we scroll, we even have the session replay. Let's try to run this. So here you can see our application has been masked, but you're able to see what your users does, right? Here is the exact error moment when they basically click to that button. Let's go under the issues, or under the Explorer, we have replays, and you will be able to see all the replays. So this is around like 5 minutes. And by watching this, you should be able to see how your users are using the application, right? So they just try to log in and right here, they just got an error. You can see it in this kind of like timestamp, step by step what happens. And just imagine if it was an actual error. Now, on top of everything that we have in this configuration, under the root layout, there is also something called enable logs, right? And this is going to enable the logs so that you could actually have everything like step by step in your terminal, in the timestamps, and you can even update it either in incremented or decremented way. And let's try to see how we can implement this in code. I will go under the docs of Sentry. Oops, what the hell is this? Let's say Sentry documentation, or just go here, select the React Native SDK, and there is this logs feature. Let's try to implement that as well. So first off, structured logs allow you to send, view, and query logs sent from your applications with Sentry. Let me zoom in. With Sentry structured logs, you can send text-based log information from your application to Sentry. So basically, you would have all kinds of logs in your code that you would like to add. And then under the dashboard, you can see like what is happening when a payment fails, like which logs you run, and then where you see the actual error. So it's going to allow you to have an actual error-resistant code base. And here is the setup. So we already have the DSN as well as the enable logs that is equal to true. Then here is the usage. So instead of copying and pasting them, let's try to build it under the index.tsx with an example component. And here, just to let you know, this Sentry logger has 6 different methods like trace, debug, info, warn, error, and fatal. In this case, let's try to use the error just to see how that will work. And you can go through the entire documentation. If you're interested, take a look at it. I will go here under the VS Code, maybe under the index.tsx. Instead of having this test button, let's comment this out or even delete it. Here, I'll just paste this in, which is a touchable opacity. Let's take a look at the end result. Okay, so that's the button. Once we click to it, we'll be using sentry.logger, the error method, and we'll be using the fmt method so that we can get the exact same string. Now, this is coming from the documentation. They are also using the fmt. So this is how I copied and pasted. Then we will throw the error. Now let's try to click to it. Our application crashed. Just imagine your users got this kind of an error, which is a very common thing to have at the early stages, and then you should be able to debug it under the dashboard. So if you reload this page, immediately you're going to see both of the console logs. So we have this text, which is this one, right? And then you can see the error under the message. Here it says test uncaught error from the button, which is this part. And then you should be able to see all the details and hopefully fix it, and maybe even assign this to one of your teammates. So you would go under the issues, select the error and say you should fix that. Here's the priority. Let's say this is very high, so it should be fixed immediately. Now here in this example, we have only 1 or 2 errors and very less logs. But just imagine you will have thousands of different users, right? And in that case, you would have hundreds of thousands of logs, and you should be able to just come here, analyze it, like where do you have errors, when is your application is breaking, and how can you fix them. Maybe I'll just add a to-do. Here, let's try to delete this button. I will add a to-do here, let's say in the payment part. Let's say in the payment section, use Sentry logs to track payment errors or even the entire workflow. Okay, so I will have this to do so that we don't forget about it. And one last thing, let's close everything. Under the root layout, we can set this query client in a way that whenever we have some errors in our queries or mutations, we would get a notification from Sentry. So here, let's try to see how we can make that work. This is going to take an object where you can update the query cache. So here I will say new query cache, and we will import this component, call this method or the class, then we will pass an object. Now we will say on error, we will run this method where we'll get the error that is a type of any, and we'll get the query. So this is where we handle the errors globally, right? Just follow along with me, it should make sense. Here I will open up the curly braces and let me kill the AI. Okay, so within this method, I'll say Sentry dot capture exception, and we will pass the error and then some options. So here I will say we could add some tags. Let's say type will be equal to React query error itself, and then you can pass the query key. So let's say, let's go under the use cart. Do we have query here? We don't have. Let's go under the use products. So let's say this query failed for some reason. The query key would be displayed as the, like under the tags. And here we can say query key. We'll say query dot query key, get the first one like this, and then I'll say convert this to string. Let's optional chain this. And just in case if this is equal to null, I will say unknown. And then we can add the extra field. Right after the tags, I'll put a comma. Let's say extra fields, here are the error message, status code, and the query key. And now we can do the exact same thing for the mutations. Here I'll paste this in, mutation cache, let's import it. And here we basically have the global error handler for all the mutations. Okay, so let's save and let's try to create some errors under our queries or mutations. Here I'll say cart X, and this should throw some errors, right? And here I'll say products X because we don't have these endpoints. So here I will go into my application. Let's say reload this app. Like this is retrying and it is going to fail eventually because we don't have this endpoint. Okay, now let's bring this back so that we can actually fetch the products, and let's test out this one. I will say add to cart mutation. So I'm going to call this, and it failed because we don't have this endpoint. Now let's bring this back and let's go to Sentry logs or the Sentry dashboard. Under the issues, we should be able to see all the details. So here we have two, or maybe just this one. Let's click to it. Here on this error, you can see all the details, and if you search for something like query, you will see the type is query mutation error, right? And I think we also have the replay that is around 10 seconds. Like we have everything has been masked. I think it is because, you know, under the Sentry object, if you want to get rid of that, you could say, you know, mask all images, you could say false. By default, Sentry adds them to be true, which is the best practice on their end. But if you don't want to not have this mask, you would update it by saying mask all images equal to false, add the mask all texts to be equal to false, and same for the vectors. So just keep this in mind. In this case, I'm going to get rid of it. It's fine if we have it as the masked items. Alright, so that's Sentry in a nutshell. Please feel free to explore it more if you're interested. In this case, I don't want to, you know, waste any time and even annoy you by giving you all the details. It's completely fine with what we have. So we have enabled the global error handler for the queries and mutations, and we have a to-do that we will implement later in the video. So with this, I think we can basically commit all of our changes and end this section. So I will go under the status bar, let's say a new commit or a new branch. That was the, let's say, shop screen. let's say for the commit message, I'll say tabs navigator and shop screen added. Okay, I'll commit, publish the branch, and let's go under the source code, create the pull request. And here, as usual, we are going to get the code suggestions from CodeRabbit. Let's scroll to the bottom and see the problems that we currently have. So here it says a major problem. I think it isn't, but basically it says take these values and put it under the environment variables. It's not that important. I'm going to skip it, but if you wanted to, feel free to do so. Then let's scroll to the bottom. Here it says a minor potential issue. I think it's about the type. It says if you're using an error, just make the type to be unknown, which is a better practice, like this. But I'll be skipping that, it's not that important. So let's scroll to the bottom. Here it says put the font weight as this string, but this also works, so I'll be skipping that. Here it says instead of putting the only padding top, put all the fields. I think this is a valid solution. You could add the padding bottom, left and right using the insets, but what we have is already working, so I will be skipping that. Like UI is looking properly and I have tested out in multiple simulators, so I think we don't need to add this part, but it is optional, so feel free to do so. Then here it says you could add the error handlers. Yes, we could add it, but I'll just skip that. Okay, so the same thing for the other mutation, and here it says if you're in the loading state, just return out of this method. So I don't want to waste any time, I'll just merge the pull request, but feel free to implement those. So I'll say merge, confirm, and let's go back to our code base. And here I will go under the master branch. Now we can get the latest changes. Sync this up, and now our code base should be up to date. Let's double check. In the very last section, which was this one, we have added the Sentry. Okay, so that's the latest code base that we currently have. So with that, that's gonna be it for this entire section. In the next one, we are going to get started with the profile screen. So I'll see you there. So this is where we left. We said that we're gonna build the profile screen, and here is the end result. So we're gonna have the user profile section with the full name as well as the email and image URL. Then we'll have 4 different links. Then 2 different links as well that will take us to the notification screen as well as to the privacy and security screen. Then we have the sign up button, and this will actually work. And we're gonna get a method from Clerk, so we'll get into it in a second. First, just go ahead and put your simulator and VS Code side by side, run the backend, and then go under the mobile folder and then just say npx expo. So this should start our application. I'll press I, and here at the top we have some warnings. It says you could update these packages, but they're like minor versions. It is not really that important. If you wanted to, you can do so, but I'm going to skip that. Now, if we press to the profile link, it'll take us to the profile screen, and we already have this. So let's go under the mobile, under the app. We have tabs, right? This is one of the tabs. So let's click to it, and here is the content. The exact same thing that we can see here. But of course, we want to have this kind of a screen. So let's see how we can build it. First, we will have 4 different menu items, right? That's the first one, second, then we have the third and fourth. And if you realized, every single one of them has an icon, a title, and they also have a link. So if you click to this one, it'll take you to /addresses. If you click to that one, it'll take you to /wishlist, so on and so forth. So instead of creating them one by one, what we can do is map through an array. So I will provide this to you. You can either pause the video and type this out or copy this from the source code. So here, let me just zoom out. We have menu items, which is an array of objects, and each object has an ID, icon, title, color, as well as the action, right? and these actions will take us to the specific screen. And here we just say as const. So this is TypeScript related. Now, what is the difference between this and this? So what happens if you add as const? So if you add this part, now you cannot update any of these values. So you cannot say menu items. Let's say I want to get the first result and update the action, let's say. So you cannot do something like first result, get the action, and now let's say something else. Here it says this is read only because you just said it'll be a constant. So that's the difference. If you delete this part, now you can do so. You can update any of these. Okay. Now, technically, by adding this would still work, but TypeScript warns you, right? It says you shouldn't be doing it because you have a rule where you say as const. Okay, I wanted to explain this just in case if you get confused. Now let's delete this. We will go within the method or within the component. I will get use Auth hook from Clerk, and we will get the sign out method. Let's say sign out. And yes, this is a method that Clerk has. We can just call this and it'll delete the token where you would be basically signed out from the application. And then we are going to get the user information, again calling the use user hook from Clerk. Okay, then I'll have one method called handle menu press, and this will take an action. So let's say first off, this will be a function, right? And then this will get the action as the argument, and the type of this will be one of these actions. So it could be either /profile, /orders, addresses, or wishlist. Now, how do you make this completely work? Now, technically, you could just say string, but this action could be any kind of string, right? But we just want to have only these 4 values. So let's learn a little bit of TypeScript. Here I will say type of menu items, and I will wrap this with parentheses or the brackets, and then I'll say number, right? Let's say like number. It says, you know, any of these items, and then we will say get the action field. So now if you hover over this, it is either /profile, orders, addresses, or wishlist. It is one of them. But once again, if you just say string, it could be any string, right? It could be hello, hey, how you doing? But in this case, we just want to have only these values. And that's the TypeScript way of doing it. Now we'll go within this. I will say if action is equal to /profile. In this case, we just don't want to do anything, right? I just want to return, because in the demo of this application, I said that this is not going to do anything. We don't have the edit profile screen, but if you wanted to, you can build it once you complete the entire tutorial. So this is not going to work, but these 3 links will work. So that's why we just say return, don't do anything. But in the else case, we could just say router, and let's import it from Expo router, and we'll say push the user to the action screen. So whatever that is, right? Now I think here again we have some TypeScript errors. It says you don't have any of these files, right? And we are going to create them. For now, we can just ignore this error, or maybe just comment this out so that it is not annoying. Okay, so that's the entire logic that we would need. Now we can finally build the return statement. We will have the save screen as always, and then I will wrap the entire component with the scroll view component. So let's try to import it from React Native, and I'll say class name. It'll be flex1 so that it is taking the entire screen. I'll say shows vertical scroll indicator. As usual, I'll say false because I don't like to see it. And then content container style. And then we will say padding bottom of 100. This is something that we have used in the past as well. And then we can have the header component, which is going to be this one. So this part is the header component. We would like to display the user data. So here I will go ahead and say we're going to have one, not div, of course, it'll be a view. Let's import it from React Native. Then this will get the class name of padding x of 6. Let's say from the padding bottom, we would like to have 8. And then I will say this will have one more view, and the class name is going to be background surface. Okay, what am I doing? Let's say view class name of background surface. Then we will have rounded 3x large, maybe padding of 6 from all directions. Then we'll have one more view. Within this, I will have the class name, let's say flex-row. We will have items centered. And within this, we are going to have the image component. Now this will be within a view that will be relative. So I would like to basically copy and paste. So I just copied this entire view where we have the image component. Let's import it from React Native. I think in this case, this example is using the Expo image. So let me go here, delete the image component from React Native. Instead, we are going to be using the image component from Expo-image, and I'll give you the difference in a second. But to keep it short, image component that is coming from Expo is a lot more performant and optimized than the image that is coming from React Native. So basically, this is built on top of this image component, right? But it's a lot more performant, let's say. It has like caching, you can add placeholders, so on and so forth. So here I'll add a comment, React Native image versus Expo image. So this is how you would use it. You would get that from React Native package, and you would add the source with the URI field. But in Expo image, you would just say source and put the URL. It is a bit more simple to use. So this is a basic image component, which is the React Native, right? The image that is coming from React Native is a basic image component. It doesn't have built-in caching optimization, and you have to pass the URI. Then let's scroll to the bottom. We have the image coming from Expo. It has caching. You can add placeholders, transitions, and overall it just has the better performance. And here's an example that you can take a look at. Now let's scroll to the top. This is the image that we just got. We're going to display the user image URL. Then we have the style. Here's the width, height, and border radius. Then the transition. I'll say ion icons of checkmark. Let's put them side by side and take a look at the end result. So here it says image doesn't exist, but I think we imported it. So let's try to reload our application and go under the profile screen. Okay, so here we can see we just had a transition with 200 milliseconds. And then we can add the right hand side. So after the ion icons and after these two views, let's go below and paste this in. We have one view with two different text elements. So since this is only UI related, we can copy and paste, and I hope you guys don't mind it. So overall, this is the header component. Now we can shrink this and go below to it. I will say this time menu items. And as you can imagine, first we'll have a view component that will get the class name of flex-row. And we will have, let's say, flex of wrap, and I'll say gap of 2, margin x of 6, and finally margin bottom of 3. Now within this, we are going to map through the menu items, and instead of typing this out, again, I'll copy and paste, then I will walk you through it. So let me maximize the screen, paste this in. For every single item, we are going to display a button that has the key, class name, style, here's the active opacity, and once we click to it, it's going to call this method with the action so that it can take us to that specific screen. And what else we have? The content itself. We have one icon, so whatever the icon is. Then we have the text. So let's save and take a look at the end result. I'll just put them side by side. Here it says touchable opacity doesn't exist, but we just imported it. So we can reload this app. Okay, so this is the end result. We have 4 of these menu items. Now here under the style, maybe this is confusing. What happens if you delete this plus 20? So basically this adds opacity, but if you delete it and save, you can see it doesn't have any opacity. So this is what we are doing. Okay, so that was the menu items. I hope it wasn't confusing. We just have only 4 links and the UI style. So that's it, nothing else. I will shrink this and go a little bit below. Now I will have the notifications link, or this will be just a button, because we are not going to implement the notification screen, but we will implement this one. So first, let's go into VS Code. And again, I will copy and paste, which is like 10 lines of code. First, let me add a comment. Let's say notifications, maybe like btn or link. Paste this in. We have a view, a button. Here are the classes, and another view that holds the text as well as the icon. And then this right icon, right? Which is chevron forward. Okay, so that was the button. Let's shrink this as well. I will say this time we will have privacy and security link. I will paste this in, which is 10 lines of code, and if you click to it, it'll take you to the /privacy security. And Expo is clever enough to tell you that you don't have this route, but we are going to create it. So for now, we can just go back and let's go under the profile screen. And once again, we can for now just delete this part so that we don't really have this warning or the error. Once we implement this link, we can add this onPress method. So I'm just going to maybe like comment this out. Okay, let's shrink this and add the very last thing, which is the logout button. So again, it is just a super simple button with the styling. Once you click to it or once you press, it is going to call the sign out method, which is coming from Clerk. And we are going to test this out in a second. Let me add a comment. I will just say sign out button. Let's just say btn. And like if you have realized at the very end, I think you cannot see it, but here there is the version of this application. And it'll just be a super simple text. I will go under the touchable opacity and paste this in. So let's put them side by side, and here it says version 1.0.0. We could make this as an environment variable and update it as we wish, but I'll just leave it, like this, so that it is just simple. Now let's try to click to this button actually. It should sign us out, and here we can see we are immediately redirected to the login screen. So believe it or not, but that was the entire profile tab. It was super simple, no logic included other than, doing the navigation and then having the sign out method. The rest is just UI, so I just wanted to copy and paste rather than typing out all these classes and wasting 1 more hour. We don't really need it. Okay, now I think we can delete this import that we don't use, at least for now, because later in the video we'll be using it. So let's try to end this section as well. I will toggle the status bar. Let's go right here. And one more thing, like if you take a look at the source code, at this point I have one extra commit than you, which is the readme file. I have added this so that you can have a readme file in the first part. And the other thing that I have added is just this screenshot for the readme. So this is the thumbnail of this tutorial. That's the only thing that I have done off camera. The rest is exactly the same like what you have. Okay, now let's try to go under here. I'll try to stage my change. And I think we should create a new branch first. So I will say unstage this. Let's create a new branch. This could be profile tab. And now we can stage this. Let's add a commit message like profile tab added. Let's publish the branch and create the pull request. Now we can create the pull request, and as usual, we are going to wait for the code suggestions that will be coming from CodeRabbit. So if you are still not using CodeRabbit, you're just missing a lot, just to let you know. So here I'll say create the pull request. And then I'll wait for maybe like 2-3 minutes until we get the suggestions. And if you want to integrate it, you can find the link in the description. It is completely free to get started with it. So after 5 minutes, it's ready. Let me just zoom in. Okay, so we got the summary. Here are all the features that we have added. You can pause the video and read it. We have the walkthrough, but I'm interested in the problems. So here it says maybe you should add a loading state and error state just in case if Clerk fails. But I think we already have the loading state within the root layout. Let's double check. Here, if we are not, like if Clerk is not loaded, we don't even return anything. So for that reason, I'm going to skip this. Let's scroll to the bottom. Here it says you could add the optional chaining just to make this a little bit more secure. So this is what I'll be doing. I'll just copy this part, maybe just only this part actually. Let's try to find it under the profile screen. Here we have something like user.email or maybe user question mark.email address. So I'm going to delete this part and paste what CodeRabbit just provided. And then we can scroll to the bottom. What do we have else? It says instead of using as any, maybe you can get the exact type. So here, let me find the menu items. Like even if we delete the as any, I think we wouldn't get any warnings. So I'm going to delete the as any. And if you wanted to, you can add the types, just like how it's suggested. But this is a minor change, so I'm just going to skip that. And okay, so I think that was the entire thing. Let's first go under here. I will add these changes. So let's say minor fixes in profile.tsx file, let's say, or just profile.tsx. Commit, sync this up, and let's scroll to the bottom or scroll to the top. We had one commit. Now we should have two. Okay, it is confirmed. Let's scroll to the bottom and merge the pull request now. Okay, so that was the entire section. Let's go under the VS Code, switch to the master branch, and then I'll get the latest changes. Okay, so now our code base is up to date. That was the entire section. I hope you enjoyed it. In the next section, we're gonna build the wishlist screen. So I'll see you there. Now let's jump into the wishlist screen. Now before we build this, we are going to set up our, let's say, the folder structure. Now under the mobile, under the app, under the tabs, so we had the profile screen, right? And here under the profile screen, we have 4 different links. So the orders, addresses, wishlist, and then the privacy and security. We said that we are not going to build this screen, so just keep that in mind. Now we have 4 different screens that will be within the profile screen. For that reason, you will go under here, under the app. I will create a folder called profile and wrap it with brackets. So this is like a route group, and here we'll say something like, let's say orders.tsx, which is going to be this link, right? Once you clicked it, it'll take you to the order screen, and then we'll have the wish list, addresses, and then privacy and security. So let's go ahead, create a new file called wishlist. Then we are going to have, let's say, privacy dash security.tsx, and then we are going to have, I think, the addresses.tsx screen. Let's try to generate a boilerplate code for them. So I'll say addresses screen. Let's do the same thing for all of them. Let's say orders screen. Okay, now we can go ahead and actually uncomment this, and we shouldn't have any errors. Let's try to import the router from Expo router. Let's save, and here it says you have some warnings. I think this is going to be fixed once we reload our application. So I will go into the backend, run my API, and then I'll say cd into the mobile. Now before I run this, I think I need to get my simulator up and running. And then I'll say npx expo. Let's put them side by side, and I'll press I. Once it reloads the app, hopefully we shouldn't have any errors. Okay, here we can see now this is not giving us any warnings. And then if we scroll to the bottom, we had on press, I believe, that we commented out. Okay, now if you bring this back, again, you shouldn't have any errors because we have this file at this point. So let's try to log in. Okay, so we just logged in. Let's go ahead and test out the order screen. If I click to it, we have an error. It says get per callback div must be a function received undefined. What do you mean? Let's go under the orders. Okay, I think I am having a div, which should be a view. So let's say import the view component, and now it should work out. And if you want to have a text, of course, it has to be under a text component. So I added this text, and let's import the text component. Let's save, and it should work out. So it is, again, having this problem with the overlap. Let's just say save screen instead. Okay, so it is here, even though color is black. Let's say class name, text of white. Okay, so that was the order screen. Now let's go back. We have the addresses. Again, we have this problem where I have a div. I'm gonna fix this, but for now, let's just only focus on the wish list screen. Let's say we're gonna have maybe a save screen. And close this off. Then we can wrap this with a text, but I think we don't really need it. Let's just immediately get into the UI. For now, I'm gonna save this, and let's go under the addresses, or sorry, under the wish list screen. We don't have any content, but what do we want to have is that the header component, where we can go back the number of items that we have in the wish list, and then every single item. Now we have the functionality to be able to delete one from the wish list, and then one to add to the cart. So let's keep them in mind and try to build the UI. So before we get into the return statement, let's try to build the, the logic up here. So we already had a hook called use wishlist, so we can import it, and from here we will get a couple of different values. So I will get the wishlist itself, we'll get the loading state, we're gonna get the is error state, let's say remove from wishlist method, as well as the loading state for is removing from wishlist. Okay, so we imported all of them. Then from the use cart hook, we're gonna get two different values. Let's say we will have the add to cart mutation and this loading state. Then we will have two different methods. Let's say const handle remove from wishlist. Okay, for now, just leave it as it is. Then we'll have one more method, duplicate this, and let's say handle add to cart. Okay, so this is going to take two arguments, which is the product ID, let's say it is a string, and it'll get the product name, which is also equal to a string. So I'll copy this, and we will paste this right here as well. So let me zoom out. So that's the entire two different methods that we just built, but we will get into the logic in a couple of minutes. Now let's zoom in and try to build the return statement. So within the save screen, we will have the header component. So I'll just add the comment. If you'd like to grab this from the source code, you can find it. This is what I'll be doing actually, because it doesn't contain any logic other than a view, a button, and then some icons. So we'll get the touchable opacity. If we click to it, it'll take us back to the, to the previous screen. And this is how we do it. We say router.back, call the method. Then we'll get the icon, which is arrow-back. We'll get the text from React Native, and that should be it. So currently this user has 3 different items in their wish list, and let's double check. If you go under the shop, here we can see we have 3 different items that is already within the wish list, right? Okay, so initially it is like 0. Let me reload with Control D. I'll say reload this app. So I will click to it and notice how it is equal to 0 at the beginning, then it becomes 3. Now it didn't because TanStack is caching it. I think if we reload our application from here, is it going to work? Let's see. Okay, it doesn't work because it's already cached. And that caching is basically the beauty of using TanStack query, right? Now we would like to add an empty state just in case if user doesn't have anything in the wish list. So we'll go under this view, which is under the header, right? And I will say, open up the curly braces. I'll say wishlist dot length. If it is equal to 0, in this case, we're going to return this part, else we're going to return this part. So here, let's just add a loading state. I'm sorry, an empty state, not loading. And again, I'll just paste this in because there is nothing to learn here in this part. We already know how to use every single one of these components. It's a view, it's an icon, text, and yeah, I think that's it. And one more touchable opacity. So here it says your wish list is empty. Start adding products that you love. And if they click to this button, we will take users back to the home screen. And here, let's just add something like, I don't know, a text. Let's say you have something in the list. Okay, let's take a look at it. This user has something in the list. Here it says you have something in the list. Maybe it is not readable, but I can see it. Let's say if the length is equal to 0, so I'll make this to be true. This is what users will see. And if they click to it, they would be under the, home screen. Let's go back. Can we go? Yep. Okay. But now if they have something on the list, we should display it. So I'll bring this back, and instead of having a text, let's delete this part. We will have a scroll view component. Let's import it from React Native. Get the props, which is class name of flex1, don't show the indicator, and then the content container style of padding bottom 100. Within this, we will have a view, I believe. Let's say this is the view component. Here is the class names. We will have padding x of 6 and maybe padding y of 4. Within this view, we can have the wish list elements, which is this state, and we are going to map through them. So I'll go here, I'll say open up the curly braces, wishlist.map. Let's get every single item and display something. So we are gonna return this part. And every single one of them will be a touchable opacity, so that if you click to these items, it should take us to the profile details screen, right? So let's go here under the VS Code. Here I'll get a couple of different props. First, let's add the key to be something like item._id. This is the unique value. Then we'll give the class name, let's say background, surface. We're gonna have rounded 3x large. We will have overflow of hidden and maybe a margin bottom of 3. Then we can update the active opacity. This is a value that I almost always want to update. And then finally the on press style or the prop. So if we click to it, we should call this method that will say router.push to the specific product details screen. So I'll open up the backticks. I'll say slash product slash, and let's put the product ID. It should be item._id. But now we don't have this screen. That's why TypeScript is complaining, right? Later in the video, we are going to create that file as well. So for now, just comment this line. Then within the button, we can have a view component. Let's say this is going to be equal to class name of flags-row. Then we'll have a gap of, sorry, not gap, but padding of 4. And then we can have an image component that I'd like to copy and paste. So let's import the image. You can get it from React Native or Expo image. I'll actually get it from Expo. So here, let's import it. And if you are getting Expo image, you don't need to pass the URI. You can just pass the URL, right? So we are going to display the first image. We don't need to add this part. For the class name, we have size. I'm going to delete that. So we'll have rounded 2x large, background, and let's say, width. My bad, it should be style. And here, actually, before we add the style, let's just add the width and height. Now this doesn't really work with Expo image. That's what I see. Okay, so here we can see we have definitely some cards or these buttons, but image is not really visible. If you want to add the sizes, so here it is like 96 pixels, you would just go here, you would say style, width is equal to 96, and let's say height is equal to 96 as well. Then it should work. Okay, so just keep that in mind. If you're using Expo image, the style prop should be added. Then let's put them side by side once again. Now, even though we have rounded 2x large, it doesn't really round it, right? It overflows. To be able to fix it, we could say resize mode. But we don't have resize mode, I think. Did we have like fit? I can't remember the name. So let's see, we have used it, I think, in the profile screen. So the image component, let's find it. Here within our, here within our nodes, we are using content fit. So here I'll say content fit. It's equal to cover in this case. It did not work. Once again, let's see. We have fill, contain. Nope, let's find fill. It doesn't. Maybe scale down. Okay, for some reason this does not work. Interesting. Rounded to 2x large. If I add it here, is it going to work? Let's say border radius. Okay, I think it works when you add it under the style. Maybe we should go with something like 24 in this case. That's too much. Let's say 12. Maybe like 8. Okay, I'm happy with the 8. I'll keep it as it is. But if you wanted to update it, you can do so. Now, right after this image, let me zoom out. Okay, so right after the image, we are going to have one more view. I'll put this in. Let's say the class name is going to be equal to flex-1, and we'll say margin left of 4. And within this, we are going to have the item.name and item.price. So let's save, and this is what we can see. Here we say number of lines will be equal to 2. Let's say if we have something like lorem 100, like this, at some point it's going to truncate, right? So at maximum it could have only 2 lines at a time. Let's bring this back. This is the prop that enables us to have that feature. And just after the name, we have the price. Now go right after this text. We are going to display the stock, like how many items we have in the stock. So this part. It'll be dynamic, so I'll paste this in. We say if item.stock is equal to 0 or greater than 0, my bad. In this case, we will say here are the amount, right? So whatever the value is, we'll just say in stock. But if it is less than 0 or if it is equal to 0, we say out of stock. So here, let's say it's equal to false. That's the UI that we are going to get. Now let's go outside of the curly braces and below to this view. We are going to put the trash icon, and if we click to it, we are going to call a method. So I'll paste this in and we'll go through it. We have a touchable opacity. Here is the class names. Here is the active opacity. And the most important part, if you click to it, you would call this method by passing the product ID and the product name, right? And this would be disabled if you are in the loading state. For the content, we just have the icon. So here, this is the only important part where we pass the product ID and the product name. If you scroll to the top, you're gonna see this is what we are expecting. Now let's try to actually make this function work. I'll go within the curly braces and I will say first show an alert. Let's import the alert and we'll say dot alert. Here the first thing that we'd like to pass is the message, right? Or the title it says. So let's say remove from wishlist. This would be our title. And then we can add the message. You're gonna see how this will end up. Just follow along with me. Open up backticks. For the message, we'll say remove and whatever the product name is from wishlist. And then we're going to have our buttons. So here, pass an array. The first one is an object where the text says cancel. And the style is going to be equal to cancel as well. Then we can duplicate this. This time we will have text that says remove. Style is going to be destructive. I think I have a typo like this, and the actual onPress functionality where we would like to call our mutation to be able to remove the product from the wishlist. So I'll say remove from wishlist and pass the product ID. Okay, so let's save and test this out. Now, if you click to this button, we are calling this method, right? And what we see is an alert. Here's the title. It says remove from wishlist. So that's the one thing that we passed. And then the message, here it says remove Yoga Mat Pro from wishlist, which is the product name. And then we have the buttons. So I hope that makes sense now. This array, you can add, I think, more buttons. Let me duplicate it. Could we have 3? I don't think so. Oops, let's just say, okay, we could actually have like, I think, unlimited amount of buttons, but that doesn't make any sense. We'll just have only 2. If you press cancel, nothing happens, it just cancels it. But if you press actually remove, it should get rid of it from the list. Okay, let's try to reload our application to see if it has been deleted. Now we have only 2 items, but what I want to do is this actually. So when I remove it, it should immediately update the UI. I don't need to reload the application. To be able to make that work, let's visit this function. So it is this one, right? On success, we say invalidate queries, which is the wish list. Okay, it should actually already work. I'm just double checking. Query key is equal to wish list. Yes, here is the data. It should reload this wish list. So I'll try to delete this one as well. Remove. Okay, here we can see once it has been deleted, the UI will be updated. I don't know why it did not work in the first try, but now as soon as you delete something, once it's been deleted from the wish list, the UI will be updated. Now let's try to add more items, not to the cart, but actually to the wish list. So I'll add 3 different items. Now let's go under the wish list. We can see we have all of them. The next thing that we are missing is this button. Once we click to it, we should call our hook or the method. Let's scroll to the bottom. I think right after the touchable opacity. So right after this trash outline, touchable opacity, and right after this view, go below and get this part where we say if item.stock is greater than 0, we would like to display this part, this entire thing. And we say if we are adding to the cart, show an activity indicator, but else show this text that says add to cart. Now if we click to it, what happens? We are calling our hook that will do the magic. So let's scroll to the top and actually try to build it. It'll be pretty similar to this one. If you wanted to, you can pause and try to build it, and then you can watch my solution. Now, the first thing that you need to realize, if we click to it, we should not see an alert immediately, right? So for that reason, we're not going to say alert.alert. No, we'll just call our mutation immediately. So we'll say add to cart, then let's pass the product ID, which is one thing that we are getting, and then we're gonna get the quantity. Let's say it's equal to 1. Then we can add the onSuccess. Let's say, I think this should be within an object. So here has a comma, and open up the onSuccess method within the curly braces. Let me give a little bit of space so that it is formatted. Okay, so we'll say in the onSuccess case, we can run the alert method by saying success as our title. And for the message, I'll get backticks and put the product name. We'll say product name added to cart. And now let's try to duplicate it. This is going to be on error case. Let's say we're going to get the error that could be type of any. And I'm going to delete this part. Let's say curly braces alert again. Title is going to be error. And here we'll say error.response data.error. Let's add the optional chaining. So this is going to give us the error if we have it, but if it is equal to undefined, we can add a fallback like failed to add to cart. Okay, now let's save and try to test this out. I'll try to add this to my cart. We have the loading state. Now we got the success message, but let's try to make some kind of an error. Here I'll say product ID is equal to, I don't know, 1, 2, 3. What it says. Let's make it string so that it's happy, but this should not work because we don't have a product with this ID. Let's try to say add to cart once again. We got the error, it says internal server error. Okay, so that means both of these methods are working successfully. And let's try to bring this back to the previous state. Now just one more thing that we are missing. We are not using any of these states. So before we get into the return statement, we should say something like, if we are in the loading state, we would like to return a loading UI, right? Let's duplicate it. I will say if we are in the error state, we'll return the error UI. And both of these will be around 10 lines of code. So I'll just scroll to the bottom and grab them from the source code. So we have the loading UI, which is within a save screen, just a view with the text and activity indicator. Then let's do the same thing for the error UI, and we'll see how that'll look like. Now let's scroll to the top. Let's just say if we are in the loading state. So this is what we would get, right? So let me show you. This is the save screen. We have the view, which is like the header part. So it says wishlist. This is the text. This is the icon. If you clicked it, you would go back. And then you have the actual content, which is the activity indicator, as well as the loading text. If you wanted to, you can update the color as well. Now let's go up here, bring this back, and I'll say if we are in the error state. Oops, let's just say true. Okay, this is what you would see. Again, the exact same thing is coming from here. We have the header part, which is this, and then the actual content with an icon, title, and description. So I hope that makes sense, and it is. I hope it is not really annoying that we copy and paste, because this doesn't contain any logic. Okay, now let's bring this back as well. Let's say if it is error. So with this, I think we are pretty much done with the entire wishlist component. We can go ahead and commit our changes. So I will get the status bar. Let's say a new branch, something like wishlist screen. And one thing that I want you to realize is this. You don't really see the tab navigator here, right? Because this screen is not part of the tab navigator. We only have 3 different screens under the tab navigator, which is shop, cart, and profile. These screens are within the profile screen, right? So that's why you don't really see the tab navigator here. Okay, so if you were wondering, that's the answer. Now let's try to stage everything. We will say wishlist screen edit. Let's commit, publish the branch, go into the source code, create the pull request, and then wait for the suggestions that will be coming from CodeRabbit. So here are the new features that we have introduced in this section. A quick walkthrough, but let's see the problems. Okay, so I think, as I said, we forgot to update this. Let me copy them and go fix them one by one. We will go under the addresses screen. Let's try to return this part and get rid of the plus signs. Import the save screen and get the text element. Now let's do the same thing for the other screens as well, which are the privacy and security. Here it says you shouldn't be using div. That's correct. Let me get the entire return statement. Okay. Then finally, I think it should be the order screen. No, we already fixed it. Okay, we shouldn't have any other warnings. Now with this, let's try to commit our changes. I'll say tiny fixes in, I don't know, just say tiny fixes. Let's sync this up. Then we can double check if we have 2 commits, then we should be good to go. Let's scroll to the bottom and then merge the pull request. Okay, now we can go back. As usual, we're going to switch to the master branch and get the latest changes within our code base. Okay, so that was the entire section. Hopefully you enjoyed it. I'll see you in the next one. Alright, so in this section, we are getting started with the privacy and security screen, and here is the end result. So as usual, we are going to have a header component where we can go back. Then we have a couple of different sections. The first one is the security, and here we have a new component that we're going to learn about, which is the switch component, and the rest is just UI. So we can toggle this, that could be either false or true. And then we have the privacy section. Then if you scroll to the bottom, you're going to see the account section, which will look like this. Again, we have 3 different cards. Then we have a delete account button that doesn't really do anything. And then we have the information badge. So in this screen, we don't really have any logic at all, but we will learn about the switch component. So what I would suggest you to do, head over to the source code, right? And then find this file. So under the app, under the profile, find this file and open this up because we are going to copy and paste a lot in this section. Okay. So here we have the save screen with a text, but we would like to basically get rid of that text, instead have an actual header component, right? So here I will copy and paste it, but first let me just add a comment. So header, and let's paste this in. We have a view component. Let's import the router and the touchable opacity, as well as the ion icons. So if we save, let's try to get our simulator on the side as well. So I already have the application open. Now let's visit this screen. Okay, we have the header that is working correctly. Now we can shrink this, and right after this view, we will have a scroll view component. So I'll import it, and this will get a couple of different props, like the class name, likes of 1. We will give shows vertical scroll indicator. I'll say false, and then the content container style. From the heading bottom, we will have 100. Okay, now within the scroll view component, we will basically have all these sections, right? We will have the security, privacy, account, so on and so forth. Now, instead of creating all of these one by one, we can create some kind of an array so that we can have the icon, you know, the text, the description, and if this is type of, you know, toggle or a navigation, right? And to be able to get these arrays, you can visit the source code. Once again, find this file and copy and paste with me. So first we will have a type. Just go right below to the imports. So we have one type where we say security option. Every single security option will have an ID, an icon, title, description, and the type could be either navigation or toggle, and then it could have a value. But this is optional, so we put question mark, and the type of it is Boolean. Then within the component itself, I will get a couple of different states. So right here, I will maybe paste them in. Let me maximize the screen so that you can see it clearly. Let's import the use state. Okay, so we have two-factor enabled, that is either true or false. So we are keeping track of this state so that we can, have this UI, right? That is either false or true. And in this example, like login is equal to true, this is equal to false, right? And here we can see initial value is equal to false and true. Then the rest is true, true, false, false. And then we would like to get the array that I just mentioned. So after these states, let's paste this in. So every single security setting has an ID, an icon, title, description, and type. In this case, it is navigation, and it also has a value in some of them, right? The first one, which is the password, it doesn't really have a value. And let's double check this by looking at the end result. So this doesn't really has a value for the toggle, right? It is just type of navigation. But if it is a type of toggle or the switch, it should have a value that is either false or true. Okay, so I hope everything makes sense. Like, please don't get worried just because we copy and paste. Like, there is no logic at all. This is super basic JavaScript. This is not even React, right? So the only thing that we do, creating an array, adding the TypeScript type, and then adding a value, which is a state. Okay, so that was the security settings that we will be using. Then we will have the privacy settings as well, which is going to be this section, right? We will have 1, 2, 3, and 4 different items. So here I'll paste this in. Please get it from the source code. So we have one object, second one, third one, and the fourth one. Okay, so we're just using these values that are coming from these states. Then very last array, which is going to be for the account settings, I'll paste this in as well. They have an ID, icon, title, and description. Okay, let's shrink every one of them. Then we will have one more method. That's like, this is the last thing that we will have before jumping into the return statement. Let's say handle toggle. And as you can imagine, we are going to call this method whenever we try to update the switch component. So if you press this, we will be calling this method. And this will get the ID, let's say type of string, and it'll get the value, which will be type of Boolean, so either true or false. And here we can create a switch component. So I'll say switch, here is the ID, and we will say if case is equal to 2-factor. Basically, we are checking for the IDs. If this is the case, we will update the set 2-factor enabled. Let's say set 2-factor enabled to be equal to whatever the value is, right? And then we'll say break. Now we'll do the same thing for every single one of these options. I am too lazy to type this out. I'll basically copy and paste, save. Okay, so we have this case, push, email, marketing, and data. We are basically updating the state. So that's the method. Now let's get into the return statement. Once we have the end result, hopefully it should make sense. So within this scroll view component, I will get a view. Let's say this is for the security settings. Okay, now let's go under this view. First, I'll add some classes. Let's say class name, padding X of 6, and padding top of 6 as well. Now within this, I will have the text that says security. I'll paste this in. Here are the classes. Then right below to this text, we are going to basically map through the security settings. So I'll say get every single setting and go ahead, return this part. And what do we want to return is basically a button. So I'll say touchable opacity. Let's pass the key, which is going to be equal to setting.id. Then we are going to have the class name. Let me grab this from the source code. Super simple, the background, rounded, and some paddings and margins. Then we'll say active opacity, if it is type of toggle, it'll just be 1. But if it is a, a navigation type, it'll be 0.7. This is not mandatory, you can delete it, but I just want to have it. I think that's a better user experience. Then we'll go within this touchable opacity and create a view. I will say class name should be equal to flex, actually flex row, because by default it is flex column. And then I'll say items will be centered. Then we will have one view that will get the icon. So let me paste this in, and maybe we can, put them side by side as we go through the UI. Let's visit the screen itself. Okay. So this is what we just built. We are putting the icons one by one, and we have the security title up here. Let me zoom out so that we can see it clearly. Okay, so after the ion icons, after this view, we'll go right below, create one more view. Let's say the class name, let's say class name will be equal to flex-1. Within this view, we will have the title. So I will get the text element. Let me paste this in. Okay, we have some classes and then the title. Then right after this, we are going to display the description. So below to this text, paste this in, which is setting.description. And then I think we'll go outside of this view and we will check if the type is equal to toggle. If it is equal to toggle, we are going to use a switch component. So here I will say, maybe give a little bit space. And I will say setting the type. If it is equal to toggle, we are going to return this part. Else, we're going to return this part. First, let's build this part, right? We will basically get a switch component from React Native. And then in the else case, we can display this icon. Let me show you. Okay. Let's put them side by side. Okay, so that's the icon. Here you can see type is equal to navigation. That's what we got. But here it is type of toggle. So we got a switch component. But when I click to it, nothing happens because you have to add some props. So the first one is going to be value. So it is either equal to true or false. So if you just put true, this is what you're going to get. And you can now go back to the false, right? By default, it is equal to false. But instead of just saying true or false, we will say setting. Let's get that. And we'll say value. So whatever that is, we would like to display it. And then we can add the method. So let's say it is going to be onValueChange. And this is going to be a callback where you will get the value automatically. Here you can see it is type of boolean, so either true or false. And we're going to call handle toggle method by passing the setting.id and also the value. Now, if you take a look at it, hopefully it should work, right? Thanks to this method. So it'll update the state, and since we are using the state as the value, UI updates. So I hope that makes sense. Super convenient component to use. Now, how do we update the color of the track or, the thumb color? Well, let me display this. First, I'll say the thumb color, which is, I think, this one. By default, it is white. Here, let's try to go with a red color. Here, I'll just say red. Okay. So we can update it as you can tell. But of course, I'll be using the white color. And by default, it is already white, but just to show you this in the source code, I will leave this as it is. And then we can also handle the track color. So what happens if it is equal to false? What happens if it is equal to true? So here are the colors. Like, let me try to delete this. Maybe it is not really visible from the video, but there is a change actually. Or does it? Let's try to say if it is equal to true, we could have red. Here you can see if it is equal to true, it's red. And if it is equal to false, let's say something like, I don't know, purple. Okay, so here on iOS, this doesn't really work. And there's a fix for it. So we'll say iOS background color. Maybe here in this case, we could add the false. Or let's just say, I don't really remember, man. Let me paste this in. Okay, clearly it says you cannot pass false or true is not assignable to color value. Can we just say it should be red or purple in this case? Okay, now that works. Now in this prop, you don't really need to add this false or true field because this is only working for the false. So here it says this can be seen when the switch value is equal to false or when it is disabled. Okay, so just keep this in mind. I'm going to comment this out in case if you are wondering. But here I'll put my actual track color. For the false state and true state, these are the colors that I'll be using. So that's the entire switch component. I hope you enjoyed it or learned something new in this part, right? We have the value, on change, and these are the only, like the most important part. The rest is for the styling. Okay, so that was it. Now let's go under the touchable opacity and even right below to this view, okay? So let me show you this. That's entire security settings. Just go ahead, right below to it, we are going to now get the privacy settings. And you can copy this from the source code. This is what I'll be doing. It is the exact same thing, right? It just has different values. So we'll get every single setting, and just before it, we'll put our title, right? And every single setting is going to have an icon. We're going to display the title, description, and then the same thing for the switch component. So everything is working as expected. So that was the privacy settings. Let me go ahead, shrink this, and we will have this time, let's say account settings, or let's just say section. And once again, I'll grab this from the source code. That is around 20 lines of code. We have the account title, and then we are getting the, every single setting, then display a button for it. So we have, the icon, title, description, and then another icon for the right hand side. Okay, now let's see what is the next component that we need to build. Well, it is the delete account button. Again, this doesn't really do anything, but you can implement the functionality once you complete the entire tutorial. Then we're going to put this kind of like info alert. Okay, so I will shrink this one as well. Let's say delete account button, and I will grab this once again from source code, paste this in. Now we are just copying and pasting so that we don't really waste too much time. This has already been more than 12 hours, right? And if it doesn't include any logic, there is no point wasting time on it. Okay, so that's basically a button where we have, let's say, one icon that is trash outline. We have title, description, and then this icon once again. And at the very end, we are going to put the information node. Let me copy this and paste it, then we should be good to go. Let's say information alert, paste this in, and here we go. Now we have an extra space that is thanks to the scroll view content container style. So if you make, let's say 200, you'll have even more space. Or if you make something like 2, you'll have no space at all, right? Here I'll go with 100, but feel free to update it. Maybe like 80 would be better in this case. Okay, let's go with 80 in this case. So that was the entire section. I hope you enjoyed it. We can go back, can go to this page once again. And so yeah, that's the entire thing. Let's try to create a new branch. I will maybe maximize the screen. Excuse me, let's say create the new branch. The name could be privacy dash security screen. Let's say privacy and security screen added. Commit and publish the branch. And then we will visit the source code. As usual, we are going to create the pull request. And then maybe we can wait for the suggestions that will be coming from CodeRabbit. But I don't really think if we need to wait because we don't really have any logic. Basically, there is nothing to improve in this component. Let me open this up. Maybe like what you can do is take every single one of these views and put it under the components so that this file is not that large, but I don't think that is necessary in this case. So for that reason, I'm not going to wait for these suggestions. If you wanted to, you could wait. Let's just say merge the pull request. It's been merged. Let's go into the VS Code, switch to the master, and get the latest changes. Okay, so with that, I'll see you in the next section. Alright, now in this section, we are going to build the addresses screen. And here we need to have one query so that we can fetch all the addresses that we have. Then we need to have one mutation so that we can edit existing addresses. Another mutation to be able to delete the addresses, right? And finally, one more mutation to be able to add new addresses. Okay, so first, before we build the UI, we are going to build these mutations. And I will get them under a custom hook. So we will go under the hooks, let's say use addresses like this, and I'll say .ts. And here let's try to build it. First, I'll get all the imports that we are going to need. Now at this point, we already know how to use mutation, how to use queries, and how to use the query client to be able to invalidate our queries, right? And we also know how to use this hook to be able to get the authenticated API request. So we have already done this in the other hooks, right? So we have use products, that's how we use a query. Here we have some mutations, right? So it'll be pretty similar to other hooks. So for that reason, we can just speed up the process a little bit. So here I'll say export const use addresses. And within this, we can go ahead and get our variables. So the first one is to get our API. We're going to call our hook and we have the API object. And then we can get the query client. Now, then I will get my first query, which is to get all the addresses in our database. And I think I have a typo here. This should be use addresses with double D. Okay. So this is our very first query. I'll paste this in and walk you through it. So we are calling use query. Here is the query key. And we are calling our function, right? The query function, we say API.get. This is a GET request to this endpoint. And within this request, we are going to get the addresses as the result. And this is what we return. So here we got the data and rename it to be addresses. Then we have isLoading_state as well as the error state. So nothing new here. You already know how to build this and how this works. For that reason, I can feel safe to copy and paste. Now I'll be doing the exact same thing for our first mutation, which is to add a new address. So add address mutation, this is how I call it. Use mutation, pass the mutation function, right? Now here we have some TypeScript specific thing. So I'm going to delete it and then I will walk you through it. So what we do within this method is to call a post request. Here is our endpoint and here is the address data. And then we are going to return this part. If this is done successfully, we would like to invalidate our query so that we can rerun this once again and UI would be updated immediately. Now here, let me bring this back. We say this address data will be type of address, but it is not going to include the underscore ID because when you want to create something in the database, you don't really pass the ID, right? This has been generated by MongoDB automatically. So this is what omit does. It says this address data will have everything, like all these fields, but not the ID. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Alright, so that was our first mutation. Now let's go ahead, give a little bit space, then add the update address mutation. So I will paste this in. Please feel free to pause the video, type this out, or even grab this from the source code. So again, this is just a mutation. We pass our mutation function as well as the onSuccess case. As usual, here we will just only invalidate our queries so that UI is updated immediately. And within the mutation function, we are getting the address ID so that we know which address that we would like to update, right? And then the address data. So which field do you want to update. Here, let's say you click to this button, this model will pop up, and let's say you only want to update the full name, or maybe both full name and label, right? So you are going to send the address data. But now here we say type will be equal to partial address. Now this means maybe user will not send all these fields, right? Maybe user only wants to update the state and city, right? So you don't have to pass all of them. And we say, hey, TypeScript, just be aware of this. So this address data will be partial, right? So user might not send you all of these, right? Just some of them, or maybe all of them as well, but just in case we say partial. All right, so that's TypeScript specific. If this is confusing, you can completely ignore it as well if you're not into TypeScript. But if you're into it, maybe you can pause the video, take a look at some examples, let's say TypeScript partial examples, right? And you'll see like endless examples, even videos on YouTube. Maybe you can take a look at the, some blog posts, so on and so forth. But it is the exact same thing what I just explained. Okay, and then here we send a put request. This is what we're going to get from the endpoint, right? And here is our endpoint. We pass the address ID to the URL, and we send the address data. So that was the entire mutation. Very last one, we would like to delete one address, right? Here I will paste this in. Once again, the only thing we want here is the address ID so that we know which address that we are trying to delete. Then api.delete to our endpoint and return this data. Let me just zoom out. Maybe it would be easier to read. And on success case, we are going to invalidate our query once again. Okay, so that's the entire file. I'll just try to scroll pretty slowly. Now we built the entire hook, but we are not returning anything. So let's go at the very bottom, paste this in where we have an object that we would like to return. Here is the state for addresses, loading state, error state, or mutations. We basically return the mutate method and the loading states. Okay, so this is complete now. All we have to do is building our UI and then using all these fields, right? So we will go under the addresses. Let me just shrink everything and maybe zoom in. Under the mobile app, profile. Okay, so this is the file that we'd like to get into. Here, the first thing that I'll be doing, I'll just say use addresses. Let's say call this and destructure all the fields. Let me give a little bit space. So we are going to get the add address method. We're going to get addresses. Let me just get all of them one by one. Okay, so just by pressing command space or control space, you can get all these fields. Now the other thing that we would like to have is a Boolean value for the state so that we know if we should show this model or not. Because if you click to this button or this one or even this one, a model will pop up from the bottom of the screen. So it'll be animated from here, and this is what we're going to see. And by the way, this is the empty state. If you don't have any addresses, this is what you're going to see. But if you have some, like this will be the UI. Okay, so let's try to import the use state. Initially, this is equal to false. And then we would like to have one more state to know which address that we are editing. Initially, it is equal to null. But let's say you press this button, the editing ID address will be whatever the ID of this address is, okay? So this is what we are trying to keep track of because we'll be using it. And then for all these fields, like the label, full name, street address, so on and so forth, we will have a state. I will copy this and paste it from the source code. So I just pasted from the source code. Here you can see it is an object with the label, full name, and all these fields, and here are the initial values. Then we have one boolean at the very end so that we can basically toggle this switch component. Okay, so that was the very last state. Now we're going to have a method, let's say const handle add address. For now, we can leave it as an empty method, but we'll get into the details. Then let's try to duplicate it. We will have another one called handle edit address, and then I'll duplicate it. Let's say handle delete address, and let's give a little bit space. Okay, then I will duplicate this once again. We'll say handle save address, and then just one more method that I will paste. But this is the name. Let's say const handle close address form, and for now let's leave it as an empty method as well. So we're going to build all of them one by one. For now, I just don't want to get into them so that it is not really confusing. Let's try to go step by step. So first off, I would like to have a loading state as usual and an error state. So here I will say maybe put them at the very bottom of the screen. You can grab them from the source code. So we have error UI. We are returning a save screen. This is a component that we will create in a second. Then we will get, let's say we are going to get a view component, ion icons, and this is just an error UI, okay? So this is what we have built in the past as well. For now, just follow along with me. Then for the loading UI, we are going to get the activity indicator. Now let's try to copy this component name, go under the components, paste this in, and then just say .tsx. Now this is not going to have any logic at all, so we can basically copy and paste it from the source code. This is what I'll be doing. Let me get this. I'll paste this in. Okay, so it basically has this back button and the title. So let me show you. Okay, so this is the header component that we just built. Since we are using it multiple times, I just create it as a component. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. Now let's close this. Go ahead and import this component. And let's try to see the end result, what we have at the moment. I think we're not using them, but first let's just say if we are in the loading state, let's say is loading, then we can just say return the loading UI. And I'll duplicate it. This time we'll say if is error, right? If I can type correctly. Okay, so let's try to save. I'll get my simulator and let's try to reload our application. Here I'll just say true and go under the addresses screen. Okay, that's the loading state. And let's say this is going to be equal to true, and this is the error UI. Now in this case, you could make them to be a reusable component because we used them in the past as well. I just want to keep it simple, so I'm going to just leave it as it is. But of course, you can go under the components and actually make them to be reusable component, just like React. This has nothing to do with React Native specifically. So here you can add a to-do by yourself, like a challenge, and just say something like create reusable component, for these states or UIs. I don't know. But as I said, I'll just keep it simple and move forward. All right, now let's get into the actual return statement. So first off, we are going to have the header component. I'll say addresses header and save this. Okay, here we can see it is going to work. We can go back. Now, right after this, we are going to say if the addresses.length is equal to 0, which means if we are in the empty state, this is what we'd like to see. One icon, title, description, and then a button that is going to open up the model. Okay, so here I'll just say curly braces. If addresses.length is equal to 0, we would like to return this part. Else, we would like to return this part. Here, do I have a typo? Okay, so let's just say a text component in the else case. Say text. I'll just say you have some addresses. And here we can basically paste it 10 lines of code. Let me walk you through it. We say, like, I don't need to explain. It is the exact same thing that you see here, right? This is the UI and here is the code. We have one icon, one text, then the description, and then the button. So if you click to it or press it, it'll call this method. Okay, let's save and put them side by side. So currently this user doesn't have any addresses, I think. Or does it? Let me just say class name, text of white. Here it says you have some addresses, and let's actually double check. I will go under the database. So here I am in the database, and if you take a look at the users, actually none of them has addresses, right? So addresses is an empty array, but why does this say you have some addresses? Well, it's because I have a typo. Instead of using the method, we should say addresses, right? Like this one, the state. Okay, now it should say like you don't have any addresses. Okay, so just make sure that you don't really have any typos here. If length is equal to 0, this is what we're going to see. And if we click to it, what's going to happen? Well, we're going to call this method, but currently it doesn't do anything. And let's try to get into it. Now, if we want to add a new address, basically we would like to show the model, right? So I will say set show address form to be equal to true. Initially it was false. And then we can say set editing address ID to be equal to null, because if we are clicking to this button, that means we don't really edit anything. So this is going to be equal to null. We basically reset the state. And then we would like to have this form, right, with all the empty, let's say, empty fields. So once again, all we want to do is basically reset our state. So I will say set address form, and here are all the fields with the initial values. And now since we are here, let's try to build this method as well. So this is going to get an argument, which is going to be the address. And let's say this is type of address, just to make TypeScript happy. And then what we want to do is basically the exact same thing, but this time with some values. So here I will say we would like to show the address form or the model. So we'll say it's equal to true. Then here is the editing address ID. We're going to get the address and use the ID. And then instead of having an empty state, we would like to display the address, whatever the value it has. So imagine you click to this button, this model will pop up, but you don't really want to see empty fields, right? You would like to display them right here. So you will get the label, have it here, full name, have it here, so on and so forth. So instead of seeing an empty state, you're going to get all the details and display it here. Then user can update whatever they want to update. Okay, so that's exactly what we are doing. Now let's scroll to the bottom and try to create this method as well. So here, what do we want to do when we click to this button? Well, first thing that I want to have is an alert element. So here I'll say alert, let's try to import it, .alert, and here it'll take three different things, right? The title, message, and then the buttons. And here, let me just try to kill the AI for a couple of minutes, so it is not really annoying. Okay, so here the title, let's say it's going to be equal to delete address. Let me type this in correctly. Let's say delete address. And then I'll add a comma, then backticks, like this. I will say, are you sure you want to delete? And then let's put the label. And we're gonna get this label as the argument. So here we will get the address ID so that we know which address that we are trying to delete, right? So here I'll say string, and then I'll say label. Again, it'll be type of string. And then within the curly braces, I will say display the label. Now let's try to put our buttons, which is going to be an array of objects. The first one will have the text that will say cancel. Let's say style will be equal to cancel as well. And then let's add a comma. Maybe I'll just duplicate it. This time it'll say delete. And let's say style is going to be maybe destructive. And then onPress method. So here I'll say onPress. We would like to basically call the delete address method by passing the address ID. Okay, let's save. That's the entire method, and we're gonna be using it in a couple of minutes. And then let's scroll to the bottom and try to build this method as well. So here, first we'll say, if any of these fields are not provided, right? If they're equal to undefined, we will say, please fill in all the details, and we'll just return out of this method. Because if you want to create a new address, we want to have all these fields, right? Even if like one of them is missing, we cannot create it in the backend. So that's why we are going to add this validation. And then I will check if we have the editing address ID. In this case, that means we would like to update an existing address. But in the else case, that means we would like to create a new address, right? I'll say create new address. And let's start with the updating. So basically, we are going to call this method. Let's scroll to the top. From our hook, we had update address method, right? And then we also have add address mutation. So let's scroll to the bottom. Here I'll say update address. We are going to pass an object to pass our variables, which is the address ID. And then address data. So we'll say pass the address form, which is our state. Now here I'd like to add a couple of other states or methods. Let's say I will say on success. Let's go ahead, initialize it. So what do you think is going to happen here? So if you think about it, once we say save, now there will be a button here. You cannot see it in this example, but once you say save, it should close this model, right? And then maybe we should see some kind of an alert that says successfully created or edited. So here, this is what I'll be doing. I will say, first off, do not show the model. And then we'll say set editing address ID to be null because we just updated it. And then we will add the alert. We'll say success, address updated successfully. Now, if you wanted to, you can add the error state as well. So here I'll go ahead and paste this in. We are going to get the error and display the error message. Just in case if this is undefined, we can fold this back with that value. Okay, now that we have built the if statement, you can basically pause the video and try to build the else statement. It'll be pretty similar to what we have here. All you have to do is updating the method. Now I'll be doing it. So let's say we're going to call our mutation and we're going to pass our variables. Now in this case, we have one object called address form, and then we can pass another object just like here. We're going to get the on success. Let me copy and paste it. So we will update the state so that form is not visible, and then we're going to show an alert. Let's do the same thing for the error state as well. Okay, so that's the entire if and else statement that we just built. Now I just realized you might be asking, why did we pass an object here and then the fields, but here we just pass the state as it is? Well, that's because how we, if you go to the useAddresses.ts file, you'll realize that's how we accept it. So the signature of this mutation, you just get the variable, right? We don't really destructure it, but here we destructure that. So that's the only reason. But basically it's the same thing, right? Okay. Now that we have this method done as well, we can build this one. It'll be super simple. All we want to do is saying set show address form to be equal to false because we are trying to close the model. And then we'll say set editing address ID to be equal to null. So this is kind of like a resetter method. Alright, so with this, now we have all of our methods completed, right? The logic is done. All we have to do is building the rest of the UI. So for now, I'm going to leave this text as it is. So let me go ahead, put them side by side. Okay. So for now, we are going to leave this part as it is, but if we have some addresses later in the video, we are going to have these like address cards, and we're gonna be putting it here. For now, just go outside of the, let's say, curly braces. We are gonna call another component. So here I'll say address. Let's type this out. Address form model. Now this is a component that we are going to create. Let's copy the name, go under the mobile components, and I'll say .tsx, and I'll say rnfe like this. Save, and let's try to import it. Now this component will get a couple of different props. Here I will paste this in and walk you through it. So I'll explain everything, I promise. So we are passing the visible state so that we know if the model should be open or not, right? And here is what we have. Show address form, which is a Boolean value, right? Either true or false. Then we say is editing. Now, why is this the case? It's because if we are adding a new address, here we will say add new address. But if we are editing, we will say something like edit address, right? So that's one of the reasons. And now this is an object, right? Or this is a string, but we would like to convert it to be a Boolean. That's why we put these double bang operators, right? This is what we call double bang operator. And if you wanted to, you can pause the video, search for it. It is, it is part of the JavaScript. This has nothing to do with React or React Native. Okay, so I'll assume that you already know this because it's pretty basic React knowledge. And then we have the address form state, the loading states, and then our methods. So pretty simple React concept. Here now TypeScript is complaining. It says you didn't pass the type or interface. So let's go ahead, make this happy by creating an interface. Here I will paste two different interfaces and let me walk you through it. So first off, this is the address form model props that we're going to pass here. So basically it says we have all these fields and here are the types, right? So we have all these fields. Now we basically put it here so that TypeScript is happy. And then we also have address form data. And here we put the type for the address form by saying this is the address form data, right? So this has like label, full name, street address, city, state, so on and so forth. Now let's try to add it here. I will say we are going to destructure a couple of different fields. And here are all of these props. So I will get my type. Now, if you go here and press Control Space, you're going to see that it is completely type safe. And let's try to get all of them. Once again, this is related to TypeScript. This has nothing to do with React or React Native. Okay, so let's try to get all of them. Now here you can see we don't really have any warnings, right? Now let's jump into the return statement. This time, this is not going to be a view, but instead it'll be a model component. That is something that we have never used so far. So here's how that works. It'll be a model and we want this to be slide in from the bottom of the screen, right? So here, first off, it'll get the visible prop. So should it be visible or not? And it'll depend on this prop that we are getting. And then we will say the animation type. We will be using slide, but there will be fade as well. Here I'll say slide. And then we'll say it should be transparent. Then maybe on request close. We are going to call it the on close method, which is this one. So that was the model component. Now within this, we are going to have a save screen as usual. Let's try to import it. And as the content, we can put I think a view component at the top. So this will be the header component that we have right here. So what I'd like to do is just copying and pasting it from the source code. So it is a view where we have a touchable opacity that has the icon so that we can close the model. Once you press, it's going to call the onClose method. And here we check if we are in the editing state, we will say edit address, but else we will say add new address. Okay, so that was the header component. Let me just add a comment. Okay, right after this view, we will have a scroll view component. Let's try to import it as well. We'll say, as usual, class name is equal to flex-1. We'll add the content container style, where we can add some padding bottom. This time I will use like 50, and we'll say show the vertical scroll indicator to be equal to false. And then within this scroll view component, I will create one view with the class name being padding x of 6 and padding y of 6 as well. And if both of them are the same, we can basically just say padding of 6 from all directions. Now we will have a couple of different inputs, right? So the first one is the label input, then the full name, street address, city, so on and so forth. So let's try to build the very first one, and then we can copy and paste the rest of it because it's almost the exact same thing. So I will add a comment, let's say label input. Here it'll be a view. Let's type this out correctly. And it's going to get the class name of margin bottom of 5. And then I will say something like a text component where it'll say label. And let's give some classes like, I don't know, text. Oops, let's say class name, text dash text primary. And then we will get font semi-bold and maybe margin bottom of 2. And then for the actual input component, we will use text input. It'll be self-closed, and now let's add the class names. So here I'd like to just provide them pretty quickly. We give the background color, the text color, padding. Since they are the same, we can just say padding of 4, rounded to x large, and text base. Then we can add the placeholder. It'll say, you know, either home, work, office, so on and so forth. Then if you want to update the placeholder text color, you can add this prop. This is what I'll be using. And for the value, it'll be coming from address form state, and we're going to use the label field. Now, if you delete this part and press Control Space, you're going to see that this is type safe because we say that the address form is a type of address form data, which has all these fields, right? We have the type for it. So that's the beauty of TypeScript. If you try to do something like, I don't know, label X, it's going to warn you. It'll say, hey, you don't have it. Did you mean label, right? Okay, and then finally the onChange prop. It's going to keep everything as it is, but it'll update the label with the text, whatever user passed in. So that was the label component. Let's put them side by side and take a look at the end result. If I click to this one, what'll happen? The model will slide in, right? Because we are updating our state. Let's try to understand it once again. We have this add address button. Let me find it. It should be right here. Okay, so it is this touchable opacity. Once we press to it, we are calling the handle add address method. And what it does is updating the state where it says like show address to be true, right? And then we are getting that prop right here as the visible. And if this is equal to true, the model will be visible. Okay, I hope that makes sense. So this is currently what we have. That's the label component. Now let's go right below to it. And here I will say this time we are going to get the name input. And I will maximize the screen. Maybe I'll just grab this from the source code, paste this in. We have the exact same thing, but the only thing that updates is maybe the content as well as the value and onChange text prop. This time we only update the full name. So now let's get the address input as well. Like right after this one, I will paste this in. Here is the address input. We update the address text. Let's get the city input as well. So you can grab this from the source code just like what I do. We are going to get the state. We are going to get the, I think, zip code input as well. Like at this point, probably we could create a reusable component and then call it with the props, but let's just keep it simple and make it work rather than trying to write the best code. Then we have the phone input, and then now at the very bottom we will have a default address switch. So I will paste this in and walk you through it. So we have one view, one text, and then a switch component, which is something that we have already used. We give the value, on value change, and then the thumb color. In this case, it'll only update this field, which is equal to boolean, right? Now let's save and take a look at the end result. Let's try to put them side by side. Go under the addresses, say add new address. As you can tell, that's the current UI that we have. Now at the very end, we are going to have a button so that we can actually save it, right? So here, after this view, which is for the default address toggle, go right below to it and paste this part. So let me get the activity indicator. So this is a touchable opacity, class name, activity opacity prop. On press, we call the onSave method. It'll be disabled if we are in the loading state, like super simple, nothing crazy. And if for the content, if we are in the loading state, we're gonna get the activity indicator, but else we're gonna get the text. Okay, so let's try to see. That's the button that we just built. Okay, now let's try to actually put some address and try to save it to the database. So I will scroll to the top and let's say this is my home address, and maybe before we save it, I will log into the database. So I just logged in, and just to prove you that we currently don't have any addresses for this user. And let's try to see if we fill this in, if we are gonna get something. So for the full name, I'll just put my name. And street address, let me just put something like test, I don't know. Let's say +1. Okay, how do I close this? Okay, I will set this as the default as well. So let's say add the address. We got the success alert. Now it says you have some addresses. Let's see if we actually have it. So under the addresses here, we can see we have one record, which is an object, the label, full name. So the exact same thing as we filled in. So that means our code base is actually working when it comes to the addresses screen. So that was the entire component for the address model. Now let's try to actually build this part where we will have some address cards, right? Now this is not going to contain any logic other than, displaying the data. And here we will just call our functions, right? Call the edit mutation and delete mutation. So let's see how we can make that work. First off, I will go under the components and I will say address card.tsx. Now we will get into the content. For now, let's just say rnfe, save, and go back into the addresses.tsx. And here, instead of having this text, let's try to delete that. We are going to need a scroll view component. So let's try to import it, because just imagine if user has 10 different addresses, they should be able to scroll through this page, right? So that's why we wrap everything with the scroll view component. Then here, as usual, I will add my props. Let me copy and paste all of them. We will have the class name, the scroll indicator to be equal to false, and content container style where we give some paddings. And then we will have a view component. I'll say class name should be padding x of 6 and y of 4. Then within this, I'll say basically go through every single address, and for each of them display the address card component. Okay, so addresses.map, for every single address display this component. And here are the props. So we're gonna pass the address itself, on edit and on delete mutations, as well as the loading states. So we need to pass them so that when user clicks to one of these, we should call the mutation. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Now, right after the address cards, we need to display this button. Again, it is super simple. I'll just copy and paste. And at this point, you can basically implement it by yourself as well. It's a touchable opacity. Once you press, it'll call this method, and the rest is just the content. Okay, now we need to go here and try to build that component. Currently, this is what we have. Basically, you cannot see it, but it says address card. Now I will visit this component and it'll be around 60 lines of code with no logic or whatsoever. So I'm going to grab it from the source code and I will walk you through it. So I'll go at the very top. So first off, we have the interface so that we know which props that we are getting, right? So that's super simple TypeScript, nothing complicated. And then we have one view, which is our basically our card, right? The parent element. And within this, we have, the icon, the text, the default badge. Here it says if this address is the default, then display this part. If this was equal to, false, you would not see that. And then the rest is the UI, as I said. If you click to this button, what are we doing? We are calling the onEdit method with this specific address. And then the exact same thing with the onDelete button. Now let's try to actually edit this. I will just put my name as the, let's just say John Doe in this case. And let's say, do not set this as the default address. Let's save. Okay, it's been updated. Now, for some reason, it did not update. Let's just try to reload our application. I believe in the database, it's been updated. Okay, now we can see it's not the default and this has been updated. Let's try to do it once again. I'll say this time maybe Jane Doe. Now hopefully it should update the UI immediately. I don't know why it did not work in the first try, but now it is actually working. Maybe hot reloading wasn't really working at the time. Okay, as you can tell, you don't really need to refresh the page. It immediately updates because we are calling the revalidate method, right? So let's double check this. In our use addresses hook, whenever we edit something, right? Whenever we update something, on success, we are going to refetch the addresses. And let's do the same thing for the delete. If I delete that, it should immediately update the UI. As you can tell, now we don't really have any addresses. Now you might be thinking that we are completely done with this screen, but there is just one problem that I need to show you and then we're gonna see the solution. So if you try to say add a new address, and then if you open up your keyboard with Command-Shift-K or Control-Shift-K, you're gonna see that like if you try to type here under the zip code, the keyboard is overlapping with it, right? So user has to manually scroll down and then type something in. Now they cannot even scroll to the phone number. They have to close it and then come here, which is a really, really bad user experience. So how do we fix it? Well, there is a component called keyboard avoiding view. Let's search for it. I say keyboard avoiding view. And this is coming from React Native. So here's an example that you can take a look at, but basically we are going to be using this behavior prop. On iOS, it should be the padding, but on Android, it should be height. So you don't even need to memorize this. You can always come back to the documentation and try to use it. So this is what I'll be doing. I'll just copy the name. Let's go under the VS Code, under the, I think, address model, because this is where the problem is happening. Let's find that component. And here before the save screen, we are going to wrap everything with the keyboard avoiding view component. So let's cut this part, scroll to the very bottom, and wrap the entire model with it. Okay, now let's add the props. As I said, the most important one is the behavior, and this is going to be dynamic. So we will say if platform, and again, this is coming from React Native. So the platform is like an object, or is it class? Like you can get the OS, which is operating system, and we will say if it is equal to iOS, and there are a bunch of different options like Android, iOS, macOS, web, and Windows. In this case, we are going to get iOS. If this is the case, we will say behavior should be petting, but else it should be height. And I'll just add the class name to be flags of 1 so that it is taking the entire space. Now if we take a look at it, hopefully it should work out. So let's try to select phone number. Here you can see it's going to scroll automatically, right? And you can select another one like the state. Okay, it'll always give some space for the user to see the actual input without overlapping. So that's one of the components that you should definitely keep in mind. So in this section, we have learned about the model component as well as the keyboard avoiding view. I think the rest is just the same thing that we have already done in the past, like getting a text input, adding the props, view, text, scroll view, so on and so forth. Okay, now let's try to close everything and toggle the status bar. We would like to create a new branch. Let's say addresses screen. Stage everything. And let's add a commit like, and here is my commit message. So I will publish my branch, go into the source code and create the pull request. As usual, let's wait for the suggestions that will be coming from CodeRabbit. So we just got the summary by CodeRabbit. Here are all the new features that we have introduced in this section, the walkthrough of the files that we have updated, and then let's scroll to the bottom and see if we have any problems. Looks like we don't really have, because we have written so beautiful, so perfect code that even CodeRabbit couldn't find any issues. Well, I think I just had to say merge the pull request. Let's say confirm it. Once it is done, we'll just go into the source code and let's switch to the master branch and get the latest changes. Okay, so with that, that's gonna be it for this section as well. Hopefully, I'll see you in the next one. Now it is time to build the product details screen. Here is the end result. We're gonna have the header component where we can go back or add it to the wish list. Then we have the image gallery. So here you can see this is an actual scrollable component and here are some indicators. So we are in the first image. If you scroll to the left, you would be on the second image and UI would be updated. So we're gonna see how to build that component. But then what do we have else is the category, the name of the product, ratings, how many we have in the stock, price, quantity, and if you scroll to the bottom, you will see that there is the description as well. And at the very end, we can see the total price as well as add to cart button. Now this is a screen, what we call a dynamic screen, and let me explain why this is the case. Well, it's simply because if you click to this product, you will see this product details screen, right? If you click to that one, you will see that product details screen. So it'll depend on the product ID and we are going to fetch that specific product. Let's see how we can create that kind of a screen. So I have my backend and mobile app up and running. We will go under the mobile, under the app, and we are going to create a product folder, and then we are going to have the dynamic screen. So it's going to get the ID of the product and we'll say .tsx. So if you have ever used Next.js, this is the similar thing that we have. I would say rnfe and let's say product detail screen. Now within this screen, we can get the ID. Now, how can we make that work? Well, there is a hook called use local search params that is coming from Expo router, and we are going to get the ID. Now, if you call this something like, I don't know, product ID or even like hello, then here you would destructure this as hello, right? So this should match this one and that one. Now let's try to say console log, maybe like product ID is and then display the ID. And let's try to see it. Now in the console, we don't have anything. Let's put the simulator side by side. And I think, let me just put them side by side. When we click to these products, nothing happens. And I think we gotta go under the index.tsx, under the tabs, and we need to uncomment this part. So I believe we had the link here. Let's try to find it. Maybe under the products grid. Okay, so we're going to uncomment this. Now if we click to one of these products, it's going to take us to the product details screen. And if you take a look at the terminal, it says product ID is, and then the product ID, right? So now that we know how to get the ID from this hook, we can use another hook that is, we are going to create like custom. So let's say use product.ts. And here, this is going to give us a specific product. So we already have the endpoint. All we have to do is just calling that endpoint and getting the product. So here I will get my imports. We have our API call, the use query hook, as well as the product type. So let's just follow along with me and you'll see how that will work. Let's say use product, not products, but use product. That's our hook. We are going to get the product ID as the argument, which is type of string. And then we will say, let me make this an arrow function. We are going to get the API, let's say called use API. And then we will get a result back by calling use query. And this query is going to return us a product. So I'll just put the generic. And then we can pass the query key. Here I will say it's going to be product, and then we can add the product ID. And then the most important part is the query function. So I'd like to just copy and paste this 3 lines of code. Okay, so it's an async function where we send a GET request to our endpoint by passing the product ID, and we're going to get the data as the result back. Now we only want to run this query if we have the product ID. If this is equal to undefined, we don't really want to run this query, right? And this is how we can make that work. We will say this should be enabled only if we have the product ID. And this wants you to add a boolean, so we will add the double bang operator and convert this to be a boolean value, so either true or false. Okay, finally we'll just say return the result out of this hook. Now we can go here, let's delete the console log. We are going to say, call our hook, which is use product itself, and you would pass the ID, that is the product ID, and let's say this is going to be type of string, which is typecast this. And from here, now we can destructure all the values, like the data, and call this as product. We can get is error and is loading state. So pretty simple, right? There is nothing complicated so far. Now we are going to get our use card method as well, or the hook. And from here, we had 2 different values. We will get the add to cart method as well as the loading state. Let's save, get this formatting. Then we will get use wishlist hook as well. And from here, we will get a bunch of different values. Let's say we're going to get the is in wishlist. We're going to get toggle wishlist method as well. Let's get the loading state. Let's say is removing from wishlist. And then, yeah, I think that's it. So these are all the fields that we are going to need from this hook. Okay, now there will be one state for the selected image index. So let's import the use state. Initially, it's going to be equal to 0. And then also the state for the quantity. And initially it'll be 1. User can increment it or decrement it. And then we are going to have a method called handle add to cart. Now, super simple, nothing complicated. I'll paste it and walk you through it line by line. So this is a method that we just created. And here we say, if there is no product, just don't do anything, return out of this method. But if we have the product, then we can add it to the cart. Here is the product ID, here is the quantity, and on success, we are going to get the alert by saying a success message, and on error, we'll just say, you have some errors. So we have done this hundreds of times at this point. So that's why I just wanted to copy and paste rather than, typing this out. Once again, it's an arrow function where we have one validation check, and then we are calling our hook by passing the, variables. Okay, so we're gonna call this in a second. Now I also want to handle the loading and error UIs. So I'll just scroll to the bottom, and from the source code, I will get them as usual. So we'll have the error UI and loading UI. Let's get the save screen and activity indicator. For the error UI, we will have some icons, touchable opacity, and the router so that we can go back. Okay, now here before this return statement, I'll say if we are in the loading state, just return the loading UI. If we have some errors or if there is no product, we can say, return the error UI. Okay, once again, I have to mention this. If you wanted to, you can make these to be some kind of reusable components under the components folder, right? So that you don't have to create them all the time at the bottom of the file. But I just want to keep it simple rather than having the best code, right? So that's why I'm gonna just, I'll just have it in that way. But if you wanted to, of course, you can improve this code base. Okay, now we'll have one variable called in stock. And we can check this by saying if product.stock is greater than 0. If this is the case, that means we have this product in stock. Okay, now we can jump into the return statement. So we will have a save screen. Then let's delete this part. We will have the header component. So within the header component, we will basically have two different buttons. One is going to take us back. The other one will add this product to the wish list. So let's jump into VS Code and try to build it. So this will be within a view, and here are the classes. So it's going to be positioned absolutely to the top, and we will say left and right of 0 so that it is taking the entire width. And then some classes like paddings, and then we will say flex row so that they are in the row direction, right? They are side by side, and we will say justify between so that we have this spaced out, right? So this is exactly what we are doing. We say justify between an item centered. Now the first thing that we should have is the button so that we can go back. Here I will add the touchable opacity. Here are the classes, on press, that'll take you back. Active opacity, and then the icon. Now right below to it, we will have one more touchable opacity. Let me copy this and paste it. Now this will get some classes as well, but this is going to be dynamic. And let me paste this in and I will walk you through it. So it'll always get all these classes, but if it is in the wish list, the background will be this green color. But if it is not, it'll be, this color, right? So we will just test this out in a second. Just know that class name will be dynamic. And then we can have the on press. So we are going to call the toggle wishlist method by passing the product ID. And we will say this button would be disabled if we are in the loading state. And then finally, I'll just add the active opacity to be updated. And then as for the content, we will either show the text or we will show an activity indicator if we are in the loading state, right? If you are in the loading state, this is what we have. In the else case, we have the icon. Now let's try to test this out. I will put them side by side. And here, once again, we have some dynamic check. We basically say if it is in the wish list, it should get the heart icon. But if it is not, it should be heart outline. And same for the color. So I will click to this product, and looks like this is already in the wish list. So as you can tell, background has been updated with this color. But if I try to remove it from the wish list, the background is different, heart icon is different. It just works as expected. And if you are in the loading state, this part will run where we have an activity indicator. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. Again, nothing complicated at this point because we have already done this multiple times. So that was the entire header component. Now we can go ahead and build the scroll view component where we can scroll through this entire screen. And the first thing that we will have is the image gallery component. So here I will get a scroll view component. Let's import it, and we will pass our props as usual. I don't really want to see the scroll indicator, right? I will say this is going to be equal to false. Here is the padding bottom and flex of 1. Then within this, I will say image gallery, and it'll have a view component. Within this view, we can add the class name to be relative. And then this is going to have one more scroll view component. Now you might be asking why this is the case. Well, it's because this is going to be a scroll view component, but this time in the horizontal direction, right? You can scroll to the left, scroll to the right, and this is going to work in that way. So here I will say another scroll view component, but this time it'll be horizontal. So we'll just pass the horizontal prop. Then we will say paging enabled, and you're going to see what this does. I will explain it. And then we'll say show horizontal scroll indicator to be equal to false. And then the most important part is the on scroll method. So I will say get the event and run this method. Now you might be asking, what are we going to be doing here? Well, it'll be just a calculation so that we know which image user wants to see. So here is the math. I'll just paste this in. I grabbed this from, from internet, online, from AI. I'll be honest with you. So you don't even need to memorize this neither, right? So if you delete this and ask me to do it tomorrow, I wouldn't be able to do it, which is not a problem at all. So this will basically get you the index, and you can say set selected image index to be equal to this index. And we're going to get the width of the simulator. Okay, so the width of the screen, we can scroll to the top, and there is something called dimensions, right? So here we will import the dimensions from React Native, and we're going to get the, I think we'll just say give us the width, which is from the window. And then I will say const grab the width. You can also get the height. Alright, so that's how you use it. You get the dimensions from React Native, and then we get the width. So that's the math that'll give you the selected image index so that you can, show the image, you can show the, indicators, so on and so forth, and we will see it in action just in a second. Now let's jump into the scroll view element, and we are going to display the images. So here I will say product.images.map, get every single image in the index. We're gonna pass the index as the key. Here is the style, and let's say get the image from Expo. If you save, you should be able to see the image. And since these images are within the scroll view component, we can scroll through it, right? So we can go back or to the next image, and if we don't have any, like, it'll work in the expected way, right? Now if you delete the paging enabled, let's see what's going to happen. So I can just stop in the middle of the way, right? Which is not really optimal. So this is what paging enabled does. If you make this to be true, you cannot stop in the middle of the way, right? It'll either take you to the next image or to the previous one. Now let's try to add the indicators right here. So we will go after the scroll view, and we are going to position this absolutely, right? So that's why we even use the relative in this parent component. So I will paste this in around 5 lines of code. Here is what we have. Basically, we go through every single image, and depending on the selected image index, we display, we include these classes, okay? So if this is the selected image, the background will be green color and width will be 6, but else width will be 2 and the background will be this gray color, right? So we can go back, go to the next one, and it just updates as expected. And here I'll just maximize the screen so that you can see it clearly. Nothing complicated. Once again, maybe this calculation is just a bit confusing, but that's completely fine. You don't need to memorize this at all. You can always find it from internet or even grab it with AI. Okay, so that's it. Now we can go outside of these two views and we will have the product info. So let me put them side by side once again. Scroll to the bottom. Again, before the save screen, before the scroll view, just go here and say product info. And this is going to be a view. Let's say add some classes like padding X. I think just padding from all directions, it'll be 6. And then we would like to add the category. I'll copy it and paste it where we have just product.category displayed. Then we can get the product name. So right after this view, I'll say product name. We can see it and I'll just add a comment. Okay, then we can add the rating and reviews. I will just maximize the screen, and this has nothing to do with logic. Once again, I'll paste this in around 20 lines of code. We have some styling, then one icon for the star, average rating, the total reviews, let's say if it is in stock or not. If it is not in the stock, we are going to display this part. And here is the end result, right? We have the rating and the count that we have in stock. Let's say if this was equal to false, that's what you would see out of stock, right? But now let's bring this back and we can scroll to the bottom. So right after this view, we can add our price. This is the end result. We just got the price. Text is very large thanks to this class. Now right after the price, we can add the quantity. And here we would like to update our state. So first off, I will get my comment. I'll say here is the quantity and let's add a view component. Here I'll say class name should be margin bottom of 6. And then we will have a text. It'll say this is the quantity. And right after it, we will have one view. Let's say class name is going to be flex-row and items will be centered. Now within this view, we will have one touchable opacity. I'm going to paste this in. Here are the classes, and if you click to it, it'll update the quantity. Now I will explain what this does in a second. Here we have the disabled state, active opacity, and the content. So this is what we just built. Now what this does, let me explain. If you have only one selected, right? Let me show you the end result. Here, if the quantity is equal to 1, and if you press this, should this be 0 or should it stay at 1? Of course, it should not be 0, it should stay at 1 because you cannot add something to the cart if it has 0 quantity. So this is the math that we are having. We say, get the maximum of these values. Just imagine if this is equal to 1, now this would be equal to 0, and math.max would get the maximum, so it would get 1. If you had something like -2, again, it would still get 1. So this would, quantity at minimum would be 1, right? I hope that makes sense. So that's the math. Now we'll do the exact same thing for the other part. So for the plus, but this time we will check we cannot add more than what we have in stock. So in this case, we have 40 items in the stock. If user wants to get 41, we are not going to allow it. So let's see how we can make that work. So after this touchable opacity, I will get the text. This will have the quantity in the middle and then the other button. So I will grab this, paste this in. So you can take a look at the content, but here I will explain this part. So this will get the minimum value. Let's say this is equal to 40, right? We have 40 in the stock and user wanted to get 41. Well, we'll say you cannot get 41 because we only have 40 in the stock, right? So it'll always get the minimum value. And this would be disabled if we don't have anything in the stock or if quantity is greater than the stock, right? And again, same for the color of this icon. Now let's try to see. If I go right here and if I click to this, like nothing happens because it is getting the minimum value. You cannot go less than 1, right? Thanks to this line. I think, yeah, that's the next button. Now we can go ahead and add one more check. So right after the touchable opacity and after this view, I will add this 2 lines of code. If quantity is greater than the product stock, and if we have it in stock, we'll just say maximum stock reached, right? So I'd like to add this as a true so that we can see the end result. Like this is what you would have if you selected 75 of these, right? You cannot go more than what you have in stock. Okay. Now, technically, you don't really need to add all these checks, but we're just trying to cover all the edge cases. So go right below to this view and we will add the description. So we are going to get the product.description and nicely display it. And then we can add the bottom action bar, which is this component. So it'll have a border, a left-hand side, and then a right-hand side. So we are going to go outside of this scroll view component because this element is not going to be a part of the scroll view. It'll be positioned absolutely to the bottom of the screen. So that's why we will go outside of it. And please feel free to copy this from source code. Just go ahead, find this file and get the very last part. Just above the save screen, this is what I'll be doing. I'll paste this in around 20 lines of code, which is this view, and I will walk you through it. But just before that, let's see the end result. Okay, it's been positioned absolutely to the bottom where we have the total price as well as the button where we can add this product to the cart. So here is the end result in code. So we have the total price, right? We are doing some math to be able to include the quantity as well. Then we have the button. On press, we're going to call our method. It would be disabled in these cases. If it is not in stock, the background will update. And in the loading case, we will have the loading indicator, and then the rest is this content, right? So if I say something like, maybe let's go quantity of 1, add it to the cart. It's been added. Now let's try to increment the quantity. Here you can see price updates, and let's say add it to the cart. It's been added without any issues. So I believe that's the entire screen. Now, to be honest, you could build this entirely by yourself. Maybe you just didn't know about the horizontal scroll view element, as well as this prop called paging enabled. Let's try to find it. So this is what we have learned in this section. Other than this, I think the rest is pretty similar to what we have done in the past. So we also created a new hook called use product, and it just gets us the specific product. And then finally, I think we just learned this dimensions.get for the very first time, where we can grab the width as well as the height. Even we can get the font scale as well as the scale props. But I think in this case, we are only interested in the width. So that's the entire section. Let's try to toggle the status bar, create a new branch as usual. So I will call this as a product detail screen. Let's stage everything and commit our changes. So I will say product detail screen added. Commit, publish, as usual, create the pull request, and then wait for the suggestions. So the summary is ready, the walkthrough, and then let's scroll to the bottom and see the problems that we have in our code base. Here it says instead of typecasting it, maybe you could check if it is an array or not. Well, this could be an array, like I think in our case it'll never be an array because it is not a catch-all route, right? If we had something like ... id, then this could be an array of strings, but in this case this is just a single dynamic route where we only can get the ID. However, if we wanted to make this a bit more clean, we could delete this part. Instead of typecasting it, we would say this is going to return us a ID field that is type of string. Now we don't really have the warning, right? If you delete this part, TypeScript will complain, but if you add this part, now it is happy with us. So I will have this as the, let's say, the fix. And then let's scroll to the bottom. Here we have a minor fix. It says you could get the images just in case if it is empty. You can add an empty array. I think that's fine. Like we will always have some images for the products. So I'm going to skip that. Just before we merge the pull request, let's go right here and add the latest change. Here I'll say tiny fixes. Sync this up and I will scroll to the top, refresh and see if I get the second commit. Here we go, we have it. Now we can merge the pull request. It's been confirmed. Let's go back to VS Code, switch to the master and get the latest changes. Okay, so now our code base is up to date. We are completely done with it. Hopefully you enjoyed this section and I'll see you in the next one. Alright, so in this section we are going to get started with the cart screen. So here is the end result. This is what we are going to have. Under the cart tab, we are going to see our products that we currently have in the cart, a quick summary, and then a checkout button. If you click to it, it's going to check if you have any addresses or not. If you don't have, it'll say you don't have any addresses, please add one. But if you have some, you're going to see this model where you can select your address. In this example, we only have one, but if you had multiple, they would be here as well. So you would be able to scroll through this element. Anyways, let's say we selected this one and we press this button. Another model will pop up. And this is what we call the payment sheet, right? This is going to be coming from Stripe. Speaking of which, you need to visit stripe.com and create an account for completely free without paying anything. This is what I have just done. And then just make sure that you are under the sandbox environment, which is like a testing environment so that you don't need to pay anything to be able to get started with, right? So here, let's say you just want to test out your mobile application. Just to be able to test this out, you don't really want to pay $500, right? You just want to put a, let's say, a test credit card and just see if you're going to get it here or not. So that's that environment called sandbox. In the past, that was, I think, the testing environment, the test mode, but now it's like sandbox. Just make sure that you're in the, in this environment and you have this banner at the top. Okay, so if you have it, now we are going to get the environment variables. We are going to go under the VS Code, let's say under the backend. Yes, under the backend, not under the mobile, because we need to put some logic under the backend so that it is safe, right? You cannot really trust to client. So let's go under the .env file and we are going to create two different environment variables. So the first one is, let's say, Stripe publishable key, and then the other one is the Stripe secret key. And let's try to get those values. So we're going to get the publishable key, get your own. If you try to use mine, it's not going to work because I'm going to delete them or replace them. And then get the secret key. It should be this one. Okay, so paste them in. Now that we have updated the .env file, we gotta go and visit the env.js and add those environment variables. So we had the Stripe publishable key, which is coming from process.env, Stripe publishable key, and then same thing for Stripe secret key. Now you might be asking, why do we need to build some logic under the backend, right? Why can't we just implement this under the mobile folder? Now that's a good question, and that's a very junior question, but let me explain. So here, let's say user wants to buy some products that is worth $500. If you only do the logic on the client, they can delete this part and just send you $0, and you would think like, okay, they actually paid, but they wouldn't pay anything, right? So they would pay you $0, which is basically nothing, and they would get all these products for free. So you have to check this in the backend and calculate the amount, right? And how that will work is that we are going to find these products and check their prices in our database, and then we are going to calculate the total amount. If that doesn't make too much sense, that's completely fine. Let's just try to see this in action. First off, I'm going to kill my AI so that it's not really annoying. Let's just put some couple of minutes, and then we will go under the server.js. First, we are going to build our logic here. Once we are done with the API, we will go and build the UI under the mobile folder. Okay, so I will scroll to the bottom. I will duplicate this. I will say this time API/payment, and for the name, I'll say payment routes. I'll copy the name. Let's duplicate this one. I'll say import payment routes from this file. Again, let's copy this part, go under the routes, paste this in, create the file, and let's go under the controllers. We will have payment controller.js file as well. Now let's try to get our import of router from Express. We're going to create a router as usual. Let's do it. I'll say call the router, and then we'll say export default this router. Okay, now we can save this and it should work out. Now you can just delete this import and bring this back. Now it is highlighted properly. Okay, now there is one thing that I want to mention. Now we would normally say payment request, right? But in Stripe there is this fancy word called payment intent, which is like the exact same thing. So whenever I say payment intent, you should just understand that I'm saying payment request, okay? It is just a fancy word. So here we will have an endpoint. Let's say it's going to be a post request, and I will paste this in, okay? So router.post, here is our endpoint called create intent. This is going to be a protected route. Only authenticated users can create a payment request. So here I'll put .js as the extension. And now we can create this method. Let's go under the controllers. Let's say this will be an async function. Here's the name. We're going to get the request and response, and we'll do something inside. Let's try to import this one as well. Okay, it's been imported. Now let's go under the payment controller and try to build it. Now I'll just try to get my imports at the very top. So here I will paste this in, and maybe before we paste, I would like to open up my terminal. Okay, we will go cd under the backend, and we'll say npm install stripe. So we need the stripe package, and if you want to use the same version that I'm using, it's going to be 19.3.1. This is the, currently this is the latest version. Okay, let's install it under the backend. Then we'll go ahead, paste this in. So we are getting the stripe, we are getting the environment variables and our models. We are going to be using all of them in this file. Now we can create the stripe instance. This is how you would do it. You would say const stripe instantiate a new instance, right? And you would pass the secret key. If you hover over this, you can see the first value is the API key, which is our secret key. Okay, so with this, now we can communicate with our Stripe account, right? We can create new customers, we can create payment requests or intents, so on and so forth. So we will be using this object a lot from here on out. Now let's go under the method and try to create this try and catch block. I think we don't really need the arrow here because this is a regular function. So first off, before we do anything else, we would like to get the products as well as the shipping address, right? So if user wants to buy these products, they want to send them, right? They need to send them to the API and also the selected address so that we know what is the shipping address. So this is what we are expecting from the backend. Let me save to get this formatting. Okay, so we are going to get the cart items as well as the shipping address from the client. Now we can also get the user from the request because this is a protected route, right? So we can just say const user that is equal to request.user. And then I would like to validate the cart items. Just a quick if check. I will say if there is no cart items or if the length is 0, we'll just throw an error and we'll say cart is empty. Okay, so that was the quick validation. Now we would like to calculate the total from the server side, right? You should never ever trust to client, like at all. Don't trust the client, so you have to calculate the total amount from the server side. So we're going to start with 0 and we are going to increment this every single time. And we're going to have an empty array to get started with. So here, let me just copy and paste and I will walk you through it. Well, let me just actually type this out. So for every single card items, we're going to say item of card items. So for every single item, we are going to run some checks. So first off, we got to find the product. Here is what I'll say. I'll say const product and find by ID. So we're going to pass the ID and find the product. Now maybe product is not found in the database, so we can add a check. If it is not found, throw an error. And also we gotta check the stock, right? If it is insufficient or not. So we'll say if it is less than the item quantity, again throw an error. But else we can say subtotal will be plus equal product dot price, but we also need to take care of the quantity, right? So we'll say item dot quantity. If it is 1, it'll just be the price. But if it is 2, right, we are just multiplying it with the quantity. So that was the subtotal. Now we also want to use this array and push the products one by one. So we will say validated items.push. Here is the product ID, the name, price, quantity, and then we're going to add the first image. Okay, now we can go outside of the for loop. Then we're going to add the tax and shipping fee. So here the shipping fee is equal to $10. So let me just say $10 as the shipping fee, right? And then tax is 8%. So we'll say 8%. If you wanted to, you can update it. And then the total is equal to subtotal plus shipping plus tax. Okay, now we'll just add one more validation, just to have our code as like robust and handling every single case. We will say if total is less than or equal to 0, we'll say invalid order total. And then we need to find or create the Stripe customer, right? Now just imagine, let me show you this. Just imagine I sign up to this application, right? And I'm just going to order for the very first time, right? So that means you don't have me as the customer in the Stripe dashboard. So we need to create this user as the customer. But if they are buying for the second time or the third time, we don't need to create them again. We'll just say fetch that customer from the Stripe dashboard, right? And let's see how we can make that work. First off, we need to go and find the user model. And here, like under the user schema, we are going to add one field. Maybe after the Clerk ID, we can say Stripe customer ID. And here I will say add a comma, duplicate this part, it'll be type of string, and by default it'll be an empty string. Okay, so just go ahead and add this field because we are going to need it. And here I will say first off let customer, it'll be equal to undefined, but we'll say if user.stripe customer ID. So if we have this, that means this user is already a customer. So we can just say find the customer, right? And Stripe has a method for this. So we can just say customer is equal to await stripe.customers.retrieve. Here we go. And then we're gonna pass the customer ID. So I will say user.stripe customer ID. But if we don't have it, that means we need to create that one. So we'll say create the customer. And here I'll say customer is equal to await, again, stripe.customers.create this time. And we're gonna pass the customer details. So let me grab them. We're gonna pass the email of this customer, the name, and we can also add some metadata like the Clerk ID as well as the user ID that we have in MongoDB, right? Now that's the entire else statement, but we are just missing one more thing. which is going to be updating the database. So if you think about it, this doesn't update MongoDB, right? This only updates the Stripe dashboard. It creates the user there, right? But we need to add this customer ID to the user model. So we're going to say find this user, right? And update this field because it was undefined or it was an empty string previously, right? We just need to update it because we just created the user. I hope that makes sense. And I'll just add a comment so that you can have it in the source code. Okay. Now we'll go outside of the if and else statement. The only thing that we left is to create the payment intent, right? The payment request. So here I'm going to copy and paste the entire thing and I will walk you through it. So it has like 10 lines of code. We say await stripe payment intents create, right? This is something that Stripe has, and it just wants you to add one object. So we're going to add the amount, which is the total, and we already calculated. But now the tiny detail that you should keep in mind that you have to convert this to cents, right? And to be able to convert this to cents, you can just multiply it by 100. So let's say you have $10. You can't just pass like $10 here, right? Because Stripe wants you to add the cents, right? In cents. So you would say like multiply it with 100. Okay. And then we can pass our currency. In our application, it's going to be US dollars. Here is the customer, and we'll say automatic payment methods. Now, depending on your device, I think that would be either Apple Pay, like what we have here. It says a link, but I don't know, like it's a really good option to always include this. If you're on iOS, that would be, you know, the if you're on iOS, yeah, that would be Apple Pay, or if you're on Android, that would be Google Pay. So this is something that I've seen as the good practice, so we're going to include it, and you can take a look at the details from the documentation. And then we have the metadata, which is very important to include. So here you'll see once we use it, it is just going to make sense. For now, I can just say that this metadata is going to be useful in the webhooks section. Okay, so I will say in the webhooks section, and Stripe has some webhooks as well. So we'll say in the webhooks section, we will use this metadata. Okay. So that was the entire thing. All we have to do is just sending a response back to the client. So here I'll say res.status, let's say 200, and we'll say JSON. Now we're going to send what we call a client secret. Let's say from the payment intent, right? So you can just say payment intent, and it has what we call the client secret. And we're going to be using it in our mobile application. So we are going to use this secret so that we can actually display this payment sheet. Okay, I hope that makes sense. If not, it'll do like in the next couple of minutes once we get into the mobile application part. Okay, in the catch, I will handle it. Let's say first off, I will add the console.log and then the 500 status code. Okay, so that was a lot. If any of these is confusing, that's completely fine. Don't worry at all. If you're using Stripe for the first time, I can feel it, like it might be confusing, but I hope that it's going to make sense once we complete the entire payment section. Okay, so I'll just walk you through it pretty quickly. We got our secret key and create the Stripe object so that we can create customers, you know, create payment requests, so on and so forth, right? So we're gonna get these values from the client, which is cart items and then the shipping address. Then we're going to do some validations. We are going to do more validations, and finally, you know, calculate the subtotal, which is the price of the products multiplied by the quantity. Then we're going to add the shipping and tax fees, and then another validation check. Then we need to find or create the Stripe customer. And here is how we do it, by using the Stripe object. Then we also don't forget to update our database. And then finally, we create the payment intent, which is like the payment request, so that we can display this payment sheet with the amount, right? Okay, and finally, we send a client secret back to the user because they will need it. So that's the entire thing. I don't really think this is confusing, but it could be if you are using this for the very first time. It's completely everything. And just take a look at the terminal if we have any errors or not. I'll say npm run dev. Hopefully we shouldn't have any errors. Okay. Now we can close everything and go back under the mobile folder and get started with the card screen. It should be under the tabs, and it is this file. Now for React Native, Stripe also has a package. So I will just say npm install Stripe React Native. Okay, so that's the package. Pretty popular, almost 200k weekly downloads. So it's insane. And we're gonna be using it. Now let's open up our terminal. Let's go under the mobile this time. And I will paste this in, which is npm install at stripe/stripe-react-native. And here is the exact version that I'm using in this course. So go ahead, type this out and run it. It's going to install it in the background. Now we are gonna need a hook. I think we already have it called use cart, but I believe we have a to-do in this file, right? So we gotta complete this hook. So we said later, but now it should be right now. So we'll come back to this file and actually complete it. So here, let's just try to get our values. We have add to cart method as well as the loading state. And within this file, we will also use our API instance. So I'll say use API and import it. I think we will also use the addresses. Let's say use addresses, and we'll just get our state, which is the addresses, because we need to display it right here, right? This is still within the cart screen. So that's why we are using the addresses. For now, let's just give a little bit space, and we should jump into the use cart hook and build the rest of it. And to be honest, we can just copy and paste this entire file one by one so that we don't get confused, and it is not really that confusing. So I'll just go ahead and paste this in. We have one query so that we can fetch our cart. Here is the endpoint that we are calling, and we are just making the TypeScript happy by passing by. But then the data would get the type of any, which is something that we don't really want. So this is a GET request to our card endpoint. Here is what we're going to get out of it, and we return it. We have loading state, error state, and then the actual data, and we call it as card. So this is something that we have done multiple times at this point. Then we can have one more mutation. So instead of just having add to cart, we will have update quantity mutation as well. So this mutation will get the product ID as well as the quantity. Here again, we pass the type just to make TypeScript happy, but you don't really have to pass this. Then it would be type of any, right? Okay, so this is how you would type it if you were using JavaScript. But since we would like to have TypeScript, this is what we have. Okay, so API.put to our endpoint. This is how we can update the quantity. On success, we are going to invalidate our cart query. And then we can have the remove from cart. Again, it's going to be a mutation. I'll just paste this in. So this is the mutation that we are going to be using whenever we press to this button, right? It'll just delete. It is a delete request to our endpoint by passing the product ID, which is something that we get as the argument. On success, once again, we will invalidate our query. You can copy and paste these from the source code, just like what I do. And then one last mutation, which is to clear the entire cart. So it'll delete everything that we have in the cart, and this is going to run if the payment is done successfully. Then I will get two different variables. So we will say, oops, let's go outside of this mutation. We will say cart total, and we will use the reduce method to get the, the entire cart total. And then cart item count. Here is how we can calculate it, pretty basic JavaScript, and we will use these values like right here, the amount of items and then the cart total, right? Okay, now we can go under the return statement and add every field that we are going to need. So I'm just going to paste this in. So we have cart, is loading, error, cart total, and you can see the rest. It is not really anything complicated. Here there is mutate async. I think we have never used it so far, but we'll be using it in this section. Let me double check if we ever used it. I will search for it. Mutate async. Okay, we never used it. This is the very first time. Once we use it, I'll explain what this does. Like so far we have used only the mutate method, but there is also, as you can tell, something called mutate async that TanStack gives you. Okay, let's save this and go back into the cart.tsx file. Now, before we get into the return statement, let's try to build the logic up here and then we can easily build the UI. Okay, so first things first, we will get the use stripe hook. Okay, so just import it from this package and we are going to be using it. And here is the usage. We will say use stripe and get these methods. So initialize payment sheet and present payment sheet. We're going to be using it in a couple of minutes. And then we can get two different states. So here I will import the use state. I'll say payment is loading or not. And then if the address model is visible or not. Initially they are equal to false. Then here I will get some variables. I will say cart items and we need to get them. So we're going to get the cart. Let me import all of them one by one. I'll save to get this formatting. I believe we don't really need all of them, but I'll just import for now. Okay. So we get the cart items by saying cart.items. Just in case if this is undefined, we are going to add the empty array as the second option. Then we are going to get the subtotal, the shipping, tags, and then the total amount. Now we will need a couple of different methods as well. So here I'll say const handle quantity change. This will be an arrow function, let's say. And to be honest, I can just provide this to you and walk you through it because it is only 3 lines of code. So we get the product ID as well as the current quantity and then the change. So this could be either +1 or -1, right? So the new quantity will be current quantity plus change. Again, this could be +1 or -1. Then we will say if it is less than 0, don't do anything. This is just a validation check. And then we will say update quantity. Here is the product ID, here is the quantity. Okay, so we are basically calling our mutation. So that's it for this method and we will be using it. And then we can add the method to be able to remove an item. Again, we have used this alert multiple times at this point. First, you pass the title, then the message, and then your buttons, right? We have a cancel button and then the remove button. Once you click to it, it's going to call our mutation by passing the product ID, right? So here are the arguments that we are getting for this method. And then we are going to need a checkout method. So basically, once you press this button, that method is going to run and it'll check if you have an address or not. If you have it, it's going to display the model. And if you don't have it, you're going to get this alert. So you can grab this from the source code or pause the video and type this out. Basically, it is handle checkout. We have some validations and then, we are going to display the alert if they don't have any addresses. But if they have, we are going to show the address selection model, right? We're going to update this state. And then the very last method is going to be this one. When you say continue to payment, it's going to display this model, right? The payment sheet. But this method is going to be pretty long. So for that reason, I will just initialize it now, leave it as an empty method, and we are going to build it together later in the video. So this is going to get a selected address, right? And let's say here is the type. For now, you can just leave this method as an empty function, right? And we're gonna build it later together. Okay, now we can get started with the return statement. I will just add my loading UI, error UI, and empty UI. Okay, so we have 3 different checks, and you can get these elements like the loading UI, error UI, and empty UI in the source code at the very bottom of this file. So this is what I'll do. I'll just visit the source code, copy them, and paste them in. Okay, so we have the loading UI, which is basically a view with the activity indicator. We have the error UI, which is something that we have built in the past, and then the empty UI, just in case if you don't have anything in the cart, it'll say your cart is empty. Okay, so with that, hopefully now we're able to finally get started with the save screen element, right? We'll go within this and I will create a text. This is going to be our header component, which is going to be this part, right? It's going to say cart. And then we can put the cart products or the cart items. So here, first off, I will have a scroll view element. And as usual, I will get 3 different props, the class name, vertical indicator, which is equal to false, and then the content container style with the padding bottom of 240 in this case. Within this, we are going to display the cart items. So I will have a view. Let's say class name is going to be padding x of 6 and space y of 4. Within this, I will say cart items dot map. We're gonna get every single item, and let's just get an index as well. This should be equal to item, by the way. And let's wrap this with parentheses. And we're going to display this part. So it's going to be a view. So as I said, it's going to be a view. We're gonna pass the key as well as the class name. Now within this, we are going to say another view. Here I will give the class name of padding of 4 and let's say flag/row. The first thing that we are going to add is going to be the product image. So we're going to get the image component. Let's get it from Expo image. And instead of saying URI, this should be like this. And we can delete this prop that we don't really need it. Instead, we can say content fit to be cover. Okay, you can pause the video, type this in. Here is what we have, the quantity as well as the image. Let's actually try to run our mobile application. I'll say npx expo, and we can get the simulator. Let's try to put them side by side. And I'll try to reload my app. Okay, let's try to visit the cart screen. This is currently what we have. We cannot see anything because I think instead of just saying width and height, which is equal to 11.2, let's delete them. We will say style. Width is going to be this value and height will be the same. Okay, now we can see it, but we also need to add the border radius. I'm going to delete this from here and let's say border radius like 16 pixels. Okay, and other than the image, we have the product quantity up here that is positioned absolutely to the top right corner, right? So let's maximize this. We will go right after the text and after these 2 views. So I was just saying go after the text and after these 2 views and get another view element. Here are the classes. We are going to say flex of 1, margin left of 4, and we'll say justify between. Now within this, we are going to get a view element. Let me paste this in. It's going to display the product name, the total amount, as well as, how much every single one of them cost. So here is the end result. We can see the product name, right? We can see the total amount and it says $50 each because we have, 4 of them. Okay, I hope that makes sense, but I don't really understand why we don't have any gap here. Let's say, Like, I think we should say something like margin bottom of maybe 2. Is it going to work? Or is it enough? Margin bottom of 3, let's say. Okay, this looks good to me, so I will leave it as it is. Now we can build the action buttons. So I will scroll to the bottom where we have text, and after these two views, I will have another view element. This is going to get the class name of flex/row. Let's say items will be centered and margin top of 3. And here is the very first button. So we're going to get a touchable opacity, class name, active opacity, on press, where we call our mutation by passing the product ID, the item quantity, as well as the new change, right? This is for the minus button. And if we are in the loading state, this is what we're going to see, else the remove button. Okay, so this is what we have exactly. If I press, this should be 2 now. Is it? Why it did not update it? Let me say reload. And test this out once again. So we have 2, 500. Now we have 1. As you can tell, it's been updated. And then we can have the item quantity right after the touchable opacity. So it says 1, 4. Now we are gonna need the next button, which is to increment. And actually you can copy this entire thing, which is this button, and do it yourself. This is what I'll be doing. I will say, here are the classes, active opacity, the content, as well as the method. Everything is the same, but instead of -1, we just say +1, right? And let's see the end result. We can increment this. It should be 2 now. Okay, for some reason it doesn't work in the first try. I think hot reloading doesn't work, is it? Now in the next time it should work. I can decrement. TanStack would invalidate the query, right? I can increment this one, should be 5 minus. Okay, it is actually working. Now we'll scroll to the bottom. After this button, finally we are going to add the delete button, which is going to be this one, right? Once you click it, it's going to delete everything that is related to this product. So it should delete both of them. Again, I need to reload my app. I don't know why this is the case, but now we don't really have that product. Let's try to delete this one. If you say cancel, nothing would happen. But if you say remove, it should be gone, right? Our card is empty. Let's try to add something like 1, 2, and then I will add, let's say, this product. And this is what we have currently in our card. Okay, so that's the card. Now we are missing the summary card. And this doesn't contain any logic. It just has 1, 2. So we can create this under the components. I will say order summary.tsx. And here I'll just get the file from the source code. You can do the exact same thing. It doesn't contain any logic other than 50 lines of code where we have some styling, right? So we have view and text component, we get some props and just display it. Other than return statement, we don't have anything, right? So that's why we are copying and pasting. I hope you guys don't mind it. Just go right above the scroll view and get this component. And let's try to pass the props, which are subtotal, shipping, tags, and the actual total amount. Okay, so that's the end result. Now I think this is just a bit too much gap. Maybe we can go into this view. Here we have space y04, right? Let me just put them side by side. So if we just say 2, it doesn't even update anything. So let's try to delete this. Of 2. And here, instead of margin bottom on this view, we can delete it completely. And like, this is still too much space. Do we have like margin bottom on the products? Let's try to see. Scroll to the bottom. On order summary, do we have any? Okay, it says margin top of 6. I think this is just, isn't it like too much? In this example, okay, so maybe I'll just leave it as it is. If you wanted to update, you could just go here and say margin top of 3, and it should be fixed, but I'll just leave it as margin top of 6. Okay, so that's the card component so far. Now we are missing the checkout section, right? We need to get the overview both on the left hand side, on the right hand side, and we should have a button. But this is not going to be the part of the scroll view component, right? We are going to position this absolutely to the bottom. So here I will go outside of the scroll view element. I will have a view with some classes. Here is what we have: absolute to the bottom, and then we have left and right of 0 so that it is taking the entire space. We have some more classes for the styling, and then we can have our quick stats. So I will grab this, paste this in, where we display the card item count on the left, and then on the right we display the total amount. Okay, so right after the quick stats, we are going to display the checkout button. Again, it'll be around 10 lines of code. So this is the end result. It is just a button with some styling. Once you press, it's going to call this method, right? And it would be disabled if you are in the loading state. If you are in the loading state, let's just say true. This would be the output. We have an like activity indicator component, but else we would see the actual content. Let's try to click. It says you don't have any addresses, and that's true. We need to add some. So we gotta go under the profile, under the addresses, and let's try to add one address. I'll try to add it pretty quickly. So I just filled this in, and I will say set this as my default address. Let's try to add it. Now we can go back and try to say checkout. Okay, so I think we just gotta, like, we have to reload our application. Now let's say checkout. Okay, we didn't get that warning because now we have an address. But once you say checkout, we should see this model this time, which is the address selection model. And this is going to be another component, and this is going to be another component. So we will go under the maybe touchable opacity, and I think outside of this view, so just above the save screen, we are going to say address selection model. Okay, so this is a component that we will just create. Then we're going to add a couple of different props, like is it visible or not. Here is our state. And then what happens if we try to close it? Here is our method. We are going to update the state to be false. On proceed, we are going to call this method, and then we have the loading state. We will say if, is processing or not. Now let's save. We need to copy this name, go under the components. Let's say .tsx, rnfe, and this is what we're gonna build now. So first off, I'll go ahead and try to import this component so that we don't have any errors. Now we have the TypeScript warnings. Let's try to fix them. So let's say we're gonna get all these props. Let me give a little bit of spacing. Okay, so I'll just paste this in. We are getting all these props, but TypeScript doesn't know about it. So we can create an interface. So I will say address selection model props. Visible is going to be a boolean. OnClose is a method that doesn't return anything. Same with the onProceed. It just takes an address ID, and then we have another boolean value. And I think this is just going to be an address rather than address ID. For the type, we can say address, and let's try to import the type. Okay, so here we will have one state. Let's say selected address. It can be either null or an actual address type. And then we will be using our hook called use addresses. And from here, let's try to destructure the, let's say, the addresses, as well as the is loading state. And I will rename this to be something like addresses loading. Alright, now as the name suggests, this is going to be a model component. Let's try to import it from React Native. And we're gonna add 3 or 4 different props, right? So we're gonna have the visible, we're gonna say the animation type, this should be transparent, and on request close, we are gonna call our on close prop. Here I think we forgot to add the type, so we will say this should be type of address selection model props. Okay, now TypeScript is happy with us. Now for the content, we are not going to have a text, but instead we will have a view component, and this is going to get the class name flex-1, let's say background black, and let's make it 50% opacity, and I'll say justify end. Within this view, we will have another view. Let's say the class name is going to be bg background, rounded, let's say top 3x large, and then I'll say height should be 50%, and we can do this by saying 1 divided by 2 is equal to 50%. Okay, so within this view, now we can add the model header component, which is going to be this part where it says select address, and you can close it as well. So I will go ahead and paste this in. Let's get the touchable opacity as well as the ion icons. Okay, so super simple, nothing complicated. And here now we can display the address list. So I'll say addresses list, and we'll go ahead and have a scroll view element. We will try to import the component, and let's say class name is going to be flex1 and padding of 6 from all directions. Now here we'll say if the address is loading, in this case we can return this part, else this part. So here we would like to display an activity indicator, right? So this is what I will have. Let's try to import it. And then in the else case, we are going to display the actual addresses. First off, I'll have a view. Let's say class name of maybe like gap of 4, and for now we can just say you have some addresses growth. Okay, let's save and try to test this out. I'll go under the cart, I'll say checkout. As you can tell, I can see the addresses model, and since we have a text, this warning says this should be within a text component. Now we shouldn't have that warning. We can close it, right? It's the model that slides in from the bottom of the screen. Okay. Now let's try to bring this back. This should be a view component. And here we'll just try to map through the addresses. Now we can type this out, but I'm pretty lazy and I don't really want to waste any time. So I will grab it from the source code, which is like 30 lines of code, and I will walk you through it. Okay, so super simple, nothing complicated. This is what I just pasted. So we will say addresses.map, get every single address, and return this button. So it has the key, class name, and it is, it is dynamic. Let's see. If this address is selected, as you can tell, the border color changes, right? And on press, we call this setter method to be able to set the selected address. And then we have a view which displays the label, if it is default or not, right? Then we have the full name, street address, which is this one, then the city, zip code, state. So no logic at all, right? It is just some UI elements. And then here it says if selected address ID is equal to the address ID, go ahead and display the check mark right here. So I'll just try to go ahead and add one more address so that we can make sure that it is working. So here I'll pretty quickly add one more. Alright, so I just filled this in. Let's say add this address. Okay, it's been added. As you can tell, this is the office now. We can go back and try to say checkout. we cannot see it. Let's try to reload our application. I'll press R. It's been reloaded. Let's try to see once again. Okay, now we have the two different addresses, right? We can scroll through it. And now here we can see we have the scroll indicator, because in this scroll view element, I didn't say, hide the scroll indicator. So we can say shows vertical scroll indicator, which is equal to true by default. But if you wanted to, you can say false, and now it would not be visible. In this case, let's try to make it visible. Okay, so this is how that works. We can select this one or that one, but now we are missing a button to say something like proceed, right? So we will go outside of the scroll view element. So I was saying we are gonna go outside of the scroll view element. We will create another view. Let's say class name will be padding of 6, border of top, let's say. Should be border dash top, and we can give a border color. So this will be border T, and let's say border dash surface. And within this, we can have a touchable opacity, which is something that I will copy and paste from the source code to any lines of code, and here is the end result. Okay, so that's the button that we just copied and pasted. If an address is selected, then we're gonna call this method with that selected address. And this button would be disabled if there are no selected addresses, right? Currently, none of them is selected. If you press, nothing happens, right? It just doesn't even run. Then we have the loading indicator as usual. And in the else case, we have the content, which is this one. Okay, now even if you select an address and say continue with payment, nothing happens because this method doesn't do anything. So on proceed is equal to this one, because if you scroll, you're gonna see that on proceed is equal to this method. And for now, it doesn't do anything, but we will implement the logic in a couple of minutes. Okay, so far so good. If there is anything confusing in this file, I would say just pause the video and try to take a look at it. There is nothing complicated. Like everything that we have done in this section is something that we have done in the past as well. So we have a model component with the regular props, then the rest is just UI, nothing else, right? We have scroll views, view elements, touchable opacity, text, some icons, and we are mapping 3D elements. Now, if you wanted to, instead of using .map, you can use the flat list, but I'll just keep it simple and leave it as it is, because in the past we have learned about the flat list element itself, right? So you know how to use it and why this is important. It was mostly for performance reasons, right? You would pass your array, in this case it is products, and for every single product, we would run this method so that we can display, every single product in a performant way. And then you could add you could add states for empty. You can update the number of columns, so on and so forth. Okay, so if you wanted to, you can update this part as well, but I will leave it in this way. Alright, so that was the entire model component. Now, next, we are gonna build this functionality. When we click to the button, we are gonna get the payment sheet, right? So before we build it, I'll just take 5-minute break and then come back to the video so that we can get started with that functionality. Okay, so let's move on from where we left. We are gonna build this method now, and we are gonna be calling this once we click to this button that says continue to payment. And once we click to it, this model should disappear, right? But instead we should see the payment sheet. And let's see how we can make that work in code. So first off, I will say set address model visible to be equal to false, and then I'll have a try and catch block. Now under the try, I'll say set payment loading to be equal to true, right? Because we are starting the payment. And then we would like to, let me just add the comment. We would like to create a payment intent with cart items and the shipping address, right? Let's say shipping address. And we'll say await. We're going to be using the API. This is going to be a post request. let's say here is the endpoint, which is /payment/create-intent. And we need to pass the data, right? And this is going to get us some data as well. Let's try to destructure this. And here we would like to pass the cards items as well as the shipping address. So I'll say shipping address. Now, these are the fields that we are expecting. If you visit the payment controller file, you're going to see from the client, we would like to get the card items as well as the shipping address, right? So here, these are the fields. For the shipping address, we can add the full name, grabbing it from the state. We're going to get the street address, city, state, zip code, and then the phone number, right? So this is going to give us a data back. And first off, we would like to call our hook or the method that is called initialize the payment sheet. So maybe I'll just copy the name, scroll to the bottom, let's say await, call this, and this expects an object. So we're going to say payment intent client secret. Now here is the part where we need to use this client secret. So we are returning the client secret, right, from the controller. Now we are going to be using it. We will say data.client secret is the merchant display name. So here you would put your store name. Here I will just leave it as it is so that you can have it in the source code, but basically this would be your store name. Now we can go here and try to destructure the errors if we have any, and I will call this as init error. Okay, now here we can just add an if check. Let me first save. I'll say if we have an init error, then we can run this part where I'll just show an alert saying, you know, you have some errors, and then we are going to put the message, whatever that is, right? And then here we can set the state to be, you know, payment loading false, and then we'll just return out of this method because we got some errors. But if we don't have any errors, we can present the payment sheet. So I'll add the comment, let's say present payment sheet. And here, this is how we can do it. We'll say call this method called present payment sheet. And again, this can give us some errors if we have any. So I will destructure it and rename it. And then we can add the if check as well. So I will say if we have any present errors, then we can run this part. Again, it's going to be an alert. Let me paste this in. We'll say payment canceled for some reason, right? And then display the message. But in the else case, we can show a success message. So here I will say alert.alert, success, your payment was successfully done. Your order is being proceeded. And then we can show an OK button. Once you click it, nothing happens. So it is just an empty arrow function. And then we can go under the catch block, just pass an alert that says failed to process the payment. And maybe add a console log, something like payment failed. And then put the error, right next to it. And then finally, either we succeed or fail, we would like to update our loading state. So I will say set payment loading to be equal to false. Okay, now one more thing that we are missing. Once we done everything, right? Once it is done successfully, we would like to clear our card. So we are just going to call that method. We will say clear card, and that should be it. Now let's try to test this out actually. I'll go ahead, take a look at my card. Let me reload my application. It's been a while. Okay, let's go under the card and just say checkout. I will select my home address, right? Not the office. Let's say continue to payment. We have the loading state, and then hopefully, okay, looks like we got an error. It says no such payment intent. Now, I am very glad that we encountered this error. It's because even if we failed, we still try to clear our card, right? So I'm just going to take this, put it right here. Only in the success case, we would like to clear the card. Now I'm not going to save this for now. Here, depending on our code base, for some reason we hit the present error check, right? We can see the payment canceled as the title, and then here is the message. Now I don't know what this means. Let's try to say okay and just try to do it once again. Before we do so, let's take a look at the Stripe dashboard. Do we have any transactions? Okay, like here you can see we just got one, but it says incomplete, right? The customer has not entered their payment method. Okay, so that's a process, right? A progress, I would say. Let's try to test this out once again. I will add this and just try to check out with it. Okay, again, something fails. Let's try to see what's the reason. So I just paused the video for a second and immediately found the problem. So we just forgot one step under the root layout. We just forgot to set up Stripe. Okay, so we need to take our entire application and again wrap it with a Stripe provider this time. So I'll just scroll to the top. Let's say import Stripe provider from the package, and then we'll go right after the query client. Let's say Stripe provider. That was a silly mistake, apologize, but here we go. Now we'll just add the publishable key, and this is gonna be our Stripe publishable key, right? So we can go under the home, copy this, we can paste it here. And to be honest, the better option would be to put it under the .env file. So I'll go right here under the mobile, we have a .env file. We also have .env.local, but I think this is generated by Sentry wizard when we initialize Sentry. I think we can combine both of them into one file. For now, I'll just go ahead, use the .env file, paste this in, which is Expo public Stripe publishable key, and then I will cut it from here, paste it as the value. Now we can say something like it's going to be I think, yeah, process.env. Let me shrink the left hand side, and we will say, get the, where that is. I'll just copy it, paste this in. Okay, now TypeScript doesn't really know if this is undefined or if you actually have the value. So we can just say, don't worry, they'll always be here by adding the bang operator at the end. Alright, so this is what we were missing. Now hopefully it should work out, and notice how even though we failed, our card has not been cleared because we say only clear it if everything done successfully. So with this, I'll just go ahead, reload my application under the mobile, and then let's try to give it a go once again. This time I'll say checkout, continue to the payment. Okay. Hopefully this time we got the payment sheet without any errors. Now let's try to say, if you try to press this, it's going to run the payment canceled. So let's try to see. Payment canceled, this is the message that we are getting from the method. And if we take a look at the dashboard, so under the transactions, you're going to see all of them are incomplete. Let's try to do once again. But this time we'll try to actually pay. So Stripe gives you a test card, which is like a bunch of 42s. So just put 42, but here it should be something like, if you put 42, it says it's expired. So put an actual date. Here again, you can put anything, even like 1, 2, 3. I think it should be fine. And I'll say pay. It's processing. Once it is done successfully, we got the success message and card has been cleared in the background. Now let's say okay and try to reload this page to see if we got the success payment. Okay, so here we can see the latest one has been succeeded. Here is the payment method, description, the customer, date, like every detail that Stripe gives you. You can even click to it and see, I think, everything that you would need, right? And here under the shipping address, we have the full name, street address, city, state, everything that we passed from the client. But if you have realized, this is under the metadata. So this is coming from the API actually. Let's take a look at the payment.controller. So under the metadata, we have sent 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 different fields. And this is exactly what we have, right? We have clerk ID, order items, shipping address, total price, as well as the user ID. And we are going to be needing this in the incoming minutes when we use the Stripe webhooks. So that's how easy it is to implement these Stripe payments on the client side. So if we take a look at this method, it's around maybe 50 lines of code and there isn't anything complicated. We're just sending the data to our endpoint. Then we are getting the method called initialize the payment sheet, then present it, and if everything is done successfully, we are going to clear the card. Now, this is not really okay when it comes to the error handling, because we only have like console logs and alerts, which lives on the user device. So as the admin, we should have all these logs in our, in our server at some place, right? And in this case, we're going to be using Sentry because not every single time the payments is going to succeed, right? As we have seen, we got some payment intent request failed and we realized that we didn't really set up the Stripe provider. So these kind of things will always happen and there will be even things that you cannot even imagine. So for that reason, we have to use some logs so that we can, whenever we have some errors, we can trace them. Before we jump into the coding, I would like to show you the diagram that I have prepared. So why should you use Sentry logs and not just console log? Here's a perfect comparison. So console log lives on user's device only, right? It disappears when app closes and it is just a plain text. It has no connection to the errors. However, on the other side, Sentry logs are sent to the Sentry server. So it lives on the cloud, right? It is persisted and searchable. It is structured, it is linked to the traces, errors, and even replays. You can just see a console log, or in this case, a Sentry log, and you can even watch the replay of it because it is completely linked. Now, this has the power when your application scales. In our case, we just have an app where we are the only user. But just imagine your app has 50,000 users and you're getting 500 checkouts daily. And within these checkouts, some of them will fail, right? If you use console log, you have nothing. User will say it didn't work and now you're blind, right? But with Sentry logs, you can query. You can say, okay, we just got an error. Here is our level, which is error. Then the message that says payment failed, city, and in the last 24 hours. And if we even want to be specific to find this exact same user, we will just say, here is the user ID, here is the action, show us the logs, why did it failed. And here's an example scenario. You would get a support ticket that says user called John couldn't check out in the last 2 hours, right? Or 2 hours ago. In Sentry, you would add a query, like here is the user ID, then you would see the full timeline. So you have one info log that says checkout initiated, here is the item count and the details. Another info log that says payment sheet initialized, but then they got the error, right? So we have the error log. You would see, okay, why this is the case, payment failed. You would click to the trace, see the API call, which is failed with the status code, and then you could click the replay. And then you can jump into your code base, try to fix, fix the problem. So I really hope that you're able to see the power of this at scale. If you have a, like a huge amount of users and some huge amount of checkouts daily, you should always think about that some of them will eventually fail, right? And you need to get some logs that is like searchable, and you should be able to update and fix your code base. So let's see how we can set this up within this method. First off, I'll just scroll to the top and I'll try to import Sentry. So here I'll go ahead and paste this in, import everything as Sentry from Sentry React Native. And then we'll scroll to the bottom where we have this method. And right after the loading state, I will say something like checkout initiated, right? Here I'll add a comment. Let's say log the checkout initiated. And then we will say Sentry the logger the info. We're gonna pass the message. Let's say something like checkout initiated. And then we're gonna pass our attributes, which is going to be under the object. And then here we'll say the item count. You can pass anything by the way, but we'll say card items. So we will pass the card item count, and then we can also pass the total as well as the city. Then we can scroll to the bottom where we have the if check. It says if we have any init error, instead of putting an alert or console log only, we should run a Sentry logger once again. And here is how I'll be doing it. I will say Sentry logger.error because it is an error, right? In this case, it was info, but this time it'll be error. We're gonna put the title or the message that says payment sheet init failed. Here are the error code, error message, card total, and then the item count. So by passing these, we should be able to search them and query them in the Sentry dashboard. And then we can scroll to the bottom. We have another error case. Just instead of showing an alert, I will have the exact same thing. Sentry.logger. This is going to be an error log. Here's the payment canceled title as well as the attributes. So I'll give a little bit of space. Then I think we can go under the success case. We should show some kind of an info like payment has done successfully. Okay, so we can put the, we can include the total as well as the item count. And then I'll scroll to the catch. Again, instead of having a console log, you should definitely have a Sentry log, right? So I will even delete this completely, paste this in. Here again, payment failed, this is an error, and we are going to include some details. And these details will become queryable tags, right? So at scale, you should say something like, show me all checkouts over $500 that failed. Or you could say something like, show me all errors from users in California, or how many checkouts failed today versus yesterday. So that's the beauty of it. It's really hard to display it with limited data, but let's just try to see. Under the Sentry dashboard, under the Explore logs, just go ahead and try to get one of your logs that you had. So this is the one that we had in the past. So you can click to it, you can see the trace, and from here, let's just click to one of these, and you can even get the replay. So you can scroll to the bottom. Replay is loading. Okay, so this is what your user see, right? This is what they have done. They click to one of these buttons and some of them failed. And then you can get into the details, try to see what is missing in your code base and try to fix it. So I hope that makes sense, but the TLDR of this Sentry logs turn your application into a searchable and traceable system instead of a black box with console logs, right? The value explodes at scale when you need to debug issues across thousands of users. So I hope that makes sense and it was helpful to see the entire workflow. Okay, so far so good, everything is working, but you might be asking, if we take a look at the payments, it is done successfully. But then if we see our database, we don't really have any orders, right? Under the orders, you're gonna see nothing has been created. So users would be really mad if they pay and then visit the order screen, then see no results, right? And we have to fix this. Now we are going to be fixing this by using these Stripe webhooks. So here is the workflow. User will pay successfully, and then Stripe will send us a event, right? Let's say they will send us an event. It'll say this user paid successfully, or let's say something like payment intent succeeded, or whatever, we'll just get an event name, and then we are going to call a method in the background so that we can create the order in the database. So first off, let's try to write the code under the backend folder. Once we are done with it, we will come here and add some configurations under the webhooks. Okay, so first off, let's go under the VS Code. I'll try to close everything. Go under the backend, source server.js. Now I'd like to show you something. Our endpoint is going to be something like /API/payment/webhook. Okay, so this is the endpoint that Stripe will send an event. But now if you take a look at the Stripe documentation, they say you should not use express.json for the webhook endpoint. Okay, so they say you should use something called express.row. Let's take a look at it. If you search for Stripe events webhook and take a look at the documentation, let's select the language called Node.js. Okay, so here it says under the webhook endpoint, you should use express.row. Now this is necessary for the signature verification process, and we are going to see how to make that work. Okay, so now that we know this is coming from documentation, we will go under the VS Code. I will delete this comment. Now here I will take this. Okay, so I'm going to cut this line and put it above the express.json. So before we use this, we should call our API payment endpoint. And here I'm going to cut this part. For now, I will say, before you run this, actually, we should run a middleware. Okay, so here we are going to add our own custom middleware method. So we're going to get the request, response, and then the next method. I think this is going to be an arrow function like this. And here we would like to check if this is the webhook endpoint or not. So I will say if request.original URL, if it is equal to /API/payment/webhook. So that means, Stripe just send us an event. In this case, we would like to run express.row, and we're going to pass the type to be equal to application JSON like this. And then we're going to call the, we're going to pass the request, response, as well as the next method. But in the else case, that means this is not the Stripe endpoint. It does something like, let me show you. It could be this endpoint, right? We are calling it from the client. So in this case, we don't really want to use the express.row, but instead we would like to use express.json. So we're going to call this method and pass the request, response, and then the next method. Okay, so here I'll add a comment. I'll say parse JSON for non-webhook routes. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Once again, we need to add this so that, as the Stripe documentation says, this is necessary for the signature verification process. And we are going to get the signature from the headers. Okay, so we just took the API payment route from this line and we put it above the express JSON. Then we have one if and else statement. Here I'd like to add the comments so that you can have it in the source code. Okay, now we will go under the payment routes and we will create one more route. Let's say router.post. This is going to be /webhook. And we'll say call the handle webhook method. Now we don't really need to add protect route before this method because Stripe validated, Stripe is going to validate it with the signature. So I'm going to paste this in. No auth needed. Stripe validates via signature. And we can copy this name now, go under the controller and create this method. We'll say async function. Paste the name, we're going to get the request and response. Okay, so let's pretty quickly try to import it and just see what we have done. We created this if and else statement, right? And this is still under the payment routes. So /API/payment/webhook is going to call this method, right? Okay, now let's go into the payments.controller.js file and try to get started with the controller. Now, this is coming from the documentation, okay? So we're going to get the signature so that we can verify that this event is coming from Stripe. Because if you think about it, everyone can call this endpoint, right? we need to somehow just verify that this is Stripe. And this is the process. So we're going to get the signature, and then I will create a, let's say let event variable. For now, it can be undefined. And then I'm going to get my try and catch block. So I will say event will be equal to stripe.webhooks.construct event. And we're going to pass the request.body signature as well as the Stripe webhook secret. Now we don't have this yet. We are going to create it. And again, this is like completely coming from the Stripe documentation. You don't need to memorize it or whatsoever, right? So here, if you can see, it's the exact same thing. And this is what I have done. Now, just before we forget, I'm going to copy this name and go under my env file and just create it. So I will say process.env and paste this in. Stripe webhook secret. Then we can visit the .env file and just say Stripe webhook secret, and it's going to get a value. For now, let's just say something test, but we are going to get this value from the Stripe dashboard. Okay, so that was the verification process. Now we are going to check for the event type. So I will say if event.type is equal to payment intent succeeded. Okay, let's say succeeded. If this is the case, then we can actually go ahead and create the order in the database. So first off, from the event.data.object, we are going to get the payment intent. Okay, so this should be type safe, I believe. Okay, so if you say event, you can see all the fields that it has. We're going to go under the data and we're going to get the object, which is the payment intent. Then we can add a console log. So I'll say payment succeeded, and here is the ID. And then we can have a try and catch block. Under the try, we can extract the metadata. So as I told you in the past, like we even have a comment. I said that we're going to be using this metadata in the webhook section. So now it is the time. So we can grab all these values from the metadata. Okay, so let's scroll to the bottom. Here, right after the console log within the try, I'm going to say payment intent metadata, and here we can get all these values, which is equal to user ID, clerk ID, let's say order items, shipping address, and I think the total price. Now these are coming from Stripe in this case, right? Because we saved them under the metadata, and we're going to be using them to be able to update our database. So first off, I'm going to check if an order already existed. Okay, so this is going to prevent the duplicates. So we'll say existing order, find one, and here is the field if this is matching. You know, if this is matching, that means there is an existing order. We're going to hit this if check, and we're going to, you know, say order existed, and for the received, we'll say true. So that means like there is no errors, but we just know that the order has already been created. And then if this is not the case, then we have to create the order from scratch. So I will add a comment, let's say create order. And this is like just Mongoose specific or MongoDB. I'll paste this in, we say order.create, pass all the fields, and then get the order as the result, right? So this is super basic. We have done this multiple times at this point. Now we can also update the product stock, right? If an order has been created, we need to say -1 for the stock. I will say update product stock, paste this in. We will basically increment it with minus and quantity, whatever that is. Could be -10, -1, -100. Okay, so this is what we'll be doing. And then we can clear the user's cart. I think we are already doing it, don't we? Because if we take a look at the cart.tsx, once this is done successfully, we say call the clear cart method, right? And it's going to clear the cart. So here we don't really need to do it. So I am just going to add a console log that says order created successfully, and here is the order ID. And then in the catch, again, we can add a console log to see, you know, what happened, and we can debug it. So with this, I think that's the entire method. It's not really that complicated, is it? we are just getting the Stripe signature and then do the verification process. Then if it is done successfully, we're going to check for the event type. If it is intent succeeded, right? If the payment intent succeeded, we're going to get the payment intent. We're going to grab the metadata that we already sent, right? So here we sent the metadata when we create the intent. Okay, and then we're going to use these values to be able to create the order in the database. So you can pause the video, type this out, or if you have done it already, you can just read the code like what we are doing. Okay, now that was the entire method, but we are missing one thing, as you can tell. Let me just scroll and find it. We don't really have the Stripe webhook secret. And to be able to get this, we will go under the Stripe dashboard. Let's search for webhooks. Now you can test out locally, but I think we'll just do it in the best way possible. We're going to have it in the production, okay? So we already deployed our API, which is under the Sevalla. Let's go ahead and visit that as well. I will visit dashboard and I will find my project. It was this one. Now, since I'm recording the part 2, after the part 1, I have deactivated this project. But let me go ahead and activate it once again. So it is just working in the exact same way, but basically I paused it so that until the part 2 is live, none of you guys can use it and, load my API. Okay. Now I think our application should be live. Let's see this. Okay, so it'll just take a bit of time for this to go live, but it should be working. Now we'll go here under the webhooks. We will say add a destination. And then I will scroll to the bottom. Here, let's say our account, selected events. Here, I think I will search for the payment intent succeeded, right? It was this one that we are listening. So we would like to listen for this event and we'll say continue. Webhook endpoint, let's say continue with this. And let's paste our URL /API, and the endpoint that we are listening is payment /webhook, right? So whatever you put here, it should match exactly as what you have here, right? It is /API /payment and then this /webhook. So if you had like webhook X here, it should be webhook X as well. So it's really important. I wanted to highlight it. Okay, we can leave the name as it is. Then you can add a description. I'm going to leave it as it is. Let's say create the destination. And this should give us a webhook secret, right? It is the signing secret. So I'm going to reveal it, copy it, and now we can paste it here under the env file. Okay. But it's more important that you copy this and actually paste it right here. So let's find the environment variables. So this is the key, this is the value. And we also added these two environment variables, which is Stripe publishable key, as well as the secret. Let's say add another one, paste this, and I think we can just, we can add the environment variables. Now, before we deploy it, we would like to add a commit so that our entire code base would be deployed. And just before we add a commit, I've realized under the payment controller, we don't really send a response back. So right after the try and catch block, so right here, after the if statement, we are going to say res.json received of true. So basically this will indicate that we received the webhook successfully, okay? Just make sure that you have added at the very end. And then we can, I think, commit our changes. So I am going to create a new branch. Let's say toggle the status bar visibility. For the name, we can just say card screen, maybe n webhooks. or just card screen, right? Because everything is related to this screen. So that's the name that I came up with. Now let's go ahead, add everything, add a commit message like card screen and webhooks added. Let's say commit and publish the branch. We'll go into the source code, and then from here we can create the pull request. Now we can wait for the suggestions that will be coming from CodeRabbit. If you wanted to, you can wait. At this point we have, I have already tested out everything we have done should be working out, hopefully. So I'll just say merge the pull request. Let's say confirm the merge. And then Sevalla should redeploy our application immediately. Okay, so deployment is in progress. And if you take a look at the admin dashboard, it is working successfully. Now let's go back to VS Code, switch to the master and get the latest changes. Okay, now our code base should be up to date, right? This is what we have added. Now I'll wait for the deployment process to be completed. Once it is done, we're going to come back and check it out if it is working successfully or not. Okay, so I think it is done successfully. Here we can see we don't have any issues. Now, if everything is done correctly, this is what should happen. Once we order something, Stripe will send us an event to our endpoint, and then we are going to create the order. So let's test this out. I will open up the simulator. What does that mean? Let's try to put them side by side. And I'll just try to reload my application under the mobile. Okay, so under the card, we don't have anything. Let's try to add something. I added the keyboard and I will add the smartwatch as well. Now let's try to say checkout. Select this address that says Daisy Street. Now I'll try to pay successfully. Okay, so it's been done successfully, and hopefully within our API, we should get the call. And then in the database, let me open this up. Under the orders, we should have the order. Okay, so here we can see we got the order. Here is the order items. The total price was this one. Status is equal to pending, succeeded. And we can take a look at the dashboard. Let's go under the overview. I think just under the webhooks, we should have something like one call. Let me refresh. Okay, so like we just got one and it is succeeded. Let's go under the events. So you can click to the payment intent succeeded and take a look at the end result. So we have the metadata. Now let's go under the overview. Maybe, wait, how do we go back? I'm going to close this. Under the transactions, we should have like, one payment that is also succeeded. So that was in development, but this is done in production, and then we got the order in the database, right? Okay, so just to make you happy, I will go ahead and do it once again, just to prove you that this is going to work every single time. So I will add some stuff to my bag, and let's say checkout. The total is 150. This time I will select my office address. Let's fill this in. Cart has been cleared. We got the success message. Now, if we try to refresh, we should have two different documents, hopefully. Okay. So it is working as expected. Once again, here is the workflow. Once we pay successfully, Stripe calls our endpoint, which is this one. Let me pretty quickly display it. it is this one, right? It is the webhook endpoint. And then from here, we get our webhook secret and verify the signature and then listen for this event type. Stripe is going to send this, and then we are going to get the metadata, then create the order right here in the database. So that's why we can see the order in MongoDB in the first place. Okay, so that's the entire workflow. And I think the entire section as well. We built the card screen with all the styles, design, and with the actual functionality. Now I think we can complete this entire section, but just before we do so, I'd like to add a quick note. So here in our application, we are able to use Stripe because we are selling actual physical products, right? But if you were to sell some digital, digital products, in that case, you might not be able to use Stripe because, you know, App Store or Google Play Store is going to deny your payments. Now, why this is the case? It's because if you're selling some digital products, like let's say you build a game, you are selling some coins, right? And that coins are only usable within the application. So in that case, you need to use something called, you know, in-app purchases. And for this, there is a solution, like a product, like as much as I know, it's called Revenue Cat, and it is like number one at this point. It is one of the most popular, it's one of the most popular options. But since we are selling some physical products that is going to, you know, shipped to our users, it is completely fine if you are using Stripe in this case, okay? So in e-commerce applications where you have some products that are physical that you are shipping to your users, in that case you can use Stripe. But if you were to selling some digital products like some coins that is only usable within the app, right? In that case you need to use in-app purchases. Otherwise, you cannot really deploy your application to App Store or to Play Store. I just want you to know this, keep this in mind, take it in your notes so that you don't really forget about it. With this, I think we can complete this entire section. The only thing that we left is the order screen, and we can build it in the next section. And just before we end this section, I realized there is an extra empty space, so I don't know why I added this line, but let's delete it so that we don't have any changes. This should update. Okay, now we don't really have any changes in the Git history, right? So with this, I'll see you in the next section. Okay, so we are in the very last section of this course. We are going to build the order screen. Okay, so here is the end result. We are going to fetch all of our orders under the order screen, and we can add a rating if it is already delivered. If you press this button, this model will pop up and you can see all the products within this order, and you can add stars, right? Once you select everything, we can say submit all ratings, and if it is done successfully, we are going to get a success message. Now notice how if it is pending or if it is shipped, you cannot add a rating, okay? So it has to be delivered. And once you rate, this button will disappear and it'll say something like reviewed, okay? So that's the end result. Let's try to build it. First off, I'll go into, let's say, VS Code and go under the mobile. First off, we are going to have a file under the lib. I will say utils.yes. And we are going to have three different methods here. It's going to be helpful. Now I will copy this from the source code. You can do the exact same thing. Just go ahead, find this file. It'll be like 20 lines of code and paste this in. So we have one method that is going to capitalize the first letter, right? Then the format date as well as the get status color. So you're gonna pass the status. Depending on the state, it's going to give you a different color. And here is the end result. For the shipped, it's going to be this blue color. For the delivered, this green color, and then the yellow color. Okay, so this is what the method does. Now let me try to toggle the status bar visibility so that we have more space. That was the very first file that we just created. Now we will go under the hooks and we will create two different hooks. The first one will be use reviews.ts file, and this will basically the file where we are going to create the mutation to be able to create a review. And then we will have the use orders.ts. Now this is going to be pretty basic because all we want to do is send a query to be able to fetch our orders. Okay, so let me zoom in and paste this in. Again, you can find this content from this file under the source code. It is like 10 lines of code. We get our API and then we send a query to our endpoint. It is a GET request. We just return the orders. Now you can either return it immediately like we do, or you can say const, result that's equal to this, and then return the result. It's the exact same thing as doing it in this way. So this is a bit more elegant. I will leave it in that way. Okay, super simple, nothing complicated. And then we pass the type so that TypeScript knows what we are returning out of this hook. Okay, so that was the use orders.ts file. Now we can go under the use reviews and try to build it as well. So as usual, I will get my imports, which is the mutation, query client, and then the use API hook. We can say export const use reviews. This is going to be an arrow function. Within this, we can get our API instance. Let's say use API, call this. And then we will also get the query client so that we can invalidate the queries. And then we will have one mutation called create review, right? Let's try to open this up and go within the hook. We will say our mutation function is going to be an async function, let's say, and this is going to get some data. Now let's add the type for this. First off, I will create the method. Now this is type of any, right? Let's try to make this happy. I will say maybe like create review data, and we can create this type. I'll say interface, copy the name, paste this in. Let's say this will be an object where we will get the product ID, that is type of string. Then we can get the order ID, that is also type of string. And then we can have the rating, which is going to be type of number, right? Okay, so if you want to create a review, you need to pass these so that we know which product that you're rating, what order that is included, and then the rating. Is it 1 star, 5 stars? That's that value. And then now we'll go here. I will say const. We'll just send a post request to our endpoint, which is /reviews, and we're gonna pass the data. And then we'll return the data out of it. Okay, on success case, we can invalidate our queries by calling the query client.invalidate queries. We will basically fetch the products again. And here I just realized we can add another invalidate query. So I'm going to open up a curly brace. Let's close this off, save, and duplicate this. We also want to invalidate the orders query, okay? Because once we create a review, we would like to fetch the latest orders so that UI can update, right? So once you add a review to this, UI should update and you should see something like reviewed on this product. So that's why we are going to add this line. Okay, so that's the entire mutation. We can go ahead and return our fields. So I will say the loading state is going to be is creating review, and we can say create review dot is pending, and then we are going to return the actual mutation. So I will say create review, and we can say create review dot mutate. Now in this case, we are going to use the async method. Now I think we have used it in the CRUD, use CRUD.ts file as well. And we can delete this to do. We don't really need it because we completed that to do. So here we used mutate async for the clear card, but this was unnecessary. I just realized it, but here this will be necessary, and I will explain once we use it. Okay, so you can go back here and try to bring this back to mutate. Okay, so that was my bad. Apologize. Let's save this file. This could be mutate, but here we need it actually to be mutate async. And then I'll say create review async. Okay, so that's the entire hook. You can take a look at it. We have a basic mutation that is going to create a review, and we are returning our fields. So now that we have this in place, we can go under the orders screen, which is under the app, under the profile tab, under the orders.tsx file. And before we build the return statement, I'm going to call my hook to be able to fetch my orders. And then I will do the same thing for the use reviews hook. We're going to get our loading state as well as the method. Now we are going to need one state to be able to keep track of the state of if we should show the rating model or not, which is this one, right? So initially it is not displayed. Once you press, then you can see it. So initially it's equal to false. And then we are going to have another state to show the selected order. This could be initially null, but it could also be the order type. Okay, then finally one more state. We are going to have the product ratings, and here is how that will work. Basically it's going to be an object. Let's say the key is going to be something like, product ID. Let's say it has 1, 2, 3, and then the rating. Let's say you give 5 stars for this one. And then you have another product. Let's say this is the ID, and you give 1 star, right? This is the structure. Basically, it'll be key value pairs. Key will be the product ID, and then value will be the star, okay? So this is the structure, and here is how we can have it. It's going to be product ratings. Initially, it's going to be an empty array. Just to make TypeScript happy, we're going to pass the type, okay? So this is how we would do it with JavaScript, and this is with TypeScript. The key is going to be a string, and value is going to be the number, okay? So just like this. So that was the state. Now we need to have a method that is called handle open rating. And this is going to take an argument, which is the order itself. And we can say, first off, show the model. And then we can say set selected order to be equal to this order. And then we can initialize, let me just type this in. I'll say initialize ratings for all products to 0. So when you open up the model, first off, you would like to see this initial state for each products, right? For this one, for that one, so on and so forth. So this is what we're going to be doing. We will basically say initial ratings. It's going to be an empty array. It's going to be an empty object. Now, just before we write the rest of the code, I have realized under the types, I have a mistake. So order item product should be just type of product, okay, not the string. I'm going to delete it. Probably this is how you have it in the source code, or if not, just go ahead and fix it in that way, okay? Because product is type of product, not string. I don't know why I had it in that way, but I just fixed it. Okay, so we got the initial ratings, and now we can reset them. So we will basically say order items. For each item, we are going to say the initial rating is going to be equal to 0, okay? So this is basically resetting the state for each product. And then finally, we can update the ratings. So I will say set product ratings to be equal to this initial ratings. So that's the entire method. We can shrink this now. Then we can have another method called handle submit rating. This is going to be an async method. Now, if user wants to add a rating, they should select all the products, right? So they cannot leave this empty. Select this and say submit all ratings. We are going to throw an error. We'll say you should select this product as well, right? So here I will add a check. First off, I'll say if there is not a selected order, return out of the method. And then I'll say check if all products have been reviewed. This is how we can do it. We'll say all rated, which is going to be a Boolean value. And then we'll say, if not, show an alert that says, please rate all the products. And this part has nothing to do with React or React Native. This is basic JavaScript. I hope you already know this. Okay, so right after this validation check, we can have a try and catch block. Now under the try, we will say await promise.all. Now we are using promise.all to be able to run all of them in parallel. Let's say you give 5 stars to this product, okay, and 3 stars to this one. This and that one is going to run at the same time. But if one of them fails, we are going to hit the catch block. But if both of them succeed, we can show an alert like you rated all of the products. Okay, now let's go under here. We will say selected order items. We're going to map through them. For every single item, we are going to say call this method called create review async. And then we are going to pass the product ID, which is item.product._ID. And then we can pass the order ID itself. Let's say selected order._ID, and then the rating. So we are going to grab it from our object, which is called product ratings, and we can pass the product ID. So I will say item.product._ID. This is going to give us the rating. So we are able to use the promise.all and await it thanks to the async method. If this was just mutate, so I'll go into here. If this was only mutate, like, oops, what have I done? If this was equal to mutate, you could not use this part, right? Like this would not make any sense because this is not going to wait. Okay, so you cannot await it. For that reason, we will use mutate async. Now let's go under the card.tsx. I'd like to show you something else. Let's find the clear card method. So in the past, we made it to be mutate async, right? If it was mutate async, then you could do something like await. Okay, so you could await this, and then let's say you want to do something else. I don't know, like some operation. But first off, you want to wait for this. Then you can use the mutate async. So you should use mutate async if you want to await a mutation. I hope that makes sense. Now I'll bring this back because we don't really need this await. And then I'm going to bring this back as well to mutate. In here, I'll just scroll to the top. We are not using these values. We can delete them. Okay. Now let's go under the orders.tsx. That was the try block. Once this is done successfully, we can show an alert like success, thank you for rating all products. Then we can hide the model, say selected order is equal to none, and get rid of the ratings under this state. And then under the catch block, if we have any errors, we can show an alert. Here I'll say type is going to be any. Now if you wanted to, you can add Sentry logging here as well, but I'll just try to keep it simple and to move forward. So that's the entire logic that we would need. We have two different methods, some states in our mutations and queries. Then we can jump into the return statement. Let's take a look at the end result to see what we are building. So at the very top, we are going to have a header component that has the back button as well as the title. So I will go here, delete this text and paste this in, which is the header component. We will get the touchable opacity, the router from Expo, and then the ion icons. Okay, so that's the header component. Now let's go below and I'll say if we are in the loading state, we are going to return what we call the loading UI. And as usual, I will create it at the bottom of the screen. So you can grab this from the source code under the orders.tsx. Just scroll to the bottom, you're going to see this. Import the activity indicator and it should be fine. And then as usual, we will have the error UI as well as the empty UI. Okay. So once again, you can make them to be reusable components, but I'm just trying to keep it simple at this point. Then we'll say if we are not in the loading state, then we can run this part, which is going to be for the error check. If we have some errors, then we can return this component, which is error UI, right? But in the else case, we can check if there are not any orders, and I need to turn this off or close this off. We'll say if there are no orders, or if the orders.length is equal to 0. In this case, we would like to return the empty UI. Let me just save, or here I'll just say in the else case, you have some products. Let's say you have something. Okay, so this might look a little bit confusing, but I think it's very elegant. It's just like an if-else statements couple of times, right? If it is loading, return the loading UI. Else, if it is in the error state, return error UI. Else, if we don't have any orders, return empty UI. And finally, in the else case, we are going to map through the actual orders. So here I will return a scroll view element. Let's import it from React Native, and we're going to give some props. I will grab them. As usual, class name of flex1, do not show the indicator as well as the content container style, which is going to be padding bottom of 100. Then I'll have a view within this. Let's say class name will be padding x of 6 and y of 4. And then we can map through the orders. So I will say orders.map. Let's grab every single order, and we are going to run a function. So before we say return this JSX, we can put two different variables. So I will get the total items, and we will use the reduce method to be able to get the actual quantity, and then we can get the first image because we are going to display it within the model. Okay, and here you can see we are using the total items just above the actual price. So that's the variable that we created. Now within the return statement, I will have a view. Let's try to get this. And as usual, we're going to pass the key. Let me try to copy it. And then we're going to have one class name, which is a background surface, rounded 3x large, padding 5, and margin bottom of 4. Then I'll have another view. Let's say this is going to get the class name of flag/row and margin bottom of 4. Now this is going to get the first product image. So I will add a view with the class name of relative, and then we're gonna pass the Expo image. So source is going to be first image. Let's try to import it. Then the style, which is height of 80, width of 80, and then some border radius. Then content fit is going to be cover. Now also we would like to add this badge if there are more products, right? As you can tell here, it says +1 because in this order we have another product. So this is the first one, and then here is the second one. So we are going to add a check. Let me paste this in, which is like 5 lines of code right after the image. So we will say if the length is more than 1, we can add plus and then whatever the length is, okay? Then I will scroll to the bottom after the curly braces and after this view. Okay, so go right after this, paste this in. I will save and walk you through it. This is what I just pasted. We are going to put the order number itself. We're going to get the created at date. So let me show you where we are building. So this is the part that we are currently trying to build. Created at, and now we are going to get the status color by calling this method, and we are going to update the opacity by passing +20. And then let's import this method as well, which is going to capitalize the first letter of the status. Now right after the status, we would like to put this part. So we're going to have the product name and then the quantity. So head over to the right after the text and after these 3 views, okay? So give a little bit space and get this part. We're going to map through every single item. We're going to show a text and we will put the name and then the quantity. And then we will go outside of the text, and after the curly braces, still within this view, I will get another view. Let me grab this and close this off. So this is what we just added. And within this, we are going to have the first part as the total items. So I'm going to paste this in. We say total items and then put the price, which is this part. And then on the right hand side, we are going to display this button, okay? But we are only going to display it if it is delivered. So we need to check for the state. If it is shipped or if it is pending, we are not going to display anything. Let's keep this in mind and see how we can build it. right after this view, I will give a little bit space and I'll say order.status if it is equal to delivered. In this case, we would like to run this part. And we'll say if order has reviewed. In this case, we are going to run this part, else we're going to run this part. If it is already reviewed, we can show a badge that says reviewed, right? But in the else case, we are going to display this button. Okay, so here, as you can imagine, it'll be a touchable opacity. And once you press to it, let me just zoom out. Once you press, we are gonna call the method with the current order. And then here is the text content. And let me go ahead, open up the simulator so that we can see the end result. So this is the demo application that I was running. Let's try to run our actual app. I'll say reload, maybe press I. Let me try to log in pretty quickly. We will go under the profile, under the orders. This user should have two different orders, and here is the end result. Now, since it is in the pending state, we cannot really see the buttons. Let's try to go under the admin dashboard. I'll say npm run dev. And we'll try to update the state to be shipped. First off, we need to log in. So I will go under the orders. Let's say the one with the 150 will be equal to delivered. It's been updated. Let's see the application. I'm going to reload this. Under the profile, let's say orders. Here we can see the one with the 150 is delivered. Now we can leave a rating. But if I click to it, nothing happens. It's because we don't have this component and we need to create it now. So we are making really good progress at this point. Let's visit VS Code and try to build this component. So right after the scroll view, I think, just above the save screen. So let's go right here and create this component called rating model. And I will copy the name, go under the components, and create this file. Let's say rnfe, maybe give a little bit space, then try to import it in this file. Now here we will pass some props, and let me get them one by one. So as usual, we will add the visible prop. Then on close, we are going to update our state to be equal to false. We're gonna pass the order, and then we're gonna get the product ratings. Paste this in. Then we will have on submit method. And then if we are submitting or not, right? The loading state. Now one more method, which is going to be on rating change, which is this functionality. Let's say you press this icon, this star, it should fill in all of these, just like in that way, right? So we press this one, it's going to fill all these three items. And here is the method. It's going to get the product ID as well as the rating. It will keep the previous state, but only update that specific product's rating. Okay, I hope that makes sense. This is basic React, like nothing complicated. We are just getting the previous state on the product ratings. We keep them as it is, and then we only update the product, the selected product. So product ID and then the rating. This could be 1 or 5. From between 1 and 5. Now, of course, TypeScript is not happy with us. It says you should get these props and then you should add the type. So I will say something like rating model props, and we can create an interface for this. At the very top, I will say here's our interface. We are getting the visible state, which is a Boolean value, the method. For onClose, it is a method that does not return anything, so on and so forth. You can just see the screen. I'm going to order type import the order type, and we should be done with the interface. Now we are not going to have any logic other than the return statement. So this is going to be a model component. Let's import it from React Native. And then we're going to add some props. I will paste this in. Now in the past, we have used the type of slide. Now we are using the fade. Okay, let's delete the text. We don't really need it. Now here I will add another component. I think we have never used it before. It'll be touchable opacity without feedback. Okay, so touchable without feedback. And it's basically a touchable opacity, but once you press it, it doesn't give you any feedback. So here, when you press it, I think this doesn't give you as well, does it? Let me just reload the application. So like this is a touchable opacity. If you press it, it gives you a feedback, right? But this component is not going to give you that feedback. And once we press, it's going to close it. This is basically the, let's say, backdrop layer. And you're going to see how that will work. Basically, if you press like here or here outside of the model, it's going to close the model. This is what we are doing with this component. And then we are going to have one view within this. Let's try to close this off. And if you don't want to type out this component, please just find the source code, get this file, copy it completely, paste this in, and then watch me building it. Okay, so that was the view. Now within this view, we are going to have one touchable opacity, once again without the feedback. Let's try to close this off. And then we are going to have another view. Let's try to close this off as well. This is just styling, please don't get confused. Then we're going to have the header component, which is going to say rate your products. So this is what we're building. I will paste this in. We have one icon, one text, and then another text. Now, right after the text and view, we would like to get a scroll view element so that we can display our products. So just imagine you have 10 different products here. It's going to overflow, and in that case, you would like to scroll through it. So for that reason, we'll use the scroll view element. I will get the class name to be margin bottom of 4. And then we can get the order.order items. We're going to map through it for every single item, and we're going to get the index. Let's say we will run this part, which is going to be a function. Then we'll return something. But just before we return it, let's say we're going to get the product ID as well as the current rating. Now within the return, we will have a view. Let me grab this. Okay, so we are passing the key and class name. Now class name is going to get the margin bottom of 3 if it is not the latest product. So like this is going to have margin bottom of 3, but this is not going to have it. This is what we are doing. It is that check. Now within this view, we would like to display the product image, the name, as well as the quantity, and then the price. So this is again just some UI elements. I will paste this in. We are getting the Expo image. We display the image. We get the item name, quantity, as well as the price. Then we'll go right after the text and after these two views. Okay, so we're gonna have the actual ratings. So this is going to be a little bit tricky if you have never built it, but basically we are going to have a view element. Let's add some classes like flex row so that they are side by side, and we'll say justify centered. Now here we will get 5 different elements. So we can just say 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Each stands for one rating. I'll say .map. We can call them as star, and we can run this part. So every single one of them will be a touchable opacity. Let's import it. We can pass the key. Let's say it's going to be the star itself. And then we can say on press. We're going to call our method, which is on rating change. And we're going to pass the product ID as well as the rating itself, which is the star. So it is between 1 and 5. And then I will add the active opacity. to be 0.7, and class name, let's say margin X, is going to be 1.5, which is around 6 pixels. And within this, I will have ion icons. Let's import it. And then for the name, I will say if, like this is going to be dynamic, we'll say if star is less than or equal to the current rating. In this case, it's going to be star, but else it's going to be star dash outline. And then we're going to add the size, let's say 32. For the color, we'll do a similar thing. We'll say if star is less than or equal to the current rating, we're going to get this color. Let's say it is hash 1db954. In the else case, we're going to run this color, let's say 666. Okay, so I think we can save and test this out. I'm going to go under the orders. Once I fetch it, I will say leave a rating. Okay, now if I press this, it's going to fill all of them. If I press this one, it'll only press one. Okay, so it is working as expected. Now, just in case if you're confused about how this works, I can try to walk you through it pretty quickly. So let's say we have this example with 3 ratings, okay? So this is going to run 5 times. So in the first star, it is going to say if 1 is less than or equal to the current rating, which is 3. 1 is less than, 1 is less than 3. So it's going to get this color as well as this icon. And then it's going to run for the second star. It'll say is 2, because in the second iteration, star is equal to 2. Is 2 less than or equal to 3? Yes, it's going to get this star as well as this color. And then for the third one, the same thing, 3 is equal to 3. Then it's going to get this part. But then for the fourth one, it'll say is 4 less than or equal to 3? No, so this part will run for both of these, right? And same for the fifth one. So I hope that makes sense. If not, you can watch this once again, or maybe pause the video, try to read the code base. Okay, so now we'll just scroll to the bottom. Right after the scroll view, we're gonna put our buttons, which is going to be these ones. So the submit as well as the cancel button. Let's try to get this. So this will be a view element with the class name, let's say gap of 3. And then the first button is going to be the submit all ratings. Here I'll paste this in. If we are in the loading state, we're going to show the activity indicator, and on press, we're going to call the on submit method. Now, right after this touchable opacity, we're going to have the cancel button, which is going to do nothing other than closing the model, right? It's just going to call the on close method. So let's save and take a look at the end result. If I say cancel, nothing happens. It closed the model. And as you can tell, model fades in, right? It doesn't slide in. Now let's try to rate this one, but not that one. We should get an alert that says, please rate all products. And I'll go ahead, rate this one. Let's say it is 5. Submit all ratings, success. So that was pretty quick because we immediately update the state. Let's take a look at the database if we actually get the reviews. So I just logged in. Let's go under the reviews and see if we have a document. It's going to load it. Okay, so we have 2 different documents. The first one is 5 ratings, right? And the other one is the 4. This is exactly what we have just done. Now, if you go into our application and try to reload it, I was going to say, but looks like it's been reloaded by itself and it says this has been reviewed. Now let's try to just reload my application under the mobile, and I will go under the admin dashboard. I will make this to be delivered as well. You can also make it shipped. Okay, so it's been updated. Let's try to see. So this is in the shipped state. Now let's make it to be delivered. And we can reload our application. So since it is delivered, we can add a rating as well. Let's say this is going to get 3 or 4, and let's say this will get 1. And once it is done, here you can see it's going to update. It takes like maybe 2 or 3 seconds, depending on the internet connection, how fast that is. But eventually it'll update the UI because we are invalidating our queries once we've done everything successfully. So at this point, our code base is working as we want. Now there is just one thing that I want to update that is under the review controller.js file. So here we say if there is an existing review, we are throwing an error that says you have already reviewed this product. Instead of throwing the error, I will just do another thing. So I'm going to delete this part, okay? Go ahead and find this file and follow along with me. So instead of throwing the error, I'm going to first off create, let's say, a variable called review. Now in our code base, it says you already have it, but we are going to delete this const. For now, let's go under the if. I will say, I'll just add a comment. Let's say update existing review. And we'll say existing review dot rating is going to be equal to the rating. And then existing review dot order ID, again, it'll be updated. Then we can say review will be equal to await existing review dot save. And then in the else case, let me just save this to get the formatting. So here we would like to create the new review because it doesn't exist yet. So I'm going to cut this part and put it inside. Okay, so instead of only creating it, we also check if we want to update it, because if a review existed for this specific product, we are just going to update it instead of throwing an error. So I find this a bit more clean. So that's why we are updating it. And with this, I think we have completed the entire project. Now there is a ton of different things that you would like to update and optimize. Okay, so I admit that this is not the best code base in the entire world, but I think it's pretty decent at this point. So we have an API, the admin dashboard, the mobile application itself, but of course there is always something to improve. That could be your challenge to do it. Now I'll go ahead and try to close everything and add a latest commit. So here, let's say toggle the status bar visibility. We'll create our very last branch, which is going to be the orders screen. That's super sad. We're just completing the entire course. Let's say stage everything. And we can say orders screen added. And it's actually pretty happy, not sad. We are almost like 15 hours into this course, which is insane. Okay, so we're gonna publish the branch, go into the source code, hopefully create the pull request. And then I'll wait for the suggestions that will be coming from CodeRabbit. So here are the new features that we have introduced in this section with the improvements, the walkthrough, the sequence diagram that you can take a look at it. And now let's scroll to the bottom and see the problems. So here it says this is your change, but it could be better if you can make it in this way with atomic updates. So I'm going to actually copy this part, go into my source code, find the, the review controller file, and I will actually delete this entire part. That's correct. Instead of writing all this code, we can just use this method, which says find one and update. So I'm going to delete these plus signs. Okay, so this will either create it, or if we already have it, it's going to update it. So this is definitely better than what we just had. And let's try to see if we have any other problems. I think here it says you have a typo. That's not really important. Now let's go and find our to-dos if we have any. Okay, so here I just said in the past, check this if this is actually working. So that was working. I'm going to delete this. This is for the create order. And let's see for anything else. We can delete this part as well. We don't really need it, right? And then we can go right here. It says in the payment section, use Sentry logs to track the payment errors. This is exactly what we have done. So we can delete this to do as well. And in this file, we are not using the Sentry or the button, so we can delete these imports. Now, I think I have just realized under the order controller, we have this method, right? Create order, but we are never calling it because we create the orders with the Stripe webhooks. So if you go under the payment route, so Stripe is calling this webhook, right? And then within this webhook, we are creating the order. So we never use this endpoint actually. I'm not going to delete it, but just notice that we didn't actually use it because this is something that users should not call, but only Stripe should call. And we are handling it under this endpoint. Okay, so this is how we create the orders. So I'm not going to delete this just to leave it in the source code, but be aware of it. Now let's try to go and commit our changes. I will add everything and make sure you are still under this same branch. And let's say tiny fixes, commit, sync this up. And let's scroll to the top. I will refresh. We should have 2 commits now. Okay, why we did not get it? Maybe let's try to refresh once again. It takes a bit of time if your internet connection is slow. Okay, now we got it, right? We have 2 commits. We can just scroll to the bottom. CodeRabbit will try to give another review, but we don't really need it because we already fixed that. I'll say confirm. It takes a bit of time. Okay, so it's done. Now we can go into the code base, switch to the master and get the latest changes. Okay, so with this, I think we completed the entire project. As I said, there is a ton of different things that you can improve under the mobile folder, under the admin or backend. You can now take this and build it in a completely different way. So you have a boilerplate, I wouldn't say boilerplate, but a fully functional application that is working. You can update the state, maybe you could add the edit profile screen, make the code base a bit more cleaner because we don't really have the best code base, if I have to admit. But with this, I hope you enjoyed it. Just give me a thumbs up and let me know what you'd like to see in the next tutorial. With that, hopefully I'll see you in the next video. And also I just realized we have a failed screen, but I think that's because of my internet connection. So if we try to reload this, it should actually work out. So as you can tell, whenever you refresh, it's going to actually work. We can go under the orders, it's going to fetch the data, we can get the addresses. Okay, so I have a very slow connection at the moment, that's why it takes long, but everything works. Now we can delete stuff. Okay. So I just wanted to let you know that everything is working in this application. I hope you have the exact same version. If not, take a look at the source code and compare my code base with yours. With that, I'll see you in the next one. So I know that we have completed the entire course. I'd like to take 5 minutes and show you one optimization that you can make from here on out. So if you visit a file like card.tsx and also a file like order.tsx, as you can tell at the very end of the file, we are creating 3 different components, right? The loading UI, error UI, and empty UI. And here we do the exact same thing. Now, instead of creating them every single time in every single file, what we can do is actually delete them from here, but instead create a reusable component. This is something that I have mentioned in the past, but let me go ahead and actually show you the solution, just in case if you're interested. So here we will have 3 different components. I will say loading state.tsx, and I will copy this. Let me paste this in. This time it'll be, let's say, error state.tsx. I'll copy the file, paste this in. This time it'll be empty state.tsx. Okay, so let's get started with this one. I will say rnfe. Let's give a little bit space, and then we'll just jump into the return statement. Now, since this is going to be reusable, we are going to get some props, like the message. Let's say by default, it can be something like loading ... and then we can get a color. Just in case if it is undefined, we can add a default value, which is going to be 00D9FF, and it's going to be this color. So this blue color that we are using. And now within here, we can add our type as well to make the TypeScript happy. I will say loading state props, which is message and color, and they are optional, as you can tell. Now within here, we will have a view component. Let's say class name is going to be equal to flex of 1 is going to get BG background, and it's going to get items centered as well as justify centered. Now within here, we will have a text, but just before that, an activity indicator, let's say, import this component. Let's say size is going to be large. Then we can say color, whatever user passes. If it is undefined, it's going to use this value. Then we can add the text. This time, instead of saying loading state, it is going to get the message, and here are the classes. So now we can go under here, under the CRUD.tsx. We can actually delete this part, right? So instead of deleting, I will comment this out. We can go right here above. Instead of saying loading UI, we'll import the loading state. Now we can go do the exact same thing under the orders. We can comment this out, scroll to the top and say loading state. Okay, now I hope that makes sense. We just created this component only once, right? And we can import it from every single file. But now we need to pass the props, right? So under the cart.tsx, I'm going to add a message. So I'll say message is to be equal to something like loading cart. So if you want to customize it, you can add this message prop. You can copy the same thing and go here. This time you would say loading orders, right? So this is how you would do it. I'm going to bring this back to the previous state where we used the loading UI. Okay, but just keep that in mind. This is the solution. So that's the loading state. And I will bring this back to the previous state as well. Now doing it in this way is better, but just, we have this in the source code in the first version. I will just leave it in that way so that if you are taking at the source code without watching this part, it is not really confusing. So that was the loading UI. Now let's do the same thing for the error state. Now, since it is the same logic, the same idea, I'm just going to grab it from the source code. Okay, so from this file, I will paste this in around 30 lines of code. And here are the props that we are getting: the title, description, and on retry. So you can call this error state. Let's save this file. So under here, instead of having the error UI, let's find this part. You would say error state and then pass your props if you really wanted to. I'll bring this back and let's do the same thing for the empty state. So it doesn't include any logic at all. It is just UI. For that reason, I'm going to paste this in. So this takes the header component as well. If it has been provided, we are going to return this part. So in the same way, you can go ahead and get the empty state instead of this component. So that was the optimization. I hope you liked it, and hopefully I'll see you in the next video.